Ding, check-in successful. You have obtained one Bodhi divine tree. Hiss. He had actually drawn a legendary spiritual root. Chu Fan was overjoyed. For more than 20 years he had checked in punctually every month, receiving only cultivation comprehension cultivation arts and the like. He had never expected that this time he would obtain a Bodhi divine tree. The Bodhi divine tree was one of the 4 great spiritual roots of the Kanglin realm, a being of pure legend. It was said that cultivating beneath the Bodhi tree once one entered a certain state, one could achieve the miraculous effect of seeing 10,000 years in a single glance. While only an instant passed in the outside world beneath the Bodhi tree, 10,000 years of cultivation would have gone by. Not to mention the Bodhi seeds that could raise one's innate talent. Chu Fan gazed excitedly at the Bodhi divine tree the system had planted atop Shanling Peak. Chu Fan had transmigrated to the Kanglin realm 25 years ago, becoming a newborn infant. By a stroke of fortune, he had caught the eye of the Peak Lord of Shanling Peak, who brought him back to Daoist to cultivate, making him the sole disciple of Shanling Peak. Relying on the check-in system, Chu Fan, at merely 25 years of age, had already reached an unfathomable level of strength and had cultivated various supreme arts, as well as numerous divine abilities. Yet on the surface, he appeared to possess only a first-layer Saint King realm cultivation. A year ago, the Peak Lord of Shanling Peak had announced he would retreat into seclusion and never again appear, entrusting the vast Shanling Peak to Chu Fan. Naturally, Chu Fan became the new Peak Lord of Shanling Peak and at the same time the youngest Peak Lord in Daoist. The sect master of Daoist, Guantianyue, and the other elders had voiced no objections to this matter. It was clear that the former Peak Lord of Shanling Peak had already paved the way. Is Chu Fan here? At that moment, a deep and powerful voice rose from the foot of Shanling Peak. Before the words had fully faded, a tall, imposing figure appeared before Chu Fan. Uncle Master Guan, what brings you to me? Chu Fan asked with a brilliant smile. Guan Tianwei was his master's senior brother, so Chu Fan naturally addressed him as Uncle Master Guan. The day after tomorrow is Daoist's grand disciple recruitment ceremony. Your Shanling Peak stands all alone and desolate. It is time you took in a few disciples. Your master may be indifferent to worldly affairs that I do not meddle in, but you must cultivate a few disciples lest Shanling Peak have no one to succeed its mantle. With that, Guan Tianwei did not wait for Chu Fan's reply. In a flash, he vanished. From beginning to end, Guan Tianwei never once noticed the Bodhi divine tree in the distance, its divinity fully restrained. Ding, mission triggered. The host must accept one disciple within 5 days. Upon completion, a generous reward will be granted. A mission had arrived. Chu Fan had thought this system only required monthly check-ins. He had never imagined it would also issue disciple recruitment. For more than 20 years, he had not stepped beyond his own threshold. The farthest he had ever gone was from Shanling Peak to the sect's main hall. Within Daoist, aside from elders and a few elite disciples, almost no one knew of his existence. Uncle Master Guan was right. It will do me good to take in a few people, Chu Fan decided. But before that, Shanling Peak must be reforged. Guan Tianyue's sudden appearance just now had almost exposed Chu Fan's secret, so he resolved to rearrange the defensive measures of Shanling Peak. With a sweep of Chu Fan's great hand, an invisible formation shrouding all of Shanling Peak soared into the heavens. It was a sacred grade array that fused illusion, entrapment, and slaughter. Without Chu Fan's permission, or the corresponding incantation, any intruder who entered would suffer endless torment. Next, Chu Fan tapped repeatedly in the void with his fingers. At the foot of Shanling Peak, a vast lake appeared, its azure waters gleaming like a colossal mirror beneath the sun, with an exquisite pavilion standing by the shore. At the entrance of Shanling Peak, Chu Fan constructed an imposing grand gate through which all future visitors would have to. Time passed swiftly, and before anyone realized it, the day of Daoist's grand disciple recruitment ceremony had arrived. Here it is necessary to outline the basic situation of Daoist. The Kanglin realm was composed of 4 great continents: the southern frontier, the eastern continent, the central continent, and the extreme northern lands. Aside from the boundless and desolate extreme northern lands, the remaining 3 continents teemed with countless billions of humans and other beings. Daoist was one of the 8 great sacred sects of the eastern continent, ranked 6th, a neither high nor low position. Though Chu Fan rarely set foot outside, he still knew a few such things. On the surface, Daoist ranked 6th, yet in truth, even if the other 7 sacred sects joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Daoist. One could say Daoist was a sect that excelled at lying low. From inner disciples all the way up to the ancestral patriarch, the entire sect cultivated a concealment art passed down from the founding ancestor. So long as they did not deliberately reveal themselves, almost no one could discern their true cultivation realms. Daoist was divided into inner and outer sects. The inner sect comprised 11 peaks aside from Chu Fan's Shanling Peak and the sect master's Sacred Lord Peak. There were Qixia Peak, Ziling Peak, Shanling Peak, Ziwu Peak, Fu Xiang Peak, Tianju Peak, Huangqi Peak, Tongyuan Peak, and Li Huang Peak, each overseen by one of 9 elders. As one of the 8 great sacred sects of the eastern continent, Daoist's disciple recruitment ceremony naturally drew countless youths who came seeking a master. By the time Chu Fan arrived at the plaza, the mountain foot of Daoist was already packed to the brim. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of people. Nephew Chu, are here. Seeing Chu Fan approach, the other elders greeted him warmly. The elders present were all disciples of the same generation as Chu Fan's master, 7 men and 2 women, each of them his uncle master. Chu Fan nodded to each in turn. Since all the elders have arrived, let the disciple recruitment ceremony begin, Guan Tianwei proclaimed. At his command a bell tolled across Dao-Sect's plaza, heralding the start of the testing. To join Dao-Sect was simple. One only needed to walk from the mountain foot to the summit along tens of thousands of stone steps, and one would become a disciple of Dao-Sect. A few exceptionally gifted disciples would catch the eye of an elder and be taken directly under their tutelage as prospective inner disciples. Once their strength reached the standard and they passed the sect's trials, they could become inner disciples and even elite disciples. Those who were not chosen would begin as outer disciples, cultivating diligently and advancing step by step through exam. The test began. The youths at the mountain foot, hearts pounding with excitement, started up the stone steps, each one dreaming of becoming a disciple of Dao-Sect. At this pace, it would take at least a full day before any disciple might reach the summit. Chu Fan sat in his seat with eyes closed, resting, while the other elders focused intently on the youths upon the steps, already picking out those they favored. After a day and a half, contestants finally began reaching the mountaintop. Under the guidance of Dao-Zong disciples, they were led to the center of the square to wait. The first contestant was a boy of about 15 or 16. Handsome and spirited, he could not hide the flash of pride on his face when he realized he was the first to reach the summit. The other elders nodded in satisfaction and said nothing about the boy's smugness. At 15 or 16, one was meant to be full of high spirits, and such an achievement was naturally something to take pride in. Time trickled by and more people reached the summit. By the afternoon of the second day, out of the hundreds of thousands of contestants, more than 5,000 had completed the climb, the rest had failed the trial. The end of the first test meant that these 5,000 had already been counted as disciples of Dao-Zong. Next would be the second test, the aptitude examination, to see which outstanding disciples would catch an elder's eye. Just as the second test was about to begin, Chu Fan's gaze fell upon a small, delicate figure, still struggling on the stone. The other contestants who had failed the trial had already descended the mountain one after another, yet that small figure alone clenched her teeth and continued to crawl upward step by arduous step. She drew Chu Fan's notice because the girl possessed no cultivation at all, whereas the others all had at least some. There was nothing outwardly remarkable about the girl. She wore extremely plain clothes, beads of sweat clung to her forehead, and her round little face was flushed red. She was still a third of the way from the summit. At this moment, the other elders also noticed her. To think there is still one person persisting. No need to wait for her. Let us begin the second test. If she manages to come up, she can simply join in later. Guan Tianwei cast her a glance and then gave his order. More than 5,000 disciples were waiting to have their aptitude tested. There was no need to let them idle for the sake of a girl who might never reach the summit. Even if she did reach the summit, at most, she would only qualify as an outer sect disciple. Line up according to the order in which you reach the summit. Step forward one by one and place your hand on this aptitude pearl. After 3 breaths, it will reveal your innate talent. Those with outstanding aptitude may hope to become an elder's personal disciple. The aptitude pearl was a treasured artifact of Dao-Zong used to test disciples' talent. Its levels from lowest to highest were white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and gold. Anyone whose aptitude reached yellow or above could be considered a genius. Since the founding of Dao-Zong, fewer than 1,000 people had ever reached blue level or higher, and those who attained gold could be counted on less than 2 hands. Chu Fan was the sect's only disciple in nearly 1,000 years whose aptitude had reached the gold level. This was also a crucial reason why, despite being only at the first layer of the Saint King realm, he could serve as the peak lord of Shanling Peak. With Chu Fan's talent, it was only a matter of a few more years before he would inevitably break through to the 6th layer of the Saint King realm. Within the Kanglan realm, cultivation realms were divided into Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Martial King, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, Saint King, Saint Emperor, Saint Lord, and Saint Sovereign, above which stood the Great Emperor realm, of which only one appeared in an era. Except for the Martial Warrior realm, each realm was further split into 9 layers. In Dao-Zong, the visible distribution of strength was such that most elders were at the 6th layer of the Saint King realm or above. The sect master was at the 1st layer of the Saint Emperor realm. Elite disciples were at the 7th layer of the Martial Venerable realm or higher. Inter-sect disciples ranged from the 1st to 6th layer of the Martial Venerable realm, and outer sect disciples were all below the Martial Venerable realm. Any disciple who had passed the test possessed at least some cultivation. The first boy to reach the summit stepped forward to be the first to test his aptitude, placing his small hand on the aptitude pearl with great confidence. 3 breaths later, a dazzling green radiance shot up from the aptitude pearl into the sky, indicating that this boy's talent was excellent. His entry into the Inter-sect was already a foregone conclusion. This child is not bad. I intend to take him under my tutelage. You won't fight me for him, will you? The 6th elder of Tianju Peak spoke, voicing his intention. And if I let you have him, so what? The 9th elder of Lihuang Peak replied indifferently. The other elders remained silent, showing no desire to compete. The 6th elder chuckled, then flashed to the boy's side, wearing what he believed was a kindly smile. Young man, what is your name? Would you be willing to become my disciple? Honored elder, my name is Li Yoji. I come from Shiliang City in the Eastern Prefecture. I am willing to take you as my master. Li Yoji forced down his excitement and performed the disciples' bow to the sixth elder. Seeing Li Yoji display such exceptional talent and be accepted as a personal disciple, envy flickered in the eyes of all 5,000 present. Some had already grown nervous, fearing that their own aptitude would fall short of the elder's standards. Li Yoji followed the sixth elder down from the platform, and it was the second disciple's turn. Chu Fan's gaze remained fixed on the girl on the stone steps. When Li Yoji's aptitude level appeared, Chu Fan had given it only a single glance before his eyes returned once more to the girl. Chu Fan had already swept his divine sense over the girl once. She was ordinary to the extreme, without the slightest trace of spiritual energy in her body, perhaps even lacking a spiritual root altogether. Even so, she continued to climb step by step, and on her face he saw unwavering resolve. This was precisely why Chu Fan paid her such close attention. The system's requirements for taking a disciple imposed no real restrictions. As long as he accepted one disciple, he could complete the task. Whom to choose, however, was entirely up to him. Without a doubt, the girl's spirit had earned her extra merit in his eyes. Chu Fan had already decided that if she reached the summit, he would consider taking her as his disciple. As for aptitude, Chu Fan did not care in the least. He possessed the Bodhi divine tree. Even a pig in his hands could be cultivated into a formidable expert. Another green aptitude. Are the seedlings this year truly so gifted? The second elder of Xiling Peak spoke, eyes filled with delight. The second disciple had also revealed a green aptitude. For elders eager to take in outstanding disciples, this was naturally cause for great joy. Soon after, the second elder stepped down from the platform and accepted that disciple into his tutelage. The aptitude testing proceeded with great fervor. Each of the elders had already taken on disciples. They were satisfied with it. In just one day, more than a dozen stood behind each elder. These were the more gifted disciples, suitable to be nurtured directly as Inter-sect members. The height of one's aptitude had nothing to do with the order of reaching the summit. Aside from the dozen or so disciples with green aptitude who appeared earlier, the rest were all at yellow level. As for those whose aptitude ranked below yellow, they made up the majority. Some were accepted as inner-sect disciples, while others were assigned to the outer sect. Inner-sect disciples not chosen by any elder would be arranged uniformly by Daoyi zone for cultivation and daily tasks. For the moment, only Chu Fan and the sect master Guan Tianyue had yet to accept any disciples. Chu Fan, did we not agree you would take on a disciple? What is it? None of these have caught your eye? Guan Tianyue asked when he noticed Chu Fan's lack of movement. Chu Fan shook his head and pointed toward the petite girl who was about to reach the summit. She is good. Her. Guan Tianyue followed the line of his finger and frowned slightly. The little girl appeared utterly unremarkable. An ordinary mortal at that her aptitude could not be high. Still, that unyielding tenacity of hers was acceptable. Wow, blue aptitude. As Guan Tianyue pondered, the third elder suddenly screeched with his booming voice, drawing everyone's attention to the result. Such scenes are rare enough to captivate the attention of everyone present. Chu Fan turned to look and discovered that the one with the blue talent was a handsome young boy around 16 years of age who slightly lowered his head, appearing somewhat shy. Chu Fan, this is a good seedling that can be cultivated as a direct disciple. Would you consider taking him in as a student at the Shanling Peak? Guan Tianyue asked. As the sect master, Guan Tianyue naturally considered the development of each peak. Aside from Chu Fan, the other elders had already taken in quite a few disciples, so he wanted Chu Fan to take in this boy. No, it's better if you do it, Uncle Master. Chu Fan shook his head and continued to focus on the little girl who was still climbing. At that moment, she was less than 20 steps away from the peak. Hearing Chu Fan's words, Guan Tianyue also shook his head helplessly, then stood up to approach, planning to take this boy under his wing. The other elders, seeing the sect master personally stepping in, halted their eager intentions. Soon the blue talent boy named Yi Xian successfully became a disciple of Guan Tianyue. Half an hour later, there were fewer than 100 disciples left for the talent test, and it was rare for these disciples to exhibit better talents, as they were all arranged to be outer disciples. At that moment, the little girl that Chu Fan had been paying close attention to finally reached the top of the mountain. Upon seeing her success, a look of relief and joy appeared on her face before she fainted. Clearly, climbing for several days was indeed very difficult for a little girl with no cultivation. If it had been someone else, they might have given up long ago. Chu Fan admired the little girl's persistent spirit. Such a person could easily cultivate a Dao heart, making her a gem suitable for cultivation. Chu Fan infused a warm stream of spiritual energy into the little girl's body, and she slowly awakened. Go and test your talent now, he said. The little girl walked step by step towards the testing platform. Under the guidance of the disciples, she placed her hand on the talent orb. Guan Tianyue and the other elders watched as they knew this was the disciple Chu Fan intended to take in, and they were somewhat expectant. The little girl's name was Qing Shui. She placed her hand on the talent orb, constantly praying in her heart to pass. Qing Shui came from a humble background, originally living in a small mountain village with her parents. Later, the village was attacked by bandits, and she was the only one who survived. She witnessed the bandits slaughtering everyone, and that bloody scene left a huge impact on her young heart. Afterward, the displaced Qing Shui was taken in by an old woman, but a few days later the old woman sold her to a wealthy family in the city and happily left with the silver. Qing Shui became a little maid in a wealthy household. She did not blame the old woman as it was difficult for her to support her. Being a maid in a rich family at least ensured she had food and clothing. Years passed and Qing Shui turned 16, growing into a graceful beauty. It was precisely because of her beauty that many individuals had their eyes on her, including the young master of the wealthy family, who had thoughts of taking advantage of her. Thus one dark and windy night she escaped. With nowhere to go, she heard about the Taoist recruiting disciples and decided to come. Since childhood, she had a dream of becoming a strong person. If she had had strength back then, her village would not have suffered the bandit massacre, and she would not have lost her family, nor would she have ended up in such a predicament. Therefore, she wanted to grow stronger. In this world, only by becoming stronger could one grasp their own fate. With unwavering determination, she finally completed the first step. As long as her performance in the following test was outstanding enough to become an inner disciple of the Taoist, it would be her moment of leaping into the Dragon's Gate. Qing Shui's hand on the talent orb trembled slightly due to nervousness. 3 seconds later, a white light 3 Zhanghai burst forth from the talent orb. The white light indicated the weakest talent, making it difficult to achieve anything in cultivation. Guan Tianyue, the elders, and those who had been tested all shook their heads in silence upon seeing the white light rise. Even the worst talents were orange lights, and that was acceptable, but the white light was merely 3 Zhanghai, practically negligible. This indicated an exceedingly ordinary person, destined to have no connection with cultivation. Listening to the discussions around her, Qing Shui's complexion turned pale. How could this be? Was she truly fated to be without cultivation? Would she only be able to become an outer disciple of the Taoist and live a mundane life? She felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Qing Shui helplessly withdrew her hand, preparing to leave the testing platform. What is your name? Would you be willing to become my disciple? A gentle voice like a heavenly melody rang in Qing Shui's ears. She lifted her head and saw an extraordinarily handsome face with sharp brows and starry eyes, and that faint smile felt like a breath of spring wind pulling her out of the abyss of despair. My name is Qing Shui. I am willing. Master, please accept my vow as your disciple. With that, Qing Shui excitedly knelt down. Good, from now on you are my chief disciple of Shanling Peak. My name is Chu Fan. Get up now. Yes, master. Guan Tianyue saw that Chu Fan had indeed accepted Qing Shui as a disciple and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He quickly sent a message. Chu Fan, this Qing Shui has no talent for cultivation. Are you sure you want to consider another more outstanding disciple? The other elders also sent similar messages. Everyone, I have my own plans, so please do not persuade me further. After saying this, Chu Fan took Qing Shui and left the square, heading towards Shanling Peak. Guan Tianyue continued to arrange the remaining matters. Congratulations to the host for taking in a disciple, completing the task, and receiving rewards: longevity technique, perfect grade pill, nirvana pill, eye of insight, and a low-grade spirit weapon, Ziwu sword. Upon returning to Shanling Peak, the system prompted that the task was completed and awarded many items. Chu Fan glanced through them. The eye of insight and Ziwu sword were rewards for himself, while the longevity technique and nirvana pill were for Qing Shui. Then Chu Fan activated the eye of insight and scanned Qing Shui. Her information floated in his mind. Qing Shui. Age 16. Physique longevity, body incomplete, unawakened. Talent white. Cultivation none. To his surprise, she really was a treasure. Chu Fan was overjoyed. He originally planned to enhance Qing Shui's comprehension and aptitude by giving her the bodhi seed, but now it seemed she was an unawakened longevity body. As long as she took the nirvana pill, her physique could be completely activated, and becoming a genius would be a certainty. At that time, taking the bodhi seed would be an additional blessing. The longevity technique and nirvana pill were tailor-made for Qing Shui. Master, is there something on my face? Qing Shui asked cautiously as she saw Chu Fan staring at her. She did not overthink it, as she was well aware of her own worth. Becoming a disciple of the Taoist was already a stroke of incredible luck. I was thinking about how to enhance your aptitude, and now I have a good method in mind. Really? Master, what do you plan to do? Qing Shui's face clearly showed a hint of excitement, as her dream was to become strong. Who wouldn't hope for their talent to improve? Qing Shui was filled with anticipation until Chu Fan took out a pill emitting a rich fragrance and an ancient tone. Here, take this pill, and you will be able to practice the longevity technique. Thank you, master. Qing Shui quickly took the pill, carefully examining it. Just the scent alone made her body feel a burn. Master, what kind of pill is this? It's a perfection grade nirvana pill. Pills are graded from 1 to 9, and above 9 is the perfection grade, which is rare and hard to come by. Hearing this, Qing Shui realized the preciousness of the pill. Such a valuable pill, and master gave it to me without hesitation. He is truly wonderful. Thank you, master. I will work hard to become stronger to repay you. With that, Qing Shui swallowed the nirvana pill in one go. Then she immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. The nirvana pill melted upon entering her mouth, and its miraculous effects began to take hold within Qing Shui's body, covering all 108 acupuncture points and 72 meridians. Qing Shue's body began to heat up and turn red, but she gritted her teeth and remained silent. She knew this was the Nirvana pill transforming her body, allowing her to be reborn, so she continuously encouraged herself to persist and not disappoint her master. Chu Fan observed Qing Shue's condition. If all went well, she could undergo a transformation in a week, activating her longevity body. If slow, it would still take about a week. Chu Fan stood by to guard Qing Shui in case of any unforeseen events. Sure enough, as 7 days passed, a powerful force surged from Qing Shue's body, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed along with a foul odor. Ugh, it stinks. Master, where is the bathing place? As soon as she opened her eyes, Qing Shui noticed the strange stench emanating from her. This was the residue expelled after the cleansing process. Chu Fan pointed in a direction, and the filthy Qing Shui instantly vanished. Meanwhile, Chu Fan checked Qing Shue's information again. Her basic information remained unchanged, but her physique had now transformed into the state of a fully activated longevity body, with her talent changing from white to blue. Chu Fan was very satisfied with this. This was merely the initial awakening of the longevity body. She had yet to start cultivating, and once her strength increased, her talent might improve further. Half a day later, Qing Shui, now dressed in fresh clothes, approached Chu Fan. After the cleansing process and awakening her longevity body, she emanated a hint of agility, exhibiting the charm of a celestial being. However, a rumbling sound broke the beautiful scene. It was revealed that Qing Shui was extremely hungry and her stomach had begun to protest. Let's go eat first, Chu Fan said, leading Qing Shui to the sect's dining hall. The dining hall was established specifically for disciples who had not yet begun fasting. As long as they reached the martial venerable realm, they could replenish their energy by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without needing to eat. Of course, some experts enjoyed tasting delicious food for the experience, so while they could go without eating, they would occasionally indulge their cravings. Starved Qing Shui devoured 5 bowls of rice and 5 plates of dishes like a wolf, only putting down her chopsticks reluctantly after a satisfying burp. I finally feel better, Qing Shui sighed. With a wave of his hand, Chu Fan transported them to Shanling Peak. More and more people in the dining hall had gathered, all drawn by Qing Shui's impressive appetite. To avoid embarrassment, Chu Fan used instant movement to return. Master, your technique is amazing. Will I be able to do that too in the future? Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you will naturally be able to, Chu Fan replied. Then what is your cultivation? The Kanglan realm respects martial power. The realms are divided from low to high: martial practitioner, martial master, martial king, martial venerable, martial saint, sacred king, sacred emperor, sacred lord, sacred emperor, and great emperor. From martial master onwards, each realm is divided into 9 levels. I am currently at the first level of martial saint. Chu Fan explained, not revealing his true cultivation level to Qing Shui, only stating the level he was currently displaying to prevent her from becoming overly ambitious, which would hinder her cultivation. Martial Saint first level. Then I must work hard to cultivate and strive to reach master's level soon. Qing Shui's gaze gradually firmed as she set a short-term goal. Through her interactions with Chu Fan, Qing Shui realized that her master was very easygoing, and she quickly adapted. Alright, let's start cultivating the longevity technique now. I believe that soon you will become a little expert. Chu Fan handed the longevity technique rewarded by the system to Qing Shui, urging her to practice diligently. By the way, you can find a room for yourself halfway up the mountain. I will reside at the peak. If you have any questions, you can come to the... With that, Chu Fan instructed and then vanished. Qing Shui held the longevity technique in her hands, feeling a warmth emanating from the tome, and was lost in thought. After a while, she hurriedly left, arriving at the halfway point of Shanling Peak, where she chose a room and began her cultivation. Longevity technique was tailored for Qing Shui's longevity body, and soon she entered a meditative state in less than half an hour. Back at the top of Shanling Peak, Chu Fan began to review the rewards given by the system. The Eye of Insight, needless to say, could see anyone's basic information, including their cultivation, physique, and talent. Moreover, it also possessed the ability to see through all illusions. Anything or anyone within the range of the Eye of Insight would be laid bare. Next was the inferior grade spiritual weapon, the Ziwu sword. Spiritual weapons are graded into 6 categories: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Sheng, and Shin, with each grade further divided into inferior, average, superior, and top quality. The Ziwu sword is a 3-foot-long sword with a blue hilt and a silver blade, extremely sharp, capable of cutting hair with ease. With Chu Fan's displayed strength at the first level of martial saint, he could rival a 4th-level martial saint. It's barely acceptable. I have obtained almost no spiritual weapons over the years. I'll make do with this for now, and when I get something better, I will give this Ziwu sword to Qing Shui as a reward for her breakthrough. 3 days later, Chu Fan arrived at Qing Shui's room and saw her diligently cultivating. Her aura now radiated that of a 1st-level martial master. In just 3 days, she had broken through from an ordinary person to a 1st-level martial master. Her talent was undeniably strong, which was also due to the longevity technique being perfectly suited for her cultivation. Noticing Chu Fan's arrival, Qing Shui also stopped her cultivation. Master, you've come. According to your instructions, I have now reached the 1st level of martial master. Not bad. Is that all? I thought I was already quite excellent. Qing Shui clearly did not understand Chu Fan's response. In her view, cultivating to the first level of martial master in 3 days should be considered quite impressive. Seeing Qing Shue's astonishment, Chu Fan explained, when I was at your stage, I went from having no cultivation to the 9th level of martial master in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Qing Shui was taken aback. She had not expected her master to be so formidable. In comparison, her performance indeed did not seem outstanding. Seeing Qing Shui's humbled expression, Chu Fan smirked with satisfaction. You little ones still want to compare with me. Back then I signed in for just a moment, and in less than 2 seconds, I directly reached the 9th level of martial master. A month later, Qing Shui practiced diligently day and night, finally reaching the 9th level of the martial master realm, on the verge of breaking through to the first level of the martial king realm. Such performance greatly pleased Chu Fan. As her cultivation improved, Qing Shui's personality became more composed, no longer as carefree as before. Master, do you think that if I break through to the martial king realm so quickly, my foundation might be unstable? Should I take more time to solidify it? There's no need for that. If others hear you say this, you won't have any friends. Chu Fan looked at Qing Shui, whose foundation was as solid as could be, and kindly reminded her. With her long life physique matched with the long life technique, how could there be any instability in her foundation? Those who didn't know would think Qing Shui was just boasting. Alright then, I will enter seclusion tomorrow and strive to break through to the first level of the martial king realm within 10 days. Oh, why has Master Uncle come? Chu Fan nodded, then noticed someone approaching the foot of Shanling Peak. It was Guan Tianyue, who was trapped outside the formation. Master Uncle, did you come to find me for something? Chu Fan opened the formation and greeted Guan Tianyue warmly. Is it not alright for me to come if I have nothing to do? By the way, who set up this formation? It even prevents me at the first level of the Holy Emperor realm from stepping in, Guan Tianyue said with lingering fear. Just now he had tried to teleport to the top of Shanling Peak to find Chu Fan as he had done before, but was blocked by a formation he had never seen before. He had a strong intuition that if he forced his way in, he would either die or suffer greatly. This is a formation plate I obtained earlier, which I have just thoroughly researched, so I used it as the protective formation for Shanling Peak. Master Uncle Guan, you are not coveting my formation, are you? Chu Fan took the initiative to block Guan Tianyue's path. Then, with his eye of insight, he scanned and gathered information about Guan Tianyue. Good heavens, as expected of the sect master, he was well concealed. Guan Tianyue, 400 years old physique, heavenly sword, profound body cultivation, 2nd level of the Holy Lord realm, talent blue. Clearly at the 2nd level of the Holy Lord realm, yet showing the cultivation of the 1st level of the Holy Emperor realm. If he encounters an unsuspecting enemy, he would surely face disaster. The concealment technique is a method that every inter-sect disciple must cultivate after passing certain tests of the sect to ensure they are not spies sent by other sects, and to swear an oath to the Tao. This concealment technique was passed down from the founding ancestor of the sect, aimed at keeping the Taoist sect low-key and not be a target. This made Chu Fan seriously suspect that the founding ancestor might have also crossed over from another place, as they understood the development of the survive by the Tao, allowing the Taoist sect to continue its legacy to this day. To others, the Taoist sect is the least known among the 8 great holy sects of the Eastern continent, with strength that is nearly at the bottom. However, in reality, what people see is merely the tip of the iceberg that the Taoist sect wishes them to see. That won't happen. Am I the kind of person who covets the treasures of the elders? Guan Tianyue's face flushed as he quickly denied it. Of course not, Chu Fan replied, internally sneering. Who could forget that in front of numerous elders he snatched the heavenly grade spiritual medicine obtained by Elder 5 from a certain relic, claiming that Elder 5 was willing to contribute it to the sect, and as a reward for Elder 5's selfless contribution, he was specially awarded 30,000 sect points. This incident caused Elder 5 to cry for 3 days and nights after returning home. If Chu Fan hadn't taken the initiative, Guan Tianyue's next statement would have definitely been to ask Chu Fan to contribute to the sect. Chu Fan, I came this time to check on your disciple's situation. If she truly cannot do it, we can find another one without. It turned out that Guan Tianyue was worried that Chu Fan had taken on a useless disciple and wanted to advise him. There is no need for Master Uncle to worry, Qing Shui's talent is quite good. As he spoke, Chu Fan called Qing Shui over to let Guan Tianyue take a closer look. Guan Tianyue examined Qing Shui and couldn't help but show a look of shock. How is this possible? In less than a month she has reached the 9th level of the martial master. There's nothing impossible about it. I simply gave her a perfect 10th grade pill, the Nirvana pill, which enhanced her talent and allowed her to exhibit her potential. What did you say? Nirvana pill. Guan Tianyue suddenly raised his voice. Clearly the perfect 10th grade Nirvana pill had thrown him off balance. A 10th grade pill, after all, had been lost for many years, and nowadays, except for some ancient relics that might still have a 10th grade pill, only a few supreme sects might have 1 or 2 left. Now in the entire Kanglan realm, even 9th grade pills are rarely seen, let alone 10th grade pills. Yet Chu Fan had made Qing Shui consume one directly. However, upon reflection, the pill belonged to Chu Fan. He could give it to whoever he wished, and no one could intervene. Moreover, Qing Shui was also Chu Fan's top disciple, making it a case of utilizing resources effectively. Qing Shui's displayed talent could be considered the effect of the Nirvana pill. Master Nephew, do you have any more Nirvana pills? Give Master Uncle a few. Guan Tianwei spoke this time not directly addressing Chu Fan by name, but instead using Master Nephew to show more politeness. Chu Fan waved his hand. Master Uncle, do you think Nirvana pills are as common as cabbages on the street? I only have this one left and it's gone now. Really? I don't believe you. Guan Tianwei put on a face that suggested I won't be fooled. I'm not lying to you, Chu Fan reassured him. Chu Fan was not lying. He really only had one Nirvana pill, but he might still have more in the future. He possessed the even more powerful Bodhi seed. However, Chu Fan didn't reveal any of this. Alright, I will trust you this time. Since your disciple's talent is so high, I won't disturb you any further. After saying that, Guan Tianwei turned and left. Master, it seems the sect master is quite disheartened. Qing Shui chuckled softly after Guan Tianwei departed. Chu Fan nodded at Guan Tianwei. This greedy sect master must be feeling a swarm of ants crawling in his heart since he didn't gain any benefits here. This does not mean that Guan Tianwei had poor character. As sect master, he collected these heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance the Taoisecht's foundation, wanting to make the utmost use of these treasures. Upon returning to the Holy Lord Peak, Guan Tianwei couldn't stop sighing, feeling he had missed out on a great opportunity. Master, you're back. Look, I have just broken through from the 6th level of the Martial Master Realm to the 7th level. Yi Xian had just broken through a level and rushed to him excitedly upon seeing Guan Tianwei return eager. Before joining the Taoisecht, Yi Xian was already at the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm. After becoming Guan Tianyu's disciple, his cultivation path began to get on the right track. In just 1 month, he had continuously broken through 3 levels, showing rapid progress. If Guan Tianwei had not seen Qing Shui's cultivation speed, he would have surely praised Yi Xian as an extraordinary genius with the potential to become a holy emperor full of promise. But there were no ifs. After seeing Qing Shui as a reference, Guan Tianwei felt no joy. He merely nodded and said, not bad, still okay, keep it up. Yi Xian was left stunned by this. What happened to Master? Did he suffer some kind of blow? What? Your master sent you here to cultivate. Looking at Yi Xian standing at the door, Chu Fan wondered what Master Bei was up to. Could it be that he wants to ride on some opportunities? Yes, Elder Chu, my master said that following you to learn a few things would help me progress faster. Yi Xian replied with a sincere expression. Alright, come in then. Chu Fan, with no other choice, allowed Yi Xian to enter Shanling Peak. Chu Fan already had his suspicions. It must be that Guan Tianwei became increasingly unwilling after returning, so he sent Yi Xian here to gain some benefits. Immediately, Chu Fan used his insightful eye to check Yi Xian's information. Yi Xian, 16 years old, cultivation 7th level of Martial Master Physique, blazing divine body, not awakened talent blue. Good aptitude, and he is also a divine body possessor. Divine bodies rank just below the eternal body and reincarnation body among the 9 supreme physiques. As long as he doesn't fall midway, reaching the Saint Emperor realm is guaranteed. As Guan Tianyu's disciple, Yi Xian's talent is extraordinary. He can be assessed for a while, and if his character is acceptable, he can be cultivated as a potential future sect leader. At that moment, Chu Fan made a plan. Yi Xian Qing Shui is currently in seclusion to break through to the Martial King realm. For the next few days, you can arrange your own activities. You can move freely anywhere except the peak. After finishing, Chu Fan vanished from in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood there dumbfounded. No way, junior sister Qing Shui is about to break through to the 1st level of the Martial King realm. The speed of this breakthrough is astonishing. No wonder Master showed no joy when he saw me break through to the 7th level of the Martial Master realm. He must have known about junior sister Qing Shui's situation. Compared to junior sister Qing Shui, oh no, I don't deserve to compare with her. No, I must work even harder. I absolutely cannot be underestimated by others. After all, according to seniority, I am the eldest senior brother of this generation and must set an example. Elder Chu, are you there? Chu Fan had just returned to the peak when he heard Yi Xian calling from the mountainside. What's the matter, Yi Xian? Elder Chu, could you teach me how to cultivate? I want to break through to the Martial King realm like junior sister Qing Shui. Yi Xian had figured it out. Guan Tianwei sent him to Shanling Peak to learn from Chu Fan. Of course, but before that you must pass my test. Here's the deal, start from the foot of the mountain, and no matter what method you use, as long as you can reach here, I will help you advance your realm. Really? Alright, I'm going now. Saying this, Yi Xian excitedly ran down the mountain. After a while, Chu Fan saw that Yi Xian was ready. He raised his hand to slightly modify the formation, disabling the killing and trapping functions while leaving the illusion formation intact. The level of the illusion was adjusted to the power of the 8th level of Martial Master, providing enough challenge for Yi Xian without causing him significant harm. Then Chu Fan found a place, lay back on a chair, and closed his eyes to rest, letting Yi Xian challenge himself. The illusion formation set by Chu Fan primarily tested the Dao heart and loyalty, essentially serving as a means for Taoisecht to assess Yi Xian's character in advance. I almost forgot to sign in. System, start signing in. Lying down, Chu Fan suddenly remembered that a month had already passed and immediately began signing in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 300 million high-grade spirit stones. This is not a significant reward. Chu Fan casually tossed the high-grade spirit stones into the system space. In the past 20 years of signing in, Chu Fan had no idea how many spirit stones he had obtained. The spirit stones stacked in the system space were measured in mountains as they had piled up into mountain ranges. Aside from aiding in cultivation, spirit stones can also be used to set up formations, providing sufficient energy for the operation of the formations. 5 days later, Qing Shui exited her seclusion and successfully broke through to the first level of the Martial King realm. When Qing Shui came out, Yi Xian had just exited the illusion formation and began to walk up. Master, who is he? Is he your new disciple? Seeing the newcomer, Qing Shui thought it was Chu Fan who had taken another disciple. At the disciple recruitment ceremony, Qing Shui was the last to come up. After testing her talent, she was taken back to Shanling Peak by Chu Fan. Plus, she had been cultivating for the past month, so she didn't recognize Yi Xian. No, he is Yi Xian, a disciple of the sect leader here to learn at Shanling Peak, Chu Fan explained. So, he is senior brother Yi Xian. Elder Chu, I've completed the task. Can you teach me to cultivate now? Oh, junior sister Qing Shui, hello, you've come out of seclusion. Hello senior brother Yi Xian. Chu Fan nodded. Very good, you passed the test in 5 days. You two come with me. Then Chu Fan turned and walked towards the peak just as Qing Shui had exited her seclusion. It was time to consume the bodhi seeds. Receiving Chu Fan's praise, Yi Xian shyly scratched his head, walking alongside Qing Shui as they followed behind Chu Fan. The three arrived at the peak where Chu Fan plucked 2 thumb-sized bodhi seeds from the bodhi tree. The bodhi seeds were completely brown with 9 faint golden lines on the skin. If you don't look closely, you really wouldn't notice anything unusual. The whole fruit exuded a restrained divine light without anything remarkable about it. One for each of you, eat it. Chu Fan distributed the bodhi seeds to Qing Shui and Yi Xian. The two wasted no time in placing the bodhi seeds in their mouths and began to sit on the ground to refine them. Since Qing Shui had consumed the nirvana pill, her overall aptitude had improved significantly. The effect of the bodhi seed would make her comprehension even more exceptional. Upon reaching the Martial King realm, if one wants to break through quickly, comprehension is essential. The higher the comprehension, the faster the understanding and improvement. Therefore, within less than an incense stick's time, Qing Shui opened her eyes, having completely refined the bodhi seed. Yi Xian, however, was different. During the process of refining the bodhi seed, his situation was similar to when Qing Shui had consumed the nirvana pill. His body began to turn red and hot with wisps of green smoke rising from his head. Master, is senior brother Yi Xian about to awaken a new physique? He is awakening the blazing divine body, which ranks just below your eternal body. Chu Fan replied. Chu Fan had already told Qing Shui about the eternal body and instructed her not to reveal it to anyone, just for her to know. Wow, senior brother Yi Xian is also impressive, Qing Shui exclaimed. If it weren't for meeting Chu Fan, Qing Shui would never have awakened the eternal body of physique that requires a perfect grade 10 nirvana pill to awaken. In the entire world aside from Chu Fan, no one else could achieve that. Thus her admiration for Yi Xian was sincere. At that moment, vibrant flames erupted from Yi Xian's body, raging flames shooting up to the sky, reaching 10 zhang high, enveloping Yi Xian and turning him into a fiery figure. Qing Shui, turn around and don't look. Wait until I say it's okay before you turn back, Chu Fan instructed Qing Shui, knowing that Yi Xian's clothes were about to catch fire. Such a scene must not be witnessed by Qing Shui. Seeing this, Qing Shui understood and quickly dashed down the mountain, distancing herself from Yi Xian. Yi Xian became a fireman engulfed in flames for a full 2 hours before completing his transformation. His fiery divine body was activated with a flame mark hidden deep within his eyes. Elder Chu, I feel an endless surge of strength throughout my body, Yi Xian exclaimed excitedly. Before that, put on your clothes, this is quite uncouth. Elder Chu Fan looked at Yi Xian, who was completely naked, and kindly reminded him. Yi Xian was startled, realizing that his clothes had been burned to ashes. He hurriedly took out another set of clothes to put on before looking around. Sister Qing Shui probably didn't see right. No, she went down the mountain earlier. After a while, Qing Shui returned and Chu Fan scrutinized the two. After consuming the bodhi seed, Qing Shui's comprehension improved, her talent remained at blue, and her physique was still at the initial stage of the longevity body, with a long way to go before reaching the minor completion. Yi Xian awakened his fiery divine body, and fortunately his cultivation level surprisingly increased by 1 rank, reaching the 8th level of the martial master realm, and his comprehension also improved. The foundation of both of them was well established. As long as they practiced diligently, their cultivation would soon advance. Yi Xian, I have awakened your fiery divine body. Aside from your master, do not speak of this to anyone else. One must learn to conceal their abilities, understand? Yes, Elder Chu. Yi Xian respectfully nodded, indicating his understanding. Afterward, Chu Fan arranged for Qing Shui and Yi Xian to cultivate together. Qing Shui practiced the longevity technique while Yi Xian trained in the earth level technique selected for him by Guan Tianyue, planning to switch to a higher level technique once he reached a certain level. For the next half-month, Qing Shui and Yi Xian cultivated in the pavilion created by Chu Fan, as Yi Xian found this place conducive to calming his mind, allowing him to enter meditation quickly. During this half-month period, Qing Shui broke through to the 2nd level of the Martial King realm, while Yi Xian was also on the verge of breaking into the Martial King realm. Both made rapid progress. Ding, a disciple recruitment mission has been issued. Please recruit a second disciple with a talent level above blue. The voice of the system resonated in Chu Fan's mind as he relaxed under the Bodhi tree, startling him into opening his eyes. This system has been rather active lately, automatically issuing missions. However, thinking of the rich rewards for completing missions, Chu Fan still felt it was worthwhile. Isn't it just about taking on a disciple? It doesn't require too much teaching, this should be easily accomplished. After saying a word to Qing Shui, Chu Fan left the Daoi sect. Since the recruitment period at the Daoi sect had passed to complete the disciple recruitment mission, he could only look up. A day later, Chu Fan, whose realm was not apparent, flew in the low sky on the meridian sword with vast lush forests beneath him. Under the sweep of his divine sense, the beasts and exploration teams in the forest were all within his awareness. This was merely an ordinary forest where the strongest beasts were at the second or third level of the martial master realm. However, it was rich in resources with many yellow-level spiritual herbs growing. The exploration teams collected these herbs to exchange for money. Big brother, look quickly, there's a strong person flying in the sky. A sharp-eyed young man in the forest exclaimed upon seeing Chu Fan in the air. Don't make a noise. If you anger this lord, be careful not to end up with a complete corpse. The middle-aged man referred to as Big Brother hurriedly stopped the young man, speaking with lingering fear. In the Kanglan realm, there was a clear distinction between the rich and the poor. The stronger the power, the more respect one gained from others. Conversely, the weaker one was looked down upon. When a powerful person is enraged, ships and masts turn to ashes. In this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, never provoke a powerful individual, or you may not even know how you died. The middle-aged man was experienced and knew that some powerful individuals had eccentric personalities and would kill without blinking. After Chu Fan flew far away, the young man dared to speak again. I envy those people who can fly in the sky. If only I could do that one day, how wonderful it would be. Haha, good. This time when you return, I want to drink your wedding wine. We won't stop until we're drunk. The others in the exploration team laughed as well. Two tigers running. Stop. This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass through, leave some road money. Robbery. Chu Fan was humming a tune while walking through a canyon when suddenly 3 burly men with shaggy hair emerged from the woods, each wielding a massive axe stained with blood. This was Chu Fan's first outing, and he found the canyon scenery quite pleasant, intending to enjoy it slowly, but 3 robbers suddenly jumped out, menacingly confronting him. Are you here to rob me? Nonsense. Is there anyone else here? Be sensible and quickly strip off your clothes and pants and your weapons too. If I'm in a good mood today, I won't kill you. A scarred man said, raising the axe in his hand towards Chu Fan. In their eyes, this Chu Fan, just over 25, must not be strong, likely just some curious rich young master sneaking out for fun. People like him must have plenty of valuables. With their combined strength at the 7th level of the martial master realm, dealing with such a pretty boy was a piece of cake. The 7th level of the martial master realm was considered strong in this area, and no one dared to challenge their inhumane acts in this canyon. Is it just the 3 of you? Are there no other family members like your boss behind you? Chu Fan asked, nonchalantly testing the waters. It's just us 3 brothers in the whole canyon. I'm the boss. Why are you asking this? If you don't want to die, just do as I say. The big man was already impatient, gripping the axe tightly. If Chu Fan did not cooperate, he would strike. That's wonderful. Here, take this. Chu Fan clapped his hands cheerfully, saying that, and then in front of the 3 men, he raised the meridian sword, making a motion as if offering it to them. The 3 big men's expressions turned to smiles, thinking that Chu Fan had submitted, admiring his sensibility, but still feeling he was too young. Did he think that by handing over valuables he could keep his life? Hee. Clang, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. The 3 men only felt a flash of light in their eyes, and then their consciousness began to blur. A second later, 3 large heads rolled to the ground and 3 headless corpses collapsed to the ground, gushing blood. Until their deaths, these 3 men had no idea how Chu Fan made his move. After swiftly and cleanly dealing with the bandits, Chu Fan even expanded his divine sense to carefully search everything in the canyon, ensuring no accomplices remained. Afterward, he waved his hand, obliterating the corpses of the 3 before floating away. When venturing outside, one must be especially cautious. To cut grass, one must eradicate the roots lest trouble arise. 3 days later, Chu Fan arrived at an official road. He was far away from the Daoi sect, now in the territory of other sects. Many people came and went on the road, some entering the city, while others were out for business. Muli I Chin Song owe you nothing. Over the years I have never treated you poorly. I have borne everything alone. Why do you have to treat me this way? Not far from the official road, Chu Fan noticed a group of people arguing, specifically a man in his 20s and a notably attractive woman. The others were standing behind the woman, seemingly her guards. Chin sang, how dare you say you haven't wronged me? Over these years you have continuously fed me wild vegetables. I haven't eaten a single piece of meat, and I have lost over 40 pounds. The woman named Muli replied angrily, I made you eat wild vegetables because you thought you were too heavy and wanted me to supervise you avoiding greasy food. Look at you now, haven't you become slender and beautiful? But why didn't you feed me when I was hungry? Aren't you trying to lose weight? Do you even have any reason? Fine, Chin sang, I'm not here to reason with you. Today I shall divorce you, and from now on we will not interfere with you. Let's go. After saying this, Muli turned and left with her guards, not looking back, leaving Qin Tseng alone. Fine, Muli, you will definitely regret this. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't underestimate the youth who is poor. At that time I will make you beg me. Qin Tseng shouted fiercely, his expression twisted, and the passers-by glanced at him before ignoring him. Chu Fan, who witnessed the entire process, thought that Qin Tseng was not bad, especially when he shouted that classic vow, which made Chu Fan believe he was someone with a protagonist template. Then Chu Fan used his insight eye to check Qin Tseng's information. Qin Tseng, 23 years old, cultivation level, martial master, realm, first level, physique, none, talent, yellow. A very poor talent. Could this incident turn Qin Tseng's life around? Chu Fan decided to follow. Having become a lonely man, Qin Tseng left the official road and headed towards the dense forest, completely unaware that someone was following him. On the first day, Qin Tseng encountered a yellow-grade top-tier spiritual herb in the woods. After consuming it, his realm increased by 1 level. On the second day, Qin Tseng found a mid-grade mysterious spiritual fruit hidden in a dilapidated tree hole. After consuming it, his realm rose by another level. On the third day, while walking, Qin Tseng suddenly tripped over a stone, and at the spot where he fell, a spatial ring appeared. Excited, Qin Tseng put the spatial ring on his hand. In the next moment, Qin Tseng felt the sky suddenly darken, and then he lost consciousness. It turned out that he was swallowed whole by a giant tiger. Only Chu Fan, who was hidden, felt disheveled in the wind. When Qin Tseng picked up the spatial ring, Chu Fan thought it was time for Qin Tseng to change his fate. Perhaps there was a soul elder inside the ring to teach Qin Tseng how to cultivate, leading him to soar to great heights. However, in an instant he was eaten by a tiger, leaving not a shred behind. Chu Fan shook his head, lamenting that he had overthought it. There was no protagonist template. Chu Fan ignored the tiger, turned around, and left, continuing to search for a suitable candidate. Tianqing City, a large city with a population of over 1 million, was ruled by a martial sovereign realm 7th level expert. That day, a martial arts competition hosted by the city lord was in full swing. The purpose of the city lord hosting this competition was to select talents from the younger generation to bring into the city lord's residence for training, either to become his capable assistants or to recommend them to other sects. Both methods would help solidify his position as the city lord. The rules of the competition were simple. The youth group consisted of those aged 16 to 20, while the young adult group comprised those over 20 to 26. The top 10 from each group would receive rewards personally handed out by the city lord and could also become part of the city lord's residence. Chu Fan also came to the competition hoping for some luck. To his surprise, he indeed found a decent candidate, but unfortunately their talent was only green, falling short of the system's requirements. The candidate was a 17-year-old boy with dark skin and great strength, already a 6th level martial master at his age, considered a small expert. Due to his young age, he narrowly lost to 2 competitors nearing 20 in the youth group competition. Those 2 were slightly stronger than him, and he missed the top 10. The people around expressed their sympathy for him, while others began to comfort him, saying, "It's okay, you're only 17. Come back next year and you'll definitely win the championship." The dark-skinned boy nodded, gratefully regaining his confidence. At that moment, a handsome young man suddenly appeared in front of the dark-skinned boy. Feeling the faint pressure emanating from him, the dark-skinned boy was startled. This was a strong individual. The young man raised his hand and placed it on the boy's shoulder. In the next moment, the scene changed, and he found himself in the mountain forest outside the city, facing the same young man from before. "Fang Huai, I am an elder of the Daoi sect. Are you willing to follow me back and become a disciple of the Daoi sect?" The young man was indeed Chu Fan. He saw potential in Fang Huai. Although his talent did not meet the system's requirements, it did not mean he couldn't become a disciple of the Daoi sect. Fang Huai's talent was green, and he had no physique. Although he was slightly worse than Yi Xian, he was still much stronger than other newly initiated inner disciples. Sending Fang Huai to a certain elder as a disciple would be the best choice. Disciple greets master. Fang Huai did not question how Chu Fan knew his name, most likely having learned it at the Tianqing City martial arts arena. Chu Fan raised his hand and helped Fang Huai, who was about to perform the apprentice ceremony, back up. "I do not intend to accept you as my disciple, but I will recommend you to another inner elder. Call me Elder Chu and just follow me for now." "Yes. What, are you not worried that I am deceiving you?" Chu Fan was quite impressed by Fang Huai's composure. At such a young age, he remained unflustered even when faced with such an abrupt situation. "I'm not afraid. Elder Chu has no reason to deceive me," Fang Huai replied firmly. "All right, let's go. We need to handle some matters first before returning to the sect later." Chu Fan smiled and said, then took out the Ziwu sword, flying into the air with Fang Huai. "Elder Chu, may my younger sister accompany me to the Daoi sect. Her talent is no less than mine." Mid-flight, Fang Huai recounted his origins to Chu Fan. He hailed from a remote mountain village where he and his sister had lived together in mutual dependence, until last year when every villager vanished without a trace. For 3 days and 3 nights, they searched relentlessly, yet found no clue. Overnight, the entire village had disappeared, leaving behind neither message nor sign. No bloodstains, no struggle, nothing. With no choice, the siblings continued on alone. Over a dozen days ago, they arrived in Tianqing City, where Fang Huai entered the martial contest in hopes of securing a better life. Very well, let us go and see. Chu Fan nodded. If Fang Huai's account held true, his sister might meet the system's criteria and perhaps shed light on the village's eerie mystery. Fang Huai pointed toward a distant direction, and soon Chu Fan guided them to that secluded mountain hamlet. As they passed through the village gate, a girl of about Qingxue's age appeared nearby, dressed simply in pale green robes, carrying a wooden basin brimming with freshly washed clothes, clearly returning from the stream. Fang Qian, 16 years old. Cultivation Realm 7th Tier Martial Master. Physique Qingling Dan Body. Talent Affinity Green. Though sharing the same green affinity, her Qingling Dan Body marked her as inherently superior to Fang Huai in innate potential. Those born with the Qingling Dan Body possess an unparalleled aptitude for alchemy. The Ziwu peak of the Dao-sect specialized precisely in pill refining, and its fifth elder Qi Xiyun shared kinship with Qi Xiying, second elder of the Xiling peak. The only two female elders among the sect's 10. Were Fang Qian presented to Elder Qi, she would surely rejoice for days. Indeed, your sister possesses exceptional aptitude and a natural genius for alchemy. Should she consent, she may join the Dao-sect as an Inter-sect disciple. Chu Fan said to Fang Huai. At this welcome news, Fang Huai's sun-darkened face lit up with a radiant smile revealing gleaming white teeth. Then he broke into a joyful sprint toward Fang Qian, waving and calling out her childhood name. Big brother, you're back. Fang Qian set down her basin, her round cheeks still dotted with droplets from her laundry, her voice bright with surprise. Yes, Qian, I'll tell you all about it. Reaching her side, Fang Huai began recounting his acceptance into the Qian. Elder Chu just said your talent qualifies you as an Inter-sect disciple. Would you come with me? Of course, I'll follow wherever you go. Without hesitation, Fang Qian nodded. Good, I'll take you to pay respects to Elder Chu. Hand in hand, Fang Huai led her to Chu Fan. I am Fang Qian, honored to meet Elder Chu. She bowed respectfully. Rise, you need not be nervous, Chu Fan replied gently, then fell silent, his attention fully absorbed by the village itself. Through his insight eye, the entire hamlet shimmered beneath an enigmatic veil, a force so subtle that even Chu Fan, were he not observing through that divine perception, might have overlooked it entirely. This was no human artifice, it was a natural phenomenon. Clearly the villagers' disappearance bore deep connection to this mysterious energy. Yet one question lingered: why had everyone vanished, save Fang Huai and Fang Qian? Fang Huai, were you and your sister born here? Were the villagers cultivators? Chu Fan sought confirmation of a crucial detail. Elder Chu, my sister and I are not native to this village, we were adopted as infants. All villagers were ordinary mortals, utterly unversed in cultivation. Our martial arts foundation stems solely from manuals we discovered outside the village. Fang Huai spoke, plainly offering all he knew. Chu Fan fell silent. As he'd suspected, the village concealed a profound secret. Yet for now no tangible clue emerged. The mysterious energy clung solely to the hamlet's bounds, yielding no further insight. This mystery would have to wait. Elder Chu, have you uncovered something? Fang Huai noticed Chu Fan's pensive expression and asked softly. Chu Fan nodded. A trace, though its meaning remains veiled. Halt. This path was forged by me, this tree planted by my hand. Pay your toll, or do not. As Chu Fan escorted the siblings across a desolate mountain pass, a youth clad in rough beast hide leapt forth, brandishing a crudely fashioned spear, arms wide eyes sharp with cunning brilliance. Another robbery. Chu Fan sighed, inwardly pressing a hand to his brow. In barely 10 days he'd encountered 2 bands of brigands. Was the Kanglan realm truly so overrun with highwaymen? Then, suddenly, he sensed something new. Activating his insight eye, he scanned the beast hide youth. Jiang Feng, 20 years old. Cultivation Realm 1st Tier Martial King. Physique Mighty God Body. Talent Affinity Blue. Chu Fan's heart surged. Truly what one seeks tirelessly appears effortlessly. Who would have imagined such a prodigy hidden amid this barren wilderness? Except him, and the task would be complete. What? Struck dumb already. Hand over your coins now. Jiang Feng, seeing their silence, assumed he'd cowed them with sheer presence. He'd already gauged Fang Huai and Fang Qian, mere 6th and 7th tier martial masters, utterly outmatched. As for the young man whose cultivation he couldn't fathom, surely no threat. But then Chu Fan raised a hand lightly, and Jiang Feng felt as though a 10th boulder had crashed upon his spine, pinning him flat to the earth. A master disaster. He'd kicked a steel plate. His spear clattered from his grip, only his eyes and mouth retained motion. Well-versed in the jungle's brutal laws, Jiang Feng wasted no time. Before Chu Fan could move again, he cried out desperately, Immortal Master, spare me. I mistook a celestial being for mortal flesh, forgive this ignorant fool. I offer all my worldly possessions. Fang Qian stifled laughter behind her palm. Jiang Feng's sudden collapse from swaggering arrogance to abject humiliation was too comical to bear. I seek no coin, but would you become my disciple? Chu Fan spoke calmly. Fang Huai and Fang Qian exchanged stunned glances, then fixed their gaze upon Jiang Feng. They understood Chu Fan had declined them, not from indifference, but because their talents fell short of his standards. Yet now he offered discipleship to Jiang Feng, proof that Jiang Feng's innate gifts surpassed theirs. Though they bore no resentment having met Chu Fan first, they longed deeply to walk his path, to learn under one who radiated warmth and quiet familiarity. Thus envy bloomed in their hearts, for Jiang Feng whom fate had so favorably aligned with Chu Fan. I accept. Master, I beg to be your final most devoted disciple. Jiang Feng blurted frantically, terrified a moment's delay might earn him a fatal flick of Chu Fan's finger. So be it, you are now my second disciple. Perform the initiation rites. Chu Fan nodded and lifted the crushing pressure from Jiang Feng's body. Thus Jiang Feng became Chu Fan's second disciple. Ding. Task complete. Reward includes the Hercules pill, the strength technique, the divine trees Pan Tao, and the ancient I technique cycle of life and death. The Hercules pill and the strength technique are for Jiang Feng, while the divine trees Pan Tao mainly extends lifespan. There are 3,000 mature peaches on the tree, each one consumed adds 1,000 years to one's life, stackable infinitely. As for the ancient I technique, Chu Fan felt a flash of light in his eyes, and the information about the cycle of life and death appeared in his mind. The cycle of life and death, an ancient I technique, requires only a glance to bring about destruction. With another glance, everything can be revived. Life and death are merely a thought apart. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Among the rewards over the years, only this ancient I technique could be deemed a divine ability, one that could not exist in the Kanglin realm. With this I technique, his power increased once more. Alright, I've been out for a while, it's time to return to Daoi Sect. Chu Fan planned to return to Daoi Sect to give Jiang Feng the Hercules pill. Master, is my talent sufficient? Will you accept me as your closed-door disciple? Outer disciples receive lower treatment and rely mostly on personal efforts and cultivation, while closed-door disciples receive Outer disciples receive lower treatment and rely mostly on personal efforts and cultivation, while closed-door disciples receive unknown guidance from the master and have access to the most resources. No problem, from now on you are my Chu Fan's closed-door disciple, Chu Fan declared firmly, moving Jiang Feng deeply. Having completed the task, Chu Fan returned to Daoi Sect much faster, reaching Shanling Peak in less than 2 days. After handing Jiang Feng over to Qing Shui, Chu Fan brought Fang Qian and Fang Huai to Ziwufeng, where Elder Qi Siyun resided. Master Qi, I'm here. Oh. What brings you to Ziwufeng today, Chu Fan? Qi Siyun walked out of the room holding a delicate alchemy furnace billowing white smoke, smiling. The atmosphere in Daoi Sect is excellent. The interactions between elders and disciples are harmonious, devoid of scheming. Once one enters the Inter-sect of Daoi Sect, they become family, and aside from the formal rules to follow, everyone gets along well privately. I came to find you because something good has happened. Look, during my recent travels I encountered a promising alchemist and brought her back for you. Chu Fan presented Fang Qian to Qi Siyun. Oh. Let me have a look, Qi Siyun said, carefully inspecting Fang Qian and nodding. She does seem promising. I sense a familiarity about her. Here, place your hand on this talent orb, Qi Siyun instructed, producing a talent orb with her free hand. Fang Qian obediently placed her hand on it, and 3 seconds later a green light shot into the sky, making Qi Siyun's eyes shine even brighter. Master Qi, Fang Qian not only has green talent, but also possesses a clear spirit pill body. Upon hearing this, Qi Siyun hurriedly set aside the talent orb and alchemy furnace, focusing intently on examining Fang Qian. The clear spirit pill body is a natural talent for alchemy. Qi Siyun's success stems from her own unique physique, the medicine mystic body, which is also highly sought after by alchemists. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. Turns out she possesses a clear spirit pill body. How wonderful. Ziwufeng has a successor. After confirming Fang Qian's physique, Qi Siyun was overjoyed. Chu Fan, you've given me such a great gift, I don't know how to repay you. How about this? I'll double the alchemical resources for Shanling Peak for you from now on. Thank you, Master Qi, Chu Fan replied. No need for politeness, I should be thanking you. After settling Fang Qian, Chu Fan continued with Fang Huai to Jinling Peak, where Fang Huai successfully became a disciple of Elder Lingyu. During this time, Chu Fan also used his insightful eye to gather information about Qi Siyun and Lingyu. Qi Siyun appeared to be at the 8th level of the Holy King realm, but was actually at the 8th level of the Holy Emperor realm, while Lingyu, despite appearing at the 8th level of the Holy King realm, was truly at the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, close to the 1st level of the Holy Master realm. Indeed, as elders of Daoi Sect, they excel in concealing their true realms. This also explains why some holy sects have long been lost to history over the past 100,000 years, while Daoi Sect has maintained an unbroken lineage throughout the ages, relying on this kind of low-key and practical enduring Tao. In Eastern continent, other sects that are also called holy sects have sect leaders whose strengths barely reach the 5th level of the Holy Emperor realm, with most elders ranging between the 9th level of the Holy King realm to the 3rd level of the Holy Emperor realm. But Daoi Sect, the weakest elder's strength is several levels higher than their sect leaders. While those sect leaders are still striving to break through the 6th level of the Holy Emperor realm, Daoi Sect's elders are already pushing towards the Holy Master realm. Chu Fan shook his head with a smile, sighing. Afterwards he returned to Shanling Peak to prepare gifts for Jiang Feng. Upon returning, Qing Shui brought Jiang Feng before Chu Fan. Jiang Feng had already changed into new clothes, shedding his former wild appearance. He now appeared cultured and refined, at least until he spoke. Initially, Jiang Feng was quite pleased with becoming Chu Fan's closed-door disciple, but upon seeing his senior sister Qing Shui, all that pride vanished. The senior sister, not yet 17, was already at the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, while he at 20 remained stuck at the 1st level. In such a comparison, he had nothing to be proud of. From every aspect, Qing Shui could easily overshadow him. "Master, I heard you gave my senior sister a gift," Jiang Feng said pitifully. He already knew that Qing Shui had progressed rapidly due to the Nirvana pill and techniques given by Chu Fan. To catch up with his senior sister, he could only think of getting benefits from Chu Fan. Of course, here is the Hercules pill. Once you consume it, your talent will improve. And this book, the strength technique, if cultivated to perfection, can shatter mountains and split seas with a single punch. Chu Fan handed Jiang Feng the rewards from the system. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swallowed the Hercules pill in one gulp. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng's physique improved and his cultivation rose 2 levels, reaching the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Awesome. I finally broke through. Oh ho ho ho. Jiang Feng, elated after breaking through, danced around like a monkey that had just eaten its fill in the wild. Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Master, you don't understand. I have been at the 1st level of the Martial King realm since I was 5. For 15 years, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break through. Now that I have, how can I not be happy? You were already at the 1st level of the Martial King realm at 5. Upon hearing this, both Chu Fan and Qing Shui looked at Jiang Feng with curiosity, making him feel quite uncomfortable. "Tell me about your situation." Jiang Feng had no choice but to recount his origins truthfully. He did not know who his biological parents were from the day he became aware he was accompanied only by a tiger demon until he turned 16, when the tiger demon left. At the age of 5, he had already reached the 1st level of the Martial King realm, possessing immense strength. Initially, he had no concept of cultivation and did not pay much attention to the strength of his own cultivation. After all, in the entire desolate mountain region, he was the strongest. As he grew more perceptive and learned about cultivation from others, he began to practice in order to become stronger, capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth, like other powerful beings. For some unknown reason, no matter how Jiang Feng cultivated, he could not improve his cultivation level. Even consuming countless spirit herbs yielded no results, and after more than 10 years without progress, he occasionally resorted to robbing the rich to help the poor just to pass the time until he met Chu Fan. After listening, Chu Fan fell silent. It was the first time he had heard of Jiang Feng's situation. On the journey back to Inter-sect, he had also examined Jiang Feng's body and found nothing unusual. The key lay in the power pill. Jiang Feng had only broken through his cultivation after consuming the power pill rewarded by the system. System, what exactly is Jiang Feng's situation? Ding host Jiang Feng has no issues, everything is related to his constitution. The power pill merely rectified his physical defects. Now his problem has been resolved. With the system's response, Chu Fan understood. It turned out to be related to Jiang Feng's constitution. Since the system said there was no problem, there was no need to investigate further. However, to reassure Jiang Feng, Chu Fan decided to act as if he were investigating. He placed his hand on Jiang Feng's head, injecting a stream of spiritual energy that coursed through Jiang Feng's meridians, then said, "I have examined your body, and there is nothing unusual. Moreover, the power pill you consumed has resolved your issue with breaking through your cultivation. Just focus on your training from now on." "Yes, Master," Jiang Feng said gratefully. Beside him, Qing Shui also sighed in relief, as she was worried that this new junior brother would have obstacles in his cultivation, but fortunately the master was all-powerful. "Qing Shui, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently?" Replying to Master, "No, I feel I am about to break through to the 4th level of the Martial King realm." "Master, where are we going?" Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. "Don't you want to be the closed-door disciple? Then of course we're going to your residence." After speaking, Chu Fan lifted his foot and walked toward the foot of Shanling Peak. Jiang Feng had no choice but to silently follow, while Qing Shui went to the pavilion to train, as Yi Xian in the pavilion was about to break through to the 2nd level of the Martial King realm. "Master, why have you stopped?" "Because we have arrived. This is the gate of our Shanling Peak. Didn't you say you would take me to my residence?" As Jiang Feng spoke, his tone gradually weakened. "This is your residence. Didn't you shout that you wanted to be the closed-door disciple? From now on, your main task aside from cultivating will be to manage the gate. That's it for now." After speaking, Chu Fan vanished in a flash, leaving Jiang Feng standing there in shock. Closed-door disciple. Managing the gate. Is that what it means? Back at the peak, Chu Fan took out the peach divine tree and planted it next to the bodhi divine tree. Although the rank of the peach divine tree was slightly lower than that of the bodhi divine tree, it was still a treasure that had never appeared in the Kanglan realm. Just the 3,000 peaches on the tree that extend lifespan could stir up turmoil throughout the entire Kanglan realm. The effects of the peaches were wondrous, but for the young Chu Fan they were merely somewhat advanced spirit fruits. He picked a fist-sized peach and took a bite. The sweet flesh contained spiritual essence, and as it slid down his throat the world before his eyes became clear. The juice that dripped onto the ground instantly sprouted a dozen flowers. Delicious. Chu Fan praised while eating, truly worthy of being a peach capable of refreshing the mind. 10 days passed and voices came from the pavilion at the foot of the mountain. Qing Shui and Yi Xian completed their breakthroughs. Qing Shui was now at the 4th level of the Martial King realm, while Yi Xian was at the 2nd level. At the gate, Jiang Feng, who had already started practicing the strength technique, was also getting back on track, still at the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. At this moment, a sturdy figure appeared at the gate of Shanling Peak, raising his hand to knock. Who is it? Jiang Feng asked as he opened the gate. It's the Sect Master. Hello, Sect Master. Jiang Feng greeted Guan Tianhua politely. Jiang Feng had never seen Guan Tianhua, but Qing Shui had taught him to recognize the Dao-sect's attire. So you are Chu Fan's new disciple. Your strength is impressive. Is Chu Fan around? Guan Tianhua complimented Jiang Feng before stepping into Shanling Peak. Master is at the peak, the Sect Master is looking for him. Before Jiang Feng could finish speaking, Guan Tianhua had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the pavilion. Disciple. Guan Tianhua exclaimed with delight upon seeing Yi Xian. After over a month apart, Yi Xian seemed like a different person, having reached the 2nd level of the Martial King realm with flames of power hidden within. Master, what brings you here? Yi Xian also expressed surprise upon seeing Guan Tianhua. What, don't you want me to come, No, of course not, Yi Xian replied awkwardly. Seeing that the two were about to start chatting, Qing Shui quietly retreated from the pavilion to find Jiang Feng to play. Master Elder Chu gave me a fruit, and then I awakened the flame divine body. Yi Xian recounted his experience of coming to Shanling Peak to Guan Tianhua. Guan Tianhua became more and more excited as he listened, astonished by Chu Fan's powerful methods. After encouraging Yi Xian a few times, Guan Tianhua headed to the peak to find Chu Fan, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. Since 2 divine trees had been planted at the peak for safety, Chu Fan had set the peak as a forbidden area, laying down multiple formations. In the future, only he could enter and others needed to obtain his permission to enter. Thus, before Guan Tianhua arrived at the peak, Chu Fan had already come down. Elder Guan, do you need something from me? Of course, there are only 2 days left until the new disciples start their classes, so I'm here to inform you. I almost forgot you were going to tell me. Good, I will have Qing Shui and Jiang Feng go. Hearing Guan Tianhua say this, Chu Fan finally remembered. After Dao-sect recruits new disciples, all disciples are arranged to attend classes at the square 3 months later. This class is organized by Elder Zhenqi, the Peak Master of Fuxiang Peak, to teach the new disciples about the arrangement of formations. Having finished explaining the matter of attending the lecture, Guan Tianhua narrowed his eyes and flashed a sly smile, then lightly bumped his shoulder against Chu Fan. Junior Sect Brother Chu Fan, I just spoke with Yi Xian. He mentioned you possess a miraculous fruit capable of awakening one's innate constitution. Might I inquire? So it begins. Chu Fan shook his head with a faint smile. The moment he decided to administer the bodhi fruit to Yi Xian, he had already foreseen this very day. Please follow me, Senior Uncle Guan, Chu Fan said, turning toward the summit of Xiansheng Peak with Guan Tianhua trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the peak, Chu Fan pointed toward the distant Bodhi sacred tree and the Pan Tao sacred tree. Senior Uncle Guan, this is the Bodhi sacred tree. The fruit I gave Yi Xian was its Bodhi fruit, which enhances enlightenment and may awaken one's innate constitution. The other is the Pan Tao sacred tree. Its peaches extend lifespan, consuming a single one grants a millennium of additional years. No sooner had he spoken than Guan Tianhua's eyes bulged like bronze bells, his mouth gaped wide, and he swallowed hard, deeply audibly. Junior Sect Brother Chu Fan, where on earth did you acquire such peerless treasures? This Bodhi sacred tree is one of the 4 divine roots. Guan Tianhua was visibly stunned, his voice stumbling with disbelief. While traveling outside the sect, I accidentally stumbled upon a hidden realm. Within it stood both these sacred trees. I claimed them and departed immediately. Chu Fan recited the premeditated excuse. Do you recall the realm's location? Can you re-enter it? He shook his head. It vanished the moment I emerged, no trace remains. What a pity, Guan Tianhua sighed, already envisioning a thorough plundering expedition. After sighing, his gaze snapped back to the 2 sacred trees. Rubbing his hands together with a leering grin, he chuckled. Junior Sect Brother Chu Fan, these Bodhi fruits and Pan Tao peaches are plentiful. Might you consider contributing some to the sect? Such gifts could elevate our inner disciple generation to new heights. And those venerable ancestors slumbering in their coffins, half dead yet still breathing, could regain vitality, even experience a second spring of life if nourished with Pan Tao peaches. Fearing refusal, Guan Tianhua added swiftly, in return I shall inscribe your contribution into the sect's ancestral chronicle, enshrining your name for veneration by generations of disciples to come. Chu Fan offered a wry smile. Something about Guan Tianhua's words felt subtly off. Yet this exchange revealed an undeniable truth. Guan Tianwei was indeed a consummate sect master, one who upon encountering rare treasures first thought not of personal gain, but of the sect's collective advancement. After all, he possessed over 1,000 bodhi fruits, and though 2,985 pan tao peaches had originally been harvested, 15 had already been consumed as casual fruit. Donating a portion posed no hardship. Daoyi sect was a vast family. When blessings arose, they were meant to be shared. With Guan Tianwei present, the timing was perfect. This presents no difficulty. I intend to grant 1 bodhi fruit to each inner disciple. As for the pan tao peaches, I'll allocate them according to the number of venerable ancestors. Senior Uncle Guan, how many inner disciples does Daoyi sect currently have? What are their cultivation realms? And how many ancestors lie in slumber? Daoyi sect boasted countless disciples. Its 10 mountain peaks displayed only a fraction of its true strength, countless others trained in secret, unseen, and unknown. Moreover, Chu Fan had long remained sequestered, utterly unaware of the sect's precise disciple count. Not even the elders he suspected possessed exact figures. Only the sect master held such comprehensive knowledge. To be candid, junior sect brother, Chu Daoyi sect currently numbers 473 inner disciples. Their realms span from martial sovereign realm 8th tier to martial saint realm 3rd tier, the very vanguard of our sect's future. As for the slumbering ancestors, not many, merely 1,600 and more. Not many, merely 1,600 and more. Even Chu Fan, who had braced himself, recoiled inwardly at the figure. Was this some jest? Across the entire eastern continent, the combined ancestral counts of the other 7 great holy sects likely fell short of half that number. Truly worthy of the title the Six Elders sect, its doctrine of cautious endurance ran deep in its marrow. By comparison, the number of inner disciples seemed almost modest. As for their stated cultivation realms, however, Chu Fan harbored quiet skepticism. Saying nothing further, Chu Fan plucked 600 bodhi fruits and 2,000 pan tao peaches, packed them neatly, and tossed the entire bundle unceremoniously into Guan Tianwei's arms. The sect master grinned so widely his mouth nearly stretched to his ears. The 600 bodhi fruits would suffice for all inner disciples, with surplus remaining for distribution among the elders. The pan tao peaches, however, belonged solely to the ancestors, untouchable. Junior sect brother Chu Fan, at sunset tomorrow I shall return, to witness the inner disciples partake of the bodhi fruits. Having spoken, Guan Tianwei hurried down Xiancheng Peak, hastening toward Daoyi sect's most hallowed forbidden zone. Chu Fan knew precisely why to deliver the pan tao peaches to the ancestors. With that, Daoyi sect's apex cultivators would no longer fear the exhaustion of their lifespans. Deep within Daoyi sect's most secluded forbidden sanctuary, Guan Tianwei presented his sect master token, and after opening 300 sealed gates, finally arrived at the resting place of the ancestors. Xiao Guanzi, what brings you here? Has Daoyi sect fallen into crisis? A venerable elder with snow-white hair but rosy cheeks and vigorous bearing blocked Guan Tianwei before a colossal stone gate. Greetings, Elder Yang. I come bearing no ill tidings. Today I bring a rare treasure for the ancestors. Guan Tianwei bowed respectfully, then withdrew a single pan tao peach from his spatial ring and placed it reverently into Elder Yang's palm. Elder Yang was one of Daoyi sect's most ancient ancestors, having cultivated for tens of thousands of years. His profound cultivation art rendered slumber unnecessary, thus he assumed the role of gatekeeper. Gazing upon the vibrant aura emanating from the peach in his hand, Elder Yang felt an overwhelming urge to devour it whole. What celestial peach is this? I sense boundless vitality radiating from it. Elder Yang, this is the pan tao peach. One fruit bestows a millennium of extended life. Guan Tianwei. Elder Yang, eager to verify its power, devoured the peach in several swift bites, leaving only the pristine pit which he carefully stowed away in his spatial ring. Moments later, sensing his lifespan truly extended by 1,000 years, Elder Yang's eyes blazed with radiant light, so fiercely that Guan Tianwei instinctively recoiled in trepidation. Is this the rare treasure you spoke of? How many more remain? Elder Yang had already grasped Guan Tianwei's intent to revive the slumbering ancestors with these pan tao peaches. Respectfully, Elder Yang, though not abundant in absolute terms, there are enough to grant one to each ancestor resting within. What? So many? Elder Yang gasped, expecting perhaps a handful of such divine fruits, never imagining there would be over 1,000. With that, the question of allocation dissolved entirely. Follow me, Elder Yang declared, his mood soaring. He cast a seal hand gesture, the massive stone gate groaned open, and led Guan Tianwei inside. There, under Guan Tianwei's heart-pounding gaze, Elder Yang struck each coffin with a single palm strike, awakening over 1,000 slumbering ancestors. Comrades, dinner is served. That night, disciples and elders alike across Daoyi sect heard unearthly, terrifying laughter. GGG. Hee hee. Oh ho ho ho, so chilling it shattered concentration, halting cultivation altogether, and sent waves of dread through the sect as if malevolent specters were descending upon their sacred grounds. The night echoed with spectral mirth, unfathomable, ancient, and utterly unbound. The tranquil night of the Daoyi sect welcomed the rising sun amidst the crazy laughter of the ancestors. Guan Tianwei used an impeccable excuse to explain last night's events, and the disciples who had been frightened all night began to immerse themselves in their tasks or cultivation. In the grand hall of the Dao-sect, Guan Tianwei summoned 56 elders to the hall and began distributing Bodhi seeds. Master, is this the legendary Bodhi seed? Why haven't I seen junior brother Chu Fan come? Qi Xian tightly held the Bodhi seed, glancing around, but failing to spot Chu Fan, so she inquired of Guan Tianwei. Chu Fan had found a genius in alchemy for her, so whenever there were benefits, he was the first one she thought of. The other elders also cast questioning expressions at Guan Tianwei. He esteemed elders, please remain calm. I forgot to mention that these Bodhi seeds were contributed to the sect by junior brother Chu Fan. Besides you, there are some to be given to the direct disciples. So that's how it is. Junior brother Chu Fan is quite thoughtful. Indeed, junior brother Chu Fan's spirit is worthy of our admiration. All the elders present expressed their praise for Chu Fan, and these compliments came from their hearts. Esteemed elders, please remember to consume the Bodhi seeds promptly after returning to enhance your strength and comprehension. Also, this matter must be kept confidential. It cannot be overheard by outsiders. We are not afraid of trouble, but we cannot let junior brother Chu Fan attract any issues because of this. Guan Tianwei solemnly instructed. The elders nodded in agreement. They would have acted this way without needing Guan Tianwei's reminder. Those who could become elders of the Dao-sect were undoubtedly wise and emotionally intelligent. A silent accumulation of wealth was the hard truth. The meeting quickly dispersed, with 6 elders heading towards the outer sect of the Dao-sect, while the 9 peak masters returned to their respective mountains. The remaining elders who belonged to the shadows flew towards the back mountain. All of this took place very secretly. No one knew that the elder group of the Dao-sect had such a substantial number. On the surface, the Dao-sect had only 16 elders, including those from the outer sect, and the peak masters, which was standard for a holy sect. Other holy sects had a similar number. When sunset arrived, Guan Tianwei went to Shanling Peak, called for Chu Fan, and took him to the back mountain. Upon reaching the back mountain, Guan Tianwei executed a complex hand seal, and a portal appeared before them. Step inside. Guan Tianwei took the lead and entered the portal. After walking over 10 meters inside the portal, the scene shifted, revealing a secret realm before the two. Chu Fan scanned with his divine sense and discovered that this secret realm was about the same size as the Dao-sect outside, filled with hundreds of figures, some cultivating, others engaged in discussions. Among them, 41 figures were scattered throughout the secret realm, all appearing to be at the 7th or 8th level of the Holy King realm, while the others were relatively younger disciples, their realms ranging between martial monarch and martial saint. This must be the hidden strength of the Dao-sect. Indeed, it was extraordinary. When Guan Tianwei and Chu Fan arrived at a massive plaza, a bell rang throughout the secret realm. Soon, in less than 10 breaths, 473 disciples gathered in the plaza, forming an orderly square. We greet the master. We greet Elder Chu. The disciples respectfully bowed and shouted to Guan Tianwei and Chu Fan. Clearly, before their arrival, Guan Tianwei had informed these disciples of their coming. Chu Fan activated his insight eye, scanning back and forth among the disciples. He was startled by what he saw. The disciples, aged between 35 and 50, surprisingly all possessed a realm of at least the 8th level of martial saint, with some already at the 2nd level of holy king. Their talents were all above green, with over 10 reaching blue, and even one at purple. This was far from the 8th level of martial monarch and 3rd level of martial saint that Guan Tianwei described. Any of these disciples, if taken out, would easily defeat the direct disciples of other holy sects. It's worth noting that the direct disciples of other holy sects were of a similar age, but at most reached the 5th level of martial saint. Chu Fan began to wonder what allowed the Dao-sect to cultivate so many prodigies, 473 in total, which was terrifying. No wonder they had maintained an unbroken lineage since ancient times. As such strength and foundation were to be expected. The founding ancestor of the Dao-sect was indeed a visionary. Without further ado, I have called you here today to present you with an opportunity. As for how much fortune you can gain, that depends. Qin Haoren stepped forward. As soon as the words were spoken, a handsome young man stepped out from the ranks. He stood 8 feet tall, with single eyelids, a determined gaze, and a commanding presence. Qin Haoren was the disciple with purple talent, having reached the 1st level of Holy King, making him the strongest among the present disciples. Haoren is here. May I ask what the master commands? Distribute these Bodhi seeds. Each person gets one. Guan Tianwei handed the space ring containing 473 Bodhi seeds to Qin Haoren. Upon hearing the words Bodhi seeds, everyone was extremely excited. The opportunity spoken of by the master turned out to be the Bodhi seeds. This was too shocking. Despite this, all disciples remained silent, trying their best to stay composed. This scene did not escape Chu Fan's notice, and he silently nodded. After over 10 minutes, Qin Haoren had distributed all the Bodhi seeds and instructed everyone to space themselves apart before beginning to swallow and refine the Bodhi seeds. Guan Tianwei and Chu Fan watched from the side, ready to handle any unexpected situations. Half an hour later, over 40 figures flew toward the plaza. Soon they landed beside Guan Tianwei, each one smiling and greeting Chu Fan. Chu Fan sensed the aura of the Bodhi seeds from them. Chu Fan, these are the elders responsible for teaching martial arts in the secret realm. They have just refined the Bodhi seeds, and I have informed them of your contribution of the Bodhi seeds to the sect. Guantani's words reached Chu Fan's ears just in time. So that was the case. Chu Fan responded with a smile to the elders and activated his insight eye. To his astonishment, all 41 elders were at least at the first level of Holy Lord, with 10 at the second level, 3 at the third level, and 1 at the fourth level. However, their auras were relatively chaotic, likely due to just breaking through their realms. With the addition of these elders, there was no need to worry about any issues arising from the disciples refining the Bodhi seeds. These disciples were the best of the besta. Within just a day, they had completely refined the Bodhi seeds. The most talented Qin Haoren broke through to the 4th level of Holy King, while the other disciples also advanced 1 level. Moreover, all disciples experienced a significant boost in their comprehension, enabling them to progress smoothly in their future cultivation. Techniques that previously required extensive time to comprehend could now be understood in just a few days or even shorter. This result left Guan Tianwei and the elders present unable to contain their joy. By the time Chu Fan and Guan Tianwei left the secret realm, it was already time for the new disciples to attend class. Chu Fan, as your uncle, I want you to keep the matters here to ourselves and never disclose them to others. Although I know Chu Fan won't speak carelessly, I still need to remind you. Rest assured, Uncle Guan, I will keep it confidential. By the way, nephew, this is the token given to you by the ancestor. With this token, you can request each ancestor to do 3 things for you. Remember, it's each ancestor. Guan Tianwei handed a black token engraved with the character 1 to Chu Fan. This was a decision made collectively by all the ancestors of the Daoyi sect. Chu Fan had given them the Pan Tao, allowing them to no longer lie in their coffins, evading the ravages of time, and as thanks this token was created. Chu Fan did not refuse and accepted the token. Although he didn't need the ancestors to do anything at the moment, it might come in handy in the future. It looks like it's almost time for the lecture to begin. Let's hurry over there. Thus Guan Tianwei and Chu Fan went to the square in front of the main hall where the disciples' talents were tested. As disciples of the Daoyi sect, you must maintain a proper character and never harm your fellow disciples. Those who violate the rules will face the strictest punishments. In the Daoyi sect, you don't have to worry about lacking cultivation resources. Although it may not be the strongest sect in the Eastern continent, it provides ample resources for cultivation. Now that you have officially become inner disciples of the Daoyi sect, you will enjoy preferential access to the sect's resources. I hope you will work hard in your cultivation and achieve great results to repay the sect. When Chu Fan and Guan Tianwei arrived at the scene, they happened to see the Grand Elder Yan Lu teaching the sect's rules with over 1,000 disciples, including Qing Shui Jiangfeng and Yi Xian seated below. Clearly, during the test of loyalty to the sect, nearly 2,000 out of the 3,000 disciples who were temporarily allowed to cultivate in the Inter-sect had been eliminated, unable to enter the Inter-sect for focused training. Alright, next we will cover more important content that you must pay close attention to as it relates to your safety and well-being. Yan Lu paused for a moment and continued, if you go out to experience the world, you must pay attention to the following points. First, never provoke anyone with the surnames Yi Xiaogu or Lin. Second, do not rush into crowded places. Watching the excitement can easily lead to death. Third, do not act with a savior complex. If you encounter someone in danger, do not rush in to help as it may lead to trouble. Fourth, if you encounter danger, the first principle is to avoid entanglement and escape at the first opportunity, while also calling for help from fellow disciples and elders. Do you all remember these points? We will strictly follow the elders' teachings. Very good. Next, Elder Zhenqi will teach you how to set up formations, which will be very useful. After speaking, Elder Yan Lu stepped down from the stage and Elder Zhenqi ascended to begin teaching the arrangements for concealment and confinement formations. The more than 1,000 disciples began to study earnestly. After months of cultivation, most of this batch of disciples were at the 8th level of the Martial Master realm, and there were 2 or 3 who had reached the 1st level of the Martial King realm, all of whom had a foundation of cultivation before joining the Daoyi sect. The most outstanding were naturally Qing Shui Jiangfeng and Yi Xian, all of whom had cultivation above the 2nd level of the Martial King realm. Following them were the siblings Fang Huai and Fang Qian, both of whom had reached the 1st level of the Martial King realm. It seems that the 3rd elder and 5th elder had put in considerable effort with these 2. Nephew Chu Fan, this batch of disciples is quite good, but there are still too few with green talent. I plan to wait until their cultivation reaches the 7th level of the Martial King realm before selecting some talents to bestow the Bodhi seeds. What do you think? Uncle Guan, since I have given you the Bodhi seeds, you can make the decision on this matter. Haha, indeed. To cover up his embarrassment, Guan Tianwei pretended to stroke his beard, only to realize he had none. The formation learning course lasted for 3 days and nights before concluding. After spending more than an hour, Chu Fan returned to Xiancheng Peak. 3 days later, Qing Shui and Jiangfeng returned, but Yi Xian did not come along as he was taken back to the Holy Master Peak by Guan Tianwei for deeper cultivation. Master, we are back. Qing Shui and Jiangfeng came to greet Chu Fan. Follow me. Chu Fan looked at the 2 and gently shook his head. One was at the 4th level of the Martial King realm, and the other at the 3rd level. Too slow. He had to resort to his trump card. Chu Fan brought the 2 to the peak of Xiancheng Peak. He pointed to the 2 mats under the Bodhi tree and said, from today on you will cultivate under the Bodhi tree. You can only come out when you break through to the Martial Sovereign realm. Yes, Master, the 2 said, not daring to disobey. They sat down under the Bodhi tree and entered a state of cultivation. The immortal body of Qing Shui combined with the system reward of the eternal life technique can achieve great success and comprehend the laws of time, which is one of the supreme laws. Once understood, even a 9th level Saint Emperor can be slain by a 1st level Emperor. Similarly, Jiang Feng, who possesses the power of the Hercules body, practices the Force technique, focusing on the path of strength. Once cultivated to the extreme, he can prove his way with strength, and not being an emperor, he can still slay an emperor capable of splitting mountains and shattering seas. Both of them have high starting points. According to the perceptions of the Kanglin realm, breaking through several levels in such a short time is already a sign of extraordinary talent, especially since Qing Shui started from a mortal background. However, in Chu Fan's view, it was still not enough. They needed to progress faster. Both the Eternal Life technique and Force technique were produced by the system. Although the exact level was not stated, Chu Fan was sure they were above the divine tier. The reason Qing Shui and Jiang Feng were progressing slowly was mainly because they had not fully comprehended the techniques as they were too profound. The solution is to enhance their comprehension and talent. Talent is secondary in this aspect, merely determining the upper limit of their cultivation. The key is comprehension. Both of them had consumed the Bodhi seeds, so their comprehension was not in question. If they were allowed to comprehend the Earth tier and Heaven tier techniques of the Dao sect, they would surely reach perfection in less than half an hour. While a method to enhance their talent has yet to be found, Chu Fan knew it would surely come. A ready method to enhance comprehension is available: the Bodhi tree. Cultivating under the Bodhi tree once they enter a state of enlightenment can significantly accelerate their comprehension speed. Once successful, their cultivation will naturally improve. Watching the two enter a meditative state, Chu Fan decided not to linger. He swiftly moved to the pavilion at the foot of the mountain, took out a complete set of fishing gear, and skillfully prepared the bait before leisurely starting to fish. Ding! Sign-in successful. Received a rare treasure, a pair of Phoenix Wonder chickens. The Phoenix Wonder chicken, along with the silk pig, fragrant snake, and bright rabbit, is collectively known as the 4 great wonders of the world, with their meat considered the finest delicacies in the mortal realm. With the passage of time, these 4 great wonders have long since gone extinct, only mentioned in culinary records. Looking at the 2 Phoenix Wonder chickens huddled together, Chu Fan already envisioned several cooking methods for them in his. These 2 Phoenix Wonder chickens consist of 1 male and 1 female. The female is a light brown color with streamlined feathers, while the male is strikingly beautiful, adorned with splendid feathers, a golden feather crown on its head and fan-shaped feathers on its neck highlighted with orange-brown, its body deep red extending to its tail, which is brown and absolutely stunning. Ding! Sensing that the host intends to act against the Phoenix Wonder chickens, a special reminder: please utilize existing resources wisely, eat the eggs, but keep the chickens so they may be a resource that never runs dry. Phoenix Wonder chicken eggs, when used, have a certain chance of enhancing talent. The system's prompt caused Chu Fan to abandon his plan of directly frying them. He put down his fishing rod and carried 1 Phoenix Wonder chicken in each hand to the peak, placing them beneath the peach divine tree. The Phoenix Wonder chickens quickly adapted to this unfamiliar environment, especially when they saw the peach divine tree. They circled around it, continuously cooing happily, clearly enamored with this place. Glancing at Qing Shui and Jiang Feng, he noticed they had entered a deep meditative state, indicating that their cultivation under the Bodhi tree was yielding excellent results. Thus, 6 months of peaceful days passed. During this time, Chu Fan was always fishing, sometimes releasing the fish he caught, other times, when hungry, he would feast on ginger. He also completed his monthly sign-in tasks on time, but the rewards were merely spirit stones and various miscellaneous cultivation techniques. At the summit of Shanling Peak, the 2 Phoenix Wonder chickens built a nest under the peach divine tree, laying an egg every 3 days, and now Chu Fan had already harvested 60 Phoenix Wonder chicken eggs. At first, the 2 Phoenix Wonder chickens resisted when Chu Fan collected their eggs, making a fuss, but after he simply stated, "If you don't give me the eggs, I'll boil you both and eat you," they obediently surrendered. Chu Fan gave the Phoenix Wonder chickens 10 eggs to incubate, keeping the remaining 50 for himself, tasting them whenever he. Not to mention, the Phoenix Wonder chicken eggs were indeed unbelievably delicious, making one crave more. However, to enhance Qing Shui and Jiang Feng's talents, Chu Fan stopped after eating 5. One day beneath the Bodhi divine tree, Qing Shui and Jiang Feng stirred their bodies, enveloped in a faint golden spiritual energy that flowed into them and then emerged from the other side. During this process, some golden spiritual energy remained within them. This situation lasted for 10 days. When the golden spiritual energy dissipated, Qing Shui and Jiang Feng simultaneously opened their eyes, their cultivation levels surging at that moment. 5th stage of Martial King Realm. 6th stage of Martial King Realm. 3rd stage of Martial Venerable Realm. Only when they reached the 3rd stage of Martial Venerable Realm did their auras begin to stabilize. "Master, we did it!" Qing Shui and Jiang Feng exclaimed excitedly. "Not bad, tell me what you have gained in the." "Sister, you go first." "Master, during my 6 months of cultivation, I entered a mysterious space surrounded by darkness, yet I felt no fear. In there I could quickly comprehend the contents of the longevity technique, and now I have achieved minor success in the longevity body, and even grasped a hint of the laws of time. Show me what you've comprehended about the laws of time. Chu Fan nodded. Qing Shue's experience was akin to an epiphany under the Bodhi tree, and although she couldn't reach the state of 1,000 years in a glance, her gains were still substantial. Yes, master. Qing Shui replied, then picked up a small grass from the ground, holding it in her palm, her eyes fixated on the grass. 3 breaths later, one of the grass leaves visibly wilted. Master, this is the time law I comprehended. It currently only allows plants to age rapidly within a certain time frame and cannot yet harm enemies. Qing Shui explained her situation to Chu Fan. It's okay, every beginning is difficult, and now that you've entered the door, continue to ponder, and one day you will fully grasp the laws of time. Chu Fan encouraged Qing Shui, very pleased with her performance. The prerequisite for comprehending laws is reaching the Holy Emperor realm. When the laws are perfected, one can attempt to break through to the Emperor realm. Throughout history, any emperor has at least comprehended a complete law, whether it be the law of light, or the elemental laws of earth, water, fire, or metal. Now that Qing Shui is only at the martial venerable realm, but has comprehended a law, she is already ahead of everyone else. Thus she deserves praise. What about you, Jiangfeng? In response, master, my situation is similar to senior sisters, but I did not comprehend the laws of strength. Instead, I created a method to refine myself, allowing my physical body to break through its limits and exert 10 times the power. You did well too. Chu Fan was very pleased with Jiangfeng's performance. Being able to synthesize the training scriptures from the strength technique to create a body refinement method is tantamount to possessing 2 divine-level cultivation techniques, both perfectly suited for him. I am very satisfied with your performances over the past 6 months. To celebrate, I will cook Phoenix Wonder Chicken eggs. Upon hearing Chu Fan mention cooking Phoenix Wonder Chicken eggs, the Phoenix Wonder chickens currently incubating eggs beneath the peach divine tree suddenly felt a chill pass over them. Oh, is this the chicken master brought back? It's so beautiful. Qing Shui finally noticed the Phoenix Wonder chickens beneath the peach divine tree. Being a girl, she naturally loved beauty, and upon seeing the male Phoenix Wonder chicken's splendid feathers, she couldn't help but express admiration. Yes, these are the Phoenix Wonder chickens I caught during my outing, and they laid some eggs, and eating them has a chance of enhancing, Chu Fan explained. Now both Qing Shui and Jiangfeng's talents were still at blue level. Chu Fan wanted to elevate them to purple level by having them eat Phoenix Wonder chicken eggs. Alright, let's go to the pavilion to cook the eggs. Today each of you will have 3. Hooray! Jiangfeng cheered, skipping down the mountain. Master, this Phoenix rare chicken egg is so delicious, I want to eat more. Jiangfeng exclaimed as he finished 1 egg in 2 bites and shouted for a second. Chu Fan smiled, noting that even at over 20 years old, Jiangfeng still had a childlike personality. This was likely due to his years spent living in the wilderness away from the outside world. Qing Shui was different, composed and steady. She ate her Phoenix rare chicken egg delicately, exhibiting a refined demeanor. There are some left, and 2 are for you. Help yourself. Chu Fan pointed to the 4 Phoenix rare chicken eggs in the pot. Without hesitation, Jiangfeng quickly scooped one up, peeling the shell and opening his mouth in one fluid motion. After Jiangfeng and Qing Shui finished their eggs, Chu Fan began to inquire, so how do you feel? Any special sensations? Not really, master, just no feeling of hunger at all. Jiangfeng scratched his head as he spoke, and Qing Shui nodded in agreement. Alright, you both need to eat 3 of the remaining eggs every day until your talents improve. Chu Fan instructed, then continued his fishing. Jiangfeng wisely cleaned up the pot and headed towards the gate of the Shanling sect. 5 days later, while Chu Fan was fishing, Qing Shui and Jiangfeng hurriedly approached. Master, we did it. Jiangfeng shouted, excitement evident on his face. Qing Shui appeared more subdued, but a hint of joy could be seen on her face. Hearing Jiangfeng's words, Chu Fan directly activated the insight eye to review their information again. Qing Shui and Jiangfeng's talents had turned purple. Very good, I can see that your talents have improved. Now go find the sect master to receive the concealment technique, Chu Fan instructed. After passing the sect's tests, inner disciples of the Dao sect could practice the concealment technique, but since Qing Shui and Jiangfeng had been cultivating for the past 6 months, they were a bit late. However, it didn't matter. The only function of the concealment technique was to hide one's cultivation level. With Qing Shui and Jiangfeng's comprehension and talents, they could learn it in half a day. 3 days later, all the elders of the Dao sect held a meeting, and Chu Fan was also present. Guan Tianwei sat at the head of the table with 6 outer elders and 10 inner elders, including Chu Fan below him. As for the 41 elders inside the secret realm, they would not easily reveal themselves unless absolutely. I have called everyone here today to discuss an important matter. The sect master of the Luoxia sect has sent us an invitation to visit and arrange some sparring matches among new disciples. Sect master, why has the Luoxia sect suddenly invited us? Weren't they always looking to spar with the Fingxing sect? Elder Yan LV questioned, puzzled. The Luoxia sect ranked 7th among the 8 great holy sects in the eastern continent, while the Fingxing sect ranked 8th. Due to the Dao sect's generally low profile, they rarely engaged in martial exchanges with other holy sects, as they viewed the Dao sect's clumsy disciples as unworthy of comparison. According to the information I received, the Luoxia sect has taken in several talented disciples in the past 2 years. They likely have achieved considerable progress, and not wanting to bully the Fingxing sect have turned their attention to us. Guan Tianwei explained wearing a grave expression. The other elders were equally at a loss. This is quite difficult, sect master. Why is that damned Luoxia sect targeting us when we've been so low-key? Sect master, what cultivation levels do those disciples from the Luoxia sect possess? Third elder Ling Yu asked. One is at the 7th level of the Martial King realm and 2 are at the 6th level. This complicates matters as Yixian is already at the 9th level of the Martial King realm while the other disciples are between the 6th levels. It shouldn't be hard to deal with the 2 at the 6th level, but dealing with the 1 at the 7th level is another story. Second elder Qi Xiying furrowed her brow, also unable to make up her mind. Chu Fan remained silent throughout the discussion, but he understood the concerns of the elders. The elders were not worried about being bullied by the Luoxia sect, or rather they needed to find a way to appear normal while accepting the Luoxia sect's challenge. A win or loss could be acceptable, but they couldn't appear too exaggerated. If it comes to that, let Yixian participate as a 7th level Martial King, and take along one 6th level and one 5th level disciple to partake. We can arrange for Yixian to narrowly win while the other 2 disciples can have 1 draw and 1 loss. After a moment, Guan Tianwei made up his mind. Alright, this plan is excellent. This way the Luoxia sect won't notice anything amiss, and a draw will keep them from becoming too arrogant. 4th elder Jin Qi applauded in agreement, and the other elders nodded in approval. Now that we've decided on the participants, let's arrange for the elders to lead. We need 2 leaders. I'll let Chu Fan and 5th elder take charge. How does that sound? Guan Tianwei looked at Chu Fan as he spoke. Naturally, Qi Xiying had no objections to Guan Tianyu's arrangement, but the key was Chu Fan. Chu Fan's identity was rather special, so Guan Tianwei had asked in a consultative manner. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Fan agreed. Since he had nothing else to do, he could go out to take a look and also take Qing Shui and Jiang Feng along to see the world and witness how the disciples of other sects operated. Good, we will set off the day after tomorrow. Guan Tianwei decisively concluded, and the meeting was adjourned. After returning to Shanling Peak, Chu Fan called Qing Shui and Jiang Feng over to inform them about the upcoming trip to the Luoxia sect and instructed them to suppress their cultivation to the 4th level of the Martial King realm. Senior sister, I thought Master was taking us to crush the disciples of the Luoxia sect, but it turns out we're just going to observe. I'm feeling a bit itchy for a fight. After Chu Fan left, Jiang Feng and Qing Shui complained, Junior brother, have you forgotten the rules of the Daoi sect? We must keep a low profile. With our strength it would be a piece of cake to deal with those Luoxia sect disciples who haven't even reached the martial sovereign level. Aren't you worried that showing your exceptional talent will attract unwanted attention? Those who are ruthless won't hesitate to destroy what they can't have. After Qing Shui's advice, Jiang Feng felt relieved and his mindset shifted. The senior sister is right, as secretly improving oneself is the best approach. 2 days later, Chu Fan brought Qing Shui and Jiang Feng to the square. Qing Shui and Jiang Feng's spatial rings were filled with the escape talismans, thunder talismans, protective talismans, and others that Chu Fan had just given them, designed to handle emergencies. These talismans possess the power of a first-level holy emperor. These low-level talismans were like trash to Chu Fan, but they were just right for Qing Shui and Jiang Feng. People were already waiting in the square, most of whom were familiar faces: Elder Yan, LV Elder Qi Xiying, Yixian Fang, Huai Feng Qian, and 2 inner disciples. Upon introduction, these 2 inner disciples were from the 6th Elder's Tianju Peak. One was named Li Yoji, who was the first to reach the peak during the ceremony for accepting disciples, and was at the 6th level of the Martial King realm. The other was named Mengzei, at the 5th level of the Martial King realm. Both of them displayed their real cultivation levels as per Elder Yan LV's request. Now that everyone is here, let's set off quickly. Remember, if you encounter danger outside, your first priority is to protect yourself. Don't hesitate to use those talismans, and also remember to call for help immediately. Daoi sect will always be your strong support. Yan Lu solemnly reminded. Understood, Elder. Yi Xian and the others replied in unison. Thus, under Qi Sign's control, the group of 9 boarded the flying boat and sped toward the direction of Luoxia sect. As soon as the flying boat left Daoi sect, Chu Fan sensed a disturbance. He scanned the surroundings with his insight eye and revealed a mysterious smile. In Daoi sect, everyone is cunning. Daoi sect is located in the southeastern part of East Continent, while Luoxia sect is in the east. It takes 3 days by flying boat to travel from Daoi sect to Luoxia sect. Qi Xiyun split off a strand of spiritual energy to control the direction of the flying boat, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining her pills, while Chu Fan admired the scenery below, and Yi Xian and the others gathered together to chat. Qing Shui, what level are you at now? I can't believe that in just half a year you've only reached the 4th level of Martial King. Yi Xian quietly asked Qing Shui. I'm at the 9th level of Martial King now. Remember to keep it a secret, senior brother Yi. Qing Shui said mysteriously. Indeed you are impressive, Qing Shui. I will certainly keep my word. Yi Xian chuckled, changing the subject, and began discussing the upcoming competition with Luoxia sect with Li Yoji and Mengzei. Fang Huai and Fang Qian were quite familiar with Jiang Feng, and the 3 were exchanging their cultivation progress over the past half year. Fang Huai's master was very strict with him, which led to Fang Huai's rapid advancement. Fang Qian had it a bit easier. She mainly focused on alchemy, so her progress was slower, but let's not forget that she and Fang Huai had already consumed bodhi seeds. This slowness is merely relative to Jiang Feng and the others. 3 days later, Qi Siyun stood up, glanced outside the flying boat, and said, "Everyone get ready. In another quarter of an hour, we will arrive at Luoxia sect." The flying boat had now entered the territory of Luoxia sect with a short distance remaining to the main hall of Luoxia. Upon hearing Qi Siyun's words, the cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes, tidied themselves up, and stood neatly behind Qi Siyun. Upon arriving at Luoxia sect, they naturally had to showcase the demeanor of Daoyi sect's disciples. A quarter of an hour later, the flying boat landed in the enormous square of Luoxia sect, where the elders of Luoxia sect were already waiting. The layout of Luoxia sect is quite similar to Daoyi sect, surrounded by mountains. Between the peaks one can faintly see pavilions and towers with clouds and mist swirling around the mountain tops, highlighting a celestial aura. Welcome friends from Daoyi sect. So it is Elder Yan Sang, the third elder of Luoxia sect. I have long admired you. Qi Siyun recognized this elder, cupped her fists in greeting, and then both sides introduced themselves. Upon seeing that Chu Fan at the age of 26 was already the peak master of Daoyi sect, Elder Yan Sang displayed a hint of surprise. At the first level of Sacred King, this elder is quite gifted. No wonder he was exceptionally made an elder by Daoyi sect. Luoxia sect naturally does not lack disciples at the first level of Sacred King, but they are all slightly older than Chu Fan. Elder Yan Sang was merely surprised and had no other thoughts. Every sacred sect has some outstanding disciples. Surely they can't sour their faces at everyone they see. Guests, please enjoy the dinner first tonight, and we will hold the competition tomorrow. Elder Yan Sang invited the disciples of Daoyi sect into the great hall. It seems that Yan Sang is the elder responsible for this competition, while the sect master of Luoxia sect has gone into seclusion. After chatting for a while, Chu Fan and the others were arranged in several courtyards, waiting for the next day to arrive. Dong dong dong. With 3 bell tolls, over 1,000 inner disciples of Luoxia sect arrived at the square. They were here to serve as spectators to see the disciples of Daoyi sect compete against their own seniors. Elder Qi, as we discussed last night, we will first have the weaker disciples compete. This competition focuses on communication, not on winning or losing. How about that? That is precisely my intention. Qi Siyun replied with a smile, but inwardly she was silently mocking. No emphasis on winning or losing. It's just talk, otherwise why would you proactively invite us from Daoyi sect? Isn't it just to show off under the guise of sparring? It's a pity that although this plan sounds good, the chosen target is wrong. Yan Sang nodded to the chief referee on the arena, who then began announcing the start of the first match. Next, please welcome Ning Ke from Luoxia sect and Meng Zhe from Daoyi sect to the stage. As soon as the chief referee finished speaking, a particularly broad foreheaded boy from Luoxia sect leaped onto the arena. He had sparse hair, narrow eyes, and a somewhat thin frame, giving off a sense of malnutrition. Go Ning Ke! Go Ning Ke! As soon as Ning Ke appeared, the surrounding disciples shouted in unison, their voices overlapping one another. Meng Zhe also took the stage, standing firmly and silently in front of Ning Ke. 5th level of Martial King. Is there really no one left in Daoyi sect to send you out? Very well, I will defeat you with one strike. Ning Ke revealed a mocking expression upon seeing that Meng Zhe's cultivation was 1 level lower than his own. Make your move. Meng Zhe simply responded with 3 indifferent words. Go Ning Ke. Take him down with 1 strike, and let them see the power of our Luoxia sect. Yeah, make your move and defeat him in seconds. Hearing the shouts of these disciples, Yan Sang secretly glanced at Qi Siyun and the others, only to find them unmoved, causing a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Keep pretending. After Ning Ke defeats your disciple, you will reveal your true colors. It turns out that all of this was a carefully planned scheme by Luoxia sect to humiliate Daoyi sect in person. This was merely a preliminary probe, more would follow. They were already plotting how to pull down Daoyi sect and place themselves in the 6th position. However, all of this had already been seen through by Qi Siyun and Chu Fan. Luoxia sect's little tricks were utterly ineffective, and the two remained seated calmly. Seeing that Chu Fan had not said anything, Yi Xian and the others felt it was inappropriate to speak. On the arena, Ning Ke made his move, exuding extreme confidence as he struck towards Meng Zhe's chest with a palm infused with the power of the 6th level of Martial King. Despite Ning Ke's frail appearance, his attack speed was not slow. As he attacked Meng Zhe, numerous afterimages appeared. Meng Zhe neither dodged nor avoided, extending his palm to counter Ning Ke. The 2 palms clashed in front of countless gazes, producing a thunderous sound. Ning Ke was pushed back 3 steps while Meng Zhe retreated over 20 steps before finally stabilizing near the edge of the arena. With 1 move, the outcome was immediately apparent, and Ning Ke was indeed slightly stronger than Meng Zhe, at least on the surface. You brat, you actually have such strength. Seeing that he could not knock Meng Zhe off the arena in 1 strike, Ning Ke's face turned a bit red. Next strike, I will not hold back. Meng Zhe Jr. brother indeed possesses remarkable skills. Even when facing an opponent at the 6th level of the Martial King realm, he can still handle it with ease. Watching Meng Zhe and Ning Ke exchange blows for more than 10 rounds without any sign of defeat, Yi Xian nodded in approval. Senior brother Yi Mengze is known for his immense strength at Tianju Peak. It's not surprising for him to battle beyond his level. To be honest, with Ningke's mediocre skills, I believe Mengze could defeat him within 10 moves if not for. Li Yoji did not continue his sentence. This was unavoidable. Before coming here, Elder Yan had already instructed them not to reveal all their strength. Yi Xian nodded. Mengze's strength is among the top tier of the new disciples, truly deserving of being one of the favored students of the peak master at Tianju. The first match was intense as Ning Ke went from being arrogant and confident at the start to blushing at the end. The shouts from the crowd had quieted considerably, with some disciples of the Falling Sunset sect beginning to suspect if Ning Ke had overindulged the night before. How could he not even subdue an opponent at the 5th level of the Martial King realm? They had promised a one-hit victory, and yet they were nearing 30 moves now. How embarrassing. Seeing that Ning Ke was on the verge of exploding, Mengze knew the time was right and intentionally revealed a slight flaw, which Ning Ke quickly seized. Bang! Mengze was struck by a palm and fell off the arena. In this match, Ning Ke of the Falling Sunset sect emerged victorious. After winning, Ning Ke, panting heavily, displayed a hint of darkness in his eyes, entirely devoid of joy from his victory. To defeat Mengze, who was one rank lower, took a full 30 moves. Had they been at the same level, he would undoubtedly have lost. The disciples of the Falling Sunset sect realized this too, and no one cheered. Each one hoped for the upcoming matches, wishing the Falling Sunset sect could regain its dignity. Meng brother, you performed well. Yi Xian patted Mengze on the shoulder, praising him. Thank you, senior brother. Next it's time to see how my senior brothers perform. Mengze grinned, looking at Yi Xian and Li Yoji. The three squinted, slightly revealing cunning smiles. To quickly cover this atmosphere, as soon as Ning Ke left the stage, Elder Yan immediately had the chief referee announce the second match. In the second match, Li Yoji from the Dao sect faced off against his opponent Chung Qianqian, a disciple of the Falling Sunset sect at the 6th level of the Martial King realm. This match lasted nearly an hour, with both 6th level Martial Kings lying on the arena gasping for breath, utterly exhausted and unable to stand. The match ended in a draw. Elder Yan's expression was somewhat grim. Yi Xian and Mengze helped Li Yoji back, while Fang Qian casually fed him a recovery pill, a failed product she had concocted during her alchemy studies, which could only restore a tiny bit of spiritual energy. After taking the pill, Li Yoji pretended to meditate for a moment before being able to move on his own. Next we will proceed to the final match. Please welcome Zhou Tong and Yi Xian to the stage. The chief referee's voice was urgent. Zhou Tong was the most outstanding disciple recruited by the Falling Sunset sect this year, having broken through to the 8th level of the Martial King realm in just 2 years. Indeed, last night Zhou Tong had broken through from the 7th level of the Martial King realm. Senior brother Zhou Tong, defeat him and uphold the prestige of our Falling Sunset sect. Get him, senior brother Zhou. As soon as Zhou Tong took the stage, the previously dejected disciples erupted with excitement, waving their hands to cheer him on. From this it was evident that Zhou Tong had a high popularity. Elder Yan also revealed a slight smile, believing that with Zhou Tong on the stage there should be no problem. Yi Xian from the Dao sect was only at the 7th level of the Martial King realm. Even if he could fight beyond his level, Zhou Tong could do the same. It could be said that in the third match Zhou Tong was destined to win. My name is Zhou Tong, you may go first. Zhou Tong appeared to be a relatively kind young man, exuding an air of, alright. Yi Xian wasted no time and struck directly. He controlled his power at the 7th level of the Martial King realm, refraining from using the enhancement of the fiery divine body, and launched an attack on Zhou Tong using the low-grade earth-level fist techniques of the Dao sect. Zhou Tong did not immediately attack, but used his movement techniques to constantly evade Yi Xian's punches, seemingly intending to give Yi Xian a slight advantage. Yi Xian was not angry. If Zhou Tong wanted to toy with him, he was merely reciprocating. Thus, after Yi Xian executed 3 types of attack techniques and launched over 20 strikes, he once again increased the strength in his hands, and his speed became faster, landing a solid hit on the evasive Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong flew back, smiling. Not bad, you actually managed to hit me. Then I shall take the initiative. Zhou Tong knew the time had come. Continuing to toy around would make him seem overly arrogant, inviting criticism from others. Had it not been for Elder Yan's instructions, he would not have acted in such a manner. Treating every opponent seriously was his correct understanding of cultivation. The audience also became serious. They knew the climax was approaching. As Zhou Tong made his move, the arena was instantly filled with smoke, obscuring the figures of Yi Xian and Zhou Tong. Elder Yan leaned back in his chair, displaying a satisfied smile. Since Zhou Tong had taken the initiative, it indicated that the match was about to conclude. However, as they watched, the atmosphere shifted from excitement to disappointment, with the expressions of the crowd becoming uncertain and some even showing signs of shock. Because Yi Xian had not been defeated and was exchanging blows with Zhou Tong. How could this be possible? How is Yi Xian managing to do this? After another half an hour, Yi Xian and Zhou Tong retreated, standing opposite each other, no longer attacking. Elder Yan, I believe these two are evenly matched and neither can surpass the other. Since this is primarily a friendly spar, how about we conclude this round as a draw? Alright, let's end it as a draw. Elder Yan's mood was not very good. This deviated significantly from his original plan, but he could not show it. He had high hopes for Zhou Tong, thinking he would be able to defeat the Daoist sect. He never expected the Daoist sect to have such a genius who could reach a stalemate with Zhou Tong. With Elder Yan's nod, the match concluded. Although no winner was determined, the Falling Sunset sect understood very well that in comparison they had lost. You are strong, but I am not weak either. In a year we shall battle again. Zhou Tong remained full of fight. Alright, I hope by then you will have grown even stronger. Yi Xian's words had deeper meaning, but Zhou Tong did not pick up. Goodbye then, I will show you my true abilities. Zhou Tong nodded. He still had trump cards which he had not yet successfully cultivated. In just a year he was confident he could completely defeat Yi Xian. As the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect dispersed, Elder Yan invited Qi Xiyun and the others to dine, but Qi Xiyun declined, citing being out for too long, and directly took Yi Xian and the others away on a flying boat, leaving the Falling Sunset sect. Qi Xiyun knew that Elder Yan was making great effort to control his emotions, and there was no need to stay any longer since the mission had been accomplished. Despite some deviations from the original expectations, the outcome was still quite good. Elder, did we perform well enough? On the flying boat, Yi Xian and the others looked at Qi Xiyun and Chu Fan with anticipation, hoping for their affirmation. You did excellently. Not only did you conceal your strength, but you also disrupted the plans of the Luoxia sect. Just look at their faces, reddened and strained as they tried to suppress their anger. I almost laughed out loud. Qi Xiyun praised. Chu Fan added, you all have great acting talent, especially Li Yoji, who pretended to be exhausted and fell to the ground. Even I couldn't spot any flaws. This outing with the Luoxia sect can be considered a complete success. On the way back, everyone chatted and laughed. The next day, as the flying boat passed over a desolate mountain, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, they're coming. In the next moment, Qi Xiyun stood up. Everyone be alert, something's off. Hearing Qi Xian's warning, Qing Shui and Jiang Feng focused their attention, taking out protective talismans. As they affixed them to themselves, they also helped others, then pulled out thunder talismans and explosive talismans ready to counter any approaching enemies. 10 breaths later, 10 uniquely shaped flying boats appeared outside Chu Fan's vessel. These boats were of the same tier as Chu Fan's all-supreme grade flying spirit artifacts. Listen inside. Surrender all your treasures and you won't be harmed. From the 10 flying boats emerged 30 black-clad, masked individuals, each radiating a powerful aura. A quick glance revealed that the weakest among them was at the 5th level of the Sacred King Realm, while the strongest was at the 1st level of the Sacred Emperor Realm. This was a formidable organization. After using his insight eye to check their information, Chu Fan asked Qi Xiyun, Elder Qi, do you know what forces Xia de Houyang and Lu Xingdi belong to? Qi Xiyun looked at Chu Fan in surprise, then shook her head. I've never heard of them. These names aren't from any other sacred sect, they should belong to rogue bandits. After speaking, Qi Xiyun directly crushed a jade slip. Seeing this, everyone except Chu Fan also took out their jade slips and crushed them. The purpose of this jade slip was to send out a distress signal, and as it shattered, the Daoist sect far away immediately received the call for help. Sect Master, the 5th Elder and the others are in danger. Good, immediately notify the hidden elders. They must act discreetly and not let anyone sense anything unusual. Understood. Back at Chu Fan's side, seeing that Chu Fan and the others still hadn't exited the flying boat, the masked individuals outside were growing impatient. The leader was a middle-aged man named Sieta at the 1st level of the Sacred Emperor Realm. I'll give you another half a minute. If you don't come out, I will take action. The strongest among you is only at the 8th level of the Sacred King Realm. There's no way to escape. Sieta spoke, arrogantly believing he had the upper hand. Inside the flying boat, Chu Fan remained calm and turned to Qi Xiyun. Elder Qi, what do you plan to do? With Qi Xian's cultivation at the 8th level of the Sacred Emperor Realm, it would be easy to eliminate these masked individuals, but it was impossible to do so quickly. If they reacted in time, some might escape. Cautious and low-key actions had always been the style of the Daoist sect, which is why Chu Fan intentionally posed this. Qi Xiyun was unaware that other elders of the Daoist sect were secretly providing protection. Only Chu Fan's powerful divine sense discovered some details, aided by the inside eye. Let's wait a little longer. I believe the Daoist sect's reinforcements will arrive soon. Chu Fan will try to hold back the masked individuals. You focus on setting up a trapping formation around us as quickly as possible. Qi Xiyun began to devise a plan, then turned to Qing Shui and the others. You all stay behind Elder Chu and continuously use explosive talismans to disrupt them. Do you understand? Yes, Elder. After confirming the plan, Qi Xiyun took a deep breath and stepped out of the flying boat. Facing 30 experts above the 5th level of the Sacred King Realm, Qi Xiyun maintained her composure, showing no signs of panic. Who are you? Do you know this is the flying boat of the Daoist sect? Daoist sect? Huh. If the sect master of the Daoist sect were here, I might be a little wary, but you few small fry should surrender quickly, otherwise we will take it from your corpses. What a bold claim. How dare you attempt to hijack people from the Daoist sect? Before Qi Xiyun could speak, a powerful voice came from the left side of the masked individuals. Chu Fan and the others looked over to see the elders of the Daoist sect had arrived. Except for the Grand Elder Yan Lu, the other elders were present along with 10 elders from the secret realm, totaling 17 individuals, each emanating auras from the 6th to the 9th levels of the Sacred King Realm. The elders have arrived, that was quick. Yi Xian exclaimed. He was unaware that these elders had been hiding nearby and thought they had rushed over upon receiving their distress signal. Seeing the arrival of the elders, Qi Siyun smiled, Fang Huai Fang Qian, and all of you keep your eyes wide open. The elders will personally demonstrate how to handle danger outside. Don't think that just because you have reinforcements you can take us down. There are less than 20 of you, how can you fight us? Brothers charge. Xiaoda was startled by the arrival of reinforcements, but quickly urged his brothers to attack fearing delay would lead to unforeseen changes. Step back a bit, Chu Fan, keep an eye on those few. Qi Siyun protected everyone behind her, reminded Chu Fan, and then flew out. Qi Siyun, Ling Yuzhen Qi, and many other elders took action, some choosing one masked individual to face while others took on two. Huh, your strongest is only at the 9th level of the Sacred King Realm, how can you contend with me, a 1st level Sacred Emperor? Haha, how is this possible? Xiaoda laughed as he charged toward the second elder Qi Siyun, unleashing the strongest palm strike at the 1st level of the Sacred Emperor Realm. Believing he could resolve the conflict with a single blow, Xiaoda's eyes flashed with pride, but everything changed when his palm made contact with Elder Qi Xian's raised fist. The devastating force that shattered everything surged from his palm into his body, obliterating his internal organs, and even destroying his divine sense. You're not at the 9th level of the Sacred King Realm, are you truly? Survived. Before Xiaoda could finish, he completely lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a heavy sack turning into a puddle of mud. The other masked individuals experienced the same fate, suffering a devastating strike as soon as they attacked. It was only at the moment of death that they realized these elders of the Daoyi sect were not sacred kings at all. They were clearly formidable figures at the 7th and 8th levels of the Sacred Emperor Realm. If this were to be revealed, the Eastern continent would directly face a storm. Unfortunately, this secret would die with this. The elders are too powerful. Fang Huai Fang Qian and the others watched in astonishment. While they knew their masters and elders had hidden strengths, they never expected them to be concealed so deeply that these bandits couldn't withstand a single strike before meeting their doom. 3 minutes later, the elders of the Daoyi sect stored the 10 floating flying boats in their spatial rings. After thoroughly looting the 30 dead masked individuals, they were completely erased. Elder Qi Siyun then removed the dozens of hidden formations set around them and disappeared into the darkness under the watchful eyes of the others. Let's go. Although the scene has been completely cleared, we still need to be cautious. Qi Siyun held Fang Qian's hand and walked back to the flying boat. Fang Qian looked enviously at her master. Just now she had witnessed Qi Siyun effortlessly kill a masked figure at the 9th level of the Saint King Realm with a single palm strike. Such strength was undoubtedly above the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor Realm. She couldn't discern the exact realm and didn't dare to ask. In the Daoyi sect, unless it was a very close friend, one would not inquire about such matters. However, whether the truth is revealed is uncertain, as probing into another's true cultivation is considered very inappropriate, at least in the Daoyi sect, where such behavior is prohibited. Thus, even though it was the first time witnessing the elders displaying their might, no one dared to ask them about their cultivation levels. Even if they did, it would be met with silence. In any case, they were strong. Everyone obediently entered the flying boat. Just then a voice echoed in Chu Fan's mind. Ding, mission issued. Please accept your 3rd disciple within 3 days. There are generous rewards upon completion. Special note: one of the rewards is the Xian Huang Tower. The Xian Huang Tower, a divine artifact of merit, possesses the ability to free its owner from the entanglements of karma and has many more uses waiting to be discovered. Chu Fan was intrigued. The Xian Huang Tower, a legendary super artifact that fell from the immortal realm to the Kanglan realm, had never truly been seen by anyone. Most knowledge came from ancient historical texts. Master Qi, I suddenly have something to attend to. You can take them back first, and I will return once I'm done. Alright, Chu Fan, be careful on your way. Qi Siyun nodded, not asking what Chu Fan had to do. Qing Shui Jiangfeng, after returning, make sure to digest your experiences from these past few days and focus on your cultivation. Whoever breaks through first will receive the Zawujian as a reward. Chu Fan called Qing Shui and Jiangfeng over and began to instruct them. Yes, master, we will certainly do so. Upon hearing that they could earn the low-grade spirit weapon, Zawujian determination flashed in their eyes. After giving his instructions, Chu Fan left the flying boat. Watching it grow distant, he began to ponder where to go next. System, 3 days is too short. I have no clue how to find them, give me a hint. Chu Fan protested inwardly. Head east. The system provided its guidance and then fell silent. To the east lies the endless sea. Chu Fan confirmed the direction and prepared to fly away on his sword, but suddenly remembered something. He turned around and spoke to the void behind him. Elder Qi, you don't need to follow me. I'll return in a few days. Startled, Qi Xing and several elders hiding in the shadows were taken aback. They hadn't expected Chu Fan to notice them. It seems he is quite capable. Alright then, be careful, Qi Xing replied before piloting the flying boat to catch up with Qi Siyun. They understood that with Chu Fan's abilities he could protect himself. Once he saw that no one was following, Chu Fan finally sighed in relief and controlled the Zawujian speeding eastward. A day later, Chu Fan had reached the farthest eastern point, beyond that lay the vast boundless ocean. A faint scent of the sea breeze hit him as Chu Fan looked out towards the distant ocean. Could it be that the third disciple he was looking for was in the water? In the sea there were only sea monsters. It was impossible for anyone to survive. System, are you messing with me? The system responded. Seeing that the system was silent, Chu Fan stopped complaining. He walked along the beach, but found nothing. Another half a day passed. By now the sun had set in the west, leaving only the reflection of the evening glow in the east. At this moment Chu Fan noticed a dilapidated wooden raft on the surface of the sea where a girl in white was lying, evidently unconscious. Ding, target detected. Chu Fan immediately flew over and rescued the girl back to the shore, then activated the Eye of Insight. Ling Qingxian, age 20, cultivation 6th layer of the Martial King Realm Physique, Reincarnation Body, a celestial being reincarnated yet to awaken previous life memories, talent golden. Wow, a reincarnated celestial being with golden talent. This is incredibly strong, only slightly weaker than Chu Fan with the system. Chu Fan exclaimed that he had struck gold. He used his energy to dry Ling Qingxian's hair and clothes, and then fed her a pill. In less than a few minutes Ling Qingxian awakened. Did you save me? Upon seeing someone beside her, a very handsome young man, Ling Qingxian asked drowsily. In the next moment her expression changed dramatically as she stood up and ran towards the sea. My Xiaoke. I found you unconscious in the sea, so I brought you back. Chu Fan followed her. Thank you, Ling Qingxian said gratefully, then half-squatted on the ground sobbing. Chu Fan silently watched from the side, not interrupting. From Ling Qingxian's words, Xiaoke should be her friend or relative, of the two had encountered danger at sea and were separated. Xiaoke was likely no longer alive. After a quarter of an hour Ling Qingxian's emotions stabilized, but tears still shimmered in her eyes and her face bore traces of her sorrow. Can you tell me your story? Chu Fan gently asked, sensing that Ling Qingxian needed someone to confide in. Ling Qingxian looked up at Chu Fan, feeling his warm smile, and nodded gently. Ling Qingxian spoke for a full hour before finishing her story. It turned out that she was born in a coastal village raised by an old grandfather. A year ago, after her grandfather passed away, she left the village. It was only a month after leaving that she met her best friend, a three-tailed white fox whom she named Xiaoke. Since meeting Xiaoke, Ling Qingxian discovered that she could cultivate every morning. Upon waking from her dreams, she felt her cultivation progressing significantly. In less than a year, she had already broken through to the 6th layer of the Martial King realm. Just half a month ago, Xiaoke suddenly fell ill and remained in a coma. She sought medical help everywhere, but to no avail. By chance she heard that there was a type of sea clam in the deep sea, and its blue pearls, when ground into powder, could save Xiaoke. Thus she resolutely embarked on a journey into the sea, only to encounter misfortune 3 days later. When Xiaoke awakened during her most perilous moment, it emitted a light that blew her towards the shore, while it itself fell into the depths of the sea and was devoured by the sea monsters. A prompt chimed congratulations on successfully taking a disciple, a rewards granted Luan Huai Ju reincarnation formula, a cyan ethereal robe, the Xianwang Tower, and insights into array formations. As Ling Qingxian completed the apprenticeship ritual, Chu Fan received the system's bounty. Since you have taken me as your master, I shall give you some gifts. Saying this, Chu Fan transmitted the luminous orb of the Luan Huai Ju into Ling Qingxian's brow, seeding the formula in her mind, so she could ponder it in the days to come. As for the Putizi Bodhi seed, she would take it after they returned to the Daoi sect. Chu Fan resolved to treat all his disciples with absolute fairness. After imparting the Luan Huai Ju, a cyan garment appeared in Chu Fan's hand. The robe was embroidered with the image of a divine beast, the Qingwan, and exuded an unmistakable ethereal elegance. Wear this garment. It repels both water and flame, can withstand attacks below the first tier of the Shangwang realm, and its defensive potency will grow alongside your strength. Seeing the cyan robe offered by Chu Fan, Ling Qingxian's tear-streaked face brightened with joy. The garment was unbearably beautiful. The moment Ling Qingxian touched the robe, it slipped onto her and bonded with her, establishing a connection that allowed her to change its color at will. Thank you, Master. Your gifts are too generous. That is good. Let the past be past. Once we return to the Daoi sect, you must train diligently. Grow strong, and there will be a chance for Xiaoke to appear before you again. Really? At the prospect of seeing Xiaoke again, Ling Qingxian's earlier melancholy vanished and her eyes. Chu Fan nodded. You must believe in yourself. I will train hard, thank you, Master. All right, let us go. Chu Fan took Ling Qingxian and they flew toward the Daoi sect. He intended to use the system rewards, the Xianwang Tower and the array insights, after they returned. The Xianwang Tower was a merit artifact that demanded careful study. The array insights were familiar to him from past sign-in rewards. Their purpose was to elevate one's array cultivation. That these rewards came from completing a master-disciple task and were paired with an artifact like the Xianwang Tower suggested their effect would be far greater than ordinary, perhaps capable of pushing one to the utmost limits. 3 days later, Chu Fan brought Ling Qingxian back to the Daoi sect. On the way, he briefly explained the sect's situation and pointed out matters that required caution. Guanmin disciple Jiang Feng sensed Chu Fan's presence, opened the gate of Shanling Peak, and hopped over eagerly. Master, you are back. Oh, and there's a pretty girl. You rascal, go call your senior sister over, and let her meet your new junior sister, Chu Fan teased, tapping Jiang Feng on the head with a mock scold. Jiang Feng stuck out his tongue. Junior sister. Wow, master has accepted another disciple. Finally, I have a little junior sister. After Jiang Feng bounded away, Ling Qixian timidly asked, Master, is senior brother Jiang ill? He seems a bit twitchy and nervous. Chu Fan chuckled. He's fine. His past is similar to yours. He grew up alone and developed a somewhat erratic temperament. You will get used to him. A short while later, atop Shanling Peak, Qing Shui and Jiang Feng stood respectfully before Chu Fan, beside whom Ling Qixian now stood. Come, introduce yourself. Ling Qixian stepped forward and bowed. Junior sister Ling Qixian greets senior sister Qing Shui and senior brother Jiang Feng. Greetings, junior sister Qingshuan. Qing Shui and Jiang Feng replied in unison. Chu Fan smiled with mischief at the corner of his mouth and warned them, your new junior sister possesses a golden aptitude. Train diligently and do not let her surpass you. SSS, such formidable talent. Qing Shui and Jiang Feng were taken aback. Indeed, the master's chosen disciples were all of peerless caliber. After Chu Fan's reminder, the two silently vowed to redouble their efforts and not be outstripped by their junior sister. Afterward, Chu Fan had Ling Qixian take a putizi to raise her comprehension. Ling Qingshuan's talent had already reached the pinnacle of the golden grade. She no longer needed the phoenix rare eggs. After refining the putizi, she became even more ethereal. Even the brooding Fingzhen rooster beneath the peach tree wandered over curiously and circled her, its round eyes fixed on her cyan robe. What a beautiful bird! Ling Qixian exclaimed upon seeing the Fingzhen rooster, her gaze lingering on it for a long while. Soon she was happily playing with the rooster. Chu Fan smiled. It seemed this new disciple possessed an innate affinity with beasts and could readily befriend them. Next, Chu Fan began to refine the array insights. Half an hour later, they were fully absorbed, and he showed a satisfied smile. These array insights were truly potent, elevating his array cultivation to the extreme. He could now deploy formations with a single thought without any array flags as aid. Then there was the Xian Wang Tower. Research revealed that beyond insulating one from causality, the tower could assist cultivation. Entering the Xianwang Tower might grant a chance to comprehend the Tao of causality, a principle that stands above ordinary laws. Such profundities Chu Fan had no desire to triflingly probe. He trusted that when the time was right, what should come to him would come. Once Qing Shui and the others improved, they could be allowed to try. 2 days later, Chu Fan found Guan Tianwei and registered Ling Qingshuan's details. Guan Tianwei said, Chu Fan, there is one thing: in half a month the Dao-sect's Tuifan pool will open. Your 3 disciples may enter. Tuifan pool. What is that? Chu Fan asked, surprised. Despite his years in the Dao-sect, he had never heard the name before. Guan explained, I forgot to tell you, the Tuifan pool opens once every 30 years. It can awaken a disciple's potential and has no side effects. Many of the inner disciples you saw had entered it and leapt several levels in cultivation. No wonder those inner disciples were so formidable. They had passed through the Tuifan pool. With Guan Tianyu's explanation, Chu Fan understood the Tuifan pool functioned like an elevating pill, accelerating cultivation without harming one's foundation. There are 200 spots in total. After allocating 70 to the direct disciples, the remainder will be distributed among the 11 peaks. All 3 of your disciples will be admitted. Very well, no problem. Guan Tianwei continued enthusiastically, I counted, and there are 10 extra places. I will use them as prizes in a sect-wide contest. Besides those already selected, the top 10 contestants will also qualify to enter. Uncle Guan, do you think that by our sect's tradition the competitors will really give their all? Chu Fan asked hesitant. Guan Tianwei froze on the spot. Chu Fan's question was unexpectedly reasonable, and he found himself at a loss. In the end, Guan Tianwei decided to forego the competition and allocate the remaining spots directly. Let's go check on your junior sister to see if she overslept, said Chu Fan. Ling Qingshuan's residence was not far from Qing Shui, both located halfway up the Xianling Peak, but Qing Shui usually practiced at the pavilion at the foot of the mountain, while Jiang Feng, as Chu Fan's direct disciple, naturally lived at the main entrance of the Xianling Peak. Now the Xianling Peak had been fitted with a more advanced and sturdy gate, looking extremely grand. The reason was that last time Jiang Feng broke through his cultivation, but failed to control his strength, ruining the gate when he closed it, forcing them to replace it with better materials. Arriving at Ling Qingshuan's residence, Chu Fan and Jiang Feng waited outside, while Qing Shui knocked on the door. However, after a few knocks, Ling Qixian did not come to open the door. Still sleeping. Qing Shui wondered, sensing Ling Qingshuan's aura inside the room. She had no choice but to open the door immediately, seeing Ling Qixian curled up on the bed, breathing steadily, glowing with a faint golden light. Master, it seems junior sister Qixian has entered a special state, Qing Shui called out. Hearing her shout, Chu Fan and Jiang Feng also walked in. She is in a state of comprehension. Her cultivation will improve when she wakes up, which is a good thing, Chu Fan explained after confirming Ling Qingshuan's situation. He had previously learned that Ling Qingshuan could break through realms while dreaming, which should be related to her reincarnation body. It was likely because she joined the Dao-sect, felt warmth, and experienced a change in her mindset, leading to this deep comprehension. Qing Shui, keep watch. When Qixian wakes up, bring her to see me, Chu Fan instructed before leaving with Jiang Feng. Seeing his junior sister getting stronger while sleeping, Jiang Feng was extremely envious. Half a day later, Qing Shui brought Ling Qixian to the peak where the three stood side by side, respectfully facing Chu Fan. Ling Qingshuan's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the Martial King realm, advancing 3 levels in one night. Such talent is truly remarkable. Not bad, just a bit more progress, and you'll reach the Martial Sovereign realm. Keep up the good work, Chu Fan praised. I called you here today to impart an important matter. In half a month, the sect will open the transformation pool. You 3 must enter for a duration of 10 days, as for what realm you can break through to it, depends on your fortune. Master, what is the transformation pool? Qing Shui asked, with Jiang Feng and Ling Qixian also looking curious. As the name suggests, the transformation pool is a great pool that washes away impurities and allows for rebirth, enhancing your cultivation without damaging your foundation, potentially saving you several years of training time. I see now. The 3 nodded, understanding the purpose of the transformation pool. Gaga gaga, the loud crowing of the phoenix chickens interrupted Chu Fan's speech, immediately capturing the attention of all 4. Seeing 2 phoenix chickens flapping their wings and calling joyfully, Ling Qixian stepped over to the peach tree and took a closer look. Master, the phoenix chickens have hatched 10 chicks. Chirp 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 chirp. 10 newly hatched chicks chirped incessantly. Chu Fan looked closely and noticed that the chicks were all pale yellow with more feathers on their heads splitting apart from the middle. Chicks with a middle part. Chu Fan pouted, then suddenly burst into laughter. Suddenly he thought of something and began rummaging through the system space. He finally found a round ball in a corner, took it out and tossed it next to the chicken coop. Since there are chicks now, let them play with this ball. The 2 phoenix chickens understood Chu Fan's words, flapping their wings in gratitude, then directing their chicks to circle the ball. Master, now that there are suddenly 10 phoenix chickens, can we cook them? Jiang Feng licked his lips without any. The 2 phoenix chickens heard this and immediately puffed up their red necks, half spreading their wings and quickly flapping their feet, rushing towards Jiang Feng in a fierce manner, trying to peck his butt. Jiang Feng reacted quickly, dodging all attacks from the phoenix chickens, and a chase ensued between him and the 2 chickens. The phoenix chickens were quite formidable, usually feeding on the leaves of the Bodhi divine tree and the peach tree, gaining a divine quality, with each one's cultivation reaching the 1st level of the Martial King realm. They knew Jiang Feng wouldn't dare to do anything to them, so they became reckless, chasing him with all their might, determined not to stop until they pecked his butt. Seeing the scene, Ling Qixian burst into laughter while Qing Shui also covered her mouth, stifling her giggles. 10 days later, before the transformation pool opened, an invitation arrived at the Shanling peak. Jiang Feng looked at the invitation in his hand and realized it was for a new round of inter-sect disciple exchange initiated by Yi Xian, inviting disciples from various peaks to the Holy Master Peak for exchanges and sparring. Such events are generally initiated voluntarily among disciples, and the Taoist sect encourages them, as besides cultivation, social interaction is also important. Only through mutual visits can deep friendships be established, so that when danger arises, many friends will come to help. Senior sister, senior brother Yi Xian invited the 3 of us to participate in the event tomorrow, Jiang Feng informed. Then let's go, we can't let senior brother Yi Xian down. Qing Shui, having just stabilized her cultivation, turned to Ling Qingshuan. Junior sister hasn't met many others yet, so it would be good to go out and meet people. Emma listened to senior sister. Ling Qingxian replied obediently. Among the 3, Qing Shui was the youngest at 17, while Jiang Feng and Ling Qixian were both 20. However, they still addressed each other according to their order of entry into the sect. Moreover, despite her young age, Qing Shui was much more mature than the other 2. By the way, junior brother and junior sister, remember to adjust your cultivation levels, don't be too high or too low, Qing Shui reminded. Last time they visited the Luoxia sect, they displayed their cultivation at the 4th level of the Martial King realm, mainly to avoid being noticed by the Luoxia sect. There was no need for such concealment in the Taoist sect. If their cultivation was too high, it might seem overly ostentatious. If it was too low, it would reflect poorly on their master, so they needed to adjust to a reasonable level. Then I'll be at the 7th level of the Martial King realm, just slightly below senior brother Yi Xian, Jiang Feng said, changing his aura as his cultivation shifted from the 4th level of Martial Sovereign to the 7th level of Martial King. Qing Shui nodded, also adjusting to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. Then I'll go a bit lower to the 5th level of the Martial King realm, Ling Qixian said, having just learned the concealment technique a few days ago, skillfully adjusting her cultivation. Qing Shui and Jiang Feng's true realms were the 3rd level of the Martial Sovereign realm, while Ling Qixian was at the 9th level of the Martial King realm. The next day, led by Qing Shui followed by Jiang Feng and Ling Qingshuan, they set off from Shanling Peak towards the Holy Master Peak. The exchange meeting was held at the foot of the Holy Master Peak in a small square and reception area established long ago. It seemed that the disciples of the Holy Master Peak had hosted such exchange meetings more than once in the past. As Qing Shui and the others arrived at the Holy Master Peak, Yi Xian personally came out to greet them. He had also cultivated at Shanling Peak for a period of time, and with Chu Fan's help he awakened the flame divine body, significantly improving his aptitude. Just a few days ago he successfully broke through to the 1st level of the Martial Sovereign realm. Aside from the extraordinary Qing Shui and Jiang Feng, he could be considered the genuine senior brother. Junior sister Qing Shui, you're here. Oh, is this a new junior sister? Yi Xian greeted Qing Shui and immediately asked about Ling Qingxuan, who was standing nearby. He remembered that Chu Fan had left halfway back from the falling sunset sect, saying he had something to attend to. Did he take on a disciple at that time? Yes, this is our junior sister from Shanling Peak, Ling Qingxian. Hello, senior brother Yi. Ling Qingxian greeted politely. Great, come in quickly of Fang Qian, and the others have just arrived. Yi Xian had a beaming smile as he led the three towards the square. On the way, Yi Xian looked at Qing Shui and Jiang Feng, then said, "It's been a few days since we last met. A junior sister Qing Shui and junior brother Jiang Feng have made rapid progress already at the 8th and 7th levels of the Martial King realm. Truly worthy disciples of Shanling Peak." Yi Xian's words clearly carried a teasing tone. In reality, he had long suspected that Qing Shui and Jiang Feng's cultivation far exceeded the first level of the Martial Sovereign realm. Not bad, not bad. But what happened to you, senior brother? Last time at the Falling Sunset Sect you were at the 7th level of the Martial King realm, and now you're only at the 6th level. Can cultivation really decline the more you train? Jiang Feng chuckled, a mischievous smile on his lips. Hee junior brother, you know how it is. Yi Xian smiled mysteriously. As they chatted, they arrived at the small square. Fang Qian from Purple Martial Peak, Fang Huai from Jinling Peak, and Li Youji and Meng Zhe from Tianju Peak also arrived. These people were quite familiar along with disciples from other peaks. After mutual introductions, everyone began to engage in lively conversations. On Shanling Peak's side, Jiang Feng talked more while Qing Shui occasionally chimed in, mostly listening to everyone else. Ling Qingxuan, being new and experiencing such a lively scene for the first time, was a bit reserved and spoke less. However, soon encouraged by Qing Shui, she was able to converse smoothly with the others. The attendees were all top disciples of this batch, each possessing talents above the green level, with the lowest apparent cultivation being the 2nd level of the Martial King realm. Junior brothers and sisters, today we gather here. Let's set aside other matters and first enjoy some drinks before discussing martial arts. How about that? Yi Xian raised his cup to host the banquet. Alright, let's toast to that, senior brother Yi. Cheers. There was no intrigue or strife for benefits. Everyone drank heartily, chatting and laughing. After finishing the meal, they transitioned into discussions on martial arts. I specialize in alchemy and can now refine 4th grade pills. I can produce the pills required for the Martial Sovereign realm, so do remember to seek me out if you need anything in the future. Fang Qian was the first to speak. Possessing the clear spirit pill body, she was a genius in alchemy, and under Qi Xian's guidance, she quickly became a rising star of Purple Martial Peak, now able to refine 4th grade pills with ease, and the quality was tending towards perfection. With just a little more time, refining perfect grade pills would be within her reach. I specialize in talismans. I can make defensive talismans, escape talismans, and the like, but the grades aren't very high. They are only effective against those below the 6th level of the Martial Sovereign realm. If you need higher level ones, let me know and my master has plenty. Li Youji said with a fist salute. I'm the same, but I'm better at crafting all kinds of talismans, particularly truth talismans and immobilizing talismans. I have immense strength. I excel at applying herbs. Each disciple introduced their specialties to facilitate future collaboration or assistance when needed. After exchanging views for over half an hour, someone suddenly brought up the upcoming entry into the Transcendence Pool. Senior brother Yi, in less than 5 days will be entering the Transcendence Pool. Do you know more about it? I've heard my master mention it. The specifics are that the Transcendence Pool can enhance each of our cultivations. The greater the potential, the more enhancement one receives. Perhaps by the end of this session in the Transcendence Pool, everyone will enter the Martial Sovereign realm. Then let's hope for senior brother Ye's good words. A disciple from Tongyuan Peak said, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Martial King realm, yet he only displayed the 3rd level. He aimed to break through to the Martial Sovereign realm during this entry into the Transcendence Pool. Then they began sparring, and among those present, only Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, Ling Qingxuan, Yi Xian, Fang Huai, and Fang Qian had consumed Bodhi seeds in advance, significantly elevating their aptitudes compared to others. Therefore, their insights and comprehension of martial arts were quite profound, excluding Ling Qingxuan, who was new. During the exchange of perspectives, their insights surpassed others, leading to enlightening moments. After exchanging contact information, the exchange meeting concluded as the sun set. Senior brother Yi, see you in 4 days. See you in 4 days. As the gathering dispersed, everyone exchanged greetings before leaving. Junior sister, how did you feel today? On the way back, Qing Shui asked Ling Qixuan. I had a great time. All these senior brothers and sisters are so warm, and each one is a genius. I absolutely love hanging out with them. If we're talking about geniuses, junior sister, you are the most talented one here. Who doesn't know that your aptitude is the highest among us? I'm really afraid that in a few days I'll wake up and find that you've surpassed me in cultivation. Jiang Feng, chewing on a piece of grass he had snagged from somewhere, said with a grin. Hump, senior brother is just teasing me. Senior sister, you have to help me. Ling Qingxian pouted and shot Jiang Feng a glare, then smiled and grasped Qing Shui's arm. Don't mind him. Who knows where he learned to be so sarcastic. Hurry and raise your cultivation level or we'll gang up on him together later. Okay. I'll become stronger quickly. On the peak, Chu Fan had watched the Fingxian chicken ball performance for the whole afternoon before remembering it was time to sign in. Sign in. Ding, sign in. Successful reward. Virtue Brick. Virtue Brick, a weapon of cunning with one throw. It can strike true, marking the target, ensures they will suffer a grievous injury, and all defenses will be ineffective. Note the Virtue Brick is a divine artifact currently sealed. Then a rectangular red brick appeared in Chu Fan's hand with a large virtue character inscribed on it. Is this the Virtue Brick? This is too bizarre. Just imagine as the peak master of Inter-sect going out with a red brick in hand. Those who don't know would think I'm here to build. Absolutely not. Chu Fan stated firmly. However, it could be given to Jiang Feng. Master, we are off. On the morning of the fourth day, Qing Shui and the other two disciples bid farewell to Chu Fan before heading to the sect's central plaza to assemble with the main group, ready to enter the Mortal Transcendence Pool. Master, once we enter the Mortal Transcendence Pool, our cultivation will surely break through. So, what reward awaits us? Jiang Feng winked as he asked. Indeed. Upon your return, Qing Shui shall receive the Ziwu Sword, a tier heavenly inferior spirit artifact. Yours has also been prepared. I've kept it secret as a surprise. The artifact for you surpasses your senior sisters in rank. Chu Fan teased Jiang Feng's anticipation. Jiang Feng beamed with delight, his eyes alight with expectation. Truly. Master, you're simply extraordinary. Master, do I have one too? Ling Qingxian chimed in. Chu Fan paused, scanning his inventory carefully, only to realize no suitable spirit artifact existed for Ling Qingxian. He smiled gently and explained, your artifact is still being refined by this master. It will take but a little time. Once complete, I shall deliver it to you without delay. How does that sound? Whoa, master, you forge artifacts too. That's astonishing. Jiang Feng exclaimed in awe. He had assumed Chu Fan was merely peerless and innate talent, having already attained the Saint King realm by his mid-20s, yet never imagined he also possessed the art of artifact forging. Given Chu Fan's character, the artifact destined for senior sister Qingxian would surely match or exceed the Ziwu Sword in refinement. So, was Chu Fan a celestial rank artificer? A sharp involuntary gasp escaped Jiang Feng. A celestial rank artificer held status equivalent to a Saint Emperor. Master, you're absolutely legendary. Jiang Feng gazed upon Chu Fan with profound reverence. Qing Shui and Ling Qingxian arrived at the same conclusion. Noting their mistaken assumption, Chu Fan merely chuckled softly and offered no correction. Let them think what they will. Revealing the existence of the system. Preposterous, no one would believe such a tale. Keep this knowledge strictly between yourselves, do not speak of it lest it draw unwanted trouble. This master still cherishes a few more years of life. Fear not, master, I shall cultivate diligently. Once my realm ascends, I shall stand guard over you. Should anyone dare anger you, I shall send them straight into reincarnation. Ling Qingxian declared resolute. Very well, the hour grows late. Hurry now to the assembly. As disciples entered the Mortal Transcendence Pool, Chu Fan remained behind cultivating within Inter-sect. No accidents awaited there. After they departed, Chu Fan drew up a chair and reclined beneath the Bodhi divine tree, watching the young Fingxian chickens play nearby. After several days of training, the chicks had even mastered bouncing a ball. The elder Fingxian chickens tended their brood with unwavering devotion, laying no eggs at all. When Chu Fan felt a pang of hunger, not even an egg was to be found. In the Forbidden Mountains behind Inter-sect, the ancestral elders, who had consumed the peaches of immortality, no longer required slumber in subterranean stasis. Yang Zhu too was relieved of his gatekeeper duties. A total of 1643 elders now gathered each night for recreation. Elders skilled in music brought forth flutes, gushings, and essie zither. Elder women swayed gracefully to the melodies. The once silent Forbidden Mountains had transformed into a vibrant concert hall. Were it not for the countless suppression arrays sealing away all aura and sound, outsiders might mistake the place for a haunted realm. That day, bored and idle, Chu Fan decided to stroll through the Forbidden Mountains. With the token granted by the elders, he passed every barrier unimpeded. He wished to see precisely how these elders, granted a millennium of life, chose to spend their newfound longevity. As the final gateway swung open, melodic strings greeted his ears. Then before his eyes, over 100 elders danced in synchronized exuberance, leaving Chu Fan utterly stunned in place. Could it be? The ancestral elders of Inter-sect indulged nightly in revelry, living a life of wine song and dazzling lights. Had he not activated his eye of insight, he might have dismissed the scene as illusion. These elders, each possessing strength exceeding the 9th rank of the Saint Lord realm, bore not the slightest trace of celestial grace. Instead, each resembled a boisterous septuagenarian townsman, bottle in hand, head bobbing rhythmically to the music. Ahem, ahem. Chu Fan coughed lightly, breaking the festive atmosphere. Instant silence fell. Over 1,000 elders, still savoring the merriment, turned as one toward him. Oh, Chu Fan. What brings you here? Yang Zhu spoke first. Guan Tianwei had previously shown Chu Fan's likeness to the elders, so recognition came instantly. Elders, you certainly possess remarkable spirits, Chu Fan remarked wryly. Unfazed by his discovery, or perhaps shameless in their mirth, they neither blushed nor faltered, but instead warmly invited him to join their revelry. Chu Fan, perfect timing. Come listen as Elder plays Soaring Toward Heaven. Yes indeed, Chu Fan watch Elder perform the feathered garment dance. An elder woman added eagerly. No need, elders, I only came to observe. But seeing you so joyfully engaged, I shall gift you a few tokens of amusement. With that, Chu Fan retrieved 3 massive chests from his spatial system. From one he poured out over 100 square tiles, each bearing a unique carved motif on one face. What divine artifact is this, Chu Fan? Yang Zhu leaned forward curious. This is Mahjong, Chu Fan replied, pointing to the tiles on the table. Then he gestured to the other chests. This is Xiangqi, Chinese chess, and that is Gobang, also known as Rinju or Black. These items had long lain forgotten, rewards from past sign-ins deemed useless in this realm of mystic. At the time he'd even grumbled at the system, why bestow modern artifacts upon a world steeped in ancient mysticism? Who truly would bother playing mahjong or chess? Yet today they proved indispensable. These elders, slumbering for untold centuries, now sought ever more inventive ways to fill their 1,000-year lifespans. Under the elders' earnest guidance, Chu Fan began instructing them, step by step, in the rules of Mahjong Xiang. Every elder present was a master of mastery, brilliant, perceptive, and quick-witted. They grasped the fundamentals after a single explanation, and soon began extrapolating variations with ease. Within half an hour, 4 elders, including Yang Zhu, who claimed deceit citing decades of gatekeeping diligence, had formed a mahjong table and begun playing. The remaining elders could only watch yearning. 1 set of mahjong, 1 Xiangqi board, 1 Gobang set, for over 1600 elders. Utterly insufficient. Chu Fan, do you have more of these? An elder whispered eagerly into Chu Fan's ear. Others looked on with identical anticipation. These novelties were irresistible. Chu Fan shook his head. None remain, but you may replicate them from materials following the designs. Of course. How did I overlook that? An elder clapped his hands and immediately summoned aid via a communication token. Moments later, Guan Tianwei arrived in haste. Elder, what urgent matter requires my presence? Guan Tianwei asked breathlessly, then lifting his gaze spotted Chu Fan standing among them. Senior nephew Chu Fan, why are you here as well? Xiao Guan, an important task falls to you, elder commands. The hurriedly arriving Guan Tianwei left just as swiftly, holding 3 blueprints in his hands. A closer look revealed the designs of Mahjong Xiangqi and Go. Guan Tianwei had been assigned by the ancestors to create these 3 items. The sudden appearance of such strange and profound objects combined with Chu Fan's presence at the scene led the clever Guan Tianwei to surmise that these were concocted by Chu Fan for the ancestors. Thus, he immediately gathered the 6 elders from the outer sect and assigned them the task as an urgent order. The 6 elders of the outer sect did not ask too many questions and promptly got to work calling upon several capable disciples to work overtime. Later, due to a shortage of manpower, over 100 outer sect disciples were called in to help. After all, Guan Tianwei had stated that this was not something important, and there was no need to worry about it being leaked. On this page, the Daoi sect was divided into 3 batches. The first batch consisted of the ancestors gathered around to watch 4 old men play mahjong, occasionally asking Chu Fan whether their playing methods were correct. The second batch was at another location in the forbidden area of the back mountain, where a large number of disciples were undergoing transformation in the Tuei Fan pool, while several elders stood watch nearby. As for the third batch, the outer sect disciples were busy making mahjong and xiangqi, creating a scene of bustling activity. Li Lian was an undercover agent planted by the Qingshan sect within the Daoi sect, tasked with constantly monitoring significant events happening within the Daoi sect. When he was 16, he failed to gain entry into the Inter-sect and had been undercover in the outer sect for 30 years, establishing quite a reputation among the outer disciples. For the past 30 years, he had been surveilling the Daoi sect and finding ways to secretly transmit information back to the Qingshan sect. However, he had only managed to send back information 5 times, mainly because nothing significant had ever happened in the Daoi sect. To prevent the Qingshan sect from suspecting him of defecting, he had to go through great lengths to gather some relatively important news to report. The Qingshan sect's message to him was to continue monitoring. Just when he thought he would be idle for a while, Li Lian suddenly received an order from the elders to lead dozens of agile disciples to accomplish a significant task. Seeing the elders' impatient expressions, Li Lian's heart leapt with joy. An opportunity had come. It must be that the Daoi sect was planning something significant to mobilize so many people, even having to bring in outer sect disciples due to a lack of inner sect personnel. This was a great opportunity. Subsequently, Li Lian summoned 17 of his fellow disciples to report to the elders. When he saw the mysterious blueprints handed down by the elders, he made every effort to conceal his shock. This was definitely a big secret. The other disciples were similarly affected, some harboring ulterior motives like Li Lian. Li Lian meticulously studied the blueprints, memorizing every detail in his mind. He possessed a remarkable photographic memory, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent by the Qingshan sect as an undercover agent. After recording everything, Li Lian sighed with relief. This was terrifying. He found that he could not understand anything at all. This must only be the simplest part of the more profound details are in the Inter-sect. Li Lian felt he had uncovered the truth. This information must be conveyed back, it was astonishing. Just the simplest part made me feel breathless. What if the deeper contents are such that a single glance would make me faint? Li Lian exerted effort to control himself, not allowing others to detect his agitation, and began to carve out the items according to the blueprints along with the others. After a whole night when the sun began to rise, over 500 outer sect disciples finally set down their tools, and the production task was completed. Once the 6 outer sect elders packed away the mahjong and other items, the elder of the outer sect said, "You all have worked hard. Each of you can go to the task hall to receive 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and a 5th-grade pill." These rewards were enough to equal the resources of Li Lian and the others for 2 years. This further confirmed Li Lian's suspicions. After the elders left, Li Lian hurried back to his residence. Just as he was about to convey the message to the Qingshan sect, he thought of something else and immediately dashed towards the task hall. He couldn't act too obviously. Based on the habits of the outer sect disciples, they would definitely rush to the task hall to claim their rewards at the first opportunity. If they didn't, it would certainly be abnormal. Thus he restrained his impulses and proceeded to collect his rewards at the task hall. When Guan Tianwei received the spatial ring handed over by the outer sect elder, 7 pieces of information were sent out from the Dao Yi sect, each directed towards different locations corresponding to the 7 major sacred sects. The content of the information was identical. The Dao Yi sect was researching a significant secret accompanied by profound and intricate designs. When Guan Tianwei returned to the forbidden area of the back mountain, he could hear the voices of the ancestors from a distance. 9 dots. Pong, 30,000. Eat your cannon. Hee, I'm going to take your horse. 5-star connected, I win, haha. Puzzled Guan Tianwei could only quickly walk in. Ancestor, I'm here. The moment Guan Tianwei entered the door, thousands of eyes locked onto him as if they wanted to devour him. Ancestor, Guan Tianwei didn't know what to say. Where's the stuff? Young Ancestor asked anxiously, having only played 2 rounds of mahjong before being swapped out, and now it still wasn't his turn. He was already anxious to the point of nearly pulling out his beard. It's here, Young Ancestor. Ha ha ha, great, I don't have to wait in line anymore. Come, I'll be the banker, 1 short of 3, let's play. Young Ancestor poured out the mahjong xiangqi and other items from the spatial ring, immediately picked up a set of mahjong, then took out a table to sit down and invited others to take their seats. Then Guan Tianwei witnessed the cruelest scene of his life. Those ancestors at the first level of the Saint Lord realm were like starving mad beggars, crowding together, constantly tearing at each other, aiming only to grab a set of mahjong or xiangqi. This was terrifying. Guan Tianwei patted his chest. What are you still doing here? Hurry and leave, don't obstruct us. Young Ancestor glanced at Guan Tianwei and directly chased him away, then reached out 5 dots. Guan Tianwei left reluctantly. Half a day later, the 7 major sacred sects of the eastern continent received news from their undercover agents placed within the Dao Yi sect. Each sacred sect immediately rang the alarm for an emergency meeting. The Qingshan sect ranked 5th among the 8 major sacred sects in the eastern continent, with an overall strength comparable to the Dao Yi sect, only slightly stronger. They were most worried that one day a powerful figure would suddenly emerge from the Dao Yi sect and take their position, so they invested significant effort into monitoring the Dao Yi sect. At the same time, they would recruit talented disciples a year before the Dao Yi sect planned to accept disciples. Although they couldn't completely prevent talented disciples from joining the Dao Yi sect, it significantly limited the Dao Yi sect's development. At this moment, the leader of the Qingshan sect, Lian Qi, frowned deeply, sitting in a chair with 18 inter-sect elders below him. Elders, according to the information relayed by our spies, the Dao Yi sect is making major moves. Take a look at this. As he spoke, Lian Qi handed the blueprints to the elder, allowing them to examine them together. Master, what do the patterns on this signify? I can only recognize the cardinal directions and this 10,000 character. Could it be that there is a treasure hidden within these patterns? The cardinal directions refer to directions. Have you noticed that each pattern consists of the same 4 sections? This is crucial. We need to pay attention. After examining the patterns, the 18 elders expressed their opinions, most of which revolved around discussions of mahjong. Everyone, do not forget that these black and red pieces, as well as the black and white chess pieces, surely carry different meanings. I suspect that the black and white chess pieces represent yin and yang. An elder from the Qingshan sect, known for his black beard, spoke up. His name was Huai Yunxiang, the most knowledgeable among the 18 elders, having proposed many strategies that kept the Qingshan sect dominating the Dao One sect. This elder could be considered the strategist of the Qingshan sect, nicknamed Qingshan the Wise. Upon hearing Huai Yunxiang's opinion, the other elders turned their attention to the chess and black and white pieces. It seems quite reasonable the black and white pieces likely represent yin and yang, and if that's the case, then do the cardinal directions represent the 8 trigrams? Seeing that no one could deduce anything substantial and all were merely speculating, Lian Qi sighed. Let the undercover agents find a way to investigate the Dao One sect further. There may be more blueprints within their inter-sect. By the way, have someone replicate the items on the blueprints, but remember, do not let too many people know. The selected disciples must also take a vow of secrecy not to leak any information. Understood, Master. Apart from the Qingshan sect, the Xiantian sect, Qingshu sect, and the Wuzhizong among the 7 major sacred sects also began to study these blueprints tirelessly. Especially the Xiantian sect ranked first among the sacred sects of the Eastern continent, as their leader Li Bin had long conducted extensive investigations into the Daowen sect. In the Eastern continent, the Daowen sect is the only sect that has been passed down since ancient times, having existed for a full 270,000 years, while later established sects like the Xiantian sect have histories of less than 100,000 years. The Daowen sect is not simple. I wasn't able to see the intricacies of these patterns either. You should quickly arrange for a few capable disciples to visit the Daowen sect under the guise of exchange. Master, is it really necessary to mobilize so many people? The Daowen sect doesn't seem that formidable. If it weren't for their only supreme master of the 9th level still being alive, one could question whether they could even be considered a sacred sect. An elder expressed his confusion. Elder Wang, do not underestimate the Daowen sect. From what I understand, they are very adept at hiding their strength. I dare say there are certainly 1 or 2 ancestors above the Saint Emperor realm within their forbidden area. Hiss, if that's the case, the Daowen sect is indeed deeply hidden. With such strength, they could easily rank 3rd or 4th, while the Wuzhizong only has 2 Saint Emperor realm ancestors. Another elder remarked. Alright, let's proceed as discussed, to announce it. Half a month later, the Xiantian sect will visit the Daowen sect for an exchange conference. Li Bin commanded. He intended to use this exchange conference to probe into the Daowen sect's foundations, hoping to uncover the secrets behind their profound blueprints. With the announcement from the Xiantian sect, other sects like the Qingshu sect, Wuzhizong Haitian sect, Qingshan sect, Luoxia sect, and Fengxing sect followed suit, sending disciples to participate in the exchange. At this moment, Chu Fan was unaware that a storm was brewing in the Eastern continent due to a mahjong and chess blueprint, which would evolve into a grand event where the 7 sacred sects gathered at the Daowen sect for a competition among young disciples. A day later, the Daowen sect convened another council of elders upon receiving news. The peak masters overseeing the transformation pool were called back urgently. Guan Tianwei held 7 invitations, each sent by one of the 7 sacred sects. What could be the reason for these 7 sacred sects to come to our Daowen sect at the same time? The hot-tempered peak master of the Lihuang peak, Jing Yan, expressed his confusion. Guan Tianwei remained expressionless and silent for a moment before looking at Chu Fan. According to the information gathered by my spies, the 7 sacred sects must have learned that we are planning something big. On the surface, it seems like an exchange, but secretly they have ulterior motives. Chu Fan and Guan Tianwei exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Could it be they discovered that you master were making mahjong overnight and their imaginations ran wild? It's very possible, Guan Tianwei said with certainty. Mahjong. What is that? The peak masters present were unaware of the mahjong affair. Master Chu Fan, are you speaking in riddles? The Grand Elder Yen Lu questioned. Only the 6 outer elders had heard Chu Fan mention it, so the outer elder took out the blueprint from his spatial ring. Everyone, this is what the master was referring to. After a while, Yen Lu and the others realized. Could it be that this is just a toy for entertainment without any profound meaning? Haha, those sacred sects are too. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. 9th Elder Jing Yan clutched his stomach, tears almost streaming down his face. Yen Lu and the others also felt their facial muscles twitch, and soon they couldn't contain their laughter. Pft, pft. Ha 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 ha, damn it, this is hilarious. Those sacred sects are such fools. It took them a good quarter of an hour to regain their composure, with only the tears on their faces proving how much they had laughed. Guan Tianwei calmed himself and continued, although the 7 sacred sects have misunderstood, they are determined to come for the exchange. It will be difficult to arrange the disciples. Indeed, the Luoxia sect recently invited us for an exchange, and now they are coming again. This matter needs to be handled meticulously, we must not leave any flaws. Grand Elder Yen Lu spoke solemnly. Grand Elder is right. How about we arrange 1 or 2 disciples from the secret realm? Qi Xiying suggested. Chu Fan, what do you think? Guan Tianwei asked, wanting to hear Chu Fan's opinion. Chu Fan thought for a moment, and then said, Master, the transformation pool will conclude in 5 days. Perhaps some disciples will break through to the martial honor realm, we can arrange according to their situations. This proposal isn't optimal. Even if disciples break through to the martial honor realm, we shouldn't reveal all our strength. I want them to keep their realms around the 9th level of the martial king realm, and as for the martial honor disciples, we'll choose 3 from the secret realm. Hearing Guan Tianyu's analysis, Chu Fan agreed that it was reasonable. This approach not only ensured that each disciple of the Daowen sect would not expose their full strength, but also prevented other sacred sects from becoming suspicious. After all, according to the overall strength of the Daowen sect, most of the new disciples were at the 7th or 8th level of the martial king realm, with the strongest being at the 9th level, while the previous batch had a few at the 3rd or 4th level of the martial honor realm. Very reasonable. Truly deserving of being the sect leader, his decision-making was impeccable. Chu Fan added the label of wise to his stingy and greedy master. 5 days later, the Tendi transformation pool closed, and Qing Shui Jiangfeng and Ling Qi Xian returned to Shanling Peak. Not bad, you have the style of your master back in the day. Seeing the three of them with significantly improved cultivation, Chu Fan nodded repeatedly. Through his insight eye, Chu Fan clearly saw that both Qing Shui and Jiang Feng had reached the 7th level of martial sovereign, and even more impressively Ling Qingxian had caught up, achieving the 6th level. Indeed, it is worthy of the golden talent. Their cultivation speed is astonishing. You two better step up your game. Qingxian is already at the 6th level of martial sovereign and is preparing to surpass you. Chu Fan reminded Qing Shui and Jiang Feng. The three looked at Chu Fan in surprise, exclaiming in unison, "Master can see our true cultivation level." They immediately checked to see if their concealment technique had failed. After all, both Qing Shui and Jiang Feng were displaying the 9th level of martial king, while Ling Qingxian was only at the 8th level. Don't be surprised, apart from your master no one else can see your true levels. Seeing the three slightly flustered, Qing Shui, your Dao heart is not polished enough. Is there any need to panic over such a trivial matter? You need to put more effort into your Dao heart in the future. Chu Fan looked at Qing Shui and earnestly instructed. Qing Shui is a longevity body cultivating the longevity technique, and the key is to have a stable Dao heart. The path of longevity requires an invincible Dao heart to go further. Yes, master. Qing Shui nodded respectfully. Wow, truly impressive golden talent. Junior sister Qingshuan, you are amazing. Jiang Feng gave Ling Qingxian a thumbs up. Ling Qingxian slightly lowered her head shyly, saying it's not that impressive. Then Chu Fan recounted some recent events and informed the three that in 10 days the 7 great holy sects would gather at the Daoi sect, similarly to the last time they went to the Luoxia sect, requiring disciples to compete with the young representatives of the 7 holy sects. Then Chu Fan recounted some recent events and informed the three that in 10 days the 7 great holy sects would gather at the Daoi sect, similarly to the last time. We have already discussed this. I plan to send Jiang Feng to the stage while the others will be arranged by the sect master. Alright, master, I will definitely defeat them. Hearing that he would be going on stage, Jiang Feng clenched his fists. Before that, let's refine this spirit weapon. This was promised to you before. Chu Fan held the Ziwu sword in his left hand and the dabrick in his right, handing them to Qing Shui and Jiang Feng respectively. Thank you, master. Qing Shui happily accepted the Ziwu sword, carefully stroking it before stepping aside to refine it. Master, this is my spirit weapon, a brick. Jiang Feng's face twitched, expressing some disdain. What? You don't want it? This is a divine artifact. No, I didn't mean that. Master is the best. Upon hearing it was a divine artifact, Jiang Feng eagerly grabbed the dabrick, grinning. Although this is a divine artifact, it is still sealed. You need to continuously refine it to slowly unlock its seal. Right now it is equivalent to a mid-tier heavenly spirit weapon which suits you. Chu Fan explained. Master, did you refine this divine artifact? Jiang Feng looked at Chu Fan with anticipation, wanting to confirm something. Naturally. Not. I stumbled upon it. Chu Fan had already seen through his little thoughts. Alright, you can refine it now. Chu Fan said, then took Ling Qingxian aside. Qingshuan, to what extent have you cultivated the reincarnation technique? Returning to master, I have just comprehended a bit, I haven't mastered it yet. Ling Qingxian replied. The reincarnation technique is a core method, you must take it seriously. Your senior sister has comprehended a hint of the time law from the longevity technique. You should also strive to understand the reincarnation law, do you understand? Chu Fan patiently taught Ling Qingxian. Whether it is Qing Shui's longevity technique, Jiang Feng's strength technique, or Ling Qingxian's reincarnation technique, these 3 methods are system rewards that perfectly suit them. Qing Shui's main focus is to comprehend the time law, Jiang Feng follows the path of strength, and Ling Qingxian specializes in the reincarnation law. As long as they continue on this path, they could become great emperors or even reach higher realms in the future. Chu Fan hoped that each of his disciples could become a powerhouse. He had already instructed Qing Shui and Jiang Feng on their cultivation, and now it was the right time for Ling Qingxian, who had just begun. I will work hard and will not disappoint, master. Ling Qingxian said firmly, her expression serious. Alright, from now on you will cultivate under the Bodhi tree. Qing Shui and Jiang Feng had already cultivated under the Bodhi tree for half a year, achieving great improvements. With Ling Qingxian's outstanding talent, cultivating under the Bodhi tree should yield significant gains. Qing Shui and Jiang Feng were still refining their spirit weapons, and it seemed they would need at least half a day. Chu Fan did not disturb them, swiftly exiting Shanling Peak and heading towards the sect master's hall. Just moments ago, Guan Tianwei sent him a message to assemble, stating that the plan had changed and needed to be restructured. Inside the hall, Guan Tianwei and the elders were seated, with Chu Fan arriving last. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss how to proceed in 10 days. According to the latest news, the people from the 7 great holy sects believe we have discovered ancient ruins and that those mahjong blueprints are the key to unlocking the ruins, which is why they want to test us. I have consulted with the ancestor over these past few days, and he intends to open the Lingshu secret realm while also disseminating the news so that all sects can send disciples to explore. Guan Tianwei laid out the entire plan. Is the sect master planning to exploit the situation? However, what is this Lingshu secret realm? I haven't heard of it before. The Grand Elder Yen Lu expressed his confusion. The elders present had also never heard of such a secret realm. To be honest, I learned about the Lingshu secret realm from the ancestor. Originally, he planned to use this secret realm as a training ground for the personally instructed disciples of Daoi sect at an appropriate time. Now that we have encountered this situation, we might as well let others join. Guan Tianwei explained. Sect Master, how can the ancestor bear to share this brand new secret realm? The second elder Qi Xing, being astute, identified the blind spot. Haha, I know what you mean. The emergence of the secret realm will undoubtedly attract attention, and it's basically impossible to monopolize it. Besides, the ancestor has already explored it, and the greatest inheritance inside the secret realm is only at the 6th level of Holy Lord. I see the inheritance at the 6th level of Holy Lord is neither too big nor too small. It doesn't mean much to us, but it's just right for those young disciples. The 6th elder Jiang Wei stroked his beard, appearing to have seen through everything. Therefore, I called everyone here to plan to thoroughly open the Lingshu secret realm the day after tomorrow, allowing those disciples to stir things up inside. As for which disciples you want to send in, you can arrange it yourselves. Alright, we will follow the sect master's arrangements. The elders all stood up and said. On this day, high above a desolate mountain, Guan Tianyue Chu Fan Yen LV and an elder named Chi Fu from the Dao sect hovered in the air. Chi Zu, it's up to you now, Guan Tianwei said respectfully to Chi Fu. A trivial matter, Chi Fu replied calmly, swiftly forming a series of enigmatic hand seals, conjuring a blue flying bird. Go! With a flick of Chi Fu's hand, the blue bird traced a graceful arc in the air, letting out a sharp cry before plunging into the desolate mountain below. 10 breaths later, the ground began to tremble, accompanied by a rumbling sound. The surrounding beasts sensed the danger first and hurriedly fled with their young. As the sound grew louder, the earth below transformed. Trees toppled, the yellow earth collapsed, revealing a deep chasm with dust swirling above it. Then a flash of light darted through the chasm, a massive surge rising, carrying an ancient aura. Ding! Mission triggered. Enter the Lingshu secret realm to recruit the 4th disciple. Requirement: golden talent. Completing the mission will yield generous rewards. As the entrance to the Lingshu secret realm appeared, a voice echoed in Chu Fan's mind. Huh. To recruit disciples inside the secret realm. Chu Fan was slightly startled. Could the disciples he needed to recruit be inside the secret realm? It seemed necessary to pay a visit. However, before entering, he naturally needed to make some adjustments to his appearance. He would not enter in front of so many people, that would be too ostentatious. He needed to change his appearance and enter as a loose cultivator. Once the Lingshu secret realm stabilized, Guan Tianwei and the others quickly took out the formation plate, fiddling with it at the entrance, and an invisible barrier appeared. Wrap it up, let's go. By the way, spread the news. The major sects should be arriving soon. 15 minutes later, a message spread quickly, reaching most forces in the eastern continent. The Daoi sect had discovered an ancient relic. Since it was located in an uninhabited mountain, they dared not keep it to themselves and specially invited all forces in the eastern continent to explore together. Upon inspection, it was found that only cultivators under the age of 30 could enter the relic. As soon as this news broke, the agile sects quickly gathered their elite disciples. Some flew on swords, some took flying boats, and others rode birds, each showcasing their unique abilities as they rushed towards the Lingshu secret realm. Quick, gather the disciples. An ancient relic has emerged. A hay race, our chance to strike it rich, someone exclaimed. Ancient relic. Haha, Wang Xingting will definitely obtain the ancient inheritance, for I possess the talent of an emperor. Grandfather bless me, let me change my fate in the ancient relic, or our Lu family will be completely extinct. When the 7 major sects received this news, the first reaction of their leaders was that the Dao sect had given in. Upon hearing that the 7 major sects had gathered at the Dao sect, they realized they couldn't hide the secret anymore, and were forced to announce it. The Dao sect is quite clever, they know when to cut their losses. Lian Qi chuckled, wearing a look of someone who had seen through everything. This move by the Dao sect is smart. They fear that we 7 major sects will divide the relic, so they release the news, allowing other sects to join in. If we attempt to monopolize it, we will face public criticism. True, but what does that matter? The disciples from other sects can't possibly compare to our holy sects. They are merely supporting characters, scoffed Fan Minchin, the leader of the Haitian sect. In his view, the disciples from the 7 major sects were vastly superior to those from other sects. Among those under 30, there were 5 or 6 at the 3rd level of martial sovereign, while other sects likely couldn't even produce a 9th level martial king. It seems that this Lingshu secret realm will be a stage for the disciples of the 7 major sects to showcase themselves. Haha, Lian Qi laughed. He did not consider the Dao sect's disciples. From what he had learned, the strongest disciple under 30 in the Dao sect was merely at the 9th level of martial king, with not a single martial sovereign among them. If it weren't for that half-dead old fossil, the Dao sect would likely be ranked 8th. What Lian brother said is true. Let's see which of our 2 holy sects has disciples that perform better. Fan Minchan. The Haitian sect and the Qingshan sect had a relatively friendly relationship. Fan Minchan and Lian Qi were also longtime friends, and the 2 sects agreed to go to the Dao sect together. Hearing the news of the relic midway, they turned their direction and rushed toward the relic. At the same time, they issued orders for their disciples under 30 to come quickly. The Xiantian sect, Qingshu sect, and other holy sects were the same. They abandoned their plans to go to the Dao sect and rushed toward the relic, calling for their disciples to come first. The leader of the Xietian sect Li Bin flew while pondering the situation. He felt that something was off about the Daoyi sect's actions, but couldn't pinpoint why. Never mind, just stay alert. The Daoyi sect wouldn't dare use any underhanded tactics. When Chu Fan returned to Shanling Peak, Qing Shui and the others were still cultivating, and Ling Qingxian had not yet entered a meditative state when called over by Chu Fan. After a while, Qing Shui and Jiang Feng arrived. I have good news for you. The sect has discovered an ancient relic, and I plan to let you enter the secret realm for training. Master, want the 7 major sects be coming to our sect? I still want to show off my skills. Jiang Feng scratched his junior brother. Are you foolish? With the emergence of the ancient relic, the other holy sects will definitely come. Once inside the secret realm, won't you have plenty of opponents? Qing Shui is right. Once in the relic, you can stir up trouble as you please, but the premise is to protect yourself. You must not act recklessly, especially you, Jiang Feng, Chu Fan patiently advised. Then Chu Fan took out numerous talismans and a dozen bottles of elixirs from his spatial ring. The talismans were defensive, possessing the power of a 9th level Saint King. As for the elixirs, they mostly consisted of healing and transformation elixirs. Jiang Feng, you will represent Shanling Peak in entering the relic. I, along with your senior sister and junior sister, will enter as loose cultivators. After distributing the talismans and elixirs to the 3, Chu Fan began to organize. Master, are you going in too? Jiang Feng asked in surprise. Why not? I am only 27, not yet 30, of course I can enter. With Master at the 2nd level of Saint King entering, wouldn't you dominate everyone? Chu Fan shook his head, then swallowed a transformation elixir. His appearance changed from that of a strikingly handsome young man to an ordinary face, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. His cultivation at the 2nd level of Saint King suddenly dropped to the 9th level of Martial King. Qing Shui and Ling Qingxian followed suit, transforming into ordinary sect disciples, their appearances unremarkable. Ling Qingxian even changed her blue dress into a simple skirt. After everything was prepared, Chu Fan instructed Jiang Feng to report to Guan Tianyue, while he took Qing Shui and Ling Qingxian to the Lingshu secret realm. In less than half a day's time, at least tens of thousands of people had already gathered outside the Lingshu secret realm. Among the 8 great holy sects, Wuji sect and Qingshu sect had not yet arrived due to their distance, while the other sects were already present. The 6 great holy sects were at the forefront, with weaker sects positioned behind them. As time passed, more and more forces continued to arrive. After another half-day, Wuji sect and Qingshu sect also arrived. As the sect that discovered the ruins, Daoyi sect could be considered the host. Guan Tianhua straightened his clothes, stepped forward, and loudly proclaimed from the air, the Lingshu secret realm is about to open. All disciples from qualifying forces may enter in an orderly manner. The duration of the secret realm will be 1 month. After 1 month, all must exit. Inside the secret realm, regardless of life or death, only strength matters. Now let the journey begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the representative of Xuantiangong was the first to emerge, a tall and handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He wielded a silver greatsword and strode towards the entrance of the secret realm. Following him were 8 disciples, 6 men and 2 women, all wearing the attire of Xuantiangong disciples, each exuding an aura of at least 1st-level martial sovereign. It's Shang Ku from Xuantiangong. I didn't expect him to come. Indeed, the eldest senior brother of Xuantiangong at 4th-level martial sovereign should be the strongest among them. Those who recognized Shang Ku began to discuss. Luku Liang from Qingshu sect, Gan Ping from Wuji sect, Xing Xuan from Haitian sect, Bai Yunfei from Qingshan sect, Zhuo Huiyu from Luoxia sect, and Duan Yan from Fingxing sect have all arrived. Hiss, these are the leaders of the 7 great holy sects. They are all at 4th level martial sovereign. Achieving such cultivation at such a young age is terrifying. Speaking of which, among these people I favor Xing Xuan the most, as she is beautiful, possesses great strength, and is the eldest senior sister of Haitian sect. I'm smitten. Who is the representative of Daoyi sect? I haven't seen them before. Tisk tisk, at 9th level martial king their strength pales in comparison to the other holy sects. Yes, it seems Daoyi sect has fallen, and perhaps in 100 years, only the 7 great holy sects will remain. Daoyi sect was led by Yi Xian, followed by Jiang Feng, Fang Qian Fang, Huai Li, Yoji Mengzai, and others, totaling 17 people. All of them had entered the 2A fan pool, and each had reached at least 3rd level martial sovereign, though they still appeared to have the aura of 8th or 9th level martial kings. Especially Jiang Feng, who had lowered his cultivation to 7th level martial king, making him the weakest in the group. At this moment, he was holding a red brick and looking around. I wonder where Master is right now. Jiang Feng murmured softly. Let's go, it's time to enter, Yi Xian reminded, stepping into the Lingshu secret realm. For this secret realm exploration, Yi Xian and the others had made ample preparations. Apart from Jiang Feng, who had talismans given by Chu Fan, everyone else received protective talismans and escape talismans from Li Yoji and Meng Zai, obtained from the Peak Master of Tianju Peak. In total, there were 16 people, each receiving 100 talismans. Additionally, Fang Qian, a prodigy in alchemy, distributed the pills she had crafted and also acquired higher-level pills from Qi Siyun to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Before setting off, every disciple of Daoyi sect also received generous assistance from their masters with various life-saving measures at their disposal, including armor, hidden weapons, and poisons, making them well-equipped. In comparison, the disciples of other holy sects appeared rather shabby, possessing only a few protective talismans, a couple of pieces of armor, and perhaps a high-grade or top-grade spiritual weapon. Chu Fan earnestly instructed Qing Shui and Ling Qixian. Although the Lingshu secret realm was opened by the ancestor, who assured that there was merely one saint-level expert who had died inside, posing no danger. However, Chu Fan still felt it wise to remain cautious. After all, this secret realm was discovered by the ancestor 3,000 years ago, and if it weren't for Guan Tianwei mentioning it, he might have almost forgotten. Moreover, since the system allowed him to enter the secret realm to accept disciples, it indicated that others were also living within the secret realm. Got it, master. Shall we enter now? Qing Shui replied. Let's go. As the disciples of the 8 great holy sects entered the Lingshu secret realm, other sects followed closely behind. Besides, sects families and rogue cultivators also joined in. In just half a quarter of an hour, over 100,000 people had already entered the Lingshu secret realm. This was only the number from the majority of sects, with many more still on their way. Inside the Lingshu secret realm, looking at the vast forest, Chu Fan couldn't help but pause to admire it and took a deep breath. It was refreshing, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. This was a secret realm untouched by humanity, everything filled with the essence of nature, lush trees, birds soaring in the sky, presenting a picture of vibrant life. However, after today, the Lingshu secret realm would undergo significant changes. The secret realm was immense with no visible boundaries, and even with millions entering, it didn't feel crowded. Master, we will go ahead. Qing Shui and Ling Qixian bid farewell to Chu Fan and ventured off in different directions. Chu Fan assigned them the task of gaining as much combat experience as possible without worrying about opportunities or treasures. After all, what could be better than the opportunities he provided? No treasure could surpass what he could offer. Therefore, gaining knowledge and enhancing combat experience were the most important. Chu Fan did not forget his purpose for entering. After Qing Shui and the others left, he began to seek help from the system. System, do you have any hints for accepting disciples? None. Please explore on your own. Hints will appear when disciples emerge. The system chuckled. With no other choice, Chu Fan had to look around. A month was enough to explore the Lingshu secret realm thoroughly. However, on the third day, after the Lingshu secret realm opened, after nearly all the sects families and rogue cultivators had entered, the secret realm began to change. Before the astonished gazes of countless people, the secret realm actually began to shift. Yes, the secret realm started to split into 3 major sections, with 2 sections continuously rising and floating in midair, while everyone was transported to the first level. Looking up, the Lingshu secret realm formed 3 major plates, and then a black giant tower, a golden bell, and a shimmering large tree descended onto the 3 plates. The black giant tower, radiating destructive power, stood on the first level, the lowest layer of the secret realm, while the golden bell occupied the second level, and the glowing tree stood on the third level. As the black giant tower landed, its power gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, the second and third levels began to shroud in mist, becoming faintly visible. The Lingshu secret realm opened for a duration of 6 months, and during this time testing had not ended and no one was allowed to exit the secret realm. A completely emotionless, ethereal voice echoed from the sky, causing everyone to widen their eyes and their hearts to race. The Lingshu secret realm had undergone an anomaly. This was something no one had anticipated. However, the events occurring within the Lingshu secret realm were unbeknownst to anyone outside, who merely thought it was an ordinary exploratory trial. The Emperor's Tower consists of 100 levels, each providing different legacies. The 100th level holds the legacy of the Qingxian Emperor. In the Lingshu secret realm, ethereal voices resonated across every inch of land, and everyone could hear this sound. The legacy of the Emperor. Hurry! An opportunity has arisen. All the disciples exploring the Lingshu secret realm rushed towards the direction of the Emperor's Tower. At the same time, above the entrance of the Lingshu secret realm, a long black stone tablet appeared wrapped in azure spiritual energy, bearing only the words Qingxian Emperor Legacy Tower Ranking. The most striking part was, of course, the 4 characters Qingxian Emperor. Others may not know, but the leaders of the 8 sacred sects were well aware. The Qingxian Emperor was a powerful figure from ancient times, standing alongside the first emperor of the human race, the Chaos Emperor. According to records, the Qingxian Emperor was the second person to reach the Emperor realm after the Chaos Emperor. In later generations, those who reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm were referred to as the Heavenly Emperor, so the Qingxian Emperor is also known as the Qingxian Heavenly Emperor. This is the legacy of the Qingxian Heavenly Emperor. Li Bin exclaimed. Others also realized this point. The legacy of the Qingxian Heavenly Emperor, who is said to have mastered the laws of yin and yang, blending them to create void wherever he passed. The master of the Wuzhizong, Wu Qi, trembled with excitement. Lian Qi, the master of the Qingshan sect, was equally shocked. He turned to look at Guan Tianyue, who was in a daze nearby, thinking that indeed the black and white pieces in that drawing were a reference to the yin and yang. This Daoist sect had deep intentions, but fortunately it was discovered in time. The most shocked should be Guan Tianyue, whose current state resembled that of a fool. He kept questioning in his heart, wasn't it said that only the legacy of the Holy King realm existed? How did the legacy of the Qingxian Heavenly Emperor appear? In the next moment, he immediately took out his communication token and went to an open area to report the situation to the ancestor Chi Fu of the Daoist sect. Ancestor, what is going on? How did it turn into the legacy of the Qingxian Heavenly Emperor? Guan Tianyue asked urgently, his hands trembling incessantly. How would I know? When I investigated, it was just an ordinary secret realm. Who could have predicted such a change? Well, since this has happened, let the disciples strive to seize it. Since it has happened, let it be Batong. The indifferent voice of Chi Fu came from the token. Guan Tianyue had no choice but to close the communication and not disturb the ancestors any further. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Indeed, what use is there in rushing now? I heard that the disciple Chu Fan also entered the Lingshu secret realm of the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor is very likely to belong to our Daoist sect. When Guan Tianyue returned, he heard Li Bin and others discussing. Upon listening closely, he realized that the entrance to the Lingshu secret realm had already closed and no one could enter or exit. Even the stone tablet above could not be touched, they could only watch. Everyone was not foolish and had guessed that a contest for the legacy was taking place within the secret realm. This legacy tower was the test of perhaps becoming the first would grant them the legacy of the Qingxian Heavenly Emperor. As the news spread, those waiting outside were in an uproar, discussing fervently. Everyone began to speculate who would obtain the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. If you ask me, the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor is most likely to be seized by the disciples of the 8 sacred sects. That's just stating the obvious. If you ask me, I think Shang Ke from the Xiantian sect is the most likely to obtain the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. I support Xing Xuan. She is the most suitable candidate for the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, shouted a loyal fan of Xing Xuan. In the Lingshu secret realm, upon hearing about the Emperor's legacy, Chu Fan also became interested, but it was merely interest. He did not necessarily intend to obtain the legacy. What does it matter to me? When the heavenly road of this era opens, he is confident he can surpass the Emperor directly. Even the Heavenly Emperor cannot compare to him. His primary task now was to find a disciple. Once he found a disciple, if there was still time, he could also try his luck at the Emperor's tower. Chu Fan knew that at least 19,000 people entered the entire Lingshu secret realm, but very few had the potential to become an emperor. From what he saw, only Qing Shui Jiangfeng Ling Qingxuan and Yi Xian had that potential. As for Shang Ku Wu Liang Xing Xuan and others from the 7 sacred sects, they were still a bit lacking at the same level as Fang Qian and Fang Huai. Most would only reach the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm. To become an emperor, one would need extraordinary opportunities, otherwise it was just a dream. Moreover, this Emperor Legacy Tower has a total of 100 levels. Not everyone can reach the top. Perhaps among the tens of thousands present, 90% would not even make it to the 60th level. For now, finding a disciple was the priority. So while everyone rushed towards the Emperor Legacy Tower, only Chu Fan was still wandering around. Sometimes he spoke strange words to a large tree, other times he turned over huge stones searching for something. System, not a single hint. When will I find what I am looking for? After searching many places without any progress, Chu Fan complained to the system. Ding. Please do not lose heart, the target is on this level. As long as you search patiently, you will surely find it. The system directly poured a warm bowl of encouragement into Chu Fan. A day later, many people had already begun entering the Emperor Legacy Tower. Many did not know what the Qingxian Emperor represented, but the 2 characters Emperor were enough to drive them wild. The Emperor's Legacy. As long as one obtains the Emperor's Legacy, perhaps the next Emperor will be oneself. Many held this thought and eagerly entered the Legacy Tower, beginning their challenges. 3 days later, when a disciple stopped at the 51st level, a light flashed on the stone tablet outside, followed by the appearance of a name. Zhongquan Feiyu, Sect Emperor Legacy Tower 50th level, rewarded with a middle grade heavenly level cultivation. The disciple Zhongquan from the Feiyu sect reached the 50th level of the Emperor Legacy Tower, causing the elders of the Feiyu sect to be ecstatic. To make the ranking meant Zhongquan's strength and talent were commendable, and he had also received a middle grade heavenly level cultivation method. The Feiyu sect would surely rise a level higher. The members of the Feiyu sect were also very happy. After another quarter of an hour, another name appeared on the stone tablet. He Huan Tianshan Sect Emperor Legacy Tower 55th level, rewarded with a middle grade heavenly level cultivation method. The Tianshan sect erupted in cheers. As names continuously appeared on the stone tablet, everyone knew that the disciples of various factions were fiercely competing, waiting to see who could dominate and obtain the Emperor's legacy. 10 days later, the stone tablet was already filled with names, most of them representing the top sects. The strongest had passed the 70th level of the Legacy Tower, obtaining a supreme grade saint level cultivation method. Yet no names from the 8 sacred sects had appeared. Senior brother, shall we go in? Outside the inheritance tower, Fang Huai and the others stood beside Yi Xian, waiting for him to decide. Not yet. I have already sent junior brother Jiangfeng to inquire about the tower's conditions. He should be back soon. No sooner had Yi Xian finished speaking than Jiang Feng returned grinning broadly and clutching a red brick. From Jiang Feng's expression, Yi Xian knew he had obtained useful information. Speak, Jiang Feng, what is the inheritance tower like? Senior brother, those who came out at first were unwilling to speak. Under the double coercion of my de brick and the truth-telling talisman that senior brother Meng Zhe provided, they finally told me the truth. Jiang Feng paused to complain for a moment, then continued. Once you enter the tower, you face trials, puzzle formations, and combats. The formations are simple for the most part, mazes and entrapments, rarely killing formations. The fights are more demanding, some opponents are weak, some evenly matched adversaries appear at random and grow stronger the deeper you go. Jiang Feng admitted he did not know what came after that. Those he had questioned had not cleared many floors. After listening to Jiang Feng, Yi Xian confirmed there was no immediate danger, and said, then let us attempt it. Remember, do not reveal all your strength. Jiang Feng, Fang, Huai, and the others each nodded, then entered the inheritance tower among the crowd. Give your name and affiliation, and the trial will begin thereafter. As Yi Xian stepped in, an emotionless voice sounded in his mind. Yi Xian considered for a moment and replied, Yi Xiaoxiao, unaffiliated cultivator. Begin. No sooner had the command fallen than a luminous path unfurled before Yi Xian, stretching deep. On either side of the path stood grotesque apparitions, long-tongued fiends whose tongues trailed along the ground, and skulls bearing a single pale white eyeball. Yi Xian smiled inwardly. Such petty tricks could not intimidate him. Ignoring the illusions at his sides, he strode confidently down the path. The instant he stepped forward, the once luminous road dimmed and revealed itself to be an enormous protracting tongue. It was all an illusion. The method to pass was to do the opposite. The smoother and more welcoming the road seemed, the deadlier it was. Yi Xian advanced to the second floor. The second test resembled the first, only slightly more potent. Yi Xian cleared it swiftly. The others did likewise. Jiang Feng even assumed a false name, Jiang Yang the Bandit, and posing as an unaffiliated cultivator proceeded through the trials of Fang Huai and Fang Qian, also adopted pseudonyms. Thus among the challengers in the Inheritance Tower, disciples from Dao-sect had arrived, yet they seemed almost as if they had not appeared at all. When they reached the 60th floor, they finally met genuine difficulty. The tests changed. No longer were they solely formations or combat against simulated foes, now they were required to locate a designated spirit herb or key within a limited time. These trials assessed observation and reflexes. Around the specified items lay hidden perils. A single misstep could end one's attempt in failure. Such trials were relatively harder for cultivators below the Wuzuan realm. For Yi Xian and Jiang Feng, they were only a touch more trying. Both were at the third tier of the Wuzuan realm or above, and both had realistic prospects of surpassing 80 floors of the tower. Outside, while the crowd paced with anxiety, the disciples of the 8 great sacred sects began to post their results. By Jiebing Xiantian Sect Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 75, Reward 1, Saint Rank Supreme Cultivation Technique. Liao Xiaoqiang Wuji Sect Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 76, Reward 1, Saint Rank Supreme Cultivation Technique. By Yunfei Qishan Sect Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 90, Reward 1, Quasi-emperor Level Cultivation Technique. Exan Jishuan Haitian Sect Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 90, Reward 1, Quasi-emperor Level Cultivation Technique. Shangke. Seeing such outstanding achievements, countless onlookers marveled. No wonder they were disciples of the sacred sects. They were prodigies without exception. Every name shown on the list, and even the weakest, had reached the 75th floor of the Dadi Inheritance Tower. One could say each sacred sect entrant returned with at least a Saint Rank Supreme technique. They had indeed struck gold. The sect masters and elders of the 7 sacred sects were elated watching their disciples display such excellence. Each of them seemed radiant. Their sects were not without Saint Rank techniques, yet who could complain at acquiring a cultivation method fit to be the sect's core? Moreover, quasi-emperor level techniques had appeared, ranked just below emperor level methods. Although they still lay less than 10 floors from obtaining the Dadi inheritance, every sect master understood the chances were their preparations had been too rushed. Senior disciples such as Shang Ku and Wu Liang had yet to fully mature. They were only about 26 years old. Given another 3 years, pushing for the 100th floor would not be impossible. The leaders of the 7 sacred sects wore flushed, proud faces. Only Guan Tianwei stood quietly, and the elders behind him like Yan Lu simply closed their eyes as if indifferent to the outside clamor. Have you noticed, every disciple from the 7 sacred sects has a ranking, yet there is no sign of any Dao sect? Could it be that Dao sect's disciples did not enter the inheritance tower at all? Lacked the nerve to participate? Or perhaps they entered and were eliminated after only a few floors? Impossible. I remember seeing a Dao disciple at the 9th of the Wuwang realm before. He should have been able to reach the 70th floor. No. Talk of Dao sect spread among those nearby, drawing more and more people into the discussion. As one of the 8 great sacred sects, Dao Yi's performance was naturally scrutinized. Now that the 7 sacred sects were posting results and Dao Yi showed not even a shadow on the list who would not question them. The masters of the 7 sacred sects glanced at Guan Tianwei. They showed no inclination to mock him. Even if Dao Yi's disciples did poorly this time, their collective strength remained intact. Only if their ancient progenitors all perished might their standing as a sacred sect slip. Those who ridiculed Dao Yi were fools. No matter how diminished Dao Yi seemed, it could still crush any other sect here apart from the 7 present. Guan Tianwei frowned perplexed. He found it odd even if Yi Xian had been instructed to lie low, surely not to this extreme. There should have been at least 1 or 2 respectable results. As if in answer to Guan Tianyue, the stone tablet shifted once more. A flash of golden light passed and new names materialized upon it. Yi Xian Dao Yi Sect Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 80 Reward 1 Saint Rank Supreme Cultivation Technique. Nangzhe Dao Yi Sect Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 77 Reward 1 Saint Rank Supreme Cultivation Technique. Yi Xiaoxiao Unaffiliated Cultivator Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 95 Reward 1 Quasi-emperor Level Cultivation Technique and 1 Saint Rank Supreme Spirit Implement. Fang Nyowa Unaffiliated Cultivator Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 93 Reward 1 Quasi-emperor Level Cultivation Technique. Fang Yangmei Unaffiliated Cultivator Dadi Inheritance Tower Floor 93 Reward 1 Quasi-emperor Level Cultivation Technique. The 2 Daoyi disciples had appeared, the senior disciple Yi Xian and Meng Zhe. Both performed admirably, ranking just below a few others. Yet Yi Xian's and Meng Zhe's results were soon overshadowed, attention shifted away. 3 even more formidable unaffiliated cultivators had emerged. Yi Xiaoxiao, who had cleared the 95th floor and held the top result, followed by 2 seemingly ordinary names, Fang Noa and Fang Yangmei, each of whom had reached the 93rd floor. Yi Xiaoxiao the cowherd and the shepherdess, who exactly are these 3? I want to obtain all their information within a day. Elder Yi, you understand what I mean, right? The sect leader of the Xietian sect Li Bin said to the elder Yu Minjin behind him. Sect leader, I will investigate right away. Remember, use all means to recruit them into the Xientian sect. Li Bin instructed. Elder Yi responded respectfully and then began to use his connections to consult with all the cultivators who might know Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. Not only Li Bin but the leaders of other holy sects also began to send their elders to investigate the information of these 3 loose cultivators, all wanting to take them as disciples. The achievements of these 3 could not merely be described as talent, it would not be an exaggeration to call them prodigy. As long as these 3 grow, there will definitely be a place for them at the peak of cultivation. Even if they cannot become emperors, they are sure to become quasi-emperors. Guan Tianwei looked at these 3 names. Yi Xiaoxiao seemed normal, but the cowherd and the shepherdess clearly had fake names. Who would use such names if they were normal people? Could it be Fang Huai and Fang Qian? Guan Tianwei suddenly had this thought, and once the thought emerged, it could not be shaken off. There is a 70% chance it is them, Guan Tianwei speculated silently. Realizing this, Guan Tianyue, like the other sect leaders, began to assign elders to investigate these individuals. He chose the most simple-minded among the 9 elders, the master of Tongyuan Peak, Elder Zhou Guangshan. With Zhou Guangshan's emotional intelligence, it would be very difficult to uncover any information. However, while everyone was racing against time to investigate the information of Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, the stone tablet once again flashed with 3 brilliant beams of light, drawing everyone's attention. This was the most intense reaction the stone tablet had produced, and everyone had already anticipated what was happening. As the light faded, 3 names appeared simultaneously at the top of the stone tablet. Jiang Yang, the Great Thief Loose Cultivator. Xuanu Loose Cultivator. Xiaoke Loose Cultivator. All 3 have passed the 100th level of the Emperor's Inheritance Tower, receiving a set of Emperor-level martial arts and a thread of the Yinong Law. Unbelievable. The Emperor's inheritance has actually been obtained by 3 loose cultivators, shouted the leader of a top sect, astonished, his mouth agape for a long time. These 3 definitely possess the potential to become emperors. It is very likely that the future emperor will emerge from among them. Hurry, go investigate the information of these 3, even if it costs the entire sect. We must find a way to recruit them. Some sect leaders had already lost their sanity, wanting to take these potential emperors into their fold. Outside, the emergence of 3 prodigies who topped the Emperor's Inheritance Tower and obtained the Emperor's inheritance turned everything into chaos, but inside no one knew that someone had already reached the top. At this moment, on the 100th level of the Inheritance Tower, Jiang Feng stood side by side with a woman in plain clothes, while in front of them a common girl was sitting cross-legged on the ground cultivating. In her hands, 3 chains of law interwoven in black and white rotated rhythmically, disappearing section by section into junior brother. I didn't expect junior sister Qingxian to refine the Yinong Law so quickly. It seems that she will completely refine it within a day. Senior sister junior sister Qingxian is a reincarnation body and cultivates the reincarnation technique. This is a transformation into the reincarnation law that can only be achieved by cultivating the Yinong Law to its peak. In summary, junior sister Qingxian is quite remarkable. Jiang Feng couldn't articulate the relationship between the reincarnation law and the Yinong Law, so he could only explain it in a way that made sense to him. Indeed, these 3 are the 3 beloved disciples of Chu Fan. They nearly completed all the trials at the same time and appeared in the same space upon obtaining the Emperor-level martial arts Yinong transformation and the Yinong Law. As the Yinong Law was most suitable for the reincarnation body of Ling Qixian to absorb and refine, they had given her all their share, resulting in the current scene. By the way, senior sister, why haven't I seen Master? If Master also came to the Inheritance Tower, wouldn't that refresh? I don't know, we have been separated from Master since the beginning. It seems that Master is looking for something and he should have no interest in the Inheritance Tower. Qing Shui said. Meanwhile, the Master mentioned by a few is Chu Fan, who after more than 10 days of exploration, still found no clues. Forget it, let's sign in first. Unknowingly, the day of signing in had arrived again. Ding, sign in successful, reward a bottle of Essence of All Things. Essence of All Things can enhance the spiritual nature of all plants and increase the probability of transformation. Chu Fan held a bottle containing a turquoise liquid, carefully sniffing it. The Essence of All Things was fragrant, the scent resembling a blend of hundreds of different aromas, without losing the main tone. System, is there a purpose in rewarding the Essence of All Things at this time? Chu Fan smiled slyly. If you don't speak, I'll take it as a default. Chu Fan chuckled, then placed the open Essence of All Things on the ground and sat beside it waiting. Sure enough, a quarter of an hour later, a stunning figure visible only to Chu Fan emerged from the woods. She had a perfect face like a fairy from a painting, with captivating eyes and emerald green hair flowing to her waist, gently swaying in the breeze. Her clothes were made of overlapping petals resembling an incomplete heart shape, and behind her something like a tail gently swayed. Upon closer inspection, it was a plant stem with a fiery red flower blooming at its tip. She was barefoot, her jade-like feet suspended in midair, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the Essence of All Things below. Perhaps frightened of Chu Fan, she did not dare to approach too closely. Flower 3000 years, human form 20 years, cultivation martial master level 9, body fire lotus, seed fallen from the immortal realm, talent golden. This is the information Chu Fan obtained through the Eye of Insight. After a brief glance, he understood this was the fourth disciple he was looking for. This fourth disciple was not a human, but a flower taking form, the essence being a fire lotus seed that fell into the Kanglan realm from the immortal realm. Her appearance was entirely attracted by the fragrance of the Essence of All Things. It's fine to come over here, Chu Fan waved at Flower. Flower stepped back in fear and timidly asked, Chu Fan was puzzled by what she meant. Oh, why couldn't she be seen? He soon realized something, closed the Eye of Insight, and when he opened his eyes again, the figure of Flower was nowhere to be found. What a miraculous Flower, impossible to see with mortal eyes. Chu Fan could only reopen the Eye of Insight, and Flower still hung in the same spot. Shall we talk? Chu Fan said, calmly, concerned that Huai might have reservations, and added, don't worry, I mean no harm. Huai replied, sensing that Chu Fan would not harm her, otherwise she would have left long ago. Do you want what's inside this bottle? Chu Fan feigned ignorance. Can you give it to me? I only need a drop. Sure, but you must promise me. Go ahead. Seeing Hua's innocence, it only took a few exchanges before Chu Fan led her away, maintaining a friendly smile, as he said, can you be my disciple? If you agree, I will give you this entire bottle of essence. Chu Fan spoke gently, as if enticing a pure and innocent little girl. What is a disciple? Hua's face showed a look of confusion. Having lived in this secret realm for over 3000 years, she had only learned to speak and did not understand many. Chu Fan patiently explained, a disciple is a title. You are the disciple and I am the master. I can teach you many. Hua remained silent, lowering her head, as if in thought, then looked at the essence, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. All right then, I will be your disciple. Hua agreed. With the child now in hand, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had the essence, or he wouldn't have known how to proceed. He handed the essence to Hua, who carefully took it first, bringing the bottle to her nose and savoring the fragrance. Then she gently dropped a drop of the essence into her mouth and closed her eyes. In an instant, countless petals appeared from thin air, dancing around Hua, gradually enveloping her and forming a giant flower cocoon. She was undergoing a transformation. The essence began to take effect, and the still incomplete Hua was taking the most crucial step within the flower cocoon. Chu Fan waited for over an hour, and the flower cocoon finally began to change. Layers of vibrant petals fell from the cocoon, gradually revealing Hua's body. Hua's appearance did not change, she merely became more ethereal in demeanor. The tail behind her disappeared, and she completely transformed into a human form. Now, even without the Eye of Insight, Chu Fan could clearly see Hua. Master, thank you for the essence, it has allowed me to complete the most crucial step. I can now truly be considered a real person. Hua was very happy. After fully transforming into a human, her cultivation also ascended directly to the 5th level of the martial saint realm. You still don't have a name, how about I give you one? Chu Fan thought calling her Hua was too stiff, so he decided to name his new disciple. Yes, I don't have a name yet. What should I be called? Heavens will shows compassion to the delicate grass, the world returns to calm after the rain. Let's call you Hua Wanqing. What do you Hua Wanqing, Hua Wanqing. Hua repeated these 3 words, revealing a sweet smile. Alright then, I will be called Hua Wanqing. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the disciple collecting task. Rewards: Dream of 1,000 Autumns Technique, Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers Martial Skill, and a Divine Beast Cub Phoenix. Dream of 1,000 Autumns and Longevity Technique, Force Technique, and Reincarnation Technique are all supreme techniques, matched by the system according to Hua Wanqing's aptitude. Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers is a martial skill that provides Hua Wanqing with additional attack methods. The Divine Beast Cub Phoenix was a reward for Chu Fan stored in the system space. Chu Fan held the phoenix, carefully examining the small creature that was even smaller than his fist. Its colorful feathers radiated a faint golden glow, and its eyes were filled with divinity. The pupils had a flame symbol burning fiercely. Though small, it contained immense power. Chu Fan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this divine beast cub had achieved the 9th level of the sacred emperor realm shortly after birth. The phoenix was affectionate towards Chu Fan, rubbing against his hand continuously. From now on I will call you Xiao Huang. Chu Fan readily gave the phoenix a very pleasant name. Master, is this the phoenix? Hua Wanqing asked in surprise as she approached, constantly sizing up the little phoenix in Chu Fan's hand. The appearance of Xiao Huang was exactly like the phoenix shadow in her memory, just smaller. Indeed, this is the divine beast phoenix. Chu Fan nodded. With the Shanling peak already housing a Fengjin chicken, now a phoenix had arrived. Chu Fan felt he could create a zoo. Perhaps next time there will be Qingwan Juke and Xianwu. Having completed the task, Chu Fan had nothing else to do. He wondered whether to check out the inheritance tower and whether Qing Shui and the others had entered and cleared the challenges. Just as he decided to take a look, Hua Wanqing spoke up. Master, can you take me to a place? Hua Wanqing knew that becoming Chu Fan's disciple meant she would have to leave this place with him. Before leaving, she wanted to bid farewell to Grandpa Tree, as he had been her only nominal family since she began to take form 1,000 years ago. Where to? Chu Fan asked. Hua Wanqing pointed to the sky above the 3rd layer of the realm. Oh, how do we get there? Chu Fan put Xiao Huang into the system space and inquired, wanting to take advantage of the remaining time to see what this 3-layer space was all about. I will take you there, Hua Wanqing said, gently waving her delicate hand. Beneath Chu Fan and her feet, countless petals coalesced into a cloud, carrying them straight into the sky towards the 3rd layer of the realm above the mist. The flower cloud continued to rise, and before long they reached the 2nd layer of the realm. Chu Fan glanced over and found that the 2nd layer was actually a vast ocean with a solitary island at its center. On the island stood a massive golden bell, and in front of the bell 3 black dots remained motionless. Upon closer inspection, they were 3 figures: Qing Shui, Jiangfeng, and Ling Qingxian. Chu Fan was taken aback. These 3 disciples had actually arrived at the 2nd layer of the realm, presumably having cleared the 1st layer. He pointed at the 3 on the island and turned to Hua Wanqing, saying, Wanqing, those 3 are your senior sister, 2nd senior brother, and 3rd senior sister. You will meet them later. Okay. Hua Wanqing nodded in response. Oh, I almost forgot, your senior sister and 3rd senior sister have changed their appearances, as have I. Soon Chu Fan and Hua Wanqing rode on the flower cloud and arrived at the 3rd level area. The 3rd level area is much smaller than the 1st level, with an environment similar to that of the 1st level. The 1st level is primarily filled with towering trees abundant in greenery, while the 3rd level has relatively fewer trees. The most prominent and central location features a magnificent tree. From a distance, the large tree appeared like an oversized green umbrella spreading out across the sky. What a huge tree, Chu Fan exclaimed. Chu Fan recognized this tree. It was the glowing tree that appeared when he first entered the Spirit Void's secret realm, dividing the realm into 3 parts. However, now the tree had retracted its divine presence, becoming a rather large ordinary tree. As the 2 approached, the tree began to sway, its branches seemingly welcoming them. Master, this is Grandpa Tree. Hua Wanqing softly conveyed the tree's message. Child, you have come. Oh, you have completed your transformation. A wise and benevolent human face appeared on the stout trunk of the tree, smiling at Hua Wanqing. The 2 paused in front of the tree, and Hua Wanqing jogged to its side, her eyes squinting with delight, as she said, Yes, Grandpa Tree, I have successfully transformed. Chu Fan stood still, using his eye of insight to scan the tree. This was his first encounter with a tree spirit that had attained a form, and such a large one at that he faintly sensed a hint of threat from the tree spirit. Wutong Old Tree, 470000 years old, cultivation, 9th layer of Saint Emperor Realm Physique, Wutong Talent Green. The information surfaced, and Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. The cultivation level of the Wutong Old Tree was surprisingly high at the 9th layer of the Saint Emperor Realm. In an era without any emperors, this level represented the pinnacle of combat power in the Kanglan Realm. The title of quasi-emperor is given to those at the 9th layer of the Saint Emperor Realm who have comprehended the complete laws. Kid, since you helped Wanqing complete her transformation and took her as your disciple, I won't say much. I just hope you will take good care of her and not let anyone bully her. Can you do that? The Wutong Old Tree had already learned the details from Hua Wanqing. His tone was filled with undeniable authority, resembling that of a patriarch advising his son-in-law. His gaze was fixed intensely on Chu Fan. Any slight dissatisfaction would prompt him to eliminate Chu Fan with ruthless means. Chu Fan chuckled, entirely unperturbed by the threat from the Wutong Old Tree. You needn't worry, I am Wanqing's master, and I will naturally take good care of her. But aren't you coming out with us? Having understood the strength of the Wutong Old Tree, Chu Fan was already considering bringing it back to Shanling Peak, as Phoenix loved perching on Wutong trees. With the divine beast Phoenix, it would be easy to find a nest to take home. Yes, Grandpa Tree, why don't you come with us? Hua Wanqing also encouraged from the side. Kid, don't think I don't know what you're plotting. With your sect, what is there for me to pursue? The Wutong Old Tree, having lived for 470,000 years and being a 9th layer Saint Emperor, was as wise as a demon. He had spent his entire life in this secret realm guarding the legacy of the Qingxian Emperor, waiting for a fated person. Here he felt most at home. Thus he looked down upon the sects outside. In an era that had not yet opened, there were certainly no emperors present. As one who grew up beside the Qingxian Emperor, the Wutong Old Tree held deep disdain for the sect forces outside. If it weren't for Chu Fan helping Hua Wanqing complete her transformation and break through her cultivation, he wouldn't even bother to converse with Chu Fan. "Oh, old man, you're quite proud. Since you look down upon me, why don't you try to take a blow from me?" Chu Fan was not angry, instead he grew interested. Since the Wutong Old Tree disdained him and his sect, he would let it see if it was qualified to do so. After all, only he and Hua Wanqing were in the 3rd level, so he was not worried about being seen by others. Thus, he raised his right hand, slightly condensing a streak of light between his index and middle fingers. With a gentle flick, he directed it towards the trunk of the Wutong Old Tree. The streak of light was faintly golden in color, its power unassuming, appearing just like an ordinary beam of light. However, the Wutong Old Tree understood that this was an epitome of power controlled to perfection, a return to simplicity. This streak of light had to be treated with caution even by him at the 9th layer of the Saint Emperor realm. At that moment he realized that this seemingly only at the 2nd layer of the Saint King realm youth was in fact a concealed powerhouse. Just as he thought, the Wutong Old Tree swiftly swung its 2 thickest branches, crossing them in front of itself to block the path of the streak of light. Bang! As soon as the streak of light made contact with the branches, it erupted with tremendous force. The branches held for 3 seconds before they exploded, shattering into countless pieces, causing the Wutong Old Tree to cry out in pain. The streak of light did not lose momentum. In the terrified gaze of the Wutong Old Tree, it plunged into its trunk, creating a wound 3 inches deep and the width of a fist. In the next moment, green tree sap began to ooze out. The Wutong Old Tree screamed again, with Hua Wanqing beside him urgently trying to soothe him. It took a full quarter of an hour for the Wutong Old Tree to heal the wound, but the 2 broken branches could not be restored. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have reached that level. Didn't they say?" The Wutong Old Tree said weakly, but was interrupted by Chu Fan before he could finish. "Sigh, I'm old and really don't want to move anymore." The Wutong Old Tree sighed, this time devoid of its proud demeanor. "I was thinking that if you agreed to my request, I would give you a little gift." Chu Fan smiled and shook his head, taking out a bodhi seed and a peach from the system space, waving them in front of the Wutong Old Tree, then swallowed the bodhi seed in front of its astonished gaze. After finishing the bodhi seed, he took 5 or 6 bites to devour the peach, leaving only a pit which he tossed aside. "Stop. You're wasting it." The Wutong Old Tree shouted, its branches trembling, but it was too late to stop Chu. He was too slow to react, and seeing 2 precious items of utmost importance to him vanish into Chu Fan's stomach, tears streamed down his aged face. "Curse it. What sins have I, the old tree, committed to endure such a heart-wrenching experience? It hurts. It hurts so much." He knew that Chu Fan was deliberately trying to anger him as revenge for his previous arrogance. But the bodhi seed and the peach were truly important to him, even more so than the essence of all things. He desired the essence of all things as well, but due to it being Hua Wanqing's possession, he refrained from asking for it. Now, however, Chu Fan had produced something even more precious and consumed it right in front of him. This was more painful than being killed. "Do you still have any of those things left?" the Wutong Old Tree asked eagerly, its voice filled with humility. The old Wutong Tree began to speak in a low voice. Chu Fan smirked, but did not respond to the Wutong Tree. Instead, he continued to take out the phoenix chick from the system space, and said to the little phoenix, "Go fly a few circles around that Wutong Tree." The little phoenix understood Chu Fan's words, flapping its tiny wings, and flew up to the branches of the Wutong Tree, circling around the trunk a few times before returning to Chu Fan's hand. Throughout the entire process, the old Wutong Tree dared not move, its spirit tightly wound. It had already recognized that this was the divine beast phoenix, the one it had longed for. As a Wutong Tree, its greatest dream in life was to have a phoenix perch upon its branches. Having lived for 470,000 years, it had even witnessed the rise of the Qingxian Emperor, and had asked the Emperor if he knew the whereabouts of the phoenix. At that time, the Qingxian Emperor, whose power was sky-high, claimed to have never seen the divine beast phoenix and said that there were no divine beasts in the Kanglan realm. They existed only in higher worlds, and the divine beasts of the Kanglan realm had long since vanished, existing only in records. "Quick. I promise you I will go out with you." The old Wutong Tree almost roared, desperate. It fervently desired for the phoenix to circle around its branches and build a nest there. It wanted to be the warm harbor for the divine beast phoenix. Despite its immense power, having reached the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, its talent was not high. Its current status was entirely the result of enduring long years. Without the phoenix perching on it, the Wutong Tree was just an ordinary tree. Only the Wutong Tree that had the phoenix could be called the divine Wutong Tree, being second only to spiritual roots, and with further advancement could be on par with the divine peach tree. The opportunity to realize this noble and grand ideal was right in front of it, and the old Wutong tree did not want to miss it, nor could it afford to miss it. Chu Fan stroked the little phoenix's head and smiled. Knowing it would be like this, why didn't they do it sooner? Alright, get ready, let's go. Actually, there was not much preparation. The old Wutong tree retracted its sprawling branches and transformed into a tree-shaped elder over 2 meters tall, standing humbly beside Chu Fan, its eyes constantly fixed on the phoenix in his hand. You can stay on his shoulder, Chu Fan said to the little phoenix. The old Wutong tree was taken aback, trembling slightly before straightening its body to allow the little phoenix to perch on its shoulder. Feeling the divinity radiating from the little phoenix, the old tree suddenly felt at ease. The most beautiful moment in the world was indeed this one. Let's go, Chu Fan called for Huai to come over, then looked at the old Wutong tree and said. The secret realm's barrier was the work of the old Wutong tree, lasting for half a year, so to go out it naturally had to take action. Considering that Qing Shui and the others were still comprehending the golden bell on the second layer, Chu Fan did not intend to let the old Wutong tree end this trial prematurely. The old tree understood and snapped its fingers, causing countless branches to rise beneath its feet, constructing a green wooden nest that wrapped around them, then soared into the sky, breaking through the barrier of the Lingshu secret realm and flying toward the outside world. Outside the Lingshu secret realm, while everyone was still investigating the information of the 3 scattered cultivators at the peak of the Emperor's Legacy Tower, they suddenly saw a green light fly out from the secret realm, vanishing in the distance in the blink of an eye. Did you see that? Something just flew out from the secret realm, one asked. Did it? I didn't notice, came the reply. I saw it was real, and it vanished in an instant. Could it be a holy grade treasure? Quick to the east, hurry to investigate. The appearance and disappearance of the wooden nest were most clearly seen by the leaders of the 8 great sacred sects. Something's up, go check it out to the east, Li Bin ordered the elders behind him. Seeing there was no immediate response, he turned around only to find all the elders had already gone to investigate those talented scattered cultivators. Li Bin had no choice but to take action himself. The other sect leaders followed suit, trailing behind Li Bin as they flew toward the direction where the wooden nest had disappeared. After half an hour, they finally saw the wooden nest in a dense forest, which had crushed a large area of trees. Upon closer inspection, the 8 of them discovered it was merely a wooden nest made from ordinary trees. The wooden nest was artificially crafted, and the person abandoned it to leave, Li Bin deduced. It seems a creature from the Lingshu secret realm has come out, said Daoist Qing Su, holding a whisk, speaking lightly. Their trail ends here. They seem to be much stronger than us, so we can't track them down, Wuchi said, surprise in his eyes. Let's disperse, we can't find them. A mysterious strong person has appeared in the East Continent, so all sects should be cautious, Li Bin sighed. Everyone's expressions turned serious, deep in thought. Perhaps they could try to find the strong person to increase their sect strength. Thus the 8 of them returned to the Lingshu secret realm, waiting for the disciples inside to emerge. They waited for half a year, far longer than the expected month. For this reason, Guan Tianwei was scolded by everyone, but he expressed that it had nothing to do with him. The secret realm had changed, and he couldn't help it, and moreover the disciples of Dao sect were still inside. After all, since they were not in any life-threatening danger inside the secret realm, they could just wait a little longer to see how things developed. Meanwhile, Chu Fan returned to Shanling Peak with Hua Wanqing and the old Wutong tree. When the old Wutong tree saw the Bodhi divine tree and the divine peach tree at the top of Shanling Peak, it quickly ran over, continuously bowing around the 2 divine trees, then sincerely expressed to Chu Fan that it wanted to take root here as this was its only home. Chu Fan agreed. Hua Wanqing also began to cultivate at the peak, while the little phoenix fluttered and leaped on the branches of the old Wutong tree, which had meticulously built a very comfortable phoenix nest for it. In the following days, besides sleeping and cultivating in the nest, the little phoenix played with the 10 chicks of the Fingzhen chicken. It acted like an older sister, leading the Fingzhen chicken between the Bodhi divine tree, the divine peach tree, and the old Wutong tree, having a blast. At first, when the Fingzhen chicken couple saw the little phoenix, they were almost scared to death by the divine beast bloodline pressure emanating from it. However, upon seeing that the little phoenix was friendly and happily played with their children, they became less wary. Over the course of 5 months, Chu Fan spent most of his time eating and sleeping at Shanling Peak, occasionally guiding Hua Wanqing in her cultivation. Of course, he also signed in on time, but it was all about enhancing his cultivation. Aside from that, he also visited the forbidden area of Dao sect to watch the ancestors playing mahjong. These old fellows who had been cooped up for hundreds or even thousands of years were full of energy after their rebirth, continuously playing mahjong and chess, leading to the arrival of a second batch of mahjong. In the 3rd month, he also visited the Lingshu secret realm and learned that there was a stone tablet leaderboard outside. Guan Tianwei was startled when he saw Chu Fan. Chu Fan, didn't you enter the Lingshu secret realm? How come? After asking, Guan Tianwei suddenly thought of a key point. Could the wooden nest that flew out from the Lingshu secret realm be the work of Chu Fan? Was that wooden nest made by you? Guan Tianwei asked in surprise. Chu Fan nodded, not denying it. Master Guan, the barrier of the Lingshu secret realm will disappear in 3 months. You must protect the returning disciples. After saying this, Chu Fan turned around to leave. Wait, Chu Fan, go investigate those scattered cultivators. If they join Dao sect, wouldn't that be? Guan Tianyu's face revealed a scheming smile. What does that have to do with us? We are all on the same side, why investigate? Chu Fan said, directly leaving Guan Tianyue, who was left in a daze. Guan Tianyue, coming back to his senses, wanted to laugh out loud, but dared not, fearing others would notice something. 6 months had passed since the opening of the Lingshu secret realm, and on this day the steel above the entrance began to fade away. Everyone understood that the barrier of the Lingshu secret realm was about to disappear. Indeed, with a thunderous roar, countless individuals flew out from within the Lingshu secret realm. Zhang Ku of the Xiantian sect and Wu Liang of the Qingshu sect escorted their junior disciples out and were immediately received by their elders. At the first moment, Li Bin flew to the entrance and shouted loudly, "Who among you is the Snow Maiden, who is the Jiangyang bandit, who is Xiao Ko, and who are you, Xiao Xiao the cowherd and the shepherdess? As long as you join the Xiantian sect, I am willing to offer you the treatment of a personally taught disciple, personally instructing you. Li sect master, your appetite is quite large, do you really want all of them? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by us?" The sect master of the Qingshu sect, Qingshu Dao Ran, was of equivalent strength to Li Bin, both at the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm. Seeing Li Bin trying to recruit those 6 outstanding rogue cultivators, he immediately raised his whisk and confronted Li Bin. The other sect masters of the holy sects also flew over, each with their own intentions. Which of you is the Jiangyang bandit? I, the Wujizong, promise you the position of the Son of God. Once your cultivation rises, I will abdicate immediately. I, the Heishanzong, am the same. Which one is Xiao Cook? If you enter my Heishanzong, you will be the future sect master. Seeing the 8 major holy sects fighting fiercely for recruits, even promising benefits, the other sect masters could only watch in silence. They also had plans to recruit these rogue cultivators into their sects, but at this moment it was uncertain whether their offered conditions could compete with the 8 major holy sects, and whether they could withstand the fury of the 8 major holy sects. Everyone was clever and would not dare to be the first to stick their neck out. The most surprised were Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, Ling Qingshuan, and Yi Xian, among others. They had disguised themselves and used false names when entering the inheritance tower. Others should not have known yet. Why did the sect masters start snatching people the moment they emerged? Moreover, their own sect master Guan Tianyue was shouting loudly, eager to recruit all the talented individuals like the Snow Maiden into the Daoi sect. Elder, what exactly happened? Yi Xian asked the 6th elder Jiang Wei beside him. Well, this is naturally about the inheritance tower. The people the sect master mentioned are all geniuses who have ascended above the 90 floors of the inheritance tower, and they are all rogue cultivators. These geniuses, once they grow, will at least reach the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, which is why the sect master would openly snatch people. Jiang Wei patted Yi Xian's shoulder and continued, moreover, Yi Xian, your performance inside was too eye-catching. The 80th floor is already the most formidable batch. However, to earn rewards, I will not punish you for this impulsiveness. Just remember to study the sect rules well when you return. What? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, looking at Jiang Wei in confusion. 6th elder, I didn't forget the sect rules. When I entered the inheritance tower, I didn't use my real name, I used Yu Xiao Xiao. What did you say? Jiang Wei exclaimed in surprise, turning to see many people looking over, so he chuckled to mask his embarrassment. Once others were no longer paying attention, he quietly asked Yi Xian, did you just say you are Yu Xiao Xiao? Yes, Yi Xian affirmed. That's strange, your name was clearly on the stele, and you ascended to the 80th floor of the inheritance tower. Now it was the 6th elder's turn to be puzzled. Master, actually it was I who ascended to the 80th floor of the inheritance tower. I used senior brother Yi Xian's name. At this moment, Li Yoji leaned over to Jiang Wei's side, having heard his master's exclamation. He approached when he heard Jiang Wei questioning Yi Xian and voluntarily jumped out. The truth was revealed. It was you, rascal. Jiang Wei felt both love and hate for this disciple. He admired his cleverness in using Yi Xian's name to deceive everyone, but resented that he had even tricked his own master. He did not know how startled his master was at the moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had also learned of the situation and informed Qing Shui and Ling Qingxian. These people still don't know that the so-called Jiangyang bandit and Snow Maiden are not rogue cultivators at all but members of the Daoi sect. Yet they are still boasting that joining their sect means becoming the future sect master. Jiang Feng was pleased, but did not dare to be too arrogant, fearing being recognized. If we really wanted to, then in a few decades, wouldn't more than half of the sect masters of the 8 major holy sects be from the Daoi sect? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Ling Qingxian also laughed. Don't think too simply. Every sect has various means to test the disciples' loyalty. I'm afraid that even if you want to go, you won't pass the first test. Qing Shui completely shattered Ling Qingshuan's fantasies. Alright, let's go. We've gained quite a bit during these 6 months. It's time to find our master. Where has master been for the past 6 months? Qing Shui then noticed that Chu Fan was missing. During the past 6 months, they had been comprehending the inscriptions on the golden bell on the 2nd floor. When the 6 months were up, both the inheritance tower and the golden bell disappeared into the sky, and they were forced to exit. Although they had not fully comprehended the inscriptions on the golden bell, their strength had all risen to the 1st level of the martial saint realm. However, they had all used the concealment technique to hide their cultivation level, showing only slightly higher than before entering the Lingshu secret realm. I don't know, I'll ask my senior brother to inquire with the elders. Ling Qingxian pondered. Okay, I'll ask. Jiang Feng nodded, turned, and left. After a while he returned saying, Senior sister Qingxian master came out 5 months ago and has been fishing at Shanling Peak. Huh. Qing Shui and Ling Qingxian were speechless. Truly their master was something. While they were diligently cultivating to increase their strength, he had managed to exit the secret realm early. No wonder they could not find him. They felt worried about him only to find out he had already returned to the sect to leisurely fish. Since master is at Shanling Peak, let's go back too. Alright. Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and Ling Qingxian no longer lingered and rode their flying swords back to the Dao. As they left, those who sought the Snow Maiden Jianyang Bandit and others found them even harder to locate, thus the matter ended without resolution. This secret realm experience concluded like this. No, it wasn't over. Because someone discovered that the entrance to the Lingshu secret realm could be entered and exited freely with no age restrictions, thus the vast majority began to enter the secret realm. Having just finished their half-year experience, the Lingshu secret realm was not yet able to catch its breath before welcoming the second batch of cultivators. This second batch was even larger in number and stronger in power. They all aimed for the Emperor's inheritance tower, but when they arrived they found the tower had vanished. Thus they began to explore the secret realm, stuffing everything they could grab into their spatial rings. After the first batch of cultivators had plundered the entire secret realm, there were still some hidden entrances that were not discovered, which were all found one by one. Some even dug 3 feet into the ground and unearthed heavenly treasures. Once the news broke, except for the noble sect masters and elders who couldn't lower their faces, others took up shovels, hoes, and employed force. In any case, they spared no effort turning the Lingshu secret realm upside down. After finishing the first layer, they moved on to the second layer, then to the third layer. In any case, nothing useful in their line of sight was overlooked. After 3 days and nights of tumult, the cultivators gradually began to exit the Lingshu secret realm. Their harvest was quite satisfactory, as most had obtained relatively satisfying treasures. After the Lingshu secret realm completely lost its exploration value, over 1 million cultivators from the eastern continent departed, leaving only Li Bin from the Xiantian sect to call out to Guan Tianwei. Master Guan, the Xiantian sect intends to rest at the Daoi sect for a day or two. Could we impose a favor? We can pay with spirit stones. Of course, spirit stones are unnecessary. Shall we go together? Guan Tianwei replied with a cheerful smile, but internally he had cursed Li Bin several times already. Don't think I don't know what schemes you're plotting, old sly fox. Luckily, I had anticipated this outcome and prepared my countermeasures. Come on, feel free to take a look. After all, nothing can be found anyway. On the other side, the trio who had returned to Shanling Peak were standing side by side behind Chu Fan, all looking at Hua Wonking, who was about to emerge from the Bodhi tree. When they returned to Shanling Peak a few days ago, they noticed that the entire peak had transformed, brimming with vitality and 3 unfamiliar auras. Upon meeting Chu Fan, they learned that the change in Shanling Peak was due to the ancient Wudong tree which had taken root there, shielding the peak from the wind and rain, serving as the warmest harbor for Xiaohuang and the strongest support for Shanling Peak. After Chu Fan's introduction, they also learned about the origins of the Wudong tree and were astonished by its power. Chu Fan also casually introduced Xiaohuang, and upon realizing that Xiaohuang was a divine beast, the 3 of them displayed expressions of surprise and shock, their gazes towards Chu Fan filled with admiration. Master is incredible, even a divine beast is kept as a pet. However, Xiaohuang had a very proud temperament. When the 3 wanted to get closer, it completely ignored them, strutting with an air of independence, happily playing with a ball alongside Fengzhen's chick. So Master entered the Lingshu secret realm for the little junior sister. Jiang Feng finally realized. The little junior sister's strength surpasses ours, as she has already reached the 2nd level of Martial Saint Realm. It's terrifying. Ling Qingxian quickly followed up. The 3 of them had gone through great hardships to reach the 1st level of Martial Saint Realm in the Inheritance Tower, and the 2nd layer domain, falling short of their little junior sister Hua Wonking. In reality, they were excessively modest. Although their cultivation was at the 1st level of Martial Saint Realm, they had already cultivated their physiques to a small success, especially Ling Qingshuan, who, having absorbed and refined 3 chains of yin-yang laws, was not far from achieving great success in her Reincarnation Body. Take Qing Shui for example. She practiced the longevity art and had early comprehended a hint of the time law. After spending half a year in the Lingshu secret realm, she further advanced in her understanding of the law, capable of using the time law in battle. As long as her opponent's strength does not exceed the Saint Emperor realm, she can use time acceleration and time stasis to change the situation. Although she can only accelerate or freeze for less than 1/10 of a second now, for cultivators above the Martial Saint realm, success or failure hinges on mere moments. If in the future Qing Shui can fully comprehend the time law or even grasp the great Tao of time, she could traverse the river of time, moving freely through the past, present, and future. With just a glance, she could bring her enemies to the end of their lifespans. Jiang Feng and Ling Qingshuan's strength was similarly comparable. Thus, despite their cultivation being merely at the 1st level of Martial Saint Realm, defeating those at the 7th level would not be a problem. As they conversed, Hua Wonking, who had finished her comprehension under the Bodhi tree, opened her eyes and walked gracefully towards Chu Fan, saying, "Greetings, master." Then she greeted the three behind Chu Fan. "Greetings, senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister." She was clever at having met Jiang Feng before she quickly guessed their identities. "Little junior sister, we will be family from now on, there's no need to be polite." Qing Shui revealed a faint smile exuding the demeanor of a senior sister. Jiang Feng and Ling Qixian nodded in agreement from the side, nearly uttering the words "same here." After getting to know each other, they began to report their experiences one by one to Chu Fan. Chu Fan could observe their general conditions through the eye of insight, and he was particularly pleased to find that Qing Shui and Jiang Feng's talents had changed. Originally, both Qing Shui and Jiang Feng had blue talents, but after consuming about 20 Fengzhen chicken eggs, they had upgraded to purple. Now, under the scan of the eye of insight, a circle of golden light appeared at the outer layer of their purple talents. This indicated that their talents were gradually rising towards gold, which was a good sign. Considering this situation, Chu Fan concluded that it was due to the enhancement of Qing Shui and Jiang Feng's physiques that their talents had changed as well. Perhaps when their physiques reached perfection, their talents could transform into gold. The three had reached the entry-level stage of their cultivation methods, truly stepping onto the right path. The cultivation of methods can be categorized into 6 levels based on mastery, initial understanding, entry-level integration, proficient peak, and return to simplicity. Initial understanding refers to a basic grasp of the method, understanding its principles, but not being able to apply it skillfully. Only upon reaching the entry-level stage can one be considered to have their own insights into the method, beginning to delve deeper into its cultivation. The three no longer needed Chu Fan's guidance in their cultivation. As long as they continued to practice in the direction of their insights, they would eventually reach the return to simplicity stage. During these 5 months, Hua Wonking also comprehended the great dream of 1,000 autumns beneath the Bodhi tree and was just a step away from reaching the entry-level stage. After practicing the great dream of 1,000 autumns, Hua Wonking gained new means of combat. Her enchanting eyes could exert mental pressure on her enemies, and through her gaze, she could cast the sleep skill. As long as the opponent's cultivation level did not exceed 4 levels above hers, once hit they would fall into a deep slumber. The life or death of the afflicted enemy rested solely in her thoughts. She could will them to live or die. Seeing his 4 disciples grow so strong under his careful nurturing, Chu Fan felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but display a kind smile. That smile resembled that of an old father witnessing his children thrive, filled with warmth and joy. It was time to let them grow freely. The direction for their advancement had already been pointed out, and the remaining path was for them to walk on their own. In the following days, at Chu Fan's request, the 4 disciples not only practiced daily, but also engaged in sparring with each other to continuously refine their shortcomings. On this day, Guan Tianwei sent a message stating that the Xietian sect would be coming to stay at the Daoi sect for a few days, asking Chu Fan to prepare. Upon receiving the news, Chu Fan headed to the discussion hall alone. It was also time to put on a show for the Xietian sect. Originally, this performance was prepared by Chu Fan and Guan Tianwei for the 7 great holy sects, but unexpectedly only the Xietian sect came. On this day, Guan Tianwei brought Li Bin and a total of 20 elders and disciples from the Xietian sect to the inner gate of the Xietian sect. Guan Tianwei did not directly lead them into the Great Hall. He had already seen through Li Bin's intentions, which were rooted in disbelief that the blueprints leaked by the Daoi sect were merely related to the Lingxiu's secret realm. "Then I shall satisfy you and let you see that what you thought was a hidden mystery in the blueprints is merely a tool for entertainment." Guan Tianwei secretly chuckled in his heart, already imagining the expression on Li Bin's face when he realized that the things he had painstakingly researched had no significance, as if he had eaten a fly. "Esteemed guests of the Xietian sect, welcome to visit my Daoi sect." Upon entering the inner gate of the Daoi sect, Guan Tianwei warmly introduced every aspect of the sect to the group. Li Bin cooperated with Guan Tianwei, occasionally nodding in praise. He was also troubled about how to thoroughly investigate the Daoi sect, but now Guan Tianyu's actions were precisely what he desired. Thus the leaders of the 2 sects each harbored their own schemes, chatting and laughing as they strolled through the inner gate of the Daoi sect, while the elders and disciples of the Xietian sect silently followed behind Li Bin. After a while, Guan Tianwei led Li Bin and the others to the area where the inner disciples engaged in activities, a space typically used by the inner disciples of the Daoi sect for martial arts, sparring, and exchanging insights. However, at present, besides a dozen disciples sparring, the rest were sitting in pairs or at tables of 4 chatting and fiddling with the items in their hands. They were so engrossed in their play that they did not notice Guan Tianwei and the others' arrival. The most curious were Li Bin and the others from the Xietian sect, especially Li Bin and several elders who were aware of the designs. Upon seeing the familiar items the inner disciples of the Daoi sect were manipulating, they fell into contemplation. "This is what the Daoi sect made overnight." Li Bin and the others were stunned, realizing that the designs we racked our brains to decipher were actually toys for the Daoi sect. Damn it, realizing his own suspicion was unfounded, Li Bin decided that when he returned he would thoroughly lecture the spies he had placed in the Daoi sect. In the future they should not report every trivial matter, they should have a little insight, couldn't they? Li Bin's face turned ashen as if he had eaten something foul. Li Sect Master, what is wrong? Seeing Li Bin's strange expression, Guan Tianwei expressed concern. In reality, he was almost laughing uncontrollably if it weren't for maintaining the image of the sect master and preventing the Xiantian sect from discovering any clues. He would have been laughing with his hands on his belly. Li Bin quickly regained his composure, smiling as he asked, "It's nothing, Sect Master Guan. I wonder what remarkable achievements your disciples are working on. This is the first time I've seen the items in their hands." It turns out Sect Masterly wants to ask about this. This item is called Mahjong, used for entertaining and relaxing the inner disciples. Not only that, but there are also others here. Guan Tianwei pointed to another area, that is Xiangqi and Gobang, which serve the same purpose, primarily for the disciples to practice their thinking skills. I see. After wandering around with the Xiantian sect's people for a while, they finally arrived at the sect master's great hall. As everyone took their seats, Li Bin began discussing with Guan Tianwei whether the disciples of the Daoyi sect and the Xiantian sect should spar. Li Bin already knew that the designs were not hiding any great secrets. Had it not been for his insistence on resting in the Daoyi sect for a day or two, he would have been eager to return to the Xiantian sect. Therefore, in order to showcase the strength of the Xiantian sect's disciples, he put forward the request to spar with the inner disciples of the Daoyi sect. In the Lingxiu secret realm, he managed to ascend to the 90th level of the Emperor's Inheritance Tower, excluding those few talented loose cultivators whose whereabouts were unknown. He was among the strongest. In contrast, the most powerful disciple of the Daoyi sect, Yixian, had only reached the 80th level. In order to vent his frustrations, he had no choice but to pursue this angle. Sect Masterly, how could my Daoyi sect's disciples compare to yours from the Xiantian sect? My disciple Yixian is only at the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm, while your disciple Shang Ku is already at the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. Perhaps we should let this go. Guan Tianwei declined. After half a year's training in the Lingxiu secret realm, even Guan Tianwei did not know exactly what level Yixian had reached. On the surface, Yixian was merely at the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm. Even adding the small success of the flame god body, he could only match up with the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm. Defeating Shang Ku at the 7th level was difficult. Moreover, Guan Tianwei did not want to expose Yixian at this time. The flame god body was Yixian's trump card, and he would definitely not reveal it to the outside world if he could avoid it. Thus Guan Tianwei refused Li Bin's request. After all, admitting that the disciples of the Daoyi sect could not match those of the Xiantian sect was not a matter of shame. The Xiantian sect was ranked first among the 8 holy sects of the eastern continent, while the Daoyi sect was only 6th, which was evidently incomparable. Li Bin did not expect Guan Tianwei to refuse so decisively. He chuckled. Sect Master Guan is being too modest. How about this? I will have Shang Ku suppress his cultivation to the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm to spar with Yixian. Just one match. This. Guan Tianwei hesitated. It was clear that Li Bin did not want to miss this opportunity for sparring. For a moment, Guan Tianwei did not know how to refuse. After all, Li Bin had said he could have Shang Ku suppress his cultivation to spar with Yixian at the same level. In this case, refusing again would seem impolite. Alright, I will notify Yixian right away. Saying this, Guan Tianwei took out a communication token intending to summon Yixian. However, after sending the message, a long time passed without any response. Helplessly, he had to send a disciple from the Holy Master Peak to check on what was happening with Yixian. After a while, the disciple returned to inform Guan Tianwei that Yixian had said he wanted to enter seclusion to comprehend the sacred level techniques he had obtained after returning from the Lingxiu secret realm, and 3 days had already passed. I apologize, Sect Masterly, but Yixian is in seclusion. Shall we postpone this matter? Li Bin could tell that Guan Tianwei was not putting on an act. Yixian truly was in seclusion to comprehend techniques. This was very normal. If it were not for his desire to investigate the Daoyi sect, they would have returned to their sect long ago to allow the disciples who had gained insights in the secret realm to digest their fortunes. Otherwise, why didn't the other holy sects follow? Were they not just going back to do this? That's fine. Once Yixian exits seclusion, we will. Li Bin had to agree, but before he could finish speaking, a voice resonated from the sky, echoing in all directions. The War God Hall will open. Please arrange for disciples from all continents to enter. The War God Hall. Upon hearing this voice, everyone present stood up in shock. Guan Tianwei and Li Bin looked at each other, both surprised by the expression on each other's faces. Why has the War God Hall opened early? Isn't there still 20 years left? Li Bin was perplexed. The Hall of War Gods is not a faction but a colossal palace. The Kanglan realm consists of 4 continents: the Eastern Continent, Southern Wilderness, Central Continent, and the Far North. Excluding the various special races inhabiting the Far North, the Eastern Continent, Southern Wilderness, and Central Continent primarily serve as the realm where the human race thrives. Similar to the Eastern Continent, both the Southern Wilderness and Central Continent host sacred sects. The Southern Wilderness has 4 major sacred sects whose overall strength is comparable to that of the Xiantian sect. The central continent, with its unique geographic advantages, boasts the strongest power among the 3 realms, particularly known for its 3 major sacred sects and 10 minor sacred sects. The 10 minor sacred sects possess similar strength, each having capabilities rivaling those of the Xiantian sect, with their disciples growing stronger, with each generation currently experiencing a period of vigorous development. It is simply that over time the spiritual energy in the Kanglan realm has become significantly denser than before, indicating that a grand era is about to unfold and a new round of imperial competition is on the horizon. The Hall of War Gods is situated at the junction of the central continent, eastern continent, and southern wilderness, nestled within a naturally formed giant mountain range. Every 500 years the Hall of War Gods opens its doors, and at that time the entire Kanglan realm receives the news. Any cultivator under the age of 100 can enter the Hall of War Gods to seek opportunities. The Hall of War Gods is not a faction, or rather it serves as a grand hall of opportunities for all cultivators in the Kanglan realm to enhance their strength. In the past, when the Hall of War Gods opened, it was one of the grandest events in the entire Kanglan realm, with almost all cultivators entering the hall. The origins of the Hall of War Gods are unknown. The only information available is that it has existed since the emergence of life in the Kanglan realm. According to records, the first emperor of the human race, known as the Chaos Emperor, also gained unparalleled opportunities within the Hall of War Gods, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle and becoming an emperor, thus initiating a glorious era for humanity. It can be said that almost all emperors have entered the Hall of War Gods. Master Guan, the situation is urgent. I won't linger until we meet again at the Hall of War Gods. With the Hall of War Gods opening early, I no longer have the desire to stay at Dawi sect. I must hurry back to Xiantian sect to arrange various matters and strive to gain benefits in the Hall of War Gods. Guan Tianwei could not persuade him to stay, so he said, then I kindly ask Masterly to look after our Dawi sect when the time comes. Certainly. After saying this, Li Bin hurriedly left with the people from Xiantian sect. With the opening of the Hall of War Gods, it is no longer just a contest among the eastern continent, but a competition among the 4 major realms. At this time, it is not a matter of infighting among the 8 sacred sects of the eastern continent. They must stand united against opponents from the central continent's southern wilderness and the far north. Guan Tianwei convened the elders' meeting once again, and this time 3 elders even came from the secret realm. Elders, I believe everyone has heard the earlier announcement of the Hall of War Gods is opening, and we at Dawi sect cannot be absent. Although Dawi sect acts low-key, it is still essential to vie for opportunities like those presented by the Hall of War Gods. However, the method of contention needs to be discussed among everyone. Sect Master, the opportunities and dangers within the Hall of War Gods coexist. The greater the opportunity, the more perilous it is. It is said that even the Chaos Emperor nearly perished within it, so we must exercise utmost caution. An elder from the secret realm reminded them. His name is Minzheng, and he had the fortune of entering the Hall of War Gods in the past, though his gains were modest. He possesses some understanding of the circumstances within the hall, thus his words are quite reasonable. Guan Tianwen nodded. He was born at an inopportune time and never had the chance to enter the Hall of War Gods. However, as the sect leader, he must be responsible for the disciples of the sect. Being the only sect in the eastern continent with an unbroken lineage, since ancient times he treats significant matters with the utmost seriousness, allowing not a shred of error. Though the opportunities at the Hall of War Gods are splendid, the number of those who perished within it is countless. This is an unavoidable path on the road of cultivation. Almost all strong cultivators ascend over the corpses of countless enemies. Without a strong heart, one cannot be considered strong. Therefore, despite knowing the risk of death in the Hall of War Gods, countless individuals still flock towards it. Many are also hoping to change their fates through the Hall of War Gods. This is my plan. All inner disciples, and even direct disciples of the sect who meet the criteria, can go to the Hall of War Gods. As for whether they choose to go, that is up to them. What we need to do is provide them with more means of survival. Guan Tianwei then turned to Chu Fan. Elder Chu, you may try to enter. Among all the elders present, only Chu Fan meets the requirements to enter the Hall of War Gods. He is just over 27 years old, in the prime of his youth. At 27 years old and in the second layer of the Holy King realm, one might ask how many can compare in the entire Kanglan realm. The only caution must be against those near 100 years old, as many among them are at the 9th layer of the Holy King realm, or even at the Holy Emperor realm. But who is Chu Fan? He is an elder of Dawi sect. What is the tradition of Dawi sect? Everyone present knows. Indeed, nephew Chu Fan, you can give it a try. Perhaps this time you may acquire the greatest opportunity in the Hall of War Gods and achieve the position of an emperor. Elder Yen Lu's eyes lit up as he suggested. Me? Chu Fan responded speechlessly. He knows a bit about the Hall of War Gods. It is merely a place for fighting and killing, breaking through levels to gain opportunities, which holds no significance for him. He only plans to send his 4 disciples Qing Shui to the Hall of War Gods. As an elder of Xianying Peak, there is no need for him to compete with those people. Sect Master, esteemed elders, I am accustomed to living in peace and do not wish to stir things up too much. Let the disciples go to the Hall of War Gods. I will not join the fray. Chu Fan found an excuse to refuse. He certainly cannot say that he no longer needs to enter the Hall of War Gods due to his strength, as that would not conform to the rules of Daoi sect. Ding, task triggered. Thank you, this time I will not accept, and it is not allowed to release. Chu Fan had just rejected Guan Tianwei when the system inopportunely chimed in. Chu Fan could guess what it was without thinking. Before the system could finish speaking, he forcefully interrupted the system's incantation. Very well, let the disciples go. The direct disciples will be arranged by Elder Min, while the others will be informed by the elders and their disciples. Whoever wishes to go can go. Guan Tianwei made a decisive conclusion, ending the meeting. After returning to Xianying Peak, Chu Fan summoned the 4 disciples. With the Hall of War Gods opening, I have a task for you. Make a name for yourselves within the Hall of War Gods. Aside from Jiang Feng, who represents Daoi sect, the others must disguise themselves. Ah, master, why can my senior sister and junior sisters disguise themselves, but I cannot? Jiang Feng asked in confusion, feeling it unfair that he was always the face of the sect. Just take a look at your characteristics. You carry that red brick everywhere. No matter how you disguise yourself, others will recognize you at a glance. Chu Fan replied, slightly annoyed. All right then. Jiang Feng had no choice but to compromise, as he could not bear to part with such a magical artifact as the brick. Qing Shui, the eldest disciple of Chu Fan, donned in a gown of pure white, held the Zawujian in her hand, her frosty countenance exuding a hint of heroism. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, lips as red as rubies and teeth as white as pearls, standing tall and elegant. Jiang Feng, the second disciple of Chu Fan, towered over Qing Shui by a head dressed in light blue attire. His striking appearance featured sword-like brows and starry eyes, deep and spirited pupils, often accompanied by a faintly wicked smile. He held a red brick tightly in his hand, handsome and somewhat roguish in demeanor. Ling Qingshuan, the third disciple of Chu Fan, was pure and adorable, with a pair of bright large eyes and a round face resembling an apple exuding innocence. Her fair skin was as smooth as a peeled egg, and her green garment accentuated her pure and delicate appearance. Hua Wanjing, the fourth disciple of Chu Fan, appeared like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Her petal-like dress wrapped closely around her figure, enhancing her enchanting silhouette, while her delicate feet lightly touched a large red flower petal, adding to her captivating charm. Among the 4 disciples, apart from Hua Wanjing, who was at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, the others were at the 1st level. In terms of both physique and talent, they were all exceptionally gifted. With such physique and talent, the title of emperor was merely their starting point. In truth, they all possessed the potential for immortality, with the celestial realm being their true stage. After giving some instructions, Chu Fan began distributing a large number of life-preserving items to ensure that everyone could enter the War God Hall without any worries. Seeing this, the slumbering Wutong ancient tree also offered up 4 of its primordial branches to the 4 disciples. Each branch contained 1/10 of its power at the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, capable of easily slaying any being below the 9th level of the Holy Master realm. Chu Fan had even more formidable means, but he chose not to reveal them. He wanted Qing Shui and the others to undergo more training. One can be low-key in life, but must be high-profile in cultivation. This high-profile approach does not mean to let others know how fast one is cultivating, but rather to maintain an upward spirit and seize every opportunity to enhance one's cultivation. A day later, Qing Shui, Ling Qingshuan, and Hua Wanjing transformed into ordinary young women and left the Daoi sect led by Qing Shui, heading towards the War God Hall under the guise of scattered cultivators. Chu Fan took Jiang Feng to the square where Yi Xian and the others were also present. Originally, Yi Xian had been in seclusion, but was forcibly called out by Guan Tianyue, who, as the senior brother of the Holy Master Peak, was expected to take the lead. In addition to some familiar faces, Chu Fan also saw the 13 direct disciples had come. Is Qin Haran not coming? Chu Fan quietly asked as he approached Guan Tianyue. They set off ahead of time, not as representatives of the Daoi sect with a total of more than 400 people. Guan Tianyue replied quietly. This time, most of the disciples of the Daoi sect planned to enter the War God Hall. The elders also took out their most treasured items. They distributed everything that could protect their lives, including armor, talismans, and pills, hoping that these disciples would safely come out after entering the War God Hall. Chu Fan nodded, acknowledging that this approach was indeed the best. The Daoi sect would not restrict its disciples from competing for opportunities simply because they wanted to be cautious. On the contrary, they would strongly support them, as every disciple was nurtured with great effort by the sect's leaders, hoping each one would grow. In the future, once they stepped back from the forefront, these disciples would be able to carry the banner of the Daoi sect. Each generation of the Daoi sect had gone through this process. Using both overt and covert approaches would at least prevent other sects from noticing the hidden strength of the Daoi sect, making it a win-win situation. These disciples were well aware of the sect's rules. As long as they were not overly unfortunate, they should not face life-threatening dangers. With 13 direct disciples and 30 inner disciples, this configuration was indeed a standard for a holy sect. At least from an outsider's perspective, the disciples of the Daoi sect seemed to possess comparable strength. This time led by Guan Tianyue, with 2 elders accompanying him and more than 40 disciples, they boarded a flying vessel and set off towards the War God Hall in grand fashion. After a while, Chu Fan noticed further activity at the back mountain of the Daoi sect with 10 ancestors and 20 elders discreetly following the flying vessel of Guan Tianwei to provide covert protection. Chuckling and shaking his head, Chu Fan turned and returned to Shanling Peak, continuing his leisurely and careful. The distance from the Daoi sect to the War God Hall was quite far. Even at the speed of the flying vessel, it would take half a month to reach. Fortunately, there was still over a month before the War God Hall opened, giving everyone ample time to arrive early. In the three major regions of Dongzhou, Nanjing, and Zhangzhou, flying vessels could be seen racing through the skies, each representing the facade of different sects. In the Kanglan realm's four major regions, countless sects exist. Aside from the 20 or so most powerful holy sects, the top-tier sects number in the thousands. The first, second, and third-tier sects are even more numerous beyond counting. In addition, there are forces such as dynasties, families, and scattered cultivators. No one knows what hidden masters or fortunate individuals lie within these factions. The War God Hall does not grant the greatest opportunities merely to those with strong power, it also tests talent, fortune, and potential. This is why even when they know their strength cannot compare with that of the holy sects, many sects are still willing to bring all their disciples into the War God Hall. They gamble on the chance that a disciple might be lucky enough to obtain a supreme opportunity, thus changing the fate of the sect. Throughout history, nearly all powerful sects have risen because a certain disciple acquired a fortuitous opportunity, becoming a strong figure and leading the sect toward prosperity. By the time everyone arrived at the location of the War God Hall, nearly a month had passed. The War God Hall, named after its location, stood amidst a seemingly endless mountain range known as the War God Mountain Range. The War God Hall was perched atop the grandest peak of the War God Mountain Range, its size comparable to a plaza of a holy sect covering less than 100 miles. However, most people knew that this was just the surface. The internal space of the War God Hall was as vast as half of the Kanglan realm. From a distance, the War God Hall appeared like a celestial abode, unchanged by the passage of time, remaining exactly as it was, as the vast seas could not rival the slow march of ages. In front of the War God Hall stood two stone figures, 10 zhang tall, acting as guardians of the hall, enduring wind and rain, day and night, safeguarding the War God Hall. The three major holy sects of Zhangzhou, 10 minor holy sects, the 4 superpowers of Nanjing, and the 8 holy sects of Dong, though, had all gathered, each occupying a designated position. Behind them lay a dense throng of other sects. As the sound of a bell rang out, the two stone figures in front of the War God Hall gradually manifested into two living giants, exuding an overwhelming pressure that seemed capable of crushing the heavens. At this sight, those who had never witnessed such a scene were instantly astonished, collectively gasping in disbelief. They had thought the stone figures were mere statues, but they turned out to be living beings. It was their first time seeing such enormous individuals. The sects of the three major regions have all arrived. The War God Hall is about to open. The guard on the right spoke, his familiar voice exactly like the one that had echoed throughout the Kanglan realm a month ago. It turned out that the giant before them was the one who had announced the impending opening of the War God Hall. Divine Envoy, why haven't we seen anyone from the extreme north this time? Asked Deng Youwei, the leader of the Yaoguang holy sect, one of the three major holy sects in Zhengzhou, respectfully addressing the giant. The giants were the guardians of the War God Hall, transforming into stone figures when the hall was closed, only to become conscious and manifest as living beings upon its opening, referring to themselves as divine envoys. In previous years, while there were not many people from the extreme north who came when the War God Hall opened, there were at least a few. This time, however, observant individuals noted that none had arrived from the extreme north. The messenger of the gods replied, "The extreme north has fallen." What? At this declaration, the crowd erupted like a bowl of water poured into boiling oil. The extreme north has fallen? How could that happen? Since the extreme north is separated from the three major domains by an endless sea, few would venture to the extreme north unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, most areas of the extreme north are shrouded in extreme cold fog, which means that people from the three major domains know very little about it. Only events as significant as the opening of the War God Temple would bring people from the extreme north to appear. No one could have imagined that the sparsely populated extreme north would fall. What terrible thing could have caused this? Fortunately, the messenger did not keep everyone in suspense and continued, "The reason for the War God Temple's early opening is partly due to the situation in the extreme north, where ominous signs have appeared. However, there is no need for concern, and you still have at least 3 years to prepare. Additionally, a new era will begin in 1 year, coinciding with the closing of the War God Temple. At that time, the imperial path will manifest, and the competition among emperors will commence, leading to a complete upheaval." The messenger's words struck the hearts of the people like the hammer of a bell, resonating deeply. It was truly shocking. First, ominous signs appeared in the extreme north, which would bring disaster to the three major domains in 3 years. Then, in 1 year, a new era will dawn, and the imperial path will be revealed. Good and bad tidings came in succession, filling them with excitement, but also a heavy sense of worry. "All right, the War God Temple is opening," the messenger said in a solemn tone as the time arrived. He lifted the spear in his hand and gently thrust it against the door of the War God Temple, causing a thin membrane in front of the door to tear open with a loud rip. The door of the War God Temple slowly opened, revealing an expansive interior space, which could accurately be described as a small world. The eyes of the sect leaders from various holy sects slightly narrowed as they sensed a power stronger than the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm when the messenger acted. The messenger was a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse. Terrifying, and no wonder he could guard the war god temple for 1,000,000 years and still remain so formidable. Seeing the door open, the eager young men immediately flew into the small world, for the opportunities within the war god temple awaited them. They had completely cast aside the recent ominous signs from the extreme north. First, they needed to enhance their strength, only then could they confidently face the impending danger. The door of the war god temple could allow over 10,000 cultivators to enter at once. Everyone from the 3 major domains who met the conditions needed to enter, which would take a full 2 days. Fortunately, the rules of the war god temple did not favor those who arrived first. Firstly, cultivators above the 9th level of the martial saint realm would have their cultivation limited to that level upon entering the small world. In other words, no matter how strong they were, cultivators entering the small world could only reach the 9th level of the martial saint realm at most. Even if they gained opportunities and broke through within the small world, their power would not manifest until they exited the small world. Secondly, within the small world, apart from the fixed 3 checkpoints, all other spaces belong to unexplored areas. These areas vary each time, and some may yield technique, spirit artifacts, or profound insights from powerful beings, while others may harbor unpredictable dangers. In short, opportunities and dangers coexist. It all depends on one's strength to confront the dangers and seize the opportunities that belong to them. For those worried about falling in certain areas, they could choose the 3 fixed checkpoints: the Sky Ladder, the Sky Mirror, and the Sky Selection Tower, which are absolutely safe. Once everyone entered the small world, the messenger waved his hand and a gigantic curtain appeared above the heads of the crowd, showcasing countless images of the cultivators inside the small world. The curtain functioned like a live broadcast, allowing those outside to observe the situation within the small world, truly providing excellent service. On the other side, Chu Fan, who was meditating atop Shanling Peak, suddenly opened his eyes, invigorated. Sign in. Ding, sign in successful, received Divine Mirror. The Divine Mirror allows observation of any place within the Kanglan realm, provided the host specifies a location. What a great item! Chu Fan was overjoyed. With the Divine Mirror, he could enjoy the scenery of the entire Kanglan realm from Shanling Peak without being physically present, knowing what happened anywhere as if it were a live broadcast. On a whim, Chu Fan began to use the Divine Mirror, setting his observation point at the extreme north. The extreme north could be said to be the most mysterious territory in the Kanglan realm, inhabited mostly by various kinds of demon clans with only a handful of humans. It is said that beneath the ice-capped poles lies a most terrifying monster in slumber. In the past 20 years, Chu Fan had not stepped outside, and all information about the Kanglan realm came from the scriptures of the Daowan sect. He was quite interested in the extreme north. Based on his experience, the extreme north must hold many secrets unknown to others. Though he possessed considerable strength, he did not dare to venture into the extreme north casually, as many areas there are perpetually shrouded in frost and cold mist, where even Holy Emperor realm powerhouses could fall. As an elder of the Daowan sect, he would never put himself in such risky situations. However, with the Divine Mirror, that was another matter. Chu Fan looked at the Divine Mirror with anticipation, and the next moment scenes from the extreme north appeared, astonishing him greatly. On the icy white ground lay countless severed limbs and internal organs, with blood flowing in shocking streams, frozen into chunks by the cold temperature. Disturbing cries of various demon beasts echoed at intervals, mixed with the sounds of dying groans. Chu Fan controlled the Divine Mirror to continuously enlarge the images, revealing more and more bloody scenes. What on earth had happened? Curiously, Chu Fan shifted his gaze to the central area of the extreme north, where he faintly heard low growl. The images changed rapidly, and after a quarter of an hour the scenes gradually became clear. A 30-foot-tall red-haired monster stood upright, its blood-red eyes larger than a human head. In its furry hands it was grasping a giant white scorpion, which it then yanked with force, causing the scorpion to emit a tragic scream as its life came to an end. The red-haired monster brought the split white scorpion to its mouth and devoured it in 2 bites, chewing with great enjoyment. Chu Fan could see clearly that the white scorpion possessed the strength of the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm, yet it was so easily slaughtered and consumed by the red-haired monster, illustrating the latter's incredible power. After finishing the white scorpion, the red-haired monster's fur became even more vibrant, and then it turned its gaze to a trembling white giant bear nearby. The white giant bear was enormous, towering 10 feet tall, with a cultivation level of the 5th level of the Holy Emperor realm. However, in comparison to the red-haired monster, it seemed like a mere infant. Next, in the terrified eyes of the white bear, the red-haired monster reached out and crushed it to death before tossing it in. After devouring the white bear, the crimson-furred monster plopped itself onto the ground and closed its blood-red eyes, sinking into slumber. It never once sensed the presence of an observer. Seeing the crimson-furred monster fall asleep, Chu Fan continued guiding the Divine Mirror across the skies above the northernmost wastes. Moments earlier, he had clearly discerned the creature's cultivation realm, quasi-emperor. Beyond that confirmed realm, no further details could be gleaned. His insight, even when channeling the mirror's vision, failed to extract concrete information, leaving Chu Fan no choice but to abandon the attempt. As the mirror swept over ever more vast territories, the scenes unfolding before Chu Fan remained uniformly desolate. Not a single living being remained across the entire northernmost wastes, save only the enigmatic crimson-furred monster. Next, Chu Fan steered the mirror deeper still, toward the heart of the northernmost wastes. His purpose in this investigation was clear: to uncover the truth behind the ancient chronicle's grim account, the most terrifying entity said to dwell beneath the eternal glaciers. If no such being existed there, then perhaps the crimson-furred monster had indeed emerged from beneath those ice sheets. Soon the mirror reached the uttermost depths of the northernmost wastes. Visibility grew hazy. The entire space was shrouded in thick, suffocating mist. Even through the mirror's lens, Chu Fan felt an icy chill seep into his bones. The cold here was unbearable. Even ordinary cultivators would find it impossible to endure. Even a formidable beast like the white scorpion would scarcely survive long within these glacial depths. Through the mirror's gaze, Chu Fan beheld a colossal iceberg, its expanse stretching thousands of miles, radiating an aura of profound antiquity as though it had stood unshaken for 1,000,000 years. Chu Fan guided the mirror downward, plunging beneath the glacier's surface. Half a moment later, the endless expanse of white ice within the mirror's view suddenly shifted, revealing an underwater realm. Who could have imagined that 3,000 meters beneath the glacier, at the very heart of the northernmost wastes, lay a vibrant, living oceanic domain? The space was modest, roughly 1,000 li in diameter, teeming with serene marine life. Fish drifted lazily through the waters, some foraged among rocky crevices, others darted playfully in pursuit, peaceful, harmonious, untouched by violence. No sign of the legendary terror. Could the crimson-furred monster truly have emerged from here? Chu Fan shook his head, dismissing the notion. If the crimson-furred monster had indeed originated from this underwater sanctuary, its savage nature would have left devastation in its wake, yet neither ruin nor trace remained. Not even the faintest residue of its presence lingered. Chu Fan concluded firmly the crimson-furred monster must have appeared from elsewhere. Refusing to yield, he pressed on, scouring the underwater realm meticulously. Half a moment later, a massive undersea reef drew his attention. This reef was extraordinary. Chu Fan sensed a distinct life force, not emanating from the fish dwelling upon it, but from the reef itself. Could this be the fabled terror? Chu Fan felt the answer drawing near. He adjusted the mirror's angle, slowly ascending to survey the reef from above, its true form now unmistakable. It was a colossal creature, reminiscent of a sea turtle yet dwarfing it 100-fold. Studying its contours with mounting intensity, Chu Fan grew increasingly exhilarated. The creature resembled a serpent coiled around a turtle, its shell obsidian black, hardened over eons into rock-like texture indistinguishable from the reef itself, so thoroughly colonized by marine life that it served as their home. It was the divine beast Xuanwu, slumbering deep beneath the sea. At last Chu Fan reached his conclusion, and his excitement surged. This was his first encounter with a living Xuanwu, a revelation as profound as discovering a new continent. Alas, the divine mirror transmitted only images. No interaction was possible. Otherwise, Chu Fan would have dearly wished to awaken Xuanwu and attempt communion. Retracting the mirror, Chu Fan retrieved his communication talisman and sent a message to Tianwei, reporting the emergence of the crimson-furred monster in the northernmost wastes. The crimson-furred monster had already slaughtered all life across the northernmost wastes and now slept. Upon awakening, it might well march beyond those frozen borders, into Zhangzhou Dongzhou and beyond. Inter-sect must prepare, proactively without delay. Should a quasi-emperor level crimson-furred monster invade the three great realms, slaughter would follow without end, rivers of blood inevitable. All Chu Fan could do was sound the alarm before its arrival. How many lives he might save, however, remained uncertain. What? Cousin Chu Fan, how did you learn of the northernmost wastes? Tianwei exclaimed, astonished by the transmission. 2 days prior, the divine envoy had just declared the northernmost wastes fallen and warned that Zhangzhou and the other great realms faced peril within 3 years. Now Chu Fan reported crimson-furred monsters ravaging the region, entire ecosystems annihilated, landscapes reduced to horror. That the divine envoy possessed such foresight surprised Tianwei not at all, but that Chu Fan, still outside Inter-sect, knew both the calamity and its perpetrator. That defied belief. His astonishment was warranted. Chu Fan's methods were unprecedented, unheard of, unseen. I possess a rare treasure, Chu Fan replied, simply capable of revealing events in the northernmost wastes. He offered no further elaboration. Tianwei in turn briefed him on recent developments at the War God Hall. After severing the connection, Chu Fan nodded thoughtfully. 3 years remained, ample time to prepare. And the dawn of a new era in 1 year, when the Emperor's path would manifest, piqued Chu Fan's interest. The advent of a new era heralded the rise of a new emperor. Could the crimson-furred monster's emergence be linked to the... Chu Fan murmured to himself. As ancient wisdom held chaos births heroes, a circumstance forges sovereigns. Every emperor's ascension marked the dawning of a golden age. Yet before such prosperity bloomed, came turmoil, war. Whether this was the true answer would become clear in 1 year's time. Chu Fan set aside the matter. Learning from Tianwei that Qing Shui and the others had entered the War God Hall nearly 3 days prior, he decided to observe their progress via the divine mirror. With a mere thought he anchored the mirror's focus within the War God Hall's spatial domain, its vision sharpening instantly. Whom to observe first? Jiang Feng. The scene shifted. The image-resolved Jiang Feng stood calmly brick in hand gazing at three figures before him. Disciples of the Seven Stars sect. Hey, I discovered this spirit herb first. Do you intend to seize it by force? The Seven Stars sect ranked among the four supreme powers of the southern borderlands, its strength rivaling that of Xiantian sect, its disciples renowned for excellence. The three disciples before Jiang Feng were barely 50 years old, yet the strongest had already attained the realm of martial saint, while the others stood at the first layer of that same realm. Jiang Feng himself had reached only the seventh layer of the martial venerable realm. The encounter between Jiang Feng and the disciples of the Qixing sect quickly attracted the attention of some outsiders, particularly the elders of the Daoyi sect and the Qixing sect. He Qiang, the leader of the Qixing sect, looked at Guan Tianwei with great interest, a smirk of schadenfreude on his lips. The conflicts between territories have never ceased, often reflected in battles between disciples. Guan Tianwei noticed that He Qiang was looking at him, his expression impassive, not even glancing at He Qiang, but instead raising his head to look at the scene where Jiang Feng was. He was well aware that Jiang Feng's strength should not be limited to the seventh level of the martial lord realm. He might even be at the martial saint realm. It all depended on how Jiang Feng would resolve this, whether to endure and retreat or to reveal his strength and defeat the disciples of the Qixing sect. Some southern forces that had good relations with the Qixing sect or were eager to curry favor began their flattery. That kid from the Daoyi sect has run into the three swordsmen of the Qixing sect. It seems he is in for a rough time. This goes without saying, the three swordsmen are all at the first and second levels of the martial saint realm. Dealing with a kid at the seventh level of the martial lord realm, they could take him down with a single strike. As they spoke, they deliberately raised their voices for the elders of the Qixing sect and He Qiang to hear. The latter felt pleased by their words, evident in their smug expressions. A mere Daoyi sect, how can they compare to my Qixing sect? They are overestimating themselves. He Qiang thought. As one of the four major superpowers of the southern region, He Qiang naturally had this confidence. In his eyes, the only sect that could stand on equal footing with the Qixing sect in the entire eastern continent was the Xiantian sect. Thus the so-called sixth-ranked holy sect, the Daoyi sect, was fundamentally insignificant. However, upon seeing Jiang Feng, who was just over 20 years old and already at the seventh level of the martial lord realm, He Qiang was astonished that the Daoyi sect had found a treasure. Although the three swordsmen of the Qixing sect were already in their 50s when they were in their 20s, they were only at the third or fourth levels of the martial lord realm, which was still some distance from Jiang Feng. Now that the two sides were about to clash, it was certain that a fierce battle would ensue and Jiang Feng's martial path would be basically ruined. Inside the War God Hall, life and death were disregarded. If a disciple was killed inside his sect, could not instigate a war over it. As those flattering the Qixing sect raised their voices, more and more people began to pay attention to the three swordsmen, eager to see how they would defeat the disciples of the Daoyi sect. Rob. This is clearly ours. How can you call it robbing? One of the three swordsmen, Yahoo, scoffed. He was the leader among them at the second level of the martial saint realm. Jiang Feng was not angry. He secretly glanced towards the back of Yahoo and the others, then his expression brightened. Senior sister, come help me. Hearing Jiang Feng's cry for help, Yahoo and the others hurriedly turned to look behind, only to find no one there. They immediately realized they had been tricked. Jiang Feng was trying to distract them to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Bang. Before Yahoo could finish the word leave, a large red brick struck his face. Almost simultaneously, the other two also received a solid hit from a brick. Despicable. Yahoo exclaimed, and the sound of three bodies hitting the ground followed. Being hit by the brick resulted in them being knocked out for over half a minute. You think you can compete with me? Jiang Feng chuckled, tossing the brick in his hand. Then he crouched down to remove the spatial rings from Yahoo and the others, not even sparing their clothes. After dealing with the three, Jiang Feng turned around, took the spirit herb, placed it into the spatial ring, and walked away with a proud stride, leaving behind three stripped Qixing sect disciples. The scene came to a halt. Outside, the leaders of the Qixing sect and other southern forces looked stunned, as if they had just eaten a dead fly. Especially He Qiang, whose face turned ashen. The slap in the face had come too quickly. He had just said that Jiang Feng would be half dead at the hands of Yahoo and the others, only for the three to be taken down by Jiang Feng and stripped clean. What a disgrace. Damn it. He Qiang shot a murderous glare at Guan Tianwei in the distance, who responded with a particularly irritating smile. Leader, the disciple of the Daoyi sect used underhanded tactics. It's so shameless. If they can't win, they resort to sneak attacks. It's utterly unworthy of victory. A Qixing sect elder could only comfort He Qiang in this manner. Humph. Once those three come out, I will order them to reflect on their actions for a year at the punishment cliff, so they can think carefully about why they were ambushed. He Qiang was not foolish. From the earlier scene, it was clear that Yahoo and the others had underestimated their opponent, allowing Jiang Feng to take advantage. Underestimating the enemy is a major taboo in cultivation. Those who had previously flattered the Qixing sect now didn't know what to say, and could only remain silent, secretly cursing the three swordsmen as useless. Still calling themselves martial saints, they were taken down by a martial lord at the 7th level with just 3 bricks. How embarrassing. On the other side, Guan Tianwei was almost laughing to the point of tears. He had anticipated several scenarios where Jiang Feng might deal with the Qixing sect, whether by escaping or calling for help, but he never expected Jiang Feng to resort to sneak attacks. Not bad, Jiang Feng, you are a good seedling well taught by Chu Fan. Elder Yanlu also laughed heartily, praising Jiang Feng's actions while also complimenting Chu Fan. In their view, Jiang Feng's behavior could practically serve as a teaching material for instructing other disciples in the sect. Elder Yan, I have recorded the scene of Jiang Feng defeating the 3 of the Qixing sect. We can use it for teaching when we return. The 3rd Elder Ling Yu said beside him. Well done. Guan Tianwei expressed his satisfaction. This incident by Jiang Feng could indeed serve as teaching material, allowing the disciples of the Daoist sect to learn from it. As disciples of the Daoist sect, they must learn to think of a solution at the first moment when faced with danger. You say sneak attack. If the enemy is stronger than you, what's wrong with using a sneak attack to save your life? Only someone with a brain full of water would charge and head first. The Daoist sect does not allow the existence of such foolishness. On Shanling Peak, Chu Fan was also very pleased with Jiang Feng's performance, exclaiming that the child had grown up. There was no need to expose his strength, though with 1 brick for each, he took them all down, collected the spoils, and left gracefully. After watching Jiang Feng's performance, the next one should be Qing Shui. The scene quickly shifted to Qing Shui, who was now transformed into a graceful girl in white. Her appearance was average, not particularly striking, but rather pleasing to the eye. She wielded a modified Zawujian, slaying demonic beasts in a confinement array. These demonic beasts were all at the 1st level of the martial saint realm, and she handled them effortlessly with her 9th level of the martial lord realm. The Zawujian flowed through her hands like water, leaving behind sword marks. The beasts struck were shattered into pieces, while some slightly stronger ones attempted to evade the attack, only to find themselves momentarily frozen before dissipating. It was the law of time. During the battle, Qing Shui utilized the law of time, and as she killed more demonic beasts, her mastery of the law of time became increasingly exquisite. As Chu Fan watched Qing Shui slay the demon beasts, the people outside the Hall of War Gods were also paying attention to the situation of their disciples. Look by Ziyue truly deserves the favor of the heavens. Upon entering the Hall of War Gods, he has already acquired a top-grade heavenly spiritual artifact, and now has obtained a supreme heavenly skill. The elder of the Tianji sect exclaimed excitedly, his exuberance making one wonder if he had just acquired some unparalleled treasure. The sect master by Yang looked at the elder with an expression of someone who had never seen the world. My son is favored by the heavens. Is it not normal for him to obtain such treasures? What is there to shout about? Sect master Jiang Yubai just killed 13 demon beasts of the 2nd level of the martial saint realm with a single strike of the sect's ultimate technique. Did you see that? I saw it. Not bad, but that was not Yubai's full strength. Dang Youwei, the sect master of the Shaking Light Holy Sect, floated in the air with his hands behind his back, showing no joy or sorrow, his gaze fixed on the ever-changing scenes above, lost in thought. Qian Sidu of the Tianyao Holy Sect entered a cave and obtained treasures from an ancient 6th-level holy master, raising his cultivation level by 1 rank. Zhang Tao of the Bihai Holy Sect and Jun Ani of the Hanbang Sect fought fiercely over a top-grade, heavenly spiritual artifact. Ultimately, Zhang Tao gained the upper hand, defeating Jun Ani to seize the artifact and leaving with grace. The demoness Li Tianqin of the Xianming sect inadvertently stumbled into a horde of demon beasts, unleashing a massacre, ruthlessly slaying 17 demon beasts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, obtaining the demon course guarded by the beasts, and mastering a supreme heavenly skill. Various sects such as the Hualing sect, the Fushuang sect, and the Xiantian sect had their disciples shining brilliantly in the small world, each one showing remarkable improvement in cultivation and comprehension. In just 4 days, such gains have made one marvel at how enticing the opportunities in the Hall of War Gods truly. As this mindset spread among the crowd, the screen began to show casualties. First, 3 disciples of the Bu sect from the eastern continent accidentally entered a cave, awakening a slumbering 7th-level martial saint demon beast within, while the strongest among the 3 was only at the 7th level of the martial master realm. The outcome was predictable. They could not even escape and became food for the demon beasts. Next, a disciple from a first-rate sect in the southern wilderness, Huangshan, was drenched in blood within a killing formation, powerless to turn the tide, and fell to be torn apart by the formation. A disciple from a first-rate sect in the central continent was slain by a disciple of the superpower Fangman from the southern wilderness, with not a single one able to escape, and so on. The brutal reality awakened many. Indeed, the Hall of War Gods was originally a place where opportunities and crises coexisted, as seeing others gain opportunities made them forget the latent dangers which stemmed from the small world and from other people. Aside from the disciples of these holy sects who received more attention, some outstanding loose cultivators also caught the eyes of many, especially the sect masters. In addition to focusing on the performance of their own disciples in the small world, they also paid attention to powerful loose cultivators with the aim of recruiting them into their sect after a year, bringing powerful new forces to their sect. For instance, there was a girl in a green dress watched by thousands. She did not possess stunning beauty and was quite ordinary, yet despite being only at the 7th level of the Martial Master realm, she could calmly deal with the 1st level demon beast of the Martial Saint realm, using her speed to maneuver around the beast and struck when the beast was exhausted. Throughout the process, her expression remained composed, as if everything was part of her plan. Each strike of her sword landed precisely on the demon beast's weak points, achieving a marvelous fight of the weak, overcoming the strong. Such a courageous and strategic girl could not help but earn admiration. Coupled with her identity as a loose cultivator, many had already secretly contemplated recruiting her into their sect. Many other loose cultivators also performed remarkably. A young man in rough hemp clothing wielded a large knife, effortlessly slaying 6th-level Martial Saint demon beasts. At under 50 years old and at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, he was undoubtedly a hot commodity, with such strength rivaling only that of the disciples of holy sects. 3 months later, the number of cultivators in the small world had decreased by about 20%, most of whom were either killed by demon beasts or failed to pass the trial of the formations. During this time, the vast majority of those who gained opportunities had improved their strength, as some had enhanced their comprehension, others had raised their cultivation by 1 or 2 ranks, and still others had seen improvements in all aspects. These individuals were mostly cultivators at the 8th level of the Martial Master realm, or above, while those weaker had mostly perished. On this day, with the sound of a bell ringing, the formations, powerful caves, and opportunity-laden demon beast caves in the small world all vanished, transforming into a vast green grassland. The Heavenly Ladder has been activated. Please proceed to the Heavenly Ladder to test your talents. The first checkpoint of the Hall of War Gods has begun. The free exploration of the past 3 months was merely an appetizer, now the main course has begun. The Heavenly Ladder is the fixed first checkpoint of the Hall of War Gods, followed by the Heavenly Mirror and the Heavenly Selection Tower. The Heavenly Ladder mainly tests talent. The higher the talent, the higher one can ascend, and the greater the rewards. These alone may not be enough to attract people, but the Heavenly Ladder has a miraculous feature. When someone breaks their talent limits on the Heavenly Ladder, they will receive additional gifts from the ladder. For example, if you have a green talent, you can ascend to at most the 80th step of the 108 steps of the Heavenly Ladder, but if you can break through your limits and step onto the 81st step, which only those with blue talent might reach, your talent will be upgraded to blue. This is the Heavenly Reversal technique of the Heavenly Ladder. The only way to enhance talent levels, aside from certain divine bodies and the use of phoenix eggs with some chance, is through the Heavenly Ladder. There are no other methods, and even if there are, no one has seen them. The level of talent does not determine a person's ultimate achievements, but those with higher talent do improve their cultivation speed faster than others, which cannot be refuted. Thus, with the activation of the Heavenly Ladder, no one would miss it. Here it comes, the first checkpoint, the Heavenly Ladder. The crowd exclaimed, quickly deploying their fastest speeds towards the location of the Heavenly Ladder. The Heavenly Ladder, located in the very center of the small world, consists of 108 steps, entirely pure white, with each step shimmering with mysterious spiritual rhythms, exuding a powerful and unique aura which poses no harm to people, the specific effects of which are unknown. At the top of the Heavenly Ladder, reaching into the clouds from the 101st to the 108th step, all are shrouded in white clouds, and no one knows what the scenes inside are like. Only by stepping on it can one witness it with their own eyes. When the crowd arrived at the vast plain before the Heavenly Ladder, they saw a white light curtain extending for tens of thousands of miles on one side of the ladder, with golden characters flickering on the curtain. Upon closer inspection, it read, below level 20, below red talent. Above level 101, golden talent. A vast space is left behind each level of talent. Everyone knows that the space behind is meant to record the names of the disciples who ascend the Heavenly Ladder. The talent of each individual and their ability to reach that level of the ladder will be accurately revealed. This is equivalent to a leaderboard. At Shanling Peak, Chu Fan and Wutong Laoshu watched the opening of the Heavenly Ladder through the Divine Mirror. As the veil on the horizon unfurled, Chu Fan quietly asked the system, if I ascend the ladder, how many tiers might I reach? The system replied with only 2 words, summit. Chu Fan was pleased with the answer. Peak Lord, there is a legend about the Heavenly Ladder. Have you heard of it? Wutong Laoshu began to speak. Chu Fan knew that Wutong Laoshu had witnessed the rise of the human race's second deity, Qingxian deity, had once entered the War God Hall and performed with great distinction. Tell me. I heard Qingxian deity mention it. From the 100th tier, the Heavenly Ladder changes. People hold 9 as the utmost number, and so the saying goes that reaching the 100th tier grants one the status of immortal grade deity, the 101st tier yields a yellow grade deity, and so on. Then the Xian grade deity, earth grade deity, heaven grade deity, saint grade deity, god grade deity, immortal grade deity, and finally the Xian level deity. Back then, Qingxian deity had attained the 5th level, the heaven grade deity. The most powerful Xian level deity could touch the immortal barrier, mount the immortal gate, and pass into the immortal realm. Chu Fan bowed his head in thought. From Wutong Laoshu's words, the ladder's 100th to 108th tiers corresponded to the 9-fold gradations of the deity realm, each with its own appellation. Upon reaching the 9th fold, one could ascend the immortal gate and depart for the immortal realm. Suddenly Chu Fan noticed a pivotal question. Old Tree said Qingxian Dadi was only equivalent to the 5th Dadi level, so what happened later? Why did he suddenly vanish? I do not know either. After Qingxian Dadi bid me farewell, he said he was going to a place he did not reveal where, but I knew he intended to go there to break through into immortality. Indeed, the world was far more complex than it appeared. No wonder the annals record only the human race's first Dadi Hundan Dadi publicly standing before all of Kanglan realm to knock upon the immortal gate and ascend a later Dadi would simply disappear after a time. Many assumed those Dadi had secretly entered the immortal realm upon reaching their peak, yet the truth was otherwise. They had gone to a place where they could continue cultivating toward perfection. Where that place lay Chu Fan did not yet know, perhaps only upon becoming a Dadi would one learn its location. Chu Fan found the matter increasingly intriguing. He began to imagine that those who achieved the Dadi in each age had gathered somewhere diligently cultivating together. Chu Fan was certain that place had not been entirely severed from the Kanglan realm. He resolved to pay closer attention. The two resumed watching the scene in the divine mirror. By now the prodigies had begun to ascend the heavenly ladder. After 3 months, those cultivators who still survived naturally possessed superior talent, the vast majority ranked at least yellow or above. Look, senior brother Jiang Yubai of Yaoguang Holy Sect has already begun climbing the ladder. My god, extraordinary. He's reached the 9th level of the martial saint realm in just 3 months. Yes, I saw him when he first arrived. He was only at the 6th level of the martial saint realm then. Such rapid advancement, he must have gained an unparalleled opportunity. I wonder if he can pass the 90th tier. He certainly can, he has violet talent. I think he will attempt the 100th tier. The subject of their talk was senior brother Jiang Yubai of Yaoguang Holy Sect, one of the 3 great holy sects of the central continent. Although he was not the highest-ranked disciple Yaoguang had sent into the War God Hall, some near a century old, their cultivation levels were generally above the Saint King realm. Yet Jiang Yubai's talent was unquestionably the greatest violet talent. At only 40 years of age, he had already reached the 9th level of the martial saint realm. His prospects were bright. Jiang Yubai wore white robes bearing the Yaoguang Holy Sect emblem upon his sleeves. His features were handsome, black hair bound and fixed with a silver crown. A tall and upright figure, he exuded noble elegance and striking presence. On the ladder he moved as if flying, crossing dozens of steps in the blink of an eye, and beneath envious gazes, he stood upon the 90th tier. The first 90 tiers he crossed with ease, yet he did not stop. After sensing the pressure of the 90th tier, a faint smile curved his lips as he stepped onto the 91st, where the strain suddenly intensified. Taken unawares, Jiang Yubai bent under the force, but he adapted quickly. With a cold exhalation he straightened and continued to raise his foot upward. Impressive, truly the senior brother of Yaoguang Holy Sect. Some exclaimed, others watched with envy. Seeing Jiang Yubai ascend, others were unwilling to be outdone, particularly his longtime rival Qiansidu of Tianyao Holy Sect, a young man whose strength rivaled Jiang's. He had a high nose, thin lips, sword-like brows, and a few black locks falling into his temples. His facial contours were impeccable. He too was a handsome man. In almost the same span, Qiansidu reached the 92nd tier, then turned and smiled at Jiang Yubai. Not far away, let us see who climbs higher. He then lifted his leg toward the 93rd tier. The higher one climbed, the greater the pressure, an invisible force acting upon the spiritual plane aimed precisely at one's innate talent. Thus both Jiang Yubai and Qiansidu emitted a faint violet radiance to withstand the strain, slowly treading toward the 93rd tier. The champions of the great sects moved as well. Zhang Tao of Bihai Holy Sect appeared, followed by Jun Ani of Habing Gate, Mo Qinggu of Fengqing Gate, Gu Qifeng of Xiantian Sect, Luo Qianqian of Taoweiyuan, and other top prodigies, all gathering above the 90th tier. Unwittingly, the more than 20 of them had adopted a spirit of rivalry. With similar talents and comparable strength, it came down to who could erupt with potential and reach the loftiest tiers. Among these 20-plus holy sects and super forces, only Daoyi sect had no disciple appear. Its strongest Qin Haoren was a wandering cultivator. He did not appear immediately but watched intently as a spectator. This stage could be considered a contest among all the great powers of the Kanglan realm, an exhibition not only of personal achievement but of a sect's prestige. Daoyi sect's absence was noticed by those attentive, yet no one spoke. Daoyi sect ranked low among so many holy sects. What mattered whether they sent disciples to compete? Senior brother Mu Yunfei, go. Senior brother Lui Dao, defeat them. Senior sister Shen Chuman, we support you. Each sect had disciples below shouting and cheering, urging on their seniors. For a time the roar swelled almost. When the heavenly ladder opened, the competition among the disciples of the sacred sect became the most captivating performance. In this moment, the heavenly ladder was a grand stage for these individuals to showcase their strength. Countless spectators cheered and shouted from below. The atmosphere was completely ignited. At this time, Jiang Yubai, Qiansidu, and Zhang Tao stood out firmly, establishing themselves on the 93rd level, while others struggled to maintain their balance on the 92nd level. From this alone one could see the gap between the 3 major sacred sects of Zhongzhou and other sects. Jiang Yubai's eyes were resolute as he gazed at the 94th level above, laboriously lifting his leg, gritting his teeth to step up, and then leveraging his strength to successfully ascend to the 94th level of the heavenly ladder. Just as he stabilized his position, the invisible pressure bearing down on him intensified, causing him to stumble and kneel on the ground, fine beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. The 94th level of the heavenly ladder was essentially the limit that Jiang Yubai could endure. Seeing his performance, Qian Sidu and Zhong Tao frowned, slightly exchanging glances as they concentrated and exerted all their strength to step up to the next level. In the end, after half a quarter of an hour adjusting to the 94th level of the heavenly ladder, the three of them still wished to continue upward, but they could no longer ascend. Reluctantly, the three had to give up. Apart from Bai Ziyue of the Tianji sect, who also successfully ascended to the 94th level, the other disciples of the sacred sects were all stopped at the 93rd level. Then a panel appeared before Jiang Yubai and the others where they began to inscribe their names and affiliated sects. In the next moment, words began to appear on the enormous curtain beside the heavenly ladder. Jiang Yubai, 94th level of the heavenly ladder, Yaoguang sacred sect. Qian Sida, 94th level of the heavenly ladder, Tianyao sacred sect. Zhong Tao, 94th level of the heavenly ladder, Bihai sacred sect. Bai Ziyue, 94th level of the heavenly ladder, Tianji sect. Sun Jingyu, 93rd level of the heavenly ladder, Shaoao sect. Luo Jun of Hualing sect, Xiaofengyu of Fushuang sect, Yu Mo of Tianyu sect, Gu Qifeng of Shantian sect, and others also had their names recorded. Once all these names were recorded, more than 20 rays of golden light appeared on the heavenly ladder, precisely landing on each individual. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes to carefully sense the changes, and soon his expression brightened as he felt his talent strengthen slightly, and the others experienced the same. Indeed, the heavenly ladder truly had the ability to enhance one's talent. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, a rogue-looking youth holding a red brick stepped onto the 93rd level of the heavenly ladder, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Who is this? Such talent at only the 7th level of martial honor, but his realm is too weak. 93rd level, his future is promising. However, before the crowd could continue their discussions, the rogue youth lifted his foot again and steadily stood on the 94th level of the heavenly ladder, much more effortlessly than Jiang Yubai had. Hehe. With a grin on his face, he appeared innocent and carefree, stepping up another level of the heavenly ladder under the astonished gazes of the crowd. How is this possible? Is this youth's talent even greater than Jiang Yubai's? Many were puzzled, wondering where this martial honor expert came from to dominate the sacred sect's prodigies. I know who he is. He is Jiang Feng of the Daoi sect. I heard he previously defeated the three swordsmen of the Qixing sect. A youth in the crowd recognized Jiang Feng and quickly spoke up. Jiang Feng, a disciple of the Daoi sect. The Daoi sect hides its strength well. So, what if his talent is good? Just look at his realm, only the 7th level of martial honor. The others are at least above the 7th level of martial saint. If Jiang Feng had been born 10 years earlier, he might have been able to compete with the others. Indeed, it's just unfortunate that he was born at the wrong time. Even with high talent, it will be hard for him to catch up to others, as the gap is too vast. Some admired Jiang Feng's performance, while others lamented his fate. Jiang Feng's strength was too weak, and with the new era opening in a year, the cultivation environment would improve significantly. Those like Jiang Yubai would certainly break through faster, making it difficult for Jiang Feng to close the gap even if his talent was slightly superior. Unless Jiang Feng could obtain a heavenly opportunity, ascending rapidly to catch up with Jiang Yubai and others. Look, he has gone up again. He can still ascend. At that moment, someone saw Jiang Feng had already reached the 96th level of the heavenly ladder and couldn't help but exclaim. Hiss, he really made it to the 96th level, and he looked like it was quite effortless. Heavens, look at him. Is he going to challenge the 100th level? Is it really possible? The 100th level requires golden talent. Throughout history, few prodigies have had golden talent. Could Jiang Feng be one of them? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Jiang Feng had golden talent, the Daoi sect would have spread the news long ago. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of the Daoi sect present looked bewildered, especially Fang Huai and Feng Qian, who until now had no idea what level of talent Jiang Feng possessed. How could they spread the news? If it weren't for Jiang Feng's performance today, who would have thought his talent was purple? Outside the War God Hall, seeing Jiang Feng stand proudly above the crowd on the 96th level of the heavenly ladder, even Guan Tianwei couldn't help but gasp. So shocking. Sect Master Jiang Feng actually has purple talent, which is far more impressive than Qin Haoren, an elder from the secret realm of the Daoi sect, couldn't help but exclaim. I don't know either. This is Chu Fan's disciple, he never mentioned it to me. Is Jiang Feng exposing his talent in front of everyone to take it a step further? If he has purple talent, then if he takes another step, wouldn't that be golden talent? Guan Tianwen nodded, having thought of this point as well. As an inner disciple of the Daoi sect, he understood the immense benefits of being cautious and developing one's strength in secret. It's unlikely one would reveal their strength in front of so many people unless there was a specific purpose. Fortunately, Jiang Feng's realm was only at the 7th level of martial honor. Even if his talent surpassed others, he wouldn't be a target for envy or sabotage, showing some cleverness. If Jiang Feng had demonstrated a cultivation level above the 5th level of martial saint, the Daoist sect might have to find a way to have him eliminated. Heavens, can you believe this disciple of the Daoist sect? He is dominating everyone and has now ascended to the 99th level of the heavenly ladder. Is he going to challenge the 100th level? With such talent, the Daoist sect has struck gold, but unfortunately his cultivation cannot keep up. With the new era approaching, he still cannot compete with Jiang Yubai and others. Jiang Feng's performance was indeed a moment of glory, but his purpose was not this. Just as Guan Tianwei had guessed, Jiang Feng aimed to use the heavenly ladder's gifts to elevate his talent to golden. As the second senior brother, both of his junior sisters had attained golden talent, which greatly troubled him. He knew that his ambitious senior sister must have similar thoughts, desiring to at least match her junior sisters in talent, even if she could not surpass them. Within the sect they could coexist harmoniously, but in certain matters competition was essential. He had considered ascending the heavenly ladder in a straightforward manner to be remembered by many, but there was no other way. If he wanted to enhance his talent, he had to abandon that idea. He entered as a representative of the Daoist sect, unlike his senior and junior sisters, who could change their appearances to participate as loose cultivators. Let his talent be exposed, for now he was still at the martial honor realm. In the future, he could act more inconspicuously, and everyone would perceive him as just another ordinary person. This was what the truly 6th level martial saint Jiang Feng thought. Among the crowd at the foot of the heavenly ladder, 3 inconspicuous young girls stood together. One of them asked in confusion, "Senior sister, why is second senior brother doing this? Isn't it exposing us with so many people watching?" They were Qing Shui, Ling Qingshuan, and Hua Wanqing, disguised as loose cultivators to participate in this trial of the War God Hall. The one asking was Ling Qingshuan, dressed in green, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Her features were elegant, though the freckles on her nose slightly detracted from her beauty. Qing Shui shook her head with a sigh and replied, "Your second senior brother is under pressure. He cannot hide his identity like us. To keep pace with you, he has no choice but to use this method to rapidly enhance his talent." Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing both possessed golden talents. Under the same cultivation conditions, their progress would surely surpass that of her and Jiang Feng. As senior sister and second senior brother, they naturally did not want to fall behind. "I see. Does that mean senior sister has the same intention?" Ling Qixian tilted her head and continued to ask. "Yes, I will go up too. You should follow soon. The benefits of the heavenly ladder are plentiful." Qing Shui nodded, and after speaking she leaped forward, stepping 10 rungs at a time, and in just a couple of breaths, she stood directly on the 90th level. The crowd was taken aback by her sudden appearance. They thought Jiang Feng's appearance was already enough to astonish everyone, but before they could recover, another remarkable individual appeared, and it was an ordinary girl. Another one. Jiang Yubai and the others were still on the 94th and 93rd levels of the heavenly ladder, absorbing its gifts. Qing Shui's sudden appearance startled them. Which sect does she belong to? Everyone had never seen this girl before and was puzzled, glancing around in search of an answer. However, no one present could provide an answer. At the 100th level of the heavenly ladder, Jiang Feng sensed something, glanced back at Qing Shui, then ignored her, his expression serious, as he vanished into the 101st level amidst the gaze of the crowd. To avoid revealing any flaws, Jiang Feng pretended not to know Qing Shui, and now enhancing his talent was the priority. Heavens, he actually ascended to the 101st level. With this talent, as long as he doesn't fall, he will surely become a quasi-emperor. Daoist sect has such a monstrous disciple. Is their ancestral grave smoking? Someone's eyes sparkled with jealousy, and their words carried a sour undertone. As Jiang Feng disappeared into the mist, the crowd passionately discussed, and their attention shifted back to Qing Shui. Qing Shui continued to ascend step by step, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Below, Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing silently cheered her on. Jiang Yubai and the others could no longer sit still. After absorbing the gifts of the heavenly ladder, they quickly flew down from the steps. Had Jiang Feng and Qing Shui not appeared, they would have stood atop the heavenly ladder for a while longer, allowing everyone to witness their achievements. Yet with Jiang Feng and Qing Shui's emergence, they became mere background figures. Staying any longer was meaningless. Once they descended, golden light flickered beside the heavenly ladder, followed by the appearance of text Jiang Feng, 102nd level Daoist sect. Shui Nu, 103rd level loose cultivator. Shui Nu. The girl at the 9th level of the martial sovereign realm is actually a loose cultivator. This revelation sent shockwaves, and Shui Nu's name being recorded ignited the passion of everyone present. Even the sect leaders outside the War God Hall had their eyes ablaze. She is Shui Nu. The leaders of the 7 great sacred sects of the Eastern continent were not unfamiliar with the name Shui Nu, having sought her during the Spirit Ruin's secret realm. It can be said that Shui Nu is the most talented among the younger generation they have seen, having reached the highest level of the Emperor's Inheritance Tower, acquiring the Emperor's technique, and now showcasing her terrifying talent on the heavenly ladder. Shui Nu is very likely a prodigy with golden talent. The sensation she caused has brought the trial of the war god Hall, which had lasted for over 3 months, to a small climax. Deng Youwei, the leader of the Yaoguang sacred sect, looked towards the direction of the heavenly ladder and said, "This girl possesses the potential to become an emperor. If she joins my Yaoguang sacred sect, this era will see us become the emperor sect." Deng Youwei and Huang Zihai also wished to compete for such a prodigy. Huang Zihai, the leader of the Tianao sacred sect, added he was also determined to acquire Xuannu. The two major sacred sects of Zhengzhou have been in constant conflict, competing either in the talents of their disciples or their overall strength. Whenever the disciples of the two sects meet, they always wish to prove superiority, most often ending in a draw. The disciple that Deng Youwei values, Huang Zihai, also wants, and he cannot let Deng Youwei show off. Dan Iwei, the leader of the Bihai sacred sect, looked at the two individuals battling before the heavenly ladder and shook her head with a smile. She did not speak, but her gaze towards the heavenly ladder clearly indicated her high regard for this prodigy Xuannu. It had been a long time since she had felt such a strong desire to take on a young disciple. Returning to the heavenly ladder, Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing saw that their senior sister and second senior brother had completed their ascent and began to climb the ladder hand in hand. The two girls, having changed their appearances, naturally had no worries about being recognized as disciples of the Daoyi sect, and without hesitation they displayed their 9th level of martial sovereign realm strength, landing on the 99th level of the heavenly ladder. Silence. Jiang Yubai and the others had not yet left, as the other disciples of the sect had not begun their ascent of the heavenly ladder, so they witnessed the scene of Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing landing on the ladder. What? Is there another wave coming? How come besides Jiang Feng and Xuannu there are two more prodigies? What is happening in this world? Jiang Yubai and the others were stunned. They were among the most outstanding cultivators of the younger generation at the 9th level of martial saint realm with purple talent, and were the eldest disciples of one of the superpowers of various sacred sects. Such a status was destined to shine brightly in the war god hall, yet they found themselves repeatedly overshadowed by Xuannu and two unfamiliar girls. Bai Ziyue of the Tianzhizong held a folding fan, and his eyes lit up when he saw Ling Qixian appear. He had seen this girl before, having encountered her a month ago during his own trial. Although she was only at the 9th level of martial sovereign realm, she could slay 3 first-level martial saint realm beasts. At that time he thought her talent was decent and did not dwell on it further. Now seeing her again, he silently cursed himself for underestimating her. Her talent was truly exceptional, far surpassing everyone else. Thus Bai Ziyue quietly took out 2 turtle shells from his pocket, muttering incomprehensible incantations, as a green light appeared at his fingertips. Go! Bai Ziyue injected the green light into the turtle shells and began eagerly awaiting their answer. Just now he used the Tianzhizong's ultimate technique, the divination technique, to calculate Ling Qingshuan's identity. However, the next moment the green light that had entered the turtle shell re-emerged, and with a puff it struck Bai Ziyue's chest. Caught off guard, he suffered a slight injury, his eyes wide as he looked at Ling Qixian on the heavenly ladder, his hands trembling slightly as he said in a voice he heard, "This person cannot be calculated, it is too terrifying." Injured, Bai Ziyue quickly adjusted himself, collecting the tortoise shell that had fallen to the ground into his embrace, and then took out the sealed pouch that had been hidden for over 20 years. This pouch was given to him by his master, the venerable Tianji, elder of the Tianji sect. When he was born, a heavenly phenomenon occurred, and a divine beast's phantom lingered in the air, granting him the blessing of heaven. Throughout his life, he encountered continuous fortunes and sometimes found precious treasures or advanced spiritual herbs while walking. Therefore, the Tianji elder had once predicted his destiny, stating that he was a favored child of heaven with a smooth path in cultivation, but that there would be a hurdle in the future. Subsequently, the Tianji elder provided him with a sealed pouch, saying that he could open it when he was injured for the first. At just 25 years of age, Bai Ziyue had already reached the 9th level of the martial saint realm, his talent surpassing even Jiang Yubai and others. It could be said that once the new era arrived, he had the potential to become an emperor, provided he could overcome that hurdle. He carefully opened the pouch, eager to discover what the elder had left behind. When he retrieved its contents, he found a piece of paper with a single character written on it: Qing. Qing. What does this refer to? Could it be related to that woman? Bai Ziyue could not comprehend the meaning of this pouch and could only speculate. On the heavenly ladder, Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing effortlessly stepped onto the 101st level. As their figures disappeared, it felt as though a force struck the hearts of Jiang Yubai and the others. This force shattered their overbearing confidence, causing a slight tremor in their Dao heart. It turned out that in this world there were geniuses far superior to them. After a while, the names of Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing appeared on the screen, but not under their real names. Instead, they were listed as Shaoke 108th level freelance. Qing 108th level freelance. The outcome caused a commotion even greater than that which Snow Woman had stirred up outside the War God Temple. Some even quarreled and fought over wanting to take these two as disciples. They did not resort to violence. Instead, like ruffians, they tugged at each other's ears and pulled each other's hair. I take back what I just said. I think the Shaoke is more suited to join the Yaoguang holy sect. Then I shall take Qinger as my disciple. Haha. Huang Zihai laughed, appearing as if he had already accepted Qinger as his disciple. Danae watched the two who were amusing themselves lightly chiding arrogant fools before turning her gaze back to the heavenly screen waiting for the Snow Woman's appearance. She did not change her mind like Dang Yue did due to Xiaoko and Qing'er's appearance. At first glance, she had her sights set on the Snow Woman. On the other side, the most regretful were the masters of the 7 sacred sects of the Eastern continent. They had already witnessed the talents of Snow Woman and Xiaoko since the end of the Lingshu secret realm. They had been searching for these two, but had found no results. This time on the heavenly ladder, the two still performed exceptionally, and an additional person named Qing'er joined them. These 3 should have been disciples of the Eastern continent, but they were now targeted by the 3 major sacred sects of the Central continent. Regret, unwillingness, and other emotions were evident on their faces, even causing their thighs to turn purple from slapping them. Only Guan Tianyue, who knew the inside story, twitched his lips. The performance of these few was extraordinarily outstanding, having ascended to the 101st level of the heavenly ladder with 2 even reaching the top. He could tell that these few were certainly disciples of Chu Fan. A Snow Woman was Qing Shui, Xiaoku was Ling Qingxuan, and as for Qing'er, he did not know, but it certainly had to do with Chu Fan, and was very likely a new disciple of his. Guan Tianwei realized he was getting closer to the truth, but the elders beside him were unaware, gathering around him and chattering about how to find ways to recruit these geniuses into the Daoi sect. Sect Master, should we request the elder to take action disguising as a mysterious figure to bring these geniuses back to the sect and have them become disciples? Elder Yanlu suggested. His idea was to request the Saint Emperor-level elder to personally step in bringing Snow Woman and others back to the Daoi sect, then reveal a portion of the Daoi sect's foundation to them, and they would surely be willing to become disciples of the Daoi sect. Afterward, they would give them a new identity, secretly develop them, and eliminate others. The proposal of the Grand Elder is quite good. Guan Tianwei first affirmed Elder Yan Lu's question, noting that the Daoi sect had done this before with great success. However, these individuals already have ties to the Daoi sect. If we proceed this way, it would be like taking off our pants to fart. What? Does the sect master mean that these individuals belong to the sect? Elder Qi Xing's eyes widened, then she glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Well, these few are all related to Chu Fan's nephew. You wouldn't want Chu Fan's nephew to beat you up after finding out about your actions. Oh, in that case, there's nothing more to discuss, Elder Yan Lu replied begrudgingly. Chu Fan had been paying close attention to his disciples' performances at the peak of Shanling Mountain, and he clearly saw through the divine mirror that Qing Shui and the others were absorbing materials that could enhance their talents on the heavenly ladder. Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanjing had already reached golden talent, and while absorbing such materials, it merely served to strengthen their abilities without further enhancement. The most significant changes were in Qing Shui and Jiang Feng. A Chu Fan observed that they radiated a dual-colored glow of purple and gold, with the purple gradually diminishing and the gold increasing, indicating that their talents were rising toward full gold. The gifts from the heavenly ladder allowed Qing Shui and Jiang Feng to save several years of effort. They could potentially transform their talents into full gold by enhancing their physiques, provided they cultivated the eternal body or the divine strength body to a high level. Now it seemed they were on the verge of enhancing their talents ahead of time. This was good news. Since Xiaoku and Qing'er reached the top of the heavenly ladder, there had been a long period without anyone else ascending, and the impact was just too great. After quite a while, some began to ascend the heavenly ladder again, achieving decent results, leaving their names on the 94th level. Qin Ming, 94th level freelance. Another freelance. Are freelancers this powerful now? Several have emerged, defeating the senior disciples of the sacred lands. If such strength can be found among freelancers, then if they joined a sacred sect, wouldn't that be like a cow riding a rocket soaring to the heavens? Following this, disciples from other sacred sects began to take action as well, including those from the Yaoguang Holy Sect and many suppressed older disciples, some of whom were quite exceptional, generally ranking between the 91st and 94th levels on the heavenly ladder. Yi Xian also took action, but his talent was only blue, stopping at the 88th level. However, he did not feel discouraged. He understood his talent level merely blue, and to rise to purple, he would need to cultivate the flame god body to a high level, or even perfection. In the past month, basically everyone who should have ascended the heavenly ladder had done so, with the best results naturally belonging to the more than 20 sacred sects and superpowers of the Kanglan realm, whose disciples were all above the 70th level on the heavenly ladder. Half a month ago, Jiang Feng and Qing Shui's talents had also quietly risen to gold. They, along with Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanjing, left one after another, heading to the second checkpoint, Tianjing. Senior sister, someone is following us from behind. His gaze lingers solely upon you. I suspect his intentions are not honorable. En route to the sky mirror, Hua Wanjing secretly transmitted her voice to Ling Qingxian. Ever since descending the celestial ladder, she had sensed they were being trailed. I noticed as well. No matter, let him be. Ling Qingxian dismissed it indifferently. Anyone tailing them at this juncture could only harbor ambitions of recruitment or feigned camaraderie. With that, the two quickened their pace, leaving Bai Ziyue far behind. Realizing he'd been discovered, Bai Ziyue sighed and shook his head in resignation. He had merely intended to greet Ling Qingxian and perhaps forge an acquaintance. Yet the ancestral elder's enigmatic brocade pouch remained utterly inscrutable to him. At first, he'd speculated whether the character, Qing, referred to a name, but the curtain displayed only Xiao Ke and Qing Er, bearing no apparent connection to Qing. Or perhaps another possibility existed: Xiao Ke and Qing Er were mere aliases, false names concealing their true identities, prompting him to follow, seeking deeper understanding. He knew their destination was the Sky Mirror. Since he too was bound for that realm, opportunity would arise again. The second trial within the minor world, the Sky Mirror. The Sky Mirror was a colossal levitating mirror suspended midair, its surface spanning nearly 1,000 li. Each contestant entered its reflective expanse to engage in solitary combat. No observer witnessed the battles themselves, only the final results emerged, ranked from 1 to 9 stars, ascending in merit. Higher rankings conferred greater rewards. Years of precedent revealed an underlying pattern concealed beneath those stellar grades. 1 to 4-star performances yielded negligible rewards. A 5-star rating granted half a cultivation tier alongside profound battle insights. A 6-star rating bestowed a full tier plus such insights. A 7-star rating conferred 2 full cultivation tiers and commensurate battle enlightenment. The rewards for 8 and 9-star ratings remained shrouded in mystery, as few ever attained such heights. Yet all agreed those rarefied grades promised rewards surpassing even 7 stars, perhaps 3 tiers of cultivation, or even comprehension of celestial laws. Only the victors themselves knew the truth. The celestial ladder, Sky Mirror, and Heaven-chosen Tower opened simultaneously, but entry into the Sky Mirror demanded prior ascent of the celestial ladder. Likewise, access to the Heaven-chosen Tower required passage through the Sky Mirror first. Qing Shui and Jiang Feng arrived at the Sky Mirror almost simultaneously, the vanguard cohort. They exchanged no word, behaving as strangers, each soaring aloft and vanishing into the mirror's luminous depths. Moments later, Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing arrived. Just as they prepared to enter, Bai Ziyue's voice called out from behind. "Young ladies, please wait." Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing turned to see Bai Ziyue hurtling toward them. Their brows furrowed faintly, Ling Qingshuan's expression in particular sharpened with unmistakable impatience. "What is it?" Ling Qingshuan's tone was curt and unyielding. She recognized Bai Ziyue as a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. The sect's distinctive robes had long been familiar to her. "I am Bai Ziyue. I wish to ask you a single question." His manner was impeccably courteous. "What question?" "Does your given name contain the character Qing?" As he posed it, Bai Ziyue studied Ling Qingxian with unwavering intensity. "You are mistaken. No, it does not." She rejected the query outright, then turned and vanished into the Sky Mirror's inner realm. Hua Wanqing uttered nothing, merely cast Bai Ziyue a brief, unreadable glance before dissolving into the mirror's shimmering void. A subtle smile flickered across Bai Ziyue's lips. In that instant, he had glimpsed the faintest tremor in the eyes of the woman who called herself Xiao Ke. Confirmation enough. His answer had been found. The Sky Mirror's trial was deceptively simple combat against puppets calibrated precisely to one's true cultivation level. It began with a single opponent, then 2, then more, escalating in number. The greater the count of defeated puppets, the higher the star rating. Crucially, this matching level assessment relied solely on authentic cultivation. Artificially concealed or inflated realms held no sway. Those earning top scores were invariably prodigies capable of overwhelming multiple foes, or even transcending their own ranks in battle. Jiang Fang's true realm was 6th Order Martial Saint. Upon entering the Sky Mirror's domain, a puppet wielding twin daggers stood before him, its martial aura erupting instantly as it lunged, blade flashing downward with lethal intent, holding nothing back. Jiang Feng sneered, then darted aside with effortless grace. Simultaneously, the virtue brick strapped to his right wrist launched forward, striking the puppet square in the face with crushing force. The puppet reeled under the blow, half its face shattered, staggering backward over a dozen paces. Yet pain meant nothing to it. Its sole purpose remained immutable: defeat the human before it. When the puppet charged anew, Jiang Feng raised a brow, surprised it endured so well. A single strike from his brick would have left any outer world cultivator maimed or dead, yet here the puppet still fought back. Though it retained some offensive capacity, its movements now lagged, just a fraction slower. Jiang Feng saw its swift resolution. Evading once more, he sent the virtue brick flying, ending the contest with serene, unassailable ease. The puppet's skull caved inward under the impact, collapsing heavily onto the ground, then dissolving into mist. Trial cleared. Proceeding to next stage. A voice echoed from above Jiang Feng's head, and in the same instant 2 new puppets materialized at the prior location, both matching his 6th Order Martial Saint realm. The moment they appeared, they split, flanking him left and right, converging with coordinated ferocity. Their assault bore greater potency than the first puppets. Elsewhere, Qing Shui faced no puppet in her first trial, but rather a figure of unearthly beauty, crimson hair cascading like congealed blood, eyes both seductive and cruel radiating palpable malice, features exquisite yet veiling abyssal corruption. "Come, surrender to my embrace." Her voice honeyed and hypnotic slithered into Qing Shui's ears. With languid grace, she extended a serpentine tongue to lick her pallid fingertip, then grinned darkly, unleashing the full unmasked might of her 7th Order Martial Saint cultivation. Qing Shui's gaze hardened, not a trace of fear. Merely 7th order. Trivial. Defeating it would be effortless. In the next breath, an invisible force erupted from her, engulfing the woman in an instant. Her expression froze, then her flawless visage began to wither, flesh crumbling visibly until within 10 heartbeats she collapsed into a mound of ash. Qing Shue's mastery of the time law neared consummate integration, now potent enough to wield offensively. Any cultivator 3 tiers below her ensnared by her temporal artifice faced inevitable decay. One strike, victory secured. Qing Shui felt deep satisfaction. This was her first use of the time law to bind an enemy directly. Previously, it had served only to augment her attacks. Clearly, its efficacy was extraordinary. She named this technique Withering, a secret trump card reserved for moments of utmost necessity. In the Tianjing space, Ling Qixian and Hua Wanjing faced the same trial with one slight difference: the enemies they had to defeat were not the same. Jiang Feng faced a puppet, Qing Shui confronted a humanoid monster, Ling Qixian faced a pure beast, while Hua Wanjing battled a flower demon. Both Ling Qixian and Hua Wanjing were at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, easily defeating their opponents in the earlier rounds. All 4 of them were capable of fighting above their ranks, and not just by 1 level, so defeating opponents of the same realm was... They were curious about their limits, wondering how many opponents of the same realm they could face simultaneously. After about half an hour since the 4 entered, the Tianjing others, including Jiang Yubai, Qian Saida, and Zhang Tao, arrived in full force. Looking at the gigantic mirror in midair, everyone clenched their fists and silently vowed, "I must break through my limits," aiming for an 8-star rating. A powerful cultivator murmured to himself, his eyes filled with battle intent. He was a 3rd-level Saint King, but due to the rules of the small world, he was currently limited to the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Only in the Tianjing space would the cultivation restrictions disappear, and at that time they would face opponents of the same realm. My cultivation technique is perfected at I can fight 2 levels above my own. A 7-star rating is within my grasp. Everyone was filled with confidence in their abilities. Subsequently, Jiang Yubai and others filled with battle intent led the disciples of their sect into the Tianjing. Those remaining outside were mostly disciples of 1st-level sects or below. They were not in a hurry to enter the Tianjing, as its opening would last until the end of the trials, allowing them to enter at any time. They stayed outside to observe the achievements of those disciples from the holy sect who had entered the Tianjing. After half a day, some began to emerge from the Tianjing. Each of them bore varying degrees of bloodstains from battles against the puppets. Clearly, these individuals had reached their limits and were defeated by the puppets at a certain stage. The battles within the Tianjing do not result in death, at most one might sustain some injuries. If one feels unable to defeat the puppets, they can simply recite a phrase in their mind to exit the Tianjing. Qinxia Qianshan sect score 3 stars, Lu Yutigu sect score 3 stars, Menghuan Yuwaizong score 4 stars. After these individuals emerged, their scores appeared above the Tianjing. Alas, we were so close to passing. Those 5 puppets actually used combined techniques and we lost narrowly. Meng Huanyu looked at his 4-star score somewhat disappointed, shaking his head. He had initially aimed for a 5-star score, but at a critical moment those 5 puppets executed a combined technique, significantly boosting their power, leading to his regretful exit. I too was defeated by the attack of 4 puppets, Jinxia said, covering her injured left waist, feeling fortunate that she had exited the battle in time, otherwise her entire waist would have been crushed by the puppets. None of these individuals achieved a 5-star score, resulting in minimal rewards, and they were even unaware of who received any rewards. Due to her injuries, Jinxia sought a place to heal slowly. Once her injuries healed, she planned to challenge the Tianqian Tower. The Tianqian Tower is known for its richest rewards in the entire War God Temple, but it also has the highest mortality rate. Indeed, the 3 trials of the War God Temple are the safest places in the entire small world, meaning that within the confines of these 3 trials, battles rarely occur. Everyone is busy participating in the trials and does not waste time on pointless conflicts. There is a kind of person who speaks through their trial results. However, once one enters the Tianqian Tower and chooses a path in life, they enter a state of my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. To survive, one must walk out. If they cannot, then sorry, they will have to try harder in the next life. An hour later, Jiangfeng, Qing Shui, and others who entered the Tianjing first also emerged. Similarly, Jiangfeng and the others did not look much better. Their hair was disheveled and their clothes were tattered. After nearly a day's battle, they were finally defeated by 20 opponents of the same realm. Qing Shui managed to hold out for a while due to the time law, but eventually succumbed as well. Jiangfeng Daoi Sect score 8 stars, Shui Nu Loose Cultivator score 9 stars, Xiaoke Loose Cultivator score 8 stars, Qing Air Loose Cultivator score 8 stars. The dazzling golden light flickered in the eyes of everyone beneath the Tianjing, and after a brief silence it erupted into countless gasps and whispers. These 4 people are really something. Historically, very few have achieved such scores, and now suddenly 4 have appeared, especially this Shui Nu who achieved 9 stars. This score has only been reached by a few in past records, and those few later became emperors. Hiss, could Shui Nu be destined to be the next emperor of the new era? Outside, upon seeing Shui Nu's score, Dan Taiyu revealed a gratified smile. Indeed, she is the disciple I have chosen. With this strength, the emperor is within reach. After saying this, she picked up the communication token in her hand and sent a message saying, "Ancestor, a potential emperor has appeared in the War God Temple, and she is a loose cultivator. Come quickly to assist." This Xuan Nu is so strong, and she actually achieved 9 stars. Dang Yue was astonished. Originally, he had high hopes for Xiaoko, but Xuan Nu's performance had shaken his confidence. Perhaps Xuan Nu is even more outstanding than Xiaoko. Although her talent is slightly inferior, her strength is the strongest. Dang Yue secretly glanced at Huang Zihai and Dan Taiwei, then took out his communication token to request support from the sect's ancestor, asking for all ancestors to come. He had already made up his mind as long as the ancestor of the Xian Tian sect arrived, he could snatch someone. He wanted to take both Xuan Nu and Xiaoko back to the Yaoguang sacred sect. If the ancestor of the Tianyao sacred sect also appeared, then he would settle for at least one. In his mind, Xuan Nu, Xiaoko, and Qing Er were all potential candidates to become emperors, and currently it seemed that Xuan Nu had the greater possibility. Naturally, others thought of this too. The scores of Xuan Nu and the others were so outstanding that everyone believed they would be strong contenders for the emperor realm when the new era begins. If it weren't for the knowledge that only one emperor can emerge from each era, they would all be certain that these 3 would become emperors. No, there is also Jiang Feng, however his realm and talent are inferior to the other 3, making him a victim of timing. On the Daoi sect side, Guan Tianwei was troubled. Jiang Feng's performance would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention, and he was already thinking about how to make Jiang Feng mediocre after the events of the War God Temple. Otherwise, Jiang Feng's growth would be closely monitored by many, and the Daoi sect would also enter their long-term observation range, potentially revealing some secrets, which would be troublesome. Thus he took out the communication token and connected for a call with Chu Fan. "What should we do, junior nephew Chu?" The voice of Guan Tianwei came through the communication token, leaving Chu Fan in silence for a moment. "Once Jiang Feng comes out, I'll make the arrangements. Leave this matter to me." He had just seen the results of Qing Shui and the other 3 disciples through the divine mirror and was very satisfied with their performance. As for Qing Shui, Ling Qingxuan, and Hua Wanqing, there was no need to mention them. Having concealed their identities, even if they performed exceptionally, there was no need for concern. A Chu Fan had already made arrangements for the later stages. However, Jiang Feng was more difficult to handle. His performance in the War God Hall had already drawn a lot of attention. He had reached the 101st level on the heavenly ladder, leading some to suspect he might possess golden talent, but his cultivation lagged too far behind others, so it did not cause a significant stir. Yet in the heavenly mirror trial, he received an 8-star rating, certainly stirring envy among many. It is known that a 7-star rating can elevate one's cultivation by 2 levels, let alone an 8-star rating, which would at least elevate it by 3. In this way, Jiang Feng was likely to become a thorn in the side of other sects, a target for elimination, and those individuals would seek every means to deal with him swiftly. "Peak Master, I have an idea. What do you think?" Seeing Chu Fan at a loss, the old Wutong tree spoke up with a "Go ahead and share it. The Peak Master could do this. When the time comes, the members of those sects will surely be pleased and will not trouble Jiang Feng. If Jiang Feng remains low-key afterwards, this matter will pass." Chu Fan nodded, expressing approval of the old Wutong tree's idea. This way he would have to adjust his previous arrangements, which would not only resolve Qing Shui and the others' concerns, but also rescue Jiang Feng from the turmoil, achieving a win-win situation. After exiting the heavenly mirror, Jiang Feng and the others glanced at the results above and smiled satisfactorily before distancing themselves from the densely packed crowd below, heading towards the 3rd checkpoint. They had received incredibly rich rewards in the heavenly mirror and quickly found a place to digest them while others were still queuing to challenge the barriers. This time, Jiang Feng's cultivation directly advanced 3 levels, reaching the 9th stage of the martial saint realm. His Hercules body also received a tremendous boost, and he was not far from reaching the great completion of the divine body. Moreover, he even gained a hint of the law of strength. If he could refine this law, his strength technique might reach the stage of mastery. Like Jiang Feng, Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing also saw their cultivation reach the 1st stage of the Saint King realm. Ling Qixian obtained a hint of the law of reincarnation, while Hua Wanqing's great dream of 1,000 autumns technique became even more refined. As for Qing Shui, who received a 9-star rating, her cultivation reached the 2nd stage of the Saint King realm, and her longevity body was infinitely close to great completion. Her withering was even more powerful, capable of inflicting harm on cultivators whose levels did not exceed 4 realms above hers. With such a formidable boost, she could kill those at the 8th stage of the Saint King realm with her 2nd stage cultivation. Of course, their apparent cultivation levels remained at the 7th and 9th stages of the martial venerable realm. The shock brought by the 4 of them gradually subsided as another large group of people emerged. It was Jiang Yubai, Qian Saida, and others who almost simultaneously exited the heavenly mirror. Jiang Yubai, Shaking Light Holy Sect, score 7 stars. Qian Saida, Heavenly Dawn Holy Sect, score 7 stars. Bai Ziyue, Heavenly Machine Sect, score 8 stars. Luo Qianqian, Peach Blossom Source, score 7 stars. The impressive scores appeared neatly in the sky above the heavenly mirror. Except for Bai Ziyue, who received an 8-star rating, the other representatives from the holy sects all received 7 stars. Every face wore a satisfied smile. They had achieved 2 minor breakthroughs, particularly for those like Jiang Yubai who were already at the 9th stage of the Martial Saint realm who directly broke through to the 2nd stage of the Saint King realm. Those disciples from the Knife Emperor sect such as Lui Dao and the Xianming sect like Li Tianxin who were slightly weaker also elevated to the 9th stage of the Martial Saint realm or the 1st stage of the Saint King realm. However, when they saw the 4 rows of golden characters standing above their names, their smiles instantly vanished. That eye-catching 8 stars score was already enough to make them envious, and there was even a 9 stars. In comparison, what was so impressive about their 7-star ratings? Jiang Yubai shook his head helplessly. At the beginning he thought he would be the most dazzling star in this trial of the War God Hall, and now he had become a background character. Bai Ziyue, the only one to receive an 8-star rating, looked excitedly at the little coup above his name and said, in a voice only he could hear, "Finally, I have caught up with you in this aspect." Since confirming that little coup was related to the crisis he faced, Bai Ziyue had paid even more attention. After this batch of exceptional disciples left, others began to enter the heavenly mirror. This trial was a reward for those who could reap benefits without cost, as long as they worked hard and obtained a score of 5 stars or above. They could elevate their cultivation. Even one level of improvement could save several years of training time. Similar to their scores on the heavenly ladder, those with high talent excelled in strength compared to others. Most of those who had previously made names for themselves above the 90th level of the heavenly ladder also received 7-star ratings upon entering the heavenly mirror, elevating 2 levels. Disciples who received 7-star ratings entered the heavenly mirror as 5th stage martial saints and came out as 7th stage martial saints, garnering envious glances from everyone present. However, many still failed to exceed 5 stars, at most gaining some combat experience. I originally wanted to use this trial to close the distance with those people, but now it seems I'm falling further behind. A disciple sighed. He had just exited the heavenly mirror and his score was not very ideal, only 4 stars. Yeah, my entire Dao heart has collapsed. After this I plan to retreat into the mountains and exit the cultivation world. At least you still have a Dao heart. I don't even know what a Dao heart is. So after I go out I plan to marry my junior sister and have a little genius to inherit my great ambitions. Outside, everyone from the various sects focused their eyes on the top of the score list, which displayed the ratings of their sect's most outstanding disciples. Not bad. Guqi Feng scored 7 stars. As expected of my Xiantian sect's ace, a new era is about to begin, and he has the potential to compete. The sect leader of Xiantian sect, Li Bin, was very pleased. Guqi Feng was his most favored disciple and performed excellently in the heavenly mirror. This kid Shang Ko also did well, scoring 6 stars. An elder of the Xietian sect nodded in satisfaction. If we're talking about the hottest topics, it should be the 3 rogue cultivators, Snow Maiden Little Ku and Qing Er, as well as that Jiang Feng. How infuriating. The Daoi sect has picked up such a treasure. Another elder of the Xiantian sect exclaimed angrily. Seeing that the Daoi sect, considered the weakest holy sect in the eastern continent, had produced such an outstanding disciple, the elders of the Xiantian sect gritted their teeth in hatred. The other holy sects in the eastern continent felt the same way, with some elders already proposing to their sect leader to find an appropriate time to eliminate Jiang Feng. Otherwise, once Jiang Feng grows, the rankings of the holy sects in the eastern continent are likely to undergo a significant reshuffle. Regarding the proposal from the elders, the leaders of the 7 holy sects of the eastern continent basically shared the same sentiment. Rest assured, I have informed the ancestors within the sect. After this trial in the War God Hall, the Daoi sect will suffer greatly. I believe the other holy sects think the same way. When several forces are at a similar developmental level, they engage in minor skirmishes. However, when a force produces an extraordinarily talented disciple, should that disciple grow strong, the original balance of power will be completely upset, possibly even leading to a reshuffle, and that disciple is destined to die. Unless the sect is incredibly powerful and can continuously protect that disciple as they grow. Clearly they believe that the Daoi sect lacks this capability, so Jiang Feng will not live to see the day he returns to the Daoi sect. Although the actions of these individuals were conducted secretly, Guan Tianwei still noticed, not because he was skilled in reading people, but because he had prepared for unforeseen circumstances. When Jiang Feng demonstrated such extraordinary talent, he had already anticipated this, thus for the past few days his attention had been on Li Bin, Lian Qi, and others. As expected, Li Bin and the others were already secretly rallying support. Guan Tianwei pretended to be unaware but secretly informed Elder Qi Fu of the situation. Upon hearing that other holy sects might unite against the Daoi sect, Elder Qi Fu immediately replied that 20 elders would head to the War God Hall to assist. He also mentioned that these elders possessed extraordinary means and could create a false explosion to kill or severely injure the enemy while ensuring their own safe escape, although they would not be able to intervene again for a short period thereafter. Hearing Elder Qi Fu's arrangements, Guan Tianwei breathed a sigh of relief. The elders were indeed astute. If they could not intervene for a short time, then so be it. After all, there were still over 1,000 elders able to withstand the attrition. Chu Fan, my nephew, I wonder how you will solve this trial. I am somewhat looking forward to it, Guan Tianwei murmured. He had always harbored doubts about the strength of his nephew Chu Fan, a young man barely 27 or 28 years old. How could he have cultivated so powerfully? Even with a golden talent, it shouldn't manifest to such an extent, especially since it was practically confirmed that his 4 disciples had golden talents. Moreover, there were the formations he himself feared, the legendary Bodhi divine tree and the peach of immortality. These treasures had never been encountered even in the Taoise's hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, yet Chu Fan possessed them all. Could it be that he entered an immortal's cave and seized all the treasures? As the leader of the Taoist Guan Tianwei thought he had concealed himself deeply enough, yet he never expected Chu Fan to be even more bold and cunning. Like this time, being able to enter the War God Hall was such an exhilarating affair. If it weren't for the age restriction, he would have eagerly charged in with sword drawn. But Chu Fan, on the other hand, seemed completely indifferent to the rewards of the War God Hall and was currently leisurely sleeping on Shanling Peak. The War God Hall had been opened for 4 months now, and essentially all the living individuals had entered the Celestial Mirror. What remained was the final trial of the War God Hall, known as the Chosen Tower. This was a wooden tower filled with infinite opportunities and an extremely high death rate. Years ago, the first emperor of humanity, the Chaos Emperor, nearly perished outside the War God Hall after emerging from the Chosen Tower. No one knew what he experienced inside. Nonetheless, over the years, people had witnessed the terror of the Chosen Tower. First, among the hundreds of millions and billions who entered the War God Hall, typically 20 to 30% would die within 3 months before the 3 major trials even commenced. The Celestial Ladder and Celestial Mirror do not cause deaths, the focus lies in the Chosen Tower. The death rate in the Chosen Tower reaches as high as 50%. In other words, for every 10 people who enter the Chosen Tower, only about 5 will manage to come out, and sometimes even fewer. No one knows what those who perish experience. They simply never emerge again. This is the terrifying aspect of the Chosen Tower, a place that can elevate you to the pinnacle of success or plunge you into the abyss. Knowing how terrifying the Chosen Tower is, no one felt fear. Instead, they were filled with a surge of enthusiasm and stepped into the Chosen Tower with great anticipation. In this world, one must be prepared for conflict if one wishes to survive. Without sufficient strength, one cannot guarantee living to see tomorrow. However, when the Chosen Tower threatens to kill you, it also offers a glimmer of hope. If you can emerge alive, your future is guaranteed to be exceptional. On one side, there are knife mountains and fire seas surrounding you, on the other a bottomless abyss. Yet a narrow path leads you away from this perilous place. The choice is obvious. The Chosen Tower embodies the latter. As long as there is a sliver of hope, people will rush forward. Without a noble lineage or top-tier talent, one can only gamble with their life. Qing Shui glanced unobtrusively at Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing, then stepped into the Chosen Tower. Ling Qingshuan, Hua Wanqing, and Jiang Feng followed suit. Swish, Qing Shui fell into an inexplicable space, and before her appeared 2 panels, each with an introduction. After examining them closely, she realized these were the trials of the Chosen Tower. The 2 panels presented different life templates. One allowed her to retrace her current life's path, essentially taking a trip into the future, while the other offered her a chance to choose a new life as the saintess of a supreme holy sect with a father who would become a future emperor. In this life, to encounter my master is my greatest fortune. Qing Shui murmured, her gaze then firmed as she selected the panel to retrace her current life. Instantly, the scenery shifted, bringing her back to a familiar place from her childhood. Shui, come here quickly. Mother bought you a string of candied hawthorns today. A middle-aged woman with a worn face squatted down and handed a string of candied hawthorns to the 4-year-old Qing Shui. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with reluctance as she looked at the adorable Qing Shui, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Mother. What's wrong, Mother? Qing Shui reached out her small hand, wanting to wipe away the tears at the corner of the middle-aged woman's eye, but her arms were too short to reach. She did not reach for the string of candied hawthorns because she was now a cultivator, but due to her small stature, she could not yet wield her powers, though her keen eyesight remained. She easily discerned that the string of candied hawthorns was poisoned. Did her mother want to poison her? Swear, Mother is fine, the middle-aged woman said, her heart aching as she looked at her understanding daughter, silently crying out in despair. Heavens, why must you treat us per mother and daughter so? She is so adorable, why must she suffer such heavy hardship? It turned out that the middle-aged woman had gone out today and overheard the servants of the noble families discussing looking for a few young girls to serve as maids. The village head was even bowing and scraping in front of those servants. So she hid in the shadows and eavesdropped, discovering a secret that these servants were seeking young girls under the pretense of finding maids, but in reality, they intended to use the girls as medicinal materials to treat the young master of the manor. Even more terrifying was that the village head had recommended her daughter Qing Shui. The middle-aged woman realized the current situation, and no matter how she struggled, it was impossible to escape the village chief's control. Being an ordinary person with a 4-year-old daughter, she was no match for the martial artist village chief. In helplessness, she could only resort to more extreme measures. She would rather die with her daughter than see her be treated as a living medicinal ingredient. She poisoned the candied hawthorn that her daughter Qing Shui loved most. After Qing Shui ate it, she would immediately take the poison herself, only feeling sorry for her husband who had been out hunting for 2 days and had yet to return. My poor daughter, I owe you so much. In the next life you must be reborn into a good family and live happily. The middle-aged woman gazed at her daughter's adorable face, engraving her image into her mind. Mother, why are you crying again? This candied hawthorn is poisonous. Qing Shui's words left the middle-aged woman dumbfounded, her mouth slightly trembling as she looked at her in disbelief. How do you know? The middle-aged woman couldn't understand how such a small child as Qing Shui knew the candied hawthorn was poisonous, especially since she hadn't poisoned it in front of her. She tightly grasped Qing Shui's shoulders and shook her violently as if entering a frenzied state. Shuai, quickly tell mother, how did you figure it out? Haha, so you were here. Finally found you. Suddenly a harsh voice came from behind Qing Shui, a man's voice that grated on the nerves like a saw cutting through branches. She turned to look and saw a thin man with beady eyes, around 40 years old, with a long face and a flat nose, sporting a goatee and 2 buck teeth protruding from his mouth. Such an ugly figure could scare someone to death at night. Village chief, if you have any business, come at me, but do not harm my daughter. The middle-aged woman spread her arms to protect Qing Shui behind her body trembling incessantly. It was fear that gripped her as she feared losing her daughter. With no power to fight back, she was far from the village chief's match. Yet as a mother, she resolutely stood her ground. Old hag, who wants you? Young Master Liu's steward specifically requested to take your daughter. Don't be ungrateful. No, you cannot take my daughter away. You want to kill her, and I won't agree. Oh, you actually know? Then let me be clear, young Master Liu needs your daughter. Whether you agree or not is irrelevant. I will take her today. The ugly village chief said this as he reached out to grab the middle-aged woman. At that moment, a panel appeared in Qing Shui's mind. 1. You can use spiritual power to kill the intruder, but your cultivation will be completely lost, and you will only be an ordinary person for the rest of your life. 2. Follow the village chief and gain opportunities to become a cultivator. I choose the first option. Qing Shui shouted without hesitation. She did not want to leave her mother, the woman who had suffered throughout her life. As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Shui felt a surge of power fill her body, the aura of a second-tier sacred king radiating outward, suppressing the middle-aged woman and the ugly village chief so they could not move. Qing Shui retracted her aura, stepped over her mother, and approached the terrified village chief without a word, extending her chubby little hand. A jet of blood shot out from the back of the village chief's head. His eyes widened as he raised his right hand, pointing at Qing Shui. You. Stammering, he could not finish his words before crashing to the ground breathless. Then Qing Shui's small body flew into the air, disappearing from the middle-aged woman's shocked gaze before returning after a while. She had just killed the steward of Liu's residence who had come to the village. Originally, she wanted to visit Liu's residence, but time was running out and she was about to revert to her ordinary identity. Mother, let's leave quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Take me to a place called Inter-sect, Qing Shui said as she approached her mother. After giving her a reminder, she fainted. When she woke up, she found herself in a dark place with faint sounds of wild beasts howling in the distance. Feeling the warmth against her skin, she realized her mother was holding her as she slept. The next day, her mother took her to another small mountain village, planning to beg for food and rest for a while. But by nightfall, the small village was attacked by bandits and their lives returned to the original course. Next came being adopted, sold to a wealthy family, and then escaping to Inter-sect. However, when she reached the peak and fainted, the face that greeted her was a stranger. Not her master. Once you wake up, go test your talent over there, the man said in a stiff tone devoid of white talent, unqualified. The elder in charge of the registration announced loudly. Miss, you cannot join our Inter-sect. Please descend the mountain. Qing Shui stood motionless, waiting for her master to arrive. According to the plot, in the next moment her handsome master would appear before her and take her as his disciple. 1 minute later, a breeze blew past and nothing happened. Miss, please descend the mountain. The elder's voice came again, now tinged with impatience. Qing Shui turned her head, blankly looking at the people around her, among them familiar faces like Yi Xianli Yoji and Meng Zai, as well as sect master Guan Tianwei and elder Yan Lu. However, the position that originally belonged to her master was now occupied by a stranger. Sect master, may I ask you a question? Qing Shui said, politely bowing 90 degrees to Guan Tianwei. Is there an elder named Chu Fan in Inter-sect? Qing Shui asked with wide eyes, hoping for a nod from Guan Tianwei. However, Guan Tianwei shook his head without any pause. There is no one named Chu Fan in Inter-sect. What? How could this be? Why is there no master? Wasn't it said we would relive the same life? Why is there such a huge discrepancy? Qing Shui staggered back a few steps, her face turning pale. Things had exceeded her imagination and her inner belief was gradually collapsing. The surroundings began to spin, forming a massive whirlpool, and she stood at the eye of the whirlpool. Master Chu Fan was her only belief in, insisting on visiting Inter-sect to seek a master, and it was here that her fate began to change. She had reached the peak only to be told that there was no such person as Chu Fan in Inter-sect. Her Dao heart was crumbling and half of her body was already submerged in the whirlpool. Just as she was about to be swallowed by the whirlpool, a scene flashed through her mind of her training at Shanling Peak in Inter-sect, where she once again saw that familiar face. I understand. Everything is a lie, there is no test, it's all an illusion reflected by my Tao heart. Qing Shui proclaimed confidently, then closed her eyes, allowing the whirlpool to engulf and consume her. As the surroundings faded into darkness, Qing Shui felt her feet firmly planted on solid ground. Then the darkness dissipated and she found herself back inside the Tianqian Tower. She had passed the trial. Qing Shui's expression remained calm, devoid of excitement or joy, for this was the outcome she had anticipated all along. From the very beginning, when she chose to return to her childhood, the trial quietly commenced, divided into two phases. Initially drawing on her memories from before her earliest recollections, both mother and daughter faced a crisis that presented her with two choices: to kill the enemy or abandon her mother and embark on the path of cultivation. Then, based on her choice, she smoothly transitioned to the initial memory of the small village being ravaged by bandits, yet it left behind a flaw: her father. In Qing Shui's original memory, her parents were both killed by the bandits, but in this experience her father did not appear. From that moment on, she kept her guard up. Next, she followed the original trajectory of her life, eventually arriving at the disciple-recruitment ceremony of the Taoist, marking the second phase. It was from the moment she began to climb the mountain that Qing Shui slowly cultivated her Tao heart. She continually encouraged herself, resolutely determined to become a cultivator. The appearance of Chu Fan was the greatest turning point in her life. It was because of him that her path to cultivation transformed into a broad avenue. This led to the final trial in this lifetime. There was no Chu Fan, and Qing Shui would not become a disciple of the Taoist. The two contrasting outcomes were to test Qing Shui's Tao heart. Without Chu Fan, she would ultimately remain a mundane person with white talent. If she accepted this setting and became an ordinary person, she would forever remain in the virtual world created by Tianqian Tower, aging and dying, while the real world would know no more of Qing Shui. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qing Shui regained her true self. She always remembered what her master Chu Fan had said: no matter where you are, your master will always be your strongest support. Because of this statement, she, on the brink of her Tao heart collapsing and descending into eternal despair, achieved a reversal and stepped out of the life designed by Tianqian Tower. She also received the final reward, the insights into her Tao heart, which would forge her Tao heart into an indestructible rock with very few things capable of shaking her conviction. Every person entering the Tianqian Tower faces a different trial, and what they experience and the rewards they obtain within remain confidential and are not disclosed. The trials of the Tianqian Tower primarily revolve around dreams and desires, amplifying human desires infinitely or leading one into a world where dreams can come true. Some come from humble beginnings, dreaming of becoming powerful through fortuitous encounters, stepping over countless prodigies, and reaching the realm of the emperor. In the world of Tianqian Tower, he truly walked this path, becoming a renowned emperor-level powerhouse. He was quite satisfied with this life, and even after discovering the flaws designed by Tianqian Tower, he had no intention of leaving, for this world was much more beautiful than the outside world. The outcome was that he would forever be lost in the world of his own imagination. Others chose a mundane life, feeling suffocated by the heavy expectations placed on them by their master. They longed for a carefree life as an ordinary person. In Tianqian Tower, he became an ordinary hunter, going out to hunt by day and returning home laden with spoils by evening. Day after day, year after year, his life remained unchanged until one day an ordinary woman entered his life. They fell in love at first sight, got to know each other, and eventually had 3 plump children. Before the children could grow, they were taken away by cultivators, losing their lives. At that moment, his heart was torn apart, and he took up his sword to slay all the enemies, blood flowing like rivers, the sky darkening. At that moment, he realized that only absolute strength could lead to the ordinary life he desired. The next moment, filled with fiery ambition, he stepped out of Tianqian Tower. Jiang Feng's experience was rather simple. His dream was to be a kind-hearted bandit who robbed the rich to help the poor. Every day, he would stop every wealthy person passing through his territory, regardless of their consent, and reward them with a brick. From martial artists to saint emperors, they all tasted the flavor of his bricks. Later, some women appeared in his life, trying to seduce him out of hiding, but he knocked them down with a brick and said, "Women, only slow down my brick-throwing speed." He then robbed the women and tossed them aside. He foolishly passed the trial, completely unaware of what the trial of Tianqian Tower was. As the 1-year training period at the War God Palace neared its end, most people had already entered the Tianqian Tower. Some emerged calm, others beamed with joy, while some were completely deranged. Moreover, some had not emerged at all. Those cultivators who could come out of the Tianqian Tower were all of exceptional talent. Thanks to this training at the War God Palace, they could essentially grow into formidable powers, provided they didn't die midway. At the peak of Shanling Mountain, Chu Fan saw Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and the other 2 safely emerge through the divine mirror, finally relieving the stone in his heart. Though he was filled with confidence in his 4 disciples, he still felt a twinge of anxiety when they entered the Tianqian Tower. Thankfully, the 4 did not disappoint his hopes, and all made it out. From their expressions, it was evident that they had gained much from this experience. Chu Fan stretched and calculated that it was time to sign in again. After signing in, he would head to the War God Palace to deal with some troublesome individuals. Qing Shui Ling Qingxuan and Hua Wanqing, now scattered cultivators, were being closely watched by all the sect leaders outside. Some had already begun secretly plotting to forcibly reclaim the three back to their sect. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward obtained low-grade saint-level spiritual weapon Kuei Ling sword. Another spiritual weapon. A few months ago, Chu Fan had received a low-grade saint-level spiritual weapon Frosthua sword intended for Ling Qingxian. Now with another of the same level, it was just right to replace Qing Shui's Ziwu sword. These spiritual weapons were given to Qing Shui and Ling Qingxian for display in public. Their trump cards such as time laws and reincarnation laws could never be exposed casually. Anyway, these spiritual weapons would only be used for a while. Once they obtained something better, they would be replaced without worrying about leaking any secrets. The discarded Ziwu sword would just be donated to the sect. To many disciples and elders of the Dao-E sect, a low-grade, heaven-level spiritual weapon was already considered a treasure. Old tree, I'm heading out to take care of some matters. You play well with Xiao Huang. After calling out to the old Wutong tree, Chu Fan stepped into the air and left Shanling Mountain. He did not use a flying boat, but instead employed a speed technique, traveling 100,000 miles in an instant towards the War God Palace. During the process of teleportation, his appearance transformed from a handsome young man brimming with vigor into an elderly figure with a youthful face and white hair exuding the aura of a Taoist, with a whisk appearing in his hand. The time is up, the trial is over. At the entrance of the War God Temple in the War God Mountains, the two divine envoys suddenly opened their eyes, with one of them speaking in a loud voice. The year-long trial at the War God Temple has concluded. The sect leaders and elders waiting outside for a year are now invigorated, knowing that the battle for recruits is about to begin. In the past, when the War God Temple closed, the outstanding cultivators would be sought after by various sects. Surviving the trial meant they would achieve great things in the future, making these loose cultivators highly sought after. The major sects are particularly focused on the most talented loose cultivators, like the Snow Maiden and Xiaoke this time. Lesser sects lack the power to compete with the major sects and are looking for those with moderate talent, recruiting whoever they can. It can be said that when the trial at the War God Temple begins, many loose cultivators enter, but after the trial ends, nearly all surviving loose cultivators have joined sects. There is no choice. If they do not join a sect, they will face the threat of death. As the divine envoy recited a spell, the War God Temple shone with white light, illuminating a radius of 1,000 miles. In the next moment, around 200 to 300 million people were transported out of the War God Temple. Approximately 900 million cultivators entered, but fewer than 300 million emerged, making this trial's death rate higher than any previous one. Most perished within the heavenly chosen tower. Some sects suffered total losses, with no one surviving. Most of these sects were third tier, and their disciples were not strong enough, entering the War God Temple, relying on a slender thread of luck. Unfortunately, the vast majority have already died inside the War God Temple. After emerging, the disciples returned to their respective sects, leaving only the loose cultivators behind, as they did not leave for an upcoming grand event would be held for them. The three major sects of the Central Plains, the 10 minor holy sects, the 4 superpowers of the Southern Wilderness, and the 8 major holy sects of the Eastern Continent's leaders and elders, each camped out surrounding the exceptionally talented Snow Maiden Xiao, Ku, and Qinger. Each of their faces was flushed with excitement, gazing at the three as if they were looking at dazzling treasures. The other loose cultivators were ignored, with no time to pay attention to them. Snow Maiden, come over here. With me around, no one dares to touch you. Dan Yu waved at Qing Shui, already considering herself Qing Shui's master. What a tactic of striking first. Deng Yue gritted his teeth, extremely dissatisfied with Dan Yu's behavior. Xiaoke, come to me. The Radiant Light sect will be your solid support, protecting you and helping you achieve the position of emperor. Having lost the Snow Maiden to Dan Yu first, Deng Yue then targeted Xiaoke. His plan was to secure at least one recruit for the sect, the rest would be left to competition. With the 27 ancestors of the Saint Emperor realm he summoned, secretly poised to strike aside from the alliance of the Tianyao sect and the Bihai sect, no other sects dared to act rashly. Qinger, come to me. Huang Zihai was even more succinct, directly ordering Hua Wanqing to approach him. The leaders of the 3 major holy lands in the Central Plains each had one. It seemed as if they had already divided the recruits. The other sect leaders looked at each other, and then Li Bin of the Xiantian sect spoke up in protest. This seems a bit unfair. Although your 3 major sects are slightly stronger than us, if we unite we can defeat you. Therefore we of the Xiantian sect also wish to compete for the Snow Maiden. Indeed, I, the leader of the Xiao sect, also wish to contend for this outstanding individual named Xiaoke. Gu Trenhao followed up on Li Bin's words, representing one of the 4 superpowers of the Southern Wilderness. Seeing this, the other holy sects also expressed their opinions, believing that the 3 major sects would not dare to act against them. There were a total of 22 sects here. Even if the 3 major sects of the Central Plains united, they could not match them. Deng Yui's face darkened, seemingly dripping with water. He did not want to waste time. Everyone, Xiaoke is someone our Radiant Light sect has set its sights on. Only the Radiant Light sect has the solid resources to cultivate her. Which of your sects can compare? Indeed, these 3 individuals should be distributed among our 3 major sects. Can you not choose others? Huang Zihai chose this moment to align himself with Deng Yue. The atmosphere grew tense as Deng Yue and the others were determined to acquire Xiao Ko and the others, while the leaders of the other holy sects were unwilling to give up. Just as tensions escalated by Yang of the Tiangong sect spoke, everyone, how about this? Since there is contention among us, why not let the 3 of them choose which sect to join on their own? Okay, I agree with the proposal put forth by sect leader Bai. He Qiang, the leader of the 7 Stars sect, clapped her hands. Others nodded in agreement. Since every sect wants to recruit, it would be better to let the Snow Maiden and the others choose, thus avoiding the need to fight over them. Deng Yue and Huang Zihai were furious, but they did not dare to lash out. Especially Deng Yue, who gritted his teeth at Bai Yang, wishing he could kick him a few times right on the spot. In contrast, Dan Aiyu remained calm, wearing a faint smile as she walked a few steps forward, then let them choose. Then she looked at Qing Shui and said, if you join the Bihai sect, I will take you as my direct disciple. Your position will be above all others, and the Bihai sect will use all its resources to assist you in becoming an emperor. What a despicable woman. As soon as Dan Aiyu finished speaking, Deng Yue, Huang Zihai, and others were nearly enraged. This old hag, seemingly large-breasted and empty-headed, was in fact the most cunning, directly promising Snow Maiden such great power and resources. If Snow Maiden's resolve is not strong, she would surely be tempted. Others also began to quote prices to Qing Shui, and the others basically offering similar terms, protector's assistance in becoming an emperor, resources galore, and even the top cultivation techniques from their sects. Among them, Guan Tianwei from the Daoi sect was stirring up trouble, drawing attention with his overly unique behavior. In any case, it was fine to follow the crowd, or whether they joined the Daoi sect was irrelevant, since the Snow Maiden and the others were originally disciples of the Daoi sect. The surrounding loose cultivators and the sect leaders and elders were filled with envy, with the loose cultivators internally shouting, if only I were given such treatment, I would willingly join your sect and be a servant. However, they could only think about it. They did not possess the qualifications of Snow Maiden and the others, and could only be chosen by sects, not the other way around. Qing Shui and her companions looked at the leaders of the 25 major powers. Just as they were about to speak, a voice suddenly reached their ears. They then looked at Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing, who both nodded at her. Clearly all 3 received the transmission. Thus Qing Shui solemnly said, thank you all for your recognition. In fact, the 3 of us already have a master, so there is no need to seek out a teacher. Impossible. You are clearly loose cultivators. How could you have joined another power? Since you say this, bring out your master. I want to see who this person is. Deng Yue was enraged, his temper completely ignited. Seeing the situation develop in a way that deviated severely from his expectations, Deng Yue could no longer care about anything else. His fury erupted, and he transformed into a figure of utter exasperation. In his hand, he had prepared a signal flare for the command to act, summoning the hidden ancestors to come forth and seize the people. As for the master that Qing Shui spoke of, it was of no consequence. If such a person truly existed, it would be best to retrieve them for the Yaoguang Sacred Sect. With the foundation of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect promising him countless benefits, would surely make him willing to serve. Oh, so you are quite bold, disregarding even me, an old man. As soon as Deng Yue finished speaking, a voice was heard before the person was seen. Then in midair appeared an old Taoist, clad in a Taoist robe, with flowing white hair, his complexion rosy, looking no different from a youth in his 20s. He held a whisk in his hand, standing upon a cloud formed by spiritual energy. He stood there on the cloud, the gentle breeze stirring his robe and hair, his level of cultivation not immediately apparent, yet this very image was enough to draw the attention of everyone present. No one dared to underestimate such a clearly extraordinary old Taoist. Most stood by with curious hearts, watching the drama unfold. Master, you have arrived. Qing Shui, Ling Qingshuan, and Hua Wanqing were delighted to see the old Taoist appear, and they flew to his side. Good disciples, gather behind me. Today I shall see who has the audacity to bully my students. The old Taoist chuckled and patted Qing Shui on the head, then scanned the crowd below, a surge of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Hiss, so it really is the master of the 3. Everyone was shocked and amazed at who exactly was this mysterious old Taoist to have cultivated such outstanding disciples. Shui knew Xiaoko and Qing'er had shown brilliantly in the War God Temple their innate talents, surpassing everyone else, with only a few able to compare, and even then it was one-sided. Who are you, and would you care to visit the Yaoguang Sacred Sect? Deng Yue asked the old Taoist in midair, the commanding signal flare in his hand flickering subtly. He was awaiting the old Taoist's response. If the old Taoist agreed to go to the Yaoguang Sacred Sect, everything would be easy. If he disagreed, he would immediately summon the ancestors to take coercive measures. I am Zhang Jinren. You invite me to the Yaoguang Sacred Sect. The old Taoist lightly waved his whisk, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Deng Yue, a look of disdain creeping onto his lips as he continued, do you think you are worthy? Zhang Jinren. Who might that be? Upon hearing the old Taoist's name, the older and more experienced individuals present began to rummage through their memories, trying to recall if they had any information about Zhang Jinren. You. Deng Yui's face darkened at the contempt, and he decisively fired the signal flare into the sky. With a loud bang, 27 elders appeared behind Deng Yue. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, causing the void around them to tremble. The ancestors of the Yaoguang. The appearance of the 27 ancestors instantly shocked those from lower-tier sects. Was this the power of a sacred sect? They had mobilized so many ancestors at once, any one of them could effortlessly annihilate a lower-tier sect. Only the sect leaders of the Bai Hai Sacred Sect, Tianyao Sacred Sect, and other similarly powerful factions were not surprised. Their strengths were roughly comparable, and small underhanded tactics were commonplace among them. With 27 ancestors from the Yaoguang Sacred Sect, they too must have called upon their ancestors. Since Deng Yue could not maintain his composure, let him test Zhang Zhenren's strength. Chu Fan looked with interest at the 27 ancestors of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect. Since his arrival with the Eye of Insight, he had seen through the hidden strong figures. Nearly every sacred sect had some, especially Daoi sect, which was even more exaggerated. Daoi sect had sent 2 batches of ancestors. The first batch, about 60 individuals, came along with the elders from the secret realm, among which there were 40 ancestors. The second batch, which arrived later, had 20. Every ancestor from the Yaoguang Sacred Sect possessed cultivation at the Saint Emperor realm, the strongest being at the 7th level and the weakest at the 3rd level. No wonder they are one of the 3 great sacred sects of Zhangzhou, such a wealth of experts, quite interesting. Zhang Zhenren, so you have changed your mind. Deng Yue, thinking Chu Fan was about to yield, revealed a smug expression. Chu Fan glanced at Deng Yue and spat directly into the air. How did such a foolish person become a sect leader? Didn't you see that I was mocking you? Damn fool. Deng Yue was furious. This old Taoist had insulted him time and again, showing no respect. How could he endure this? He pointed at Chu Fan and said fiercely, "Elders, quickly subdue him." Deng Yue planned to use force to subdue Chu Fan to let him know what the consequences of offending the Yaoguang Sacred Sect. As Deng Yui's words rang out, the 27 Saint Emperor realm ancestors of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect simultaneously took action, each unleashing their ultimate techniques. Instantly, the air was filled with red, green, and golden phenomena. The void trembled as if unable to withstand such immense power. Countless fissures the size of fingers appeared in the void, spreading far and wide. The combined attacks of the 27 Saint Emperor realm experts reverberated in the air. Where they passed, stars fell, and the sun exploded. Everything was annihilated. Seeing this momentum, it seemed they intended to completely destroy the old Taoist and his disciples. This was too cruel. Others could only lament while hastily retreating from the battlefield. From a distance, most people were witnessing such a scene for the first time. Various colors of light illuminated their faces and struck fear into their hearts. This Zhang Zhenren is doomed. What a pity for his few extraordinary disciples. Countless people harbored this thought in their hearts. With the combined force of 27 Saint Emperor realm experts, even a quasi-emperor would have to weigh his options. Unless it was a true emperor, there was a possibility of escaping unscathed. But is that even possible? With the new era still some time away, there were no emperors in the world, so facing such an attack, Zhang Zhenren would either die or be gravely injured. Chu Fan calmly watched the impending attack, a disdainful curve forming on his lips. I haven't used this move yet. With that, Chu Fan blinked and his originally black pupils instantly turned purple. Cycle of life and death obliteration. From his eyes shot forth 2 beams of purple light, and the moment the light appeared, it was as if time had stopped. All sounds in the world disappeared, and everyone was pressed on pause. Only those 2 beams of purple light silently collided with those brilliantly colored attacks. Hiss, like a red-hot iron rod being plunged into ice water, a sizzling sound echoed. In the astonished expressions of countless people, those dozens of attacks simply vanished, leaving behind an enormous pitch-black void in the air. After a while, the void gradually restored along with the mental state of everyone present. Is that all? Trash. Chu Fan said bluntly, even spitting downwards. Someone of his caliber should embody the essence of transcendence and detachment, yet he acted more like a thug, his behavior betraying the demeanor of a true master. Is this truly a peculiar trait of masters? Who exactly are you? The old ancestor at the 7th level of the Sacred Emperor realm from the Yaoguang Sacred Sect looked grave as he witnessed their techniques vanish under Chu Fan's glare. He realized that the Yaoguang Sacred Sect had encountered a formidable opponent. The Zhang Zhenren before him was at least at the 9th level of the Sacred Emperor realm, no more accurately a quasi-emperor. Only such a powerful master could easily fend off their attacks. The techniques he wielded seemed imbued with the essence of the law of destruction. He was a powerful figure who had comprehended the law of destruction. A sacred emperor at the 9th level who grasped the law could be referred to as a quasi-emperor. He couldn't believe that such a formidable person would be obscure, as he had never heard of Zhang Zhenren before meeting him for the very first time today. Did I not just say, I am Zhang Zhenren? Are you all deaf? Chu Fan mockingly scratched his ear. Zhang Zhenren, it was indeed our Yaoguang Sacred Sect's fault earlier. As an apology, could you come to our sect? We will certainly offer you and your disciples a satisfactory compensation. The old ancestor Lin Chong at the 7th level of the Sacred Emperor realm spoke politely. Lin Chong's objective was simple: if force would not suffice, then he would adopt a gentler approach, inviting Zhang Jinren to the Yaoguang sacred sect under the pretext of an apology, with the intention of recruiting him once there. All the sect leaders present were shrewd. They instantly discerned Lin Chong's aim and felt a rising anxiety, yet dared not speak, fearing the attention of the Yaoguang sacred sect. If Zhang Jinren went to the Yaoguang sacred sect, their plan to recruit him would be thwarted. It's easy for you to say, but I have no intention of letting you go. Attack and I will ensure you die quickly. Chu Fan had come today specifically to cause a ruckus. Since the Yaoguang sacred sect was approaching him with a knife, it would be unreasonable not to strike back. Qing Shui and the others standing behind him knew that the Yaoguang sacred sect would soon face misfortune upon hearing his words. Why bother provoking anyone else when they had offended their master? Simultaneously, the little schemes they had been harboring quietly dissipated. Since elevating to the first and second levels of the Sacred King realm and easily defeating those at the 7th level, they had intended to spar with their master upon returning to Shanling Peak, testing his strength. Now it seemed impossible to compare. Their master's strength was far beyond what they could challenge. Did they not see that the 20 or so sacred emperors were no match for him? Their master's power could only be described as invincible. As Guan Tianwei observed Zhang Zhenren's arrival, he speculated that Chu Fan might be masquerading as him, otherwise Qing Shui and the others would not have cooperated so readily. Later, as the ancestor of the Yaoguang sacred sect appeared, he had prepared to summon the hidden ancestors for support, but Jiang Feng had stealthily stopped him, saying, "Master can handle this." Only then did he hold back, witnessing Chu Fan's miraculous abilities. Chu Fan, your disciple, truly has concealed depths. This technique is something few can withstand in the Daoyi sect. Guan Tianwei sighed inwardly, then shifted his gaze to the hidden position of the ancestors. There was an ancestor there at the 9th level of the Sacred Emperor realm, a piece of information given to him by Ancestor Chifu. Zhang Jinren, we are already prepared to concede. Can't we turn a major issue into a minor one? Lin Chong urged. If they fought with Zhang Zhenren's strength, the Yaoguang sacred sect would surely suffer greatly, and even if they joined forces, the best outcome would be mutual destruction, allowing others to benefit. Moreover, it was uncertain if they could even injure Zhang Jinren, so Lin Chong wanted to buy some time while secretly transmitting to Deng Youwei, "Youwei, hurry up." Deng Youwei understood Lin Chong's intentions. Of the Yaoguang sacred sect also had quasi-emperor ancestors who had been in slumber for tens of thousands of years and would be hard to awaken before a new era. Given the current situation, they could not afford to neglect calling for support from the quasi-emperor ancestor, or they might all perish here. He quietly conveyed the message back to the Yaoguang sacred sect. I have no desire to waste words with you. Attack or stand still, and let me kill you directly. Chu Fan switched the dust whisk to his left hand and spoke with no emotion. As he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pointed at Lin Chong from a distance. A ribbon of energy shot forth from his fingertip, resembling the one used against the ancient wudong tree, lacking any dazzling colors, appearing instead as an ordinary beam of light that struck right at Lin Chong's chest. Lin Chong's expression changed as he dared not take the blow alone. With Zhang Zhenren's strength, the technique he deployed could not possibly be as simple as it appeared. When martial skills reach the realm of returning to simplicity, they appear like ordinary moves, yet their power is immensely terrifying. Quickly assist me, he called out urgently. Upon hearing Lin Chong's plea for help, the 26 Sacred Emperor Realm ancestors behind him rushed to his side, forming several rows as they channeled their energy to Lin Chong. Lin Chong circulated his spiritual power, and a spiritual shield materialized before him, adorned with the pattern of a mysterious turtle radiating a dark blue glow. After deploying the mysterious turtle shield, Lin Chong did not forget to activate the armor on his body and enhance his constitution, achieving a 3-layered defense. Swoosh! The ribbon of energy surged forward, effortlessly piercing through the mysterious turtle shield, which failed to hold for even a second before becoming ineffective, continuing its momentum and crashing into Lin Chong's armor. Lin Chong's pupils shrank to pinpoints, his body bristling with sweat. Quick, use secret techniques to assist me. The 26 Sacred Emperor Realm ancestors burned their essence blood, temporarily elevating their strength by a level, gritting their teeth as they channeled their power to Lin Chong once more. Veins bulged on each of their foreheads as they continually drained their spiritual power to provide strength to Lin Chong. With the addition of such power, Lin Chong gained a sliver of courage, casting aside the mysterious turtle shield, his hands swiftly forming seals, concentrating all his strength at the point of collision between the ribbon and his armor, attempting to withstand the impact. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lin Chang's forehead was drenched in sweat, despair flickering in his eyes. So powerful. Zhang Zhenren's strength was already infinitely close to that of the Emperor Realm. Even with so many people working together, they still found it hard to withstand his casual strike. It's over. In the next moment, in Lin Chang's terrified gaze, the ribbon pierced through his armor, burrowing into his chest and exiting from his back, piercing through the 3 Sacred Emperor Realm ancestors behind him as well. Lin Chong coughed up blood, his skin turning crimson at the neck as he struggled to contain the raging power within him, his eyes wide open, fixated on the faintly smiling Chu Fan ahead. Behind him, the three affected Sacred Emperor Realm ancestors, due to their inferior strength, were unable to withstand the piercing of the ribbon and fell simultaneously crashing to the ground and creating three massive craters. When the dust settled, the three had long since lost consciousness, their faces contorted in pain. A casual strike had severely wounded the 7th-level ancestors of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect, and even with the combined might of 27 ancestors, they had lost 3. Zhang Jinren is terrifyingly strong. Upon witnessing the scene, Dan Taiwei, Huang Zhihai, and the others clenched their fists, doing their best to calm their anxious emotions. Fortunately, they had not rushed to act, otherwise they would have faced the same fate as the Yaoguang Sacred Sect. This time the Yaoguang Sacred Sect was in deep trouble. With a single strike, 3 were eliminated, 1 heavily injured, and the other Saint Emperor Realm fighters were left with no fighting capacity. Chu Fan felt quite satisfied with this. Deng Yue was almost terrified to the point of losing control. Zhang Zhenren's power far exceeded his imagination, and he constantly prayed for the arrival of the Emperor Ancestor, otherwise the Yaoguang Sacred Sect would be finished today. Lin Chong was supported by other Saint Emperor Realm experts standing frozen in place, unable to move. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zhang Jinren. Fortunately, Zhang Jinren did not attack them again, but turned to the Snow Maiden and her companions, asking, "My dear disciples, has anyone bullied you? Tell me and I shall deal with them together." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tensed anxiously, watching the Snow Maiden, fearing she might randomly point out someone which would bring them undeserved disaster. Fortunately, the Snow Maiden shook her head, easing their worries. "They wouldn't dare bully my disciple, but that person doesn't need to be spared." Saying this, Chu Fan pointed to a certain direction. Everyone followed his finger and finally focused on Jiang Feng from the Daoyi sect. Jiang Feng. It seems they won't need to intervene. At Jiang Feng's life ends here. What could the Daoyi sect use to defend against Zhang Zhenren's attack? The crowd instantly shifted from worry to a state of eager anticipation, especially the forces like the Qixing sect that despised the Daoyi sect, each displaying a gloating expression. Guan Tianwei shielded Jiang Feng behind him, puzzled. "Zhang Jinren, Jiang Feng of the Daoyi sect has not offended you, has he? Why target him?" My actions are driven solely by my feelings. If you truly want an explanation, it's simply that Jiang Feng's talent is too exceptional and I find it displeasing. You are being too unreasonable. Guan Tianwei realized that Zhang Jinren clearly wanted to kill Jiang Feng to clear the way for his own disciples. Because Jiang Feng's aptitude was comparable to his own disciples, he aimed to eliminate him before he could grow. "I am indeed being unreasonable. What can you do about it?" Everyone was at a loss for words. Zhang Zhenren's actions were completely unrelated to his persona as a Daoist. He was simply a villain clad in a Daoist robe. At the same time, they felt a sliver of sympathy for the Daoyi sect. Being targeted by Zhang Jinren meant they could only accept their bad luck. Guan Tianwei knew there was no room for negotiation anymore. He shouted to the back, "I implore the ancestor to intervene and protect my Daoyi sect disciples." As Guan Tianwei yelled, 20 elders appeared in the air behind him. Except for a few at the 9th level of the Saint Lord realm, more than 10 were at the Saint Emperor realm, and the Whitebeard elder at the forefront was even at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Hiss! The surroundings were filled with gasps of cold air. Even the sect masters of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect and the Tianao Sacred Sect showed expressions of disbelief. The Daoyi sect actually had a 9th level Saint Emperor ancestor hidden away. They had concealed themselves. The most shocking were the sect masters of the 7 major sacred sects of the East Continent. Li Bin Qingsu Daoist and others gaped, their gazes incredulously shifting between Guan Tianwei and the Daoyi sect ancestor. The Daoyi sect was hiding deep enough, having so many Saint Emperor realm ancestors. Such a lineup was already comparable to the Xiantian sect. "Let's attack together." The 9th level Saint Emperor ancestor of the Daoyi sect, named Chen Xuanming, gave the order, and the others quickly moved to surround Chu Fan and his 3 disciples. With a flick of his whisk, Chu Fan moved Qing Shui and the others out of the encirclement, a disdainful smile on his lips. What if they're at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm? They will die today. Qing Shui, Ling Qingxuan, and Hua Wanqing were bewildered, not understanding what their master was doing and why he suddenly clashed with the sect elders. What kind of play was this? Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing looked at Qing Shui in confusion, wanting to speak, but were silenced by Qing Shui's gaze. She understood that master had his reasons for acting this way. Chen Xianming was the first to strike, a golden battle hammer appearing in his hand, its surface carved with mysterious patterns. Even from a distance one could feel the oppressive force emanating from it. This was a top-grade spiritual weapon of the Saint grade, second only to divine artifacts, and was the strongest spiritual weapon of the Daoyi sect. With the golden battle hammer enhancing his power, Chen Xuanming's strength increased further. He gripped the hammer's handle with both hands, raised it above his head, and then smashed it down towards Chu Fan. The mysterious patterns on the surface of the golden battle hammer activated, producing crackling sounds, and the surrounding gravity suddenly intensified tenfold. A hammer shadow 100 times larger than the golden battle hammer appeared above Chu Fan, crashing down in full view. Others also instantly launched their attacks, countless moves unleashed without restraint, striking Chu Fan alongside the hammer shadow. All the moves flowed together seamlessly, their power far surpassing that of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect elders' joint attack. A series of explosive sounds erupted in the air with flames spreading outward from the center of where Chu Fan stood, scorching heat blowing against everyone's faces, and those closer even smelling burnt hair. The flames continued with explosions occurring every breath, and the low roars of ferocious beasts could also be heard. The crowd that had retreated to a distance stared intently at the flames, wanting to witness if Zhang Jinren had been defeated. After a quarter of an hour, the flames dissipated, revealing a figure within. He held a whisk, his Taoist robe glowing with a faint blue light, appearing like a transcendent being. On him there were no visible injuries, not even a single hair was harmed. How could this be possible? Qin Xianming staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. Their combined efforts of 20 people had failed to even touch Zhang Zhenren's clothing or hair. Their all-out attack had not achieved any effect aside from opening everyone's eyes. It's my turn to strike now in the spirit of reciprocity. Chu Fan laughed heartily, waved his whisk, and in the next moment Jiang Feng far in the distance turned pale and flew out fainting after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Guan Tianwei hurriedly caught him, checking carefully before shouting to Qin Xuanming, ancestor Jiang Feng has been crippled. His face was a tumult of anger, unwillingness, and despair. Quick, you all retreat. Qin Xianming ordered Guan Tianwei. Guan Tianwei acted swiftly, taking out a flying boat and carrying Jiang Feng aboard. Other Daoist sect elders also hurried to board the boat, disappearing into the sky in less than 3 breaths. The Daoist sect members escaped, leaving the 20 elders to hold off Zhang Jinren. Brothers, let's fight him to the end. Seeing Guan Tianwei and others flee, Qin Xianming shouted. The 20 elders drew close to Chu Fan, and when they were about 10 meters away, Qin Xianming roared, Zhang Jinren, today, you have harmed my Daoist sect disciples without reason. We shall perish together with you. At this moment, Qin Xianming and the other elders wore expressions of resolve, each beginning to rapidly reverse their internal spiritual power, and then under everyone's astonished gazes exploded like cannonballs. 20 towering mushroom clouds rose into the sky, enveloping and obliterating Zhang Jinren under his grave. The self-detonation of dozens of Saint Emperor realm experts, along with several Saint Lord realm strong ones, wielded a power equivalent to the strongest strike of a quasi-emperor. Even if Zhang Jinren was at the quasi-emperor level, he would likely be heavily injured. The sound of the explosion gradually faded away, and in midair the flames surrounding Chu Fan dissipated, revealing his tall figure. His face was grim, his hair slightly disheveled, and his dust brush was damaged beyond repair, with several holes even in his Taoist robe. However, that was all. After enduring the self-detonation of 20 holy lords and holy emperors, he had only suffered some superficial injuries. It's about time. Chu Fan slightly raised the corner of his mouth, glanced toward a distant location, scoffed, flicked his dust brush, and appeared beside Qing Shui and the others, using the sleeve universe technique to teleport them 100,000 miles away, vanishing into the horizon. Phew, everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. The mysterious quasi-emperor had finally departed. Zhang Jinren made a move, causing 3 elders of the Yaoguang sacred sect to perish, and the remaining 20 plus had no strength left to fight. Even worse was the Daoist sect, where their exceptionally gifted disciples were crippled and 20 elders self-detonated, leading to a significant drop in the sect's overall strength. After this incident, the Daoist sect was very likely to lose its status as a sacred sect. Some rejoiced while others worried. The 3 swordsmen of the 7 stars sect, upon seeing Jiang Feng become a cripple, felt immense satisfaction. The sect leaders of the 7 major sacred sects in the eastern continent had already begun to plot whether to take advantage of the Daoist sect's weakened state to strike a heavy blow. Only the leader of the Xiantian sect, Li Bin, shook his head after some consideration, dismissing that idea. Others might not know, but he was very clear the 20 elders of the Daoist sect who had just self-detonated were not on the list he had investigated, meaning the Daoist sect still had at least 2 second or first level holy emperor elders stationed. Earlier, when the Daoist sect revealed its strength, it had frightened him. After years of investigation, he had learned of 2 holy emperor elders in the Daoist sect. If it weren't for Zhang Zhenren's sudden appearance, forcing the Daoist sect's elders to reveal themselves, he would have remained in the dark. Fortunately, all 20 had already self-detonated, and the Daoist sect posed no threat to the Xiantian sect. After Zhang Jinren left, within a few minutes a figure appeared in the distance, his expression serious, the robes billowing, as if he were a quasi-emperor. He covered tens of thousands of miles in a single step, initially distant, but in the blink of an eye he was before Lin Chong and the others. Elder, you have finally arrived. Deng Yue exclaimed in surprise, jogging to the quasi-emperor's side. This was the sleeping quasi-emperor elder of the Yaoguang sacred sect named Huang Fui. Elder. Lin Chong and the others bowed in greeting and began recounting the events that had just transpired. Elder, you must avenge the deceased elders. Deng Yue nearly cried out, pleading with Huang Fui. Huang Fui's mouth twitched slightly, wishing he could slap Deng Yue a few times right there. Do you have any discernment? Do you think I can defeat that Zhang Jinren? Asking me to seek revenge. More like sending myself to my death. In reality, Huang Fui had arrived long ago, watching the entire process of the 20 elders of the Daoist sect from their attack to their self-detonation, gaining a deep understanding of Zhang Zhenren's strength. Zhang Zhenren's power was even greater than his own, already infinitely close to that of an emperor. Thus he held back, not revealing himself immediately, and only pretended to arrive late after Zhang Jinren departed, maintaining the perfect image of a quasi-emperor. As for dealing with Zhang Jinren, whoever wants to go can go. He still wanted to live a few more years. Let's discuss this later. For now we need to recruit talented disciples. Huang Fui spoke up. Deng Yue had sent a distress signal forcing him to emerge early, and his lifespan was being consumed at an abnormal rate. Once this matter concluded, he needed to return to the Yaoguang Sacred Sect's forbidden area for recuperation. However, Deng Yue's words delighted him. Elder, in a little while a new era will begin. Is that true? Where did you hear that? Huang Fui showed a look of surprise mixed with a hint of joy. If what Deng Yue said was true, then he need not worry about his lifespan consumption. The new era's arrival would allow him to advance further and roam the world freely without needing to lie in slumber in the forbidden area. It is what the Divine Envoy said. Huang Fui nodded, as since it was said by the Divine Envoy there was no need for doubt. Huang Fui's mood lifted, feeling the air become fresher. Seeing the Yaoguang Sacred Sect's quasi-emperor elder come out, the other hidden elders of the sacred sects also revealed themselves. The holy lords and holy emperors appeared in the air, frightening those below the first-tier sects. At this point they truly realized the gap between their strength and that of the sacred sects. It was the disparity of top-tier power. First-tier sects usually had a few holy lords at best, while there were almost no holy emperors. But for the sacred sects they had plenty. Just this time, with the opening of the War God Hall, each sacred sect had over a dozen or 20 holy emperor elders. Unfortunately for the Daoyi sect, they were too unfortunate, with all their elders forced to self-detonate, placing the Daoyi sect at the bottom among all sacred sects. Even more astonishing was that the Yaoguang Sacred Sect had actually mobilized a quasi-emperor elder. From this it could be inferred that the Tianao Sacred Sect and the Bihai Sacred Sect, which were equally renowned as the Yaoguang Sacred Sect, also had quasi-emperor elders. With the new era not yet commencing, these sacred sects had already revealed their strength, indicating that a major conflict was imminent. Next came the familiar proceedings, starting with the 24 sacred sects selecting talented loose cultivators. The rules for distribution were simple, selecting based on regions. The loose cultivators from Zhengzhou would choose the sacred sects of Zhengzhou, and those from Dongzhou would choose the sacred sects of Dongzhou. Due to the three women leaving with Zhang Jinren and Jiang Feng being crippled, there weren't many highly talented loose cultivators among those present. The recruitment of disciples unfolded fervently. The sacred sects selected first, followed by the first-tier sects, and then the second-tier sects, with each level accumulating significant gains. What no one noticed was that among the crowd some young men and women dressed as loose cultivators quietly slipped away amid the chaos. Master, did you really kill the elders? On the way back to the Daoyi sect, Ling Qingxian raised a question, wanting Chu Fan to explain, especially after he crippled Jiang Feng, leaving her puzzled as to why her master was so merciless. Qing Shui remained silent. The developments had exceeded her capacity to comprehend. She too was baffled, while Hua, watching with a more innocent mind, looked at Chu Fan, then at her senior sisters, remaining quietly contemplative. Chu Fan understood that these disciples were feeling disheartened, but it couldn't be helped. The act needed to be convincing enough to fool everyone. Even Qing Shui and the others had been misled, let alone anyone else. He smiled and said, Jiang Feng is fine, and the elders are also safe. This was all part of our plan. You will understand once we return to the sect. Oh, that makes sense. Master, you really scared me. Ling Qingxian patted her well-developed chest, exhaling in relief. At the same time, she was very curious about how her master had accomplished this. More than 10 days after the conclusion of the War God Hall, Chu Fan and his companions returned to the Daoyi sect. The atmosphere at the Daoyi sect had sunk to its lowest ebb. Inner disciple courtyards stood nearly deserted, with small clusters of disciples standing motionless, neither sparring nor speaking, lost in grim silence, their faces heavy with foreboding. Master, Ling Qingxian turned to Chu Fan. Chu Fan sensed it immediately. He knew the disciples who had remained behind had already learned of the events that transpired at the War God Hall. Guan Tenue's group lagged behind Chu Fan by at least 2 days before reaching the Daoyi sect. Let us first return to Shanling Peak. We shall await Jiang Feng and the others before proceeding. Atop Shanling Peak, Qing Shui and the other two took turns recounting their trials within the Heaven Mirror and the Heaven Chosen Tower, while the ancient phoenix tree listened quietly beside them. Because the events within these two trials were entirely sealed from external observation, even Chu Fan's divine mirror obtained through his sign-in ritual could not reveal them. He remained wholly unaware of what they had endured inside. All three emerged unscathed, their performances near flawless. Especially Qing Shui, who earned a rare 9-star rating within the Heaven Mirror, a distinction achieved by only a handful of legends across all history, each a titan whose name echoed through eternity. As for the Heaven-Chosen Tower, besides Qing Shui, Ling Qingxian entered the Cycle Realm, where she encountered the three-tailed fox Xiaoku and lived an entire lifetime with her. Until at the very edge of transcendence, a pair of eyes identical to Chu Fan's appeared in the heavens, shattering her blissful illusion and awakening her. Hua Wanqing's trial was simpler. Stranded alone on an island encircled by an endless ocean, she transformed from a single seed into a flower, immortal over 100,000 years, only to encounter a crimson flame as she ascended the immortal path. In that moment of pure innocence, she heard a faint summons emanating from the flame, and without hesitation plunged headlong into its searing heart. When she awoke, she had passed. Chu Fan re-examined their cultivation profiles using his insight eye. In terms of realm, Qing Shui had reached the second tier of the Saint King realm, while Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing stood at the first tier, both having surged forward rapidly within the heaven mirror. Moreover, Qing Shui's innate talent aura had fully transmuted into golden radiance, matching precisely that of Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing. Upon clearing the heaven-chosen tower, their cultivation levels did not rise, but their other faculties deepened profoundly. Qing Shui's Dao heart had solidified into unshakable bedrock, making the path to eternal life unmistakably clear. Ling Qingxuan's mastery of the cycle law matured decisively. The yin-yang law chain she had refined within the spirit ruin's secret realm had now fully merged into her cycle law, enabling her, even at her current realm, to begin integrating its principles into her combat techniques. Hua Wanqing's achievement proved even more extraordinary. Her great dream of 1,000 autumns had reached consummate synthesis, truly a late bloomer who surged ahead. Though still not rivaling Chu Fan's life and death rotation, her gaze alone could effortlessly plunge any opponent below the first tier of the Saint King realm into deep slumber. Indeed, Wanqing performed admirably. Dedicate yourself diligently to both the great dream of 1,000 autumns and the celestial maiden scattering blossoms. Pursue them relentlessly to their ultimate expression. One day, slaying a sovereign emperor will be well within your grasp. Chu Fan praised Hua Wanqing first. Her heart blossomed with quiet joy, while the ancient phoenix tree beside them nodded in quiet satisfaction. He then addressed Qing Shui and Ling Qingxuan. Qing Shui Qixian, you must now prioritize comprehending the longevity scripture and the cycle scripture until you attain consummate mastery. From the longevity scripture arise techniques such as a gaze across 10,000 years and time annihilation. From the cycle scripture emerge cycle imprint and 6 realms cycle palm. These shall serve as your hidden trump cards. Devote yourselves to them wholeheartedly. Yes, Master. Qing Shui and Ling Qixian replied in unison, bowing their heads respectfully. By any standard beyond their sect, their achievements were impeccable. Attaining the second and first tiers of the Saint King realm before their mid-20s placed them far ahead of their peers. Most of their contemporaries at the same age barely reached the third or fourth tier of the martial saint realm. Yet their master was Chu Fan, whose expectations ran immeasurably higher. They understood his aspirations for them perfectly, and thus absorbed every word of his instruction with unwavering reverence. Come, your master has gifts for you. After finishing his guidance, Chu Fan set aside the solemnity of his role and withdrew 2 saint-rank lower-tier spirit artifacts, the Kuei-Ling sword and the Shuanghua sword, from his system space. He bestowed the Kuei-Ling sword upon Qing Shui and the Shuanghua sword upon Ling Qingxian. A Hua Wanqing who wielded no blade received no weapon for now. Master, these are saint-rank lower-tier spirit artifacts. They are extraordinarily powerful. Ling Qingxian gently caressed the Shuanghua sword, her eyes alight with adoration, while Qing Shui too held the Kuei-Ling sword with reverent fascination. Use these in daily cultivation and trials, but reserve your ultimate techniques for true exigency. Saint-rank lower-tier artifacts are but stepping stones. As you grow stronger, I shall bestow far greater treasures upon you, and yes, Wanqing shall receive hers as well. Then what shall we do with this Ziwu sword? Qing Shui asked, drawing forth the Ziwu sword. Contribute it to the sect, or give it to Yixian. That would suit it perfectly. Chu Fan dismissed it without hesitation. The Ziwu sword's rank no longer warranted his attention. Gifting it to Yixian, or donating it to the sect was ideal. Within the Daoyi sect, and indeed across all sacred sects, inner disciples typically wielded earth-rank spirit artifacts. Heaven-rank ones were exceedingly rare, and saint-rank artifacts were reserved exclusively for sect patriarchs and elders. The most formidable spirit artifact in the Daoyi sect belonged to Patriarch Qin Xianming of the 9th tier of the Saint Emperor realm, the Golden Warhammer, a saint-rank supreme artifact. Thus the Ziwu sword represented a significant advancement for Yixian. Given Qing Shui's close rapport with him, gifting it posed no difficulty. Chu Fan felt certain he would acquire even more saint rank and higher artifacts through future sign-ins. Thereafter Qing Shui, Ling Qingxuan, and Hua Wanqing each withdrew to cultivate, absorbing the year's profound gains and refining their newly acquired spirit artifacts. Chu Fan reclined leisurely in his chair, plucking a heavenly peach from the air and savoring it with quiet delight, while Xiao Huang descended from the ancient phoenix tree and settled gently upon his shoulder. Xiao Huang had grown noticeably since hatching, her cultivation now surging to the first tier of the Saint Lord realm. The Fingzhen chickens, who played constantly at her side, had reached the first tier of the martial venerable realm, while their parents stood at the first tier of the martial saint realm. Strangely, the Fingzhen chicken couple had laid no eggs since then. 2 days later, Chu Fan awoke from slumber and summoned Qing Shui, Ling Qingxuan, and Hua Wanqing. They ceased cultivation and gathered before him. Master, is senior brother returning? Yes. Let us go welcome the sect master and Jiang Feng. Chu Fan nodded and led them toward the sect's central plaza. Word of the sect master's return had spread swiftly. Over 1,000 inner disciples assembled to greet him, while peak masters and elders stood at the fore, gazing expectantly into the distance. Moments later, a colossal flying vessel materialized in the sky, guided steadily by Guan Tianwei, and descended with flawless precision onto the plaza. Hail the sect master. Hail the elders. Guan Tianwei disembarked first, followed by Elder Yan Lu, Elder Qi Xiying, and then disciples Jiang Feng, Yi Xian, and others. After issuing brief instructions, Guan Tianwei led the elders into the grand hall. The inner disciples dispersed quietly, not betraying their somber mood, for their peak masters and elders had expressly instructed them to appear joyful during the welcome ceremony. The matter arising from the War God Hall rested solely with the sect master and elders to resolve. Their sole duty was cultivation, nothing else required their concern. What course the Taoist sect would take next would be decided in deliberation among the sect master and elders, and announced in due time. Thus, following a brief ceremonial welcome, tranquility once again settled over the Taoist sect. In the main hall of the Taoist sect, Guan Tianyue, the elders from both the inner and outer sects and the elders from the secret realms, totaling 30 individuals, were seated. Meanwhile, Chu Fan's 4 disciples Yi Xian, Fang, Huai, and Fang Qian stood beside their master. After a while, an elder walked into the hall. Upon seeing him, everyone was astonished to realize that it was the venerable Chen Xuanming, who had reached the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, though now his cultivation had fallen to the 1st level of the Holy Emperor. Ancestor. Except for Guan Tianyue, Chu Fan, Qing Shui, and Jiang Feng, who remained relatively calm, the others were left in disbelief, their shocked expressions lingering. They all understood that Chen Xianming and the other 20 ancestors had self-destructed to buy more time for their escape. But why was the ancestor standing here alive? Chen Xianming did not let them ponder for too long and began to explain, I know what you all wish to express. Indeed, to deal with Zhang Jinren, all the ancestors self-destructed. However, due to the nature of my cultivation method, I was left with a remnant body, and my strength is greatly diminished. After speaking, Chen Xianming pretended to cough a few times, and Elder Yanlu quickly pulled a chair for him to sit. The name Zhang Jinren left a shadow in everyone's hearts. He had single-handedly slain over a dozen ancestors, and only one ancestor survived, albeit greatly weakened. Ancestor, what should we do now? Guan Tianwei asked. Chen Xianming pondered for a moment before responding. Zhang Jinren is incredibly powerful and acts quite arbitrarily. There's no telling when he might come to our sect to cause trouble. Thus, let's declare a closure of the sect to the outside world and take some time to recuperate. After finishing, Chen Xianming sighed helplessly. It was unwise for Taoist sect to close its doors at the dawn of a new era, yet it was a necessity. Zhang Zhenren's power was too great. Should he come to Taoist sect to stir trouble, no one could stand against him. Guan Tianwei and the elders nodded slightly. For the time being, this was the only feasible plan. Then let us follow the ancestors' suggestion. Regarding the closure of Taoist sect, the elders should stay and discuss it with me in detail. The other disciples should return to their respective peaks to rest. Qing Shueling, Qing Xuan, you two take Jiang Feng back to Shanling Peak to recuperate. Guan Tianwei issued the command for all disciples in the hall to leave. Once the disciples left, only the ancestor Guan Tianyue and the elders remained in the hall. Elder Jinqi waved his hand and set up a barrier formation to conceal all information. After everything was done, the expressions of everyone shifted from sorrow to delight, with some unable to hold back their laughter. After such a long act, they could finally let go. Chu Fan, how do you think we performed? Chen Xianming stood up, his voice resounding and his aura overwhelming, no trace of the earlier frail demeanor. His complexion was rosy and his eyes sparkled with vitality, much like a young man. The ancestors performed admirably. The others from the holy sect would never detect any flaws. What about the other ancestors? Those dozen or so old fellows are currently busy playing mahjong, enjoying their time immensely. Qin Zuanming's lips twitched as he recalled how those old fellows, upon returning to the forbidden area, instantly rolled up their sleeves and scrambled to play, prompting him to humorously complain. After all, they were venerable ancestors who had lived for over 10,000 years. Couldn't they give him a little respect? This trip to the War God Hall has been fruitful for all disciples. Coupled with the matter of Zhang Jinren, I believe they will cultivate even harder, making our performance worth it. Indeed, on the way back, Yi Xian and the others were tirelessly cultivating in the flying boat. Their diligence is intimidating to behold. An elder remarked with a sense of reflection. The atmosphere in the main hall was harmonious, with the elders sharing laughter and recounting their experiences. It turned out that the entire event had been meticulously planned. Only Chu Fan, Guan Tianyue, and the hidden ancestors knew the inside story, and it was only later that Guan Tianwei informed Elder Yanlu and the others of the event's background. Initially, Chu Fan disguised himself as Zhang Jinren, first rescuing Qing Shui and the other 3 disciples from the encirclement of various holy sects, showcasing his prowess by slaying an ancestor from the Yaoguang holy sect, intimidating the entire assembly. Then, under the guise of Jiang Feng being too monstrous, Zhang Jinren claimed he would pave the way for his disciple, thereby crippling Jiang Feng and inciting conflict. Following that, Chen Xianming and the other ancestors appeared to battle Zhang Jinren, culminating in self-destruction. The key point was Chu Fan's strength and the Taoist sect's ancestors' ability to escape through self-destruction. The entire process was executed flawlessly, with no leaks. No one could detect any clues. In the end, Zhang Jinren departed gracefully. The Dao sect suffered great losses, and they retreated back to the sect, thus concluding the matter. This performance yielded excellent results. First, Zhang Zhenren's fame soared, achieving quasi-emperor cultivation along with 3 extraordinarily talented disciples who possess the potential to become emperors, making them figures not to be underestimated, drawing everyone's attention to them. Secondly, the Dao sect, having suffered severe losses with its top combat power annihilated, was now incapable of contending with the other holy sects, effectively withdrawing from the stage of the emperor's contest in advance, becoming inconspicuous and biding their time. As the new era dawns and various factions flourish, Dao sect may be surpassed by many sects. Ultimately, after experiencing this incident, it will inspire the disciples of Dao sect, leading them to work even harder in their cultivation in the days to come. Diverting attention, biding time, and inspiring disciples. 3 birds with 1 stone. Ancestor, I will announce tomorrow that Dao sect will enter a semi-closed state. Inner disciples will cultivate in seclusion, while outer disciples will be dispersed. Those outer disciples who wish to stay and share the hardships with the sect will also be brought into the inter-sect. Just proceed as you see fit. I will take my leave now. Qin Xianming did not comment on Guan Tianyu's decision and turned to vanish from the hall. Having spent quite some time in the hall, he was eager to return and have some fun with the ancestors. Shortly thereafter, the elders dispersed as well, needing to prepare for the sect's closure the following day. On the other side, Qing Shui, Ling Qingxuanhua, Wanqing Yi Xianfang, Huai, and Fang Qian escorted Jiang Feng back to Shanling Peak. Jiang Feng, how are you feeling? Yi Xian asked with concern. Seeing his close disciple severely injured, he felt regretful as an elder, yet he knew Zhang Zhenren's strength was too overwhelming for him to prevent the occurrence, only lamenting his own weakness. Yi Xian, am fine. With the Bodhi seed master gave me, my injuries have mostly healed. Even if I can't return to my peak condition, at least I'm a bit stronger than you, brother. Jiang Feng's complexion had regained some color as he smiled. In truth, he was completely unharmed thanks to the Bodhi seed. His injuries had long healed, and what he demonstrated was all deliberate pretense. Yi Xian. How heart-wrenching. I was just thinking of helping you take revenge in the future, but now you're so strong that you can take care of it yourself. Yi Xian could only silently grumble in his heart while the others burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Qing Shui handed the Zawujian to Yi Xian. Brother Yi, this is for you. Huh. Junior sister Qing Shui, how can I accept this? This Zawujian was given to you by Elder Chu. I cannot take it. Although Yi Xian longed for the heavenly grade spirit weapon, the Zawujian was a gift from Chu Fan to Qing Shui. Even if he wanted it, he couldn't get over that mental hurdle. It's fine, Master has already given senior sister a better one. This Zawujian was also instructed by Master to give to you, so just take it. Without waiting for Qing Shui to speak, Ling Qixian explained from the side. Yi Xian looked at Qing Shui. Is what junior sister Qixian said true? Qing Shui nodded. Then thank you, junior sister Qing Shui. Yi Xian took the Zawujian, his eyes ablaze, gently stroking the weapon, before carefully storing it away, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Both Fang Huai and Fang Qian admired and envied the gift of the celestial-grade spiritual artifact from Qing Shui to Yi Xian, yet they felt no jealousy. The two of them performed impressively in the War God Palace, as well their talents elevated to blue on the Heavenly Ladder, achieving a 7-star rating on the Heavenly Mirror and obtaining matching techniques at the Heavenly Selection Tower. Fang Qian also acquired the Yunhua Ding, which can enhance the quality of pills. The two siblings now stood at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, while on the surface they appeared as 9th level martial lords. Upon arriving at Shanling Peak and chatting briefly with Qing Shui, Yi Xian and the others left, citing a need to return to their cultivation, allowing Jiang Feng some time to recuperate. Once Yi Xian and the others departed, Jiang Feng instantly felt invigorated, circling around his senior sisters and carefully examining them. Senior sisters, have you both reached the Saint King realm? He asked, half in disbelief, half in certainty. I won't tell you, Ling Qixian pouted, turning her head away, still sulking about how Jiang Feng had nearly brought her to tears during their previous encounter. Hua Wanqing smiled shyly, a red petal floating and spinning on her fingertips. Senior brother, how about— Sure. Jiang Feng eagerly accepted, having been in need of a sparring partner. On a cleared patch of ground by the lake at the foot of Shanling Peak, Jiang Feng and Hua Wanqing stood 20 meters apart. Although the battle had yet to commence, both were already brewing their techniques, the spiritual energy corresponding to the first level of the Saint King realm surging forth, causing a series of ripples across the lake's surface. Hua Wanqing casually drew a circle the size of a human head in the air with her delicate fingers, then lightly flicked her fingers. Petals appeared within the spiritual circle, and as they approached Jiang Feng, they transformed into a large red flower circle with a 3-meter diameter aiming directly at him. In the next moment, a rain of flowers began to fall from the sky, countless petals cascading down, obscuring Jiang Feng's vision as the large red flower circle was about to strike his chest. Jiang Feng reacted swiftly, his De Zhuang spinning rapidly in his hand to swat away the incoming petals, directly confronting the flying red flower circle. With a puff, the red flower circle shattered under the force of the De Zhuang, transforming into countless petals that scattered to the sides. With his successful strike, a look of pride appeared at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth. He shifted the dezhuang to his left hand, planning to swiftly fly behind Hua Wanqing for a heavy strike. However, the petals that had just scattered reassembled mysteriously, instantaneously wrapping around Jiang Feng's waist and tightening rapidly. Jiang Feng's expression changed as he realized he had been careless and failed to evade. He had not anticipated that Hua Wanqing's technique was so strange, and he had fallen into her trap. Having ensnared Jiang Feng, Hua Wanqing opened her arms and gently spread her hands apart, causing all the petals in the air and on the ground to fly towards the immobilized Jiang Feng, wrapping him into a massive flower cocoon. "All right, I concede." Jiang Feng's voice emerged from within the flower cocoon. Hua Wanqing smiled triumphantly and lightly snapped her fingers. With a crisp sound, the petals withered away, disappearing without a trace after a moment, and Jiang Feng regained his ability to move. "Wanqing, how can you be so strong? With that move, even a 7th level Saint King would suffer a bitter defeat." "I am surprised," Jiang Feng remarked. "My cultivation is at the 1st level of the Saint King realm, and while I could defeat 7th level Saint King cultivators, to kill them would require considerable effort. I could never do it so effortlessly as you did, Wanqing." Hua Wanqing huffed proudly. "That's only natural. Once someone enters my domain of petals, they won't be able to." Subsequently, Jiang Feng persistently challenged Ling Qixian to a battle. This time he focused even more, maximizing the strength of his divine body and taking the initiative to engage, resulting in an evenly matched exchange with Ling Qixian. Ling Qixian was no slouch either, unleashing her Reincarnation Bodhi, full power, swiftly placing herself in an unassailable position as she skillfully maneuvered against Jiang Feng. In the end, neither could gain the upper hand, leading to a draw. Not satisfied with the experience, Jiang Feng then set his sights on Qing Shui, only to be thoroughly defeated by her and forced to obediently return to his cultivation. Qing Shui had mastered the laws of time to such a degree that while slowing down Jiang Feng, she simultaneously accelerated herself. Even a mere brush against her clothing sent Jiang Feng flying, easily punishing him. Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing watched as Qing Shui effortlessly defeated Jiang Feng, immediately giving her a thumbs up. Truly, she was the senior sister, as strong as ever. They had only inferred Qing Shui's strength through her 9-star rating on the Heavenly Mirror, and today was the first time they witnessed her in action. Indeed, she was formidable. The next day, aside from the elders and disciples who were in the secret realm, everyone from the Dao-sect gathered in the square. The inner disciples formed one block with Yi Xian, Qing Shui, and others standing in the front row, while the outer disciples formed another block with the more talented ones positioned at the front. In front of the inner disciples stood the elders from both the outer and inner sects. After everyone arrived, Guan Tianwei began a lengthy speech, primarily addressing that due to the encounter with an unbeatable powerhouse during their expedition to the War God Palace, the Dao-sect had suffered severe losses. To preserve their legacy, after discussions among the sect elders, it was decided to close the sect until a suitable time for reopening. At the same time, Guan Tianwei informed everyone about the new era being initiated and stated that the Dao-sect would not participate in the resource contention. He mentioned that any disciple wishing to venture out would be free to leave, and the sect would provide them with some cultivation resources as compensation. Once Guan Tianwei finished speaking, the reactions of the inner disciples and outer disciples were starkly contrasting. The inner disciples exhibited resolute gazes and upright postures, remaining silent, their actions clearly showing their sense of belonging to the Dao-sect. These individuals had all passed through a series of trials, and their sense of belonging to the sect was unquestionable. They regarded the Dao-sect as their home, and even if Guan Tianwei were to drive them away, they would not leave. From the moment they stepped into the Inter-sect, they had already decided to share their fate with the Dao-sect. Guan Tianwei silently nodded in approval of the inner disciples' performance. In contrast, the outer disciples resembled a bustling marketplace, with chatter never ceasing. On the surface, the number of Inter-sect members, including elders, was just over 1,000, while the outer sect exceeded 30,000. The outer disciples had a lower sense of belonging to the sect, with some even being undercover from other sects. Upon hearing Guan Tianyu's decision to close the mountain gates and not participate in the external opportunities, many began to calculate their next moves in their hearts. If they could seize the opportunity of the new era's opening and elevate their cultivation by 1 or 2 major levels, then going to a first-rate sect to secure a position as a supporter would certainly be better than staying in the Dao-sect as an outer disciple. Thus, nearly 90% of the disciples had made up their minds to leave. Those planning to leave did not act immediately but waited for the first person to step forward, fearing that Guan Tianwei was employing a strategy of capture to lure and would not offer compensation. In less than 10 breaths, a dim-witted individual stood up foolishly to announce his intent to leave the sect. The outer elder said nothing, offering him enough resources for half a year's cultivation and allowing him to depart. With the confirmation that Guan Tianyu's words were not false, they all began to take action. Over 27,000 disciples, after receiving their cultivation resources, left the mountain without looking back. Chu Fan scanned the departing individuals with his insightful eye and noticed several disciples were undercover from other sects. He chose not to say anything or take any action. He understood that with Guan Tianyu's astuteness, he would naturally be aware of certain matters. The display of the Dao-sect was all for the benefit of these spies, allowing them to relay messages back. The Daoi sect could also utilize these individuals to further communicate their closure. 2 hours later, all the outer disciples who chose to leave the sect had departed from the Daoi sect, leaving over 4,000 people in the square. Nearly 3,000 outer disciples chose to advance and retreat together with the Daoi sect. Guan Tianwei paused and gestured for everyone to be quiet, then spoke. First, I would like to thank you for recognizing the Daoi sect. Next, I want to announce something. The nearly 3,000 disciples who remain will be merged into the Inter-sect, and from now on there will be no distinction between inner and outer sects. Guan Tianyu's voice resonated in the square, echoing in the hearts of the 3,000 people, their shock transforming into joy and excitement. Great! I have finally become an Inter-sect disciple. Thank you, sect master. Li Guangyo will definitely contribute more to the sect. Born as a member of the Daoi sect, die as the soul of the Daoi sect. Someone shouted such a passionate phrase and everyone began to wave their fists, chanting in unison, born as a member of the Daoi sect, die as the soul of the Daoi sect. Born as a member of the Daoi sect, die as the soul of the Daoi sect. The increasingly shocking scene also stirred the emotions of the Inter-sect disciples who joined in the chanting. Seeing this grand scene, several elders turned red in the face, turning their heads to secretly wipe away their tears. Once upon a time they too had experienced youth filled with hopes for the future. Today, witnessing these vibrant young disciples rekindled their long-forgotten memories. They firmly believed that as long as these disciples were present, the legacy of the Daoi sect would continue. Afterward, detailed arrangements began. Each peak master selected disciples, and Chu Fan was no exception. However, he only chose 2 males and 1 female, all in their early 20s, all at the 8th level of the Martial King realm. A day later, the Daoi sect publicly declared its closure, ignoring external affairs. Coupled with the early leaks by departing undercover agents, this news spread rapidly. At the Xiatian sect, Li Bin received the news of the Daoi sect's closure and his frowning brow relaxed. Guan Tianyue, a new era is beginning. With the closure of your Daoi sect, there will be no chance for resurgence. The leaders of the other 6 great holy sects of the eastern continent, such as the Qingshu sect and the Wuzhizong, received the news simultaneously, and they were not surprised. Closure was the only choice for the Daoi sect, and it was also the best choice. Elders give the order for the disciples to diligently cultivate and prepare for the arrival of the new era. We will surpass the Daoi sect, commanded Wu Jishan, the sect master of the Falling Sunset sect. With the closure of the Daoi sect, the Falling Sunset sect could rise to prominence, and surpassing the Daoi sect was just around the corner. The Fengxing sect, ranked 8th, shared the same sentiment. In the War God Palace, everyone witnessed the power of the holy sects, each having a dozen or so old ancestors at the Saint Emperor level presiding. The Yaoguang holy sect even had a quasi-emperor ancestor make an appearance. The most talk about were Zhang Jinren and his 3 exceptional disciples. No one knew where Zhang Jinren came from, only that he was immensely powerful, seemingly possessing strength close to that of an emperor. His 3 disciples, though young, performed exceptionally well in the War God Palace, earning golden talent ratings of 8 stars and 9 stars, capturing everyone's attention and receiving generous rewards. In short, they won magnificently. Everyone believed that on the future path to becoming an emperor, one must overcome the 3 formidable obstacles: Shui, Nu, Shaoko, and Qing. Among them, it was highly likely that one would ascend to emperor. Next came the affairs of the extreme north. The extreme north is separated from the central continent by an endless sea. Upon returning, some forces from the central continent sent people to investigate the situation in the extreme north, including the 3 great holy sects and the 10 minor holy sects. 10 days later, when the dispatched personnel arrived in the territory of the extreme north, the forces from the central continent received news from the extreme north. There were no living beings left in the extreme north, all were slaughtered by mysterious entities. The entire territory was littered with severed limbs, cold corpses, coagulated blood, and a faint bloody scent carried by the cold wind, narrating the horrific scene of that time. 3 days later, most of those who entered the extreme north returned with just 2 words: red hair, and then there was no further news. The soul lamps they left in the sect had extinguished. From their last words, it was evident that they were in a state of extreme terror, as if they had encountered something exceptionally horrible. Thus all those who went to the extreme north perished. What exactly is the red hair? Why did everyone die at the same time? Was it because they saw the red hair? The decision-makers of the central continent furrowed their brows, gathering together to discuss countermeasures. They even invited the ancestor of the Tianji sect to ask him to divine the situation in the extreme north. The ancestor of the Tianji sect, known as Tianjizi, is referred to as the Old Man of Tianji by the world. He possesses the 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm and is very powerful. His specialty lies in divination and calculating the secrets of heaven. For the future of the central continent, he had to take action. After consuming a significant amount of his lifespan, he produced 12 profound words: Scarlet Night, red hair, descends catastrophe for the central continent. The result of the divination was clear: when the Scarlet Night arrives, the red hair monsters of the extreme north will descend upon the central continent, bringing catastrophic disaster. The Scarlet Night refers to the night when the moon turns red. 2 years from today will be the day of the Blood Night. After saying this, Tianjizi left. So what the envoy of the War God Palace mentioned as ominous was referring to this dang Huai, and others suddenly realized the envoy's meaning. What should we do? When the red hair monsters descend, we the central continent will be the first to bear the brunt. Huang Zihai could not think of any good solutions. We can only take it step by step. There are only a few days left before the arrival of the new era. Everyone should seize the time to enhance their strength. The strength of the red hair monsters is unknown, and we may need to ask the quasi-emperor ancestor to take action. I'm afraid. Dan Taiwei began but did not finish. Everyone understood what she meant. They feared that the strength of the red hair monsters might be such that even the quasi-emperor ancestor would not be their match. After discussing without any results, everyone dispersed. They could only pray for a turning point to appear, otherwise the entire central continent would follow in the footsteps of the extreme north. At the Tianji sect of the central continent, Tianjizi returned to the sect with a fatigued body. Bai Yang go call where here? Yes, ancestor. Sect master Bai Yang hurried to summon his son Bai Ziyue. Soon Bai Yang led Bai Ziyue before Tianjizi. At this moment Tianjizi had grayed even more due to the divination regarding the extreme north. His face had evidently added several wrinkles, and his skin sagged approaching death. Ancestor, what do you need from me? Bai Ziyue knelt on the ground looking up at Tianjizi and asking. Tianjizi was indeed the most powerful ancestor of the Tianji sect. The current strength of the Tianji sect was all built by him. Through his divination skills he had made connections with countless experts, and with their assistance the Tianji sect flourished. Yue, you are the hope of the Tianji sect. Unlike other sects, we do not have hidden forces in the dark. I, the ancestor, am well aware that the end is near, and in the end I must help you a bit. Tianjizi helped Bai Ziyue to his feet, pulling him close and patiently advising him. The reason Tianjizi was willing to consume his lifespan to calculate the affairs of the extreme north was to repay the gratitude of those who helped him back then. Now they were all settled. The entire Tianji sect has only you who can divinate, and you also possess the Tianji spirit body. Your future achievements will far surpass the ancestors. The Tianji sect will be entrusted to you. After Tianjizi finished his instructions, he shakily took out 2 cracked turtle shells from his bosom, chanting profound incantations, and then threw the turtle shells onto the ground. With a puff, the backlash caused Tianjizi to spit out a mouthful of blood. His skin instantly shriveled and tufts of white hair began to fall. He steadied himself, picked up the turtle shells from the ground, and fixed his gaze on them. On the turtle shells 3 large characters emerged: Daoi sect. The broken turtle shell revealed the 3 large characters of Daoi sect. Where your opportunity lies within the Daoi sect. Tianjizi used his last ounce of strength to utter his final words, his hands falling limply as the turtle shell shattered into numerous fragments, scattering to the ground. With his last power, Tianjizi pointed out a path for Bai Ziyue. Bai Yang sighed helplessly. With the ancestor gone, he felt powerless to change fate, but thankfully the hope of the Tianji sect still remained. Yue, I will escort you to the Daoi sect. Bai Ziyue shook his head, saying, Father, a new era is upon us. The Tianji sect needs you to stay behind, and since the Daoi sect has closed its gates, I will go alone. Is that really okay? Bai Yang still felt somewhat worried. Father, have you forgotten that I am the child of destiny? Don't worry, I will be fine. I will honor the ancestors' last wish and expand the Tianji sect. Alright. The next day, after bowing 3 times before Tianji's spirit hall, Bai Ziyue left the Tianji sect alone, heading towards the Daoi sect in the eastern continent. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward: Holy Spirit Tower. The Holy Spirit Tower, a super artifact, consists of 9 levels, primarily assisting in cultivation, integrating various techniques, martial comprehension, and cultivation insights. The tower has 9 levels corresponding to different realms. The first sign-in reward, a super artifact, made Chu Fan leap up from his chair, while Xiao Huang and Feng Jin glanced over with puzzled expressions. It's nothing, continue playing. After saying this, Chu Fan carefully examined the small azure tower in his hand. It truly was a blessing that arrived just when he needed it. The Daoi sect had just closed its doors, and he received a Holy Spirit Tower to assist in cultivation. Thus Chu Fan sought out Guan Tianwei to discuss the placement of the Holy Spirit Tower. Guan Tianwei had become too lazy to ask Chu Fan where he obtained these powerful treasures, as the answers were always from mysterious realms. Chu Fan just placed it in the square, let the disciples enter and cultivate at any time. Chu Fan nodded and then tossed the Holy Spirit Tower towards the square. The small tower expanded continuously in the air, and when it landed it had transformed into a towering structure 10 zhang high. Afterward, Chu Fan set up a sign next to the Holy Spirit Tower detailing the usage rules. The first level of the Holy Spirit Tower was not for assisting cultivation, it was called the Imprint Hall. Each disciple entering the Imprint Hall could receive an imprint, which had a single function: teleportation. This skill was incredibly powerful, and no matter where one was in the Kanglin realm, as long as they silently recited return to Imprint Hall, they could instantly return, disregarding the constraints of time and space. This was a divine technique for the elders and disciples of the Daoi sect. Possessing an imprint provided an extra layer of security during their adventures. When encountering enemies they couldn't defeat, they could recite return to Imprint Hall to instantly return to their base and escape danger. Guan Tianwei decided to have everyone from the Daoyi sect visit the imprint hall to receive their imprints. From the second level onward, the Holy Spirit Tower became a place for assisting cultivation. The second level was for cultivators at the Martial Venerable Realm, while the third level was for Martial Sage Realm, and so on. The seventh level was for the Holy Emperor Realm, the eighth for the Great Emperor Realm, and the ninth was not yet open. When entering the Holy Spirit Tower to cultivate, one could choose any option. After completing the progress, they must exit the tower and could not re-enter for 3 days. They could also choose to exit actively during cultivation. After arranging everything, Chu Fan returned to Shanling Peak and informed Qing Shui about the Holy Spirit Tower, instructing them to go there for cultivation the next day. Then Chu Fan summoned 3 new disciples from Shanling Peak. He did not take them as his apprentices, they were merely disciples of Shanling Peak. 2 males and 1 female with mediocre qualifications, yellow talent, all at the 8th stage of the Martial King Realm, lacking even the qualification to enter the second level of the Holy Spirit Tower. Their names were Wang Zhengfeng Tu and Su Qian. Chu Fan called them to intend to give them Bodhi seeds. As members of Shanling Peak, their treatment was naturally better than that of other peaks, and Chu Fan had plenty of Bodhi seeds at Qing Shui, and the others had consumed them, and Chu Fan would not be partial. For Chu Fan, Bodhi seeds were specifically meant to enhance disciples' qualifications. Oh, why hang them on trees? Each of Wang Zheng and the others received a Bodhi seed and excitedly returned to refine it. Once they refined the Bodhi seeds, they should also reach the first stage of the Martial Venerable Realm, and their qualifications would also improve. The sudden appearance of the Azure Giant Tower in the square attracted the attention of the Daoyi sect disciples, who gathered in front of the rule explanation sign, discussing animatedly. This is a cultivation tower prepared for us by the sect. I am at the 3rd stage of Martial Venerable. I can go to the 2nd level. Haha, I Qian, you will go too. A disciple excitedly entered the imprint hall, obtained an imprint, and then appeared on the 2nd level. Only those above Martial Venerable can enter to cultivate. I, Li Guangyo, am only at the 9th stage of Martial King. That won't do. I must hurry back to cultivate and break through to Martial Venerable before entering the Holy Spirit Tower. I am at the 6th stage of Martial Venerable, so I will also enter the 2nd level. Initially, the discussions were among disciples below the Martial Sage Realm who were newly integrated inner disciples with slightly lower cultivation levels. Thankfully, they were not too old, leaving room for improvement. Those below Martial Venerable had already left the square to return for diligent cultivation, while the remaining disciples, all at Martial Venerable, reflected for a moment before entering the 2nd level of the Holy Spirit Tower. On the following day, Yi Xian was the first to appear. Early in the morning, taking advantage of the empty square, he cautiously looked around, ensuring no one was watching, then quickly entered the imprint hall and chose the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit Tower. Thankfully no one saw, otherwise my Martial Sage Realm would be exposed. Upon reaching the 3rd level, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. His surface cultivation was at the 9th stage of Martial Venerable, but his true cultivation was at the 9th stage of Martial Sage. To avoid being discovered entering the 3rd level, he had come sneakily, while no one was around. After entering the 3rd level, a panel appeared before Yi Xian displaying numerous lines of text, including options like Combat Comprehension, Martial Sage Breakthrough to Saint King Physical Enhancement, and various other options to enhance overall strength. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before tapping on the Martial Sage Breakthrough to Saint King option, and then he was drawn into another. Following Yi Xian, Fang, Huai, and Fang Qian also stealthily arrived, entering the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit Tower. Fang Huai chose combat while Fang Qian chose physical enhancement. The interior of the Holy Spirit Tower formed its own space. Once inside, disciples would be separated and would not encounter each other, making it very suitable for the disciples of Daoyi sect to hide secrets. 5 days later, the first batch of disciples to enter the Holy Spirit Tower emerged, each face filled with joy. Some broke through from the 3rd stage of Martial Venerable to the 4th stage, some significantly enhanced their physiques, and some gained insights into the Martial Venerable realm. I didn't expect that 5 days of cultivation in the Holy Spirit Tower would be equivalent to a month of cultivation outside. It's incredible. I know the reason. The spiritual energy inside the Holy Spirit Tower is dozens of times denser than outside. Indeed. After his reminder, everyone finally reacted. Let's go back and digest what we've gained, then continue to enter the Holy Spirit Tower. I must break through to Martial Sage and then to Saint King. Thus the situation within the Holy Spirit Tower began to spread among the disciples, and more people started to take turns entering the Holy Spirit Tower. The news of the Holy Spirit Tower gradually reached the ears of the ancestors of the Daoyi sect. On a dark and windy night, more than 10 ancestors stealthily arrived at the square, carefully reading the rules. After exchanging knowing smiles revealing their broken teeth and slightly lewd expressions, they dove into the Holy Spirit Tower, entering the 7th level. Hey junior brother, were there a few strangers wandering outside the Holy Spirit Tower just now? One disciple rubbed his eyes and asked, looking towards the distant square. He and his junior brother had just finished their cultivation in the Holy Spirit Tower and were about to return to their dwelling when they sensed some movement near the tower. Turning around, they noticed several indistinct figures slipping inside. Really? That can't be possible. We've closed the sect and no one should be able to come. You must be imagining things, senior brother. The junior brother was still immersed in the joy of his cultivation improvement and paid no attention to what was happening around them. Alright, maybe I really am imagining things. Let's go back. After saying this, the two brothers began to walk back to their dwelling, linking arms and chatting happily. In the secret realm of the back mountain of the Taoist, 3 elders looked at the 460 disciples before them with serious expressions. The reason I called you here today is to convey an important matter. Elder Chu has placed a Holy Spirit Tower in the sect square. You may enter in groups, preferably controlling it to about 20 people each time. The Holy Spirit Tower is an aid for your cultivation, containing many things worth exploring. Shortly I will have Qin Haoren explain the rules of the Holy Spirit Tower in detail to you. Hearing that the Holy Spirit Tower was established by Elder Chu, everyone perked up, filled with anticipation. Elder Chu's creations are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Last time Elder Chu gave each of them a bodhi seed, significantly improving their aptitudes. Now he has brought forth the Holy Spirit Tower for their cultivation. We must go. Qin Haoren, please explain everything clearly to the junior brothers and sisters. The elder instructed Qin Haoren, who stood at the front. Yes, elder. In the Battle God Hall, a total of 473 direct disciples from the Taoist participated. Aside from a few who entered as Taoist disciples, the rest disguised themselves as loose cultivators to enter the Battle God Hall and seize opportunities. Unfortunately, 13 disciples had poor luck and perished inside the chosen tower. The remaining direct disciples returned with their cultivation, at least reaching the 2nd level of the Holy King realm, with Qin Haoren leading at the 8th level. However, the cultivation levels they displayed at the moment ranged from the 1st to the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. The next day, Guan Tianwei dispersed the disciples lingering outside the Holy Spirit Tower. Then Qin Haoren quickly led a dozen junior brothers and sisters inside the tower. On this day, vast expanses of colorful auspicious clouds appeared in the sky above the Kanglan realm. Whether in the eastern continent's southern wilderness or central region, anyone who looked up could see the colorful clouds slowly moving. In the very center of the northernmost land, a sleeping red-haired beast slowly opened its eyes, gazing at the colorful clouds in the sky with excitement flashing in its crimson eyes, murmuring in an unintelligible language. The sect leaders and elders of various forces in the central region, eastern continent, and southern wilderness all looked up at the sky, their faces filled with joy. It's here, a new era is beginning. Quickly gather the disciples and wait for the spiritual rain to descend. The 3 major domains began to bustle with activity. A new era was upon them, with spiritual energy reviving, now denser than ever, making it easier to break through realms. Most importantly, after the new era fully commences, phenomena such as divine blessings, spiritual rain falling, and golden lotuses erupting from the ground will occur. Basking in the spiritual rain can elevate one's cultivation even by 1 level or more, and some may even enhance their comprehension and aptitude. This is why so many people are so excited at the news of the new era's opening. The only ones truly at peace were the Taoist sect, which remained focused on cultivation and romance, unaffected by the happenings outside. Chu Fan, sensing something atop Shanling Peak, acted upon his thoughts and appeared outside the Taoist sect, gazing up at the colorful clouds in the sky. Strange, I feel like something is off. Chu Fan murmured to himself. Through his eye of insight, he noticed that the colorful clouds differed slightly from the descriptions in records, as if something was missing. He decided to take a closer look. Just then, Guan Tianwei appeared next to Chu Fan. Chu Fan, you've come out too. Elder Guan, do you notice anything odd about the colorful clouds? Guan Tianwei stared at the colorful clouds for a while, shaking his head. No difference. Did you notice something? Chu Fan replied, a little, but I can't quite pinpoint it. Let's observe further. Should we quietly let the disciples come out to bask in the spiritual rain? Guan Tianwei suggested. Although the Taoist sect publicly claimed to have closed its doors, only he, the ancestors, and the elders knew the truth. Clearly it was just a show put on for the outside world. In his view, he thought, is there really a conflict between the Taoist sect closing its doors and my disciples basking in the spiritual rain? Chu Fan shook his head, saying, there's no need. With the Holy Spirit Tower, I wouldn't even care for the blessings of the spiritual rain, and we can't even be sure if it will fall. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Guan Tianwei felt that Chu Fan's reasoning was sound. He nodded and remained silent, waiting for the new era to officially commence. After another hour, the colorful clouds in the sky released golden light. Amid the eager gazes of countless people, the golden light transformed into fine rain, descending upon the world. In an instant, all things burst forth in vibrant blossoms. Beasts and spirit birds joyfully cried out, and countless golden lotuses surged from the ground. In midair, auspicious divine beast phantoms flickered between the auspicious clouds. Drip, drip, the spiritual rain fell upon the earth, and the spiritual energy in the Kanglan realm surged rapidly. People opened their arms, welcoming the descending blessings and feeling their cultivation rapidly rising. Just as people were immersed in the joy of basking in the spiritual rain, suddenly a soul-piercing bell rang from the distance. In the next moment, the golden lotuses on the ground vanished, the auspicious clouds dispersed, and the spiritual rain disappeared without a trace. All phenomena vanished the moment the bell rang, leaving only the tenfold denser spiritual energy as proof that what had just occurred was not an illusion. What happened? Why did the auspicious clouds vanish and the spiritual rain disappear? Wasn't it said that the spiritual rain would fall for 3 days and 3 nights? It barely lasted 30 breaths before it was gone. Countless people were left with huge question marks above their heads, confused as to why this new era opening was different from the previous ones. Only some powerful beings had a flash of insight in their eyes, but then they shook their heads. They seemed to have realized something but dared not speak. Send word of the new era has begun the path to the empire. Outside the Taoist Guantianwe stared with wide eyes, looking left and right, puzzled about what had happened. Chu Fan wore a faint smile, saying the new era has begun, but it hasn't fully opened yet. He finally discovered where the oddity lay. The new era has begun. Although the reason for the sudden disappearance of the spiritual rain that should have fallen for 3 days and nights remains unknown, it has not dampened people's enthusiasm. Though the spiritual rain is gone, the concentration of spiritual energy has increased tenfold. In such an environment, cultivating and breaking through realms has become significantly easier. Indeed, within just 3 days, several low-level martial masters and martial kings have already managed to break through multiple levels. Half a month after the new era began at the Yaoguang Sacred Sect in Zhengzhou, Huangfu Yi stood at the forefront with Lin Chong Deng Youwei and others slightly behind. They were in a forbidden area of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect, eternally sealed off by a mysterious aura that ordinary people could not approach. At this moment, the mysterious aura slowly dissipated, and even the white mist above vanished. Boom! A massive dirt mound covering about 100 miles rose from the ground, emanating an ancient aura all around. Deng Yui's eyes sparkled brightly, and his mouth was nearly stretched to the back of his head. Just a moment ago, the quasi-emperor ancestor Huangfu Yi had found him, and said that with the onset of the new era, the ancestors of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect, who had been dormant for tens of thousands of years, would awaken. Aside from Huangfu Yi, almost no one knew this matter. The emergence of the ancestors would mean that the overall strength of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect would rise to a new level. Deng Yue became increasingly excited as he thought about it. As he and the others eagerly anticipated, the pit cracked open in the middle, revealing an internal space that was a portal. Huangfu Yi performed a seal on the portal, which opened, and 42 elders emerged, one after another, 5 of whom exuded a stronger aura than Huangfu Yi, undoubtedly quasi-emperors. The remaining 4 elders were on par with Huangfu Yi, while the rest were at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. With 9 quasi-emperors and 33 9th-level Saint Emperors plus Huangfu Yi, there were 10 quasi-emperors in total. This lineup was terrifyingly powerful. Deng Yue was at a loss for words. Welcome, ancestors, back to the world. Huangfu Yi led the way as Deng Yue, and the others followed, kneeling and shouting. The leading elder nodded, and after sensing the spiritual energy of the Kanglin realm, revealed a satisfied smile. Hehe, very good. The new era has indeed arrived. Shall we please tell me in detail about the recent events? Huangfu Yi was much younger than them, so addressing him as Xiao Yi was not inappropriate. Huangfu Yi nodded, leading the elders toward the main hall of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect, where he and Deng Yue would report the situation in the Kanglin realm and some important events to the ancestors. Almost simultaneously, the Tianao Sacred Sect and the Bihai Sacred Sect also had a similar number of ancestors emerge from the sealed land that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. With the new era upon them, these ancestors no longer had to worry about the loss of vitality. It was not a problem for 9th-level Saint Emperors and quasi-emperors to live for another few tens of thousands of years. Their emergence was not only to advance further, but also to oversee their sects and cultivate the sect's talents, preparing to compete for the singular position of the Great Emperor when the imperial path emerges in the future. Apart from the 3 major sacred sects, the 9 minor sacred sects of Zhengzhou, excluding the Tianji sect, the 4 superpowers of the south border, and the 7 sacred sects of the east continent also had sleeping ancestors awaken, though their strength and number were slightly inferior to the 3 major sacred sects of Zhengzhou. The land of the Kanglin realm was also gradually expanding, now twice its original size, and this trend continued. Some previously unseen secret realms and pure lands appeared among the 3 major domains, with powerful beings emerging from these pure lands, presenting a scene of 100 schools contending. Unfortunately for the first-tier sects and those below, their strength had already been vastly overshadowed by the sacred sects, and now it was even more out of reach. Some sect leaders could not accept such a blow, developing inner demons and experiencing a decline in cultivation, reluctantly stepping down to allow others to take over. They knew that unless there was a superlative opportunity, this era would simply belong to the sacred sect's grand stage, and they could only play the role of spectators. At the Taoist Square, Chu Fan, who had just emerged from the 8th level of the Sacred Spirit Tower, received a message from Elder Yang and quickly made his way to the forbidden area of the back mountain. Upon arrival, he saw over 40 elders present, including Guan Tianwei and Yan Lu. Elder Yang, what has happened? Why is everyone gathered here? Elder Yang gave Chu Fan a mysterious smile, intending to keep him guessing, but upon considering the potential consequences of playing riddles with Chu Fan, he decisively abandoned the idea. Chu Fan, do you think the Taoist sect only has over 1,000 elders? What? Chu Fan was astonished at what was Elder Yang talking about. Wasn't over 1,000 Saint Emperor elders enough? There are more elders. Elder Yang smiled and nodded. Indeed, the more than 1,000 old geezers we have are merely the elders who have survived in recent tens of thousands of years. In earlier eras, there were many more ancestors, each of whom was a quasi-emperor. Without waiting for Chu Fan to respond, Elder Yang propelled a glass jade tablet into the portal ahead. As the portal opened, a peaceful land appeared before everyone, with mountains rising and waters flowing gently, and then figures emerged. There were quite a few, about 300. These 300 figures all exuded the cultivation of the first level of the Saint Emperor realm, but no one believed it. Chu Fan's insightful eye scanned them, and the information of the 308 elders surfaced in his mind. They were incredibly strong. These 308 quasi-emperors were much stronger than Huangfu Yi, who was hiding in the distance at that time. No wonder the sect had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years with such a large number of top-tier powers. Other sacred sects might only have a handful of quasi-emperors, while the Taoist sect had more than 30 times that number. In short, while other sacred sects had retail quasi-emperors, the Taoist sect had wholesale quasi-emperors. Next, the elders began to inquire about the current situation. After learning from Guan Tianwei that the War God Hall had returned, the Taoist sect had closed its doors and no longer attended to external matters. The elders continuously praised Guan Tianwei for his good management. Elders, Chu Fan has established a sacred spirit tower. Since nothing major has happened in the outside world, you can go in and take a look. Guan Tianwei introduced the sacred spirit tower to the elders. One of these elders was named Jiangyu, the oldest and strongest among them. Chu Fan learned from Elder Yang that this elder Jiangyu had the potential to become a great emperor in his era, but had given it up to conceal his identity, allowing it to go to a good brother. Several other elders also had the strength to become emperors, but had chosen not to participate for various reasons. Unlike Elder Yang and the others who were dormant due to their lifespans nearing their end, these elders had actively concealed themselves. With the new era arriving, it was time for them to emerge. On the other side, after hearing Guan Tianyu's introduction, Jiangyu turned to Chu Fan, his eyes scrutinizing him. After a while, he exclaimed, "Chu Fan, you are very strong." Chu Fan slightly bowed to Jiangyu in respect and humbly replied, "Elder, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary." Jiangyu's keen eyes detected that Chu Fan's strength had reached a high level, yet he remained so unassuming, making him internally marvel at how each generation surpasses the last. Jiangyu had been the first in his era to cultivate the path of concealment, hiding deeply, yet upon meeting Chu Fan, he willingly bowed down. The other elder beside Jiangyu, who was more familiar with him, immediately transmitted his voice. "Elder Jiangyu, is this junior Chu Fan at the great emperor level?" Jiangyu subtly nodded, not denying it. Hiss. The old ancestor beside Jiangyu secretly gasped, casting a deep glance at Chu Fan. Who would have thought that this seemingly dignified and handsome young elder of the fifth layer of the Sacred King realm is actually a small lamp of the emperor realm behind the scenes? The old ancestor murmured softly, then widened his eyes to look at Jiangyu. "Senior brother, wasn't it said that there wouldn't be any beings of the emperor realm before the new era arrives? How could there be, Chu Fan?" It is not surprising that the old ancestor was shocked, because it is only after the arrival of the new era that the existence of the emperor realm is permitted. This does not mean that one can immediately break through to the emperor realm as soon as the new era begins. They must wait for the emergence of the path of the emperor and ascend to the peak of the emperor road before they can become of the emperor realm. Thus a saying has circulated in the world: before the era is fulfilled, there are no emperors in the world. This means that no one can become an emperor before each era reaches its completion. However, today this unchanging rumor has been shattered by Chu Fan. I suppose it has something to do with the sacred spirit tower mentioned by Xiaoyu earlier. Jiangyu thought of the key. Shall we go take a look? Let's go. At the square of the Taoist sect, Jiangyu and the old ancestor gazed at the Tenzhong tall sacred spirit tower, marveling that its level surpassed any spirit tool they had ever seen. Chu Fan, this sacred spirit tower can't be an emperor weapon, can it? No, this tower is a super divine artifact. Emperor weapons do not possess such powerful capabilities. That makes sense. At this moment, Jiangyu decided to enter the sacred spirit tower. Not only him, but other quasi-emperor ancestors, upon learning that they could comprehend and cultivate within the tower, also entered with curious hearts. After all, the Taoist sect was currently in a closed-door state, and the outside world was busy improving their strength, having no time to care. Before long, a message arrived from Guan Tianyu's communication token, and upon checking, his expression brightened. "Sect Master, what good news has occurred?" Elder Yen Lu inquired. "According to the information relayed by my informants stationed outside, a blood domain has appeared in the area under the jurisdiction of the Hai Tian sect. The blood domain formed overnight, and countless blood demons of the martial venerable and martial saint realms surged forth from within. The demon cores of these blood demons can be directly refined to enhance cultivation." What is the sect master's plan? Elder Yen Lu had already guessed what Guan Tianwei intended to do. Guan Tianwei looked at Elder Yen Lu and said, "Indeed, as you thought, I planned to send some disciples to share in the spoils, primarily to allow them to gain practical combat experience. Isn't there also an option for practical combat inside the sacred spirit tower?" "How can that be the same?" Enhancing one's cultivation and gaining practical combat experience oneself is nothing compared to seizing others' opportunities to increase cultivation, don't you agree, Elder? Yes, the sect master is right. Elder Yen Lu nodded knowingly, secretly mocking Guan Tianyue, who was indeed the sect master for being able to employ such a method of harming others to benefit himself. However, he liked it. Who made the Haitian sect and the Daoi sect at odds? The worse they fared, the happier Yen Lu became. Who does the sect master plan to send? Let's send Li Yoji, Mengze, Fang, Huai, and Feng Qian. I see they have all reached the 9th layer of the martial venerable realm, just suitable. Guan Tianyue immediately provided the candidates. That's indeed feasible. How about arranging a few disciples at the 6th layer of the martial venerable realm for Li Yoji and the others to take along for experience? Elder Yen Lu referred to the newly transferred inner disciples. You handle the arrangements. After a quarter of an hour, Li Yoji, Mengze, Fang, Huai, Feng Qian, and 4 disciples at the 6th layer of the martial venerable realm stood in a row listening to Guan Tianyue assign them tasks. Your task is to kill the blood demons, gain practical combat experience, and most importantly seize their spoils from the other sacred sects. Make sure to represent our Daoi sect well. Remember, do not reveal your full cultivation. If unable to contend, teleport back immediately. Understood. Understood, sect master. Li Yoji and the others responded as they stood up. They had entered the sacred spirit tower, and all had the imprint of the imprint hall, allowing them to teleport back to the Daoi sect instantly upon encountering an unbeatable opponent. Even with this safeguard, Elder Yen Lu was still uneasy. He pulled out a large pile of armor, protective talismans, healing pills, etc., and stuffed them all into the hands of the 8. Remember, safety first. Retreat immediately upon encountering danger. Do not become attached to the battle. Elder Yen Lu urged again. Chu Fan watched with great interest. The strengths of Li Yoji and the others were no secrets under his inside eye. Li Yoji was at the 8th layer of the martial saint realm, Mengze at the 7th layer, and Feng Huai and Feng Qian were both at the 9th layer. The cultivation levels of the other 4 were not concealed. It seemed they hadn't mastered the concealment technique yet. Don't worry, Elder. With me, Mengze, on the job, if anyone from the other sacred sects dares to provoke us, I will throw a few explosive talismans and blow them to bits. Mengze, known as the bomb man of the Tianjiu Peak, exclaimed excitedly, holding his explosive talismans. He loved creating explosive art the most, and had specifically studied the production methods of explosive talismans within the Sacred Spirit Tower, creating various types, such as timed explosive talismans and double explosion talismans. He could hardly wait to go outside and treat the disciples of the Haitian sect to an explosive feast. Yeah, and I'm in too. Feng Qian waved a few explosive pills in her hand. With her clear spirit pill body, how could she be satisfied with just refining healing and spiritual energy recovery pills? She took a different path and engaged in academic exchanges with the bomb man Mengze, applying the knowledge of explosive talismans to pills. After relentless efforts, she also refined explosive pills, leading her master Qi Siyun to exclaim that this girl had been led astray by Mengze and the others. Li Yoji and Fang Huai were solely focused on battle. They relished the feeling of muscle meeting muscle, especially Li Yoji, who had refined new types of talismans that could be applied to armor for counter-damage effects, which had earned him significant rewards. The remaining 4 disciples at the 6th layer of the martial venerable realm were somewhat nervous, yet gradually adapted under the influence of Li Yoji and the others. Alright, time is of the essence. Each of you take a pill and prepare your disguises. When outside, walk as disciples of the Dongzhou Yangli sect and be as high profile as possible, since they won't be able to trace us. After Li Yoji and the others left the Daoi sect, Guan Tianyue produced his communication token once more. After an hour, several disguised disciples departed in a grand manner from the Daoi sect, heading towards various places in Dongzhou. Among them were Qing Shui, Yi Xian, Qin Haoren, and others. According to their different cultivation levels, they were divided into different groups to go to different places. Their purpose was to seize opportunities from other sects. Gaining practical combat experience was merely a bonus. Prioritizing opportunity seizing and creating chaos as a supplement, a blend of both. Guan Tianyu's philosophy was, though the Daoi sect had closed its doors, as long as what I do in secret remains undiscovered, who can say anything? It can be predicted that in the days to come many will suddenly be attacked by unidentified individuals while seeking opportunities, watching helplessly as the opportunities they were about to grasp slip away. That feeling will surely be hard to endure. Guan Tianyue arranged for disciples to venture into various territories to seize opportunities, and Chu Fan watched it all from the side. For instance, the blood domain opportunity under the jurisdiction of the Heishanzong is suitable for disciples at the 5th level of martial respect to the 2nd level of martial saint, yet those sent, such as Fang Huai and Feng Qian, all possess cultivation above the 7th level of martial saint. Indeed, on the surface, Fang Huai and the others are at the 9th level of martial respect, but as the leader of the Daoi sect, does Guan Tianyue not know their true capabilities. Thus this action is merely to bully others while simultaneously training these newly inducted disciples. At the East Continent, Heishanzong, the sect master Fan Mishan is dispatching disciples to the blood domain. Xi and Zixuan, take your junior brothers and sisters to the blood domain, hunt blood demons as much as possible and enhance your strength. Yes, sect master. Xian Zixuan's demeanor is proud, her voice sweet and charming. As a rising star of the Heishanzong, she possesses exceptional talent, having reached the 3rd level of martial saint in her 20s, surpassing even her senior brother Wan Ronkai of the past. She is strikingly beautiful with a curvaceous figure, most notably her enchanting eyes and a voice that sends shivers down one's spine. Together they instantly captivate a throng of admirers, turning them into devoted followers. Behind her, 13 disciples of the Heishanzong gaze at her alluring figure, their minds swirling with vivid fantasies. They will join Xian Zixuan in the blood domain to slay blood demons. According to the information they received, the majority of blood demons are below the 1st level of martial saint, with only 1 or 2 occasionally around the 1st or 2nd level, making them ideal targets for disciples at the 9th level of martial respect. Then under Xian Zixuan's leadership, a total of 14 individuals from the Heishanzong set off towards the blood domain. At the same time, the 6 major sacred sects, including Zuantiangang Qingshu sect and Wuzhizong, also dispatched people. Familiar faces from the initial entry into the Spirit Ruin's secret realm appeared again. Shang Ku from Zuantiangong, Wu Liang from Qingshu sect, and Gan Peng from Wuzhizong led their disciples on their journey. These leaders possess strength equivalent to Xian Zixuan, all at the 3rd level of martial saint. 3 days later, when Fang Huai Fang Qian and other sacred sect disciples arrive at the blood domain, Xian Zixuan and her group have already harvested over 100 blood demons. They act swiftly, wielding their swords to slay the blood demons. When the blood demons transform into blood demon pills, they catch the pills in their hands, storing them in spatial rings, and continue to hunt down other blood demons. The blood domain spans thousands of miles, with countless blood demons emerging from the center, mostly between the 5th and 9th levels of martial respect. Junior brothers, you go first. We will provide support. Li Yoji, as the team leader, instructed the 4 disciples of Daoyi sect at the 6th level of martial respect. Fang Huai Fang Qian and Meng Zhe each took responsibility for protecting 1 disciple, ensuring that no overly powerful blood demons encroached upon the training area of these 4. Encouraged by their seniors, the 4 disciples of Daoyi sect took a deep breath and began to engage the blood demons. At first they struggled against the blood demons, but after adapting they could slay a blood demon in 3 strikes. Soon they were able to kill one with a single blow, collecting the blood demon pills from the fallen foes. Meng Shidi, these disciples are progressing so quickly. In just a short while they have already killed blood demons without changing their expressions, Li Yoji remarked casually while providing support. Meng Zhe nodded, saying, indeed it must be related to their previous training in the Sacred Spirit Tower, as they adapt remarkably fast. When we return they might even level up several ranks. However, let's not forget our mission. I just checked and Zuantiangong has the strongest overall strength and should have collected the most blood demon pills. Should we be the first to ambush them? Absolutely. I have already prepared explosive talismans. Once the junior disciples complete their training, I'll put on a spectacular bombing performance for them, he. Meng Zhe's face twisted in anticipation. Li Yoji twitched his mouth, unsure when this junior brother became this way, finding it a bit unsettling. Half an hour later, the 4 disciples of Daoyi sect were exhausted, each having slain around 70 blood demons. How do you feel? Li Yoji asked. Senior brother, it feels amazing. Good, you have completed your task, so head back to the sect. Next we will begin our performance and won't be able to attend to you anymore. The 4 disciples obediently used the teleportation markings to return to Daoyi sect. After they left, Li Yoji turned to the 3 remaining individuals beside him and said, it's our turn to perform. Meng Zhe pulled out 30 explosive talismans from his spatial ring. Next it's time to witness the art of explosion. Shang Ku from Zuantiangong and Wu Liang from Qingshu sect were leading their disciples to slay blood demons. Already in a frenzy, each blood demon fell with a single strike, turning into blood-red blood demon pills before them. At that moment a voice came from behind Shang Ku, you 4 in front, drop your spiritual weapons and hand over your blood. Shang Ku killed a blood demon on his left and turned to see 4 strangers, 3 men and 1 woman with unclear origins. Suppressing his anger, Shang Ku said, which sect are you from that dares to trouble Zuantiangong? It doesn't matter if you're from Zuantiangong or any other sect, don't make me repeat myself. You are surrounded by my Yangli sect, so if you don't want to die, hurry up and do as I say. A mere 9th level martial respect, unaware of how to write death. Junior brothers and sisters quickly slayed. Disciples of Zuantiangong surged forward with both 1st level martial saints and 9th level martial respect among them, dozens of sword lights slicing towards Li Yoji and the others. Meng Zhe stepped forward, a twisted smile on his face, arms wide open, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, saying, let's begin, explode away. As soon as he finished speaking, the explosive talismans surrounding Zuantiangong erupted with a thunderous blast, the immense force, flinging the unsuspecting Shang Ku and others, while all the blood demons within the encirclement vanished, leaving behind over 100 blood demon pills on the ground. The Zuantiangong disciples rushing towards Li Yoji fared worse, engulfed by the explosions, all gravely injured, their screams echoing. Meng Zhe made his move effortlessly, subduing all Zuantiangong disciples. He stepped forward mercilessly, taking the spatial rings from the powerless Shang Ku and others, while sweeping up the blood demon pills scattered on the ground. The sounds of the explosions caught the attention of a nearby faction, the Qing Shan sect led by Bai Yunfei. Upon witnessing Shang Ke's defeat by Yunfei's pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Li Yoji and his 3 companions. These 4 9th-level martial respect disciples actually took Shang Ke down. It's truly unexpected. Shang Ke must be utterly humiliated defeated by 4 9th-level martial respect disciples while he is a 3rd-level martial saint. How laughable. Bai Yunfei hurriedly signaled his junior brothers and sisters to stop and distance themselves from Li Yoji and the others lest they fall victim to a similar fate. Fortunately, Li Yoji and his group were not targeting Bai Yunfei and the others. After plundering the Xietian sect, they left with a flourish, while the injured Shang Ke fixed his gaze tightly on their departing figures. Yang Li's sect very well. I Shang Ke will definitely make you taste the consequences of crossing me. After throwing down this harsh remark, Shang Ke left in a dejected manner with his junior brothers and sisters. On the other side, Meng Zhe questioned Li Yoji with confusion. Senior brother, why not just kill them directly to eliminate future troubles? Li Yoji explained, junior brother, you don't understand. With their strength, can they pose any threat to us? Don't you think it's more satisfying to let them call for help to seek revenge only to discover we are gone? Moreover, we can also enlist our senior brothers and sisters for a big surprise. Isn't it more enjoyable to toy with them like this? Meng Zhe nodded. As expected of senior brother, your thinking is truly thorough. It seems you are even more perverse than I am. Li Yoji replied. Nearby Fang Huai and Fang Qian burst into laughter. For our next target, well, choose the heightened sect. I've noticed that Xing Xuan has reaped quite a lot lately. Li Yoji plotted. Who will strike this time? Li Yoji patted his solid chest and declared, I'll do it. I'm best at dealing with women. Not far away, Xing Xuan, who was slaughtering blood demons, frowned. Just a moment ago, she felt a chill rise from the back of her neck, as if something bad was about to happen. This made her even more cautious. After about a quarter of an hour, Xing Xuan noticed 4 people approaching. A quick glance revealed they were 4 cultivators at the 9th level of the martial respect realm, so she ignored them. Senior brother, it seems we've been underestimated, Fang Huai joked. Who cares? I'm going to strike now and make her cry for mercy. Li Yoji clenched his fists excited. He then quickly approached Xing Xuan shouting, woman, prepare to receive the tyrant's heavy fist. Xing Xuan suddenly turned her head, a murderous glint flashing in her seductive eyes. When did this 9th level martial respect trash dare to provoke her? As a rising star of the heightened sect, she was used to receiving compliments and support. This was her first encounter with someone even more foolish than her group of sycophants. A mere 9th level martial respect dares to seek death. She spoke in an overbearing tone. These words echoed in Li Yuzi's ears like thunder. Xing Xuan's high-pitched voice possessed a certain charm that lingered in his mind, making it hard for him to concentrate. Ah, you annoying woman, I will smash your mouth. Li Yoji exploded in rage, swinging his massive fist toward Xing Xuan's face. Xing Xuan dodged to the side, avoiding a fatal blow, but still took a hit to her shoulder. She flew back, shock evident in her eyes. The man before her clearly possessed only 9th level martial respect cultivation, yet that punch carried the power of a 2nd level martial saint, which was truly terrifying. Having missed, Li Yoji turned around and continued his assault on Xing Xuan, this time using both fists and feet, launching a relentless barrage. Xing Xuan passively defended, having no power to counterattack. The other disciples of the heightened sect had long gathered together, keeping a safe distance to watch the battle. They were astonished, unable to comprehend why, despite being at the 9th level of martial respect, they could not withstand 3 moves under Xing Xuan's hands, while this man was able to suppress her. Was the gap between individuals really that vast? Moreover, judging from his attire, he did not seem to be from a major sect. You are not at the 9th level of martial respect, and you must be hiding your true strength. Xing Xuan, having been completely overpowered, firmly stated. You figured it out, little woman. Then let me show you my true strength. Li Yoji chuckled, revealing his 2nd level martial saint cultivation, and continued to unleash violent punches and kicks at Xing Xuan. Xing Xuan was stunned, filled with doubt about this world. Why was he only at the 2nd level martial saint? If he were at the 5th level of martial saint or higher, I could accept being unable to defeat him. But he is merely at the 2nd level of martial saint. I'm a whole level above him. Oh, why am I the one getting hurt? Xing Xuan's pride was shattered under Li Yuzi's relentless assaults. Bang! With the final punch, Li Yoji sent Xing Xuan flying, landing awkwardly on the ground. Blood flowed from her mouth, her expression vacant, tears uncontrollably falling from the corners of her eyes, presenting a pitiful sight. Wow, senior brother is too brutal. He actually used such heavy hands against a woman. Fang Qian shuddered, startled. Fang Qian, senior brother Li, is known as the Terminator of women. When his opponent is a woman, he unleashes double the power. Fang Qian replied. She glanced at Fang Huai. Brother, you wouldn't be like senior brother Li, would you? Fang Huai innocently scratched his head. How could that be, sister? Whether it's beating men or women, I can unleash double the power. Fang Qian was momentarily stunned, then angrily said, if you can fight like that, be careful not to find a partner in the future. Fang Huai laughed unconcerned. Li Yoji showed no mercy, emotionlessly yanking the spatial ring off Xian Zixuan's hand, then revealing a cunning smile as he looked at the distant disciples of the heightened sect. The 13 disciples of the heightened sect trembled like leaves, having been valiant against blood demons, but facing this young man who had beaten Xian Zixuan into a pulp, they felt as if they had encountered the most terrifying demon, nearly pissing their pants. Hand over your spatial rings, and we of the Yang Li sect will not kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, fearing for their lives, the disciples hurriedly removed their spatial rings and tossed them to Li Yoji. The spatial rings contained the blood demon pills they had gathered over the past few days, with each of them possessing at least 300 or 400. Li Yoji nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Your decision has spared you from bodily harm. After dealing with the height and sect, the four quickly left to continue searching for their next target. This time Fang Qian took action, robbing the Wuzhizong, while Fang Huai battered the disciples of the Fingxing sect until they were bloodied and howling. At the same time, his second-level martial saint cultivation was also revealed. When facing the Luoxia sect, Meng Zhe took the initiative to fight as he recognized a familiar figure among the Luoxia sect's ranks, Ningko. Previously, when the Luoxia sect invited the Dai sect for a disciple exchange, Meng Zhe's opponent was Ningko, and at that time Meng Zhe's strength was one level below Ningko. To complete his task, he pretended to lose. Now Meng Zhe was already at the 7th level of martial saint, while his former opponent Ningko was only at the 9th level of martial respect. The gap was not insignificant. With new grudges added to old ones, the Luoxia sect was thoroughly devastated by Meng Zhe, and Ningko received the heaviest blows. Thus, among the blood domain group, except for the disciples of the Qingshan sect who had fled at the first sign of trouble, the remaining 6 major holy sects were all plundered by the 4 disciples of the Yang Li sect, with their blood demon pills completely confiscated. When these individuals returned to their sect to seek stronger senior brothers and sisters for revenge, the 4 had vanished without a trace. With a ding, the sign-in was successful, granting cultivation that automatically merged into the host's body. As Chu Fan sat in his chair using the divine mirror to observe the outside world, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him before settling back into tranquility. Before the dawn of the new era, Chu Fan had reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm through over 20 years of sign-ins, yet he only displayed the cultivation of the first level of the Holy King realm. Now that the new era had begun, he entered the Holy Spirit Tower and fused the stored cultivation, achieving an extraordinarily strong realm. At present, the cultivation he exhibited was merely that of the 6th level of the Holy King realm. In recent days, he had not ventured outside, instead using the divine mirror to browse through the Kanglan realm, discovering many intriguing things. The territory of the Kanglan realm had doubled compared to before, with the density of spiritual energy more than a dozen times greater. In such circumstances, numerous secret realms and powerful cultivator caves emerged, with some ancient sanctuaries long sealed for thousands of years sprouting like bamboo after a rain. Chu Fan roughly calculated that there were about 17 such sanctuaries throughout the Kanglan realm, not counting over 20 sanctuaries of the holy sects where ancient powerhouses and their descendants resided. Most of these descendants possessed extraordinary talents, yet due to the wrong timing, they could not achieve the emperor realm and chose to seal themselves away. Now awakened, their goal is to vie for the emperor position. Such prodigies are referred to as misplaced generations by the people. Next, regarding the holy sects in the 3 major territories, the Yaoguang Holy Sect, Tianyao Holy Sect, and Bihai Holy Sect had a larger number of strong cultivators, each possessing 10 quasi-emperors and over 30 holy emperors at the 9th level. While the 10 smaller holy sects, the 7 major holy sects of the eastern continent, and the 4 superpowers had only 1 or 2 quasi-emperor ancestors, and about 10 holy emperors at the 9th level. Chu Fan also noted that the Tianzhizong in Central State had only 3 holy emperors at the 5th level, with none above the 6th level, having fallen to a position slightly stronger than the Daoi sect. Finally, Chu Fan examined the situation in the far north, where the red-haired monster remained in deep slumber, and the Xuanwu at the deepest part of the far north showed no signs of activity. Chu Fan decided that once his strength increased further, he would go to meet the Xuanwu. He stood up, stretched lazily, and casually summoned a peach to gnaw on. Currently, the Shanling peak was quiet, as Jiang Feng had not yet emerged from the Holy Spirit Tower for cultivation, and Qing Shui Ling Qingshuan and Hua Wanqing had been sent out by Tianwei to experience the world. Only Xiao Huang and Feng Jinji were happily playing. Looking at the slumbering old wudong tree, Chu Fan smiled, his figure shifting into that of a young man around 26 years old, dressed in white, holding a folding fan, exuding the elegance of a refined gentleman, with his cultivation having reached the 6th level of the martial saint realm. He then left the Daoi sect, wanting to personally visit the small mountain village where Fang Huai once lived. From the divine mirror, he saw that the village had undergone a significant transformation, with the presence of laws lingering, and not just one type. Perhaps from there he could uncover clues regarding the mystery of the disappearance of the emperors of the Kanglan realm. 3 days passed, and 2 months had already elapsed since the opening of the new era in the Kanglan realm. During this time, all factions dispatched disciples to explore secret realms and seize opportunities to enhance their strength. Seizing the opportunity before the Emperor's path opened, all young cultivators exerted themselves, trying every means to elevate their cultivation, hoping that when the Emperor's path opened they could enter based on their strength and carve out their own destiny. They did not aspire to become the sole emperor, as the competition was fierce. The Emperor's path not only allowed the strongest to become emperors, but also held many opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, how could so many quasi-emperors exist among the holy sects? A significant reason was that most of them had gained rewards along the Emperor's path. The leaders and ancestors of all sects tacitly permitted such behavior, having no intention of interfering in their disciples' pursuit of opportunities, allowing them to grow freely, at most providing some means of survival to prevent them from perishing halfway. However, with the emergence of opportunities, incidents that caused outrage among both gods and men occurred. First, in the blood domain of the Heishanzong, disciples from 6 major holy sects were robbed by 4 disciples of the Yangli sect who were at the second level of the martial saint realm. Notable figures like Shang Ku and Xing Xuan returned to their sects covered in injuries. According to the victims, these 4 disciples of the Yangli sect were exceptionally strong and could fight above their level, possessing the strength of a 4th-level martial saint while being at the second level. They consisted of 3 males and 1 female, with 1 male and 1 female being particularly treacherous, never engaging in close combat. The male would throw talismans while the female hurled pills, bombarding their enemies into a state of disarray and severe injury. The other 2 males preferred close combat, relying on their fists hitting hard, especially one taller male who was ruthless against female cultivators. Those female cultivators who were beaten by him found themselves bedridden for half a month, earning him the title of Female Cultivator Terminator. Moreover, similar incidents occurred elsewhere. In the southern wilderness, the 3 swordsmen of the Qixingmen stumbled upon a cave and obtained a certain inheritance. According to their later descriptions, that inheritance could lead them to the Holy King realm, but upon exiting they encountered a young man holding a chicken leg. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, gnawing on a fragrant chicken leg, and said to the 3 swordsmen, "This inheritance is fated to be with me." When the 3 swordsmen awoke, they found that the young man had long since vanished along with the inheritance they had just. Poor 3 swordsmen, previously knocked out by Jiang Feng from the Daoyi sect with a single brick, were stripped bare, and now they had been knocked unconscious again by another person, losing their inheritance. Sharing a similar fate was Lu Yuner from the Fengqing sect, who had a cultivation at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. While obtaining a heavenly grade spiritual fruit, she encountered the chicken leg young man. When she awoke, she found herself hanging from a tree, the spiritual fruit gone, leaving her with nothing but oil-stained clothes, causing her to return to the Fengqing sect and cry for a day and a night. These individuals had never been heard of before. When the victims sought help to pursue them, some suddenly disappeared while others evaded pursuit with profound concealment techniques. After a while, those who had vanished re-emerged to wreak havoc once more. These unidentified cultivators, akin to robbers, turned the 3 major territories into a chaotic mess, prompting continuous curses from the populace. Many were furious upon hearing titles like Female Cultivator, Terminator, Bomb Demoness, and Chicken Leg Skinning Man, yet they found themselves powerless to deal with them. After returning, the 3 swordsmen of the Qixingmen could not swallow their anger, now ridiculed and talked about as a joke by countless people, and they dared not step out of the Qixingmen's gates. They sought out Sherbinbai, the Inter-sect senior brother at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, offering most of their wealth to request him to deal with the Chicken Leg Skinning Man. "Senior brother, sure, you must deal with that Chicken Leg Skinning Man severely. Help our Qixingmen regain our face," Yao Hu said, tearfully, constantly lamenting while placing treasures before Sherbinbai. Sherbinbai collected the treasures without any visible emotion, then remarked coldly, "Humph, a mere thief dares to lay hands on the disciples of my Qixingmen. I will take action now and capture that scoundrel for you to deal with." The next day, Sherbinbai left the Qixingmen, issuing a challenge to the Chicken Leg Skinning Man, stating that he would seek justice for the disciples of the Qixingmen. If the Chicken Leg Skinning Man had the guts, he should come to the southern wilderness to battle at the Jilua Cliff. As soon as the news broke, it caused a stir. Sherbinbai, the senior brother of Qixingmen, was taking action, and now the Chicken Leg Skinning Man was bound to face misfortune. However, some were skeptical, claiming that the Chicken Leg Skinning Man was shrewd and might not accept the challenge. On the very night of Sherbinbai's challenge, the inn where he stayed was visited by the Chicken Leg Skinning Man. Sherbinbai was secretly drugged, and when he awoke, he found himself stark naked, tied to a tree branch, swaying in the wind. On his forehead was a note that read, "Young master came here for a visit. Your treasures, young master, has gladly accepted." Later, it was still Yao Hu and the others who found Sherbinbai. Their eyes widened in shock, and for a moment they didn't know what to say, and the 4 of them fled back to their sect in shame. After this incident was spread by the Chicken Leg Skinning Man, Sherbinbai and Yao Hu directly announced they were going into seclusion. What a disgrace. The incident of the senior brother of the Qixing sect being humiliated along with the 3 swordsmen left everyone worried, as they casually discussed it over tea and meals, fearing that one day they might be targeted by the Chicken Leg Skinning Man. From this incident, they speculated that the Chicken Leg Skinning Man's strength did not exceed the 8th level of the martial saint realm, reasoning that he dared not confront Sherbinbai directly and could only resort to underhanded tactics such as drugging Sherbinbai. This reasoning was affirmed by everyone, and soon some daring individuals gathered a few fellow cultivators of the 6th and 7th levels of the Martial Saint realm, about 10 people, to a predetermined location to discuss how to lure out and eliminate the chicken leg skinning man. They aimed to rid the world of this menace. Among the more than 10 people there was not a single woman, as they feared retaliation. If the chicken leg skinning man were to hang them by the tree, how could they face the world again? What they did not expect was that among the righteous individuals attending the meeting, one of them was actually the disguised chicken leg. The consequences were predictable. As they were discussing, they were drugged, and the next day were found hanging from a crooked tree outside the city, completely unclothed, just like Sherbin Bai. From then on, no one dared to openly declare vengeance against the chicken leg skinning man. Even the female cultivators, who usually favored skirts, conservatively changed into robes, layering their protection. After spending more than a day, Chu Fan arrived at a small village. His journey was rather casual. After all, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, and taking this long was quite normal. The familiar village had long vanished, transformed into wasteland, with no traces of human activity. 3 inches above the ground, strands of golden law lines flickered in and out of visibility. Chu Fan used his insightful eye to scan the area and discovered that the golden law lines all originated from the same source, tracing back to a nearby small hillside. He pushed aside a large stone in front of him and found a deep entrance. The golden law lines were emanating from this opening. This is actually a void passage, but the end is sealed. The appearance of the golden law lines is entirely due to the residue on the cave walls dissipating. Chu Fan observed for a moment and realized the reason, muttering to himself. It is very likely that on the other side of the void passage lies the domain of the Emperor realm. Due to the restrictions of world rules, they are isolated from this realm, or there might be compulsory regulations preventing them from returning here. This was Chu Fan's personal speculation, and he felt that it was not far from the truth. It seems that he would have to pay more attention to this place in the future. Chu Fan returned the stone to its original position and set up a concealment formation around it, completely covering. After finishing, a low-tier flying sword appeared beneath his feet, and he leisurely left the hillside, heading south. While passing through a deep gorge, Chu Fan noticed some commotion at the bottom, and out of curiosity, gently descended. He hid behind a large tree not far away and saw a 9th-level Saint Emperor realm cultivator refining a golden pearl, already at the final stage. As the golden spiritual energy merged into his body, his realm became even more formidable. Lu Huai, 3,000 years. Cultivation 9th level of Saint Emperor realm. Physique metal spirit body. Talent purple. Under the scan of his insightful eye, Chu Fan learned Lu Huai's information, and could infer from his age that he had just recently emerged, but it was unclear which faction he belonged to. Who? As Chu Fan pondered, Lu Huai, having completely refined the golden pearl, sensed Chu Fan's presence and appeared before him in a flash. Lu Huai looked down at Chu Fan, his contemptuous gaze flashing with a hint of killing intent, and said, "So, it's just a little brat at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm." Seeing his demeanor, Chu Fan realized he intended to kill him. "Hey, is it really necessary to go this far? I didn't disturb you yet you want to kill me." Lu Huai narrowed his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so clever knowing I want to kill you. But throughout my life I act according to my own whims. It's just your bad luck." Saying that, he stretched out his right palm, locking onto Chu Fan's aura, and suddenly struck down at Chu Fan's head. If it had been a true 6th level martial saint, there would not have been a need to wait for Lu Huai to strike. However, the pressure from a 9th level Saint Emperor could crush him. Unfortunately, Chu Fan was not a 6th level martial saint. Bang! Lu Huai's palm struck the top of Chu Fan's head, and the violent force surged downward, smashing into the ground and creating a pit over 20 meters deep, while Chu Fan's figure also vanished. How is this possible? Lu Huai nearly dropped his jaw in shock, glancing at his palm, and then at the ground, questioning his existence. Just now his attack had not hit Chu Fan. Clearly, he was just at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. How could he evade his attack? Once locked by his 9th level Saint Emperor aura, even a 6th level Saint Emperor would find it difficult to break free, obediently facing death. How could a 6th level martial saint escape? This had far exceeded Lu Huai's comprehension. "Hey, didn't your master teach you not to be distracted in battle?" Chu Fan, who had already set up 5 or 6 concealment formations around, appeared behind Lu Huai, speaking with disdain. Chu Fan couldn't understand how someone who had lived for 3,000 years could still be so naive. Even at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, he was distracted during a fight. It was impressive that he had survived until now. Lu Huai turned around in shock, only to see Chu Fan with a slight smirk and a finger pointing at him. Suddenly, a streak of azure light pierced through Lu Huai's brow, exiting through the back of his head with a spray of blood. It was quick and decisive, without hesitation. "How could you possibly?" Thud. Lu Huai hadn't finished his sentence before he fell to the ground, his bloodshot eyes wide open, dying with great reluctance. "Sai, you shouldn't have harbored killing intent towards me." Chu Fan shook his head and delivered another blow to the deceased Lu Huai to ensure he wouldn't resurrect, while also retrieving his spatial ring to search it thoroughly. Inside his spatial ring, Chu Fan found an identity token and learned that he was the ancestor of the Wujizong. After confirming that these treasures did not have any tracking marks, Chu Fan took the most valuable and only mid-grade holy artifact he found, leaving the rest beside Lu Huaiying. Next, he burned Lu Huaiying's body to ashes with a fierce fire, then waved his hand to scatter the ashes into the 20-meter deep pit, filling it in and meticulously handling the surrounding traces. After scanning back and forth with his insightful eye 3 times to ensure no traces were left, he finally removed the formations and departed gracefully. Chu Fan was kind-hearted. Even if his enemies sought to kill him, he couldn't bear to let them rot in the wilderness. When Lu Huaiying was killed, the ancestor of the Wuzhizong and the sect master Wu Qilian both received the news of his soul lamp extinguishing. Lu Huaiying is dead. Wu Qilian exclaimed in shock. How could this be? Brother Lu told me he was going to retrieve something. How could he be killed? With his strength, even if he encountered a quasi-emperor, he would have a way to escape. A Wuzhizong ancestor, who was Lu Huaiying's junior brother, was very surprised and well aware of Lu Huaiying's strength. Little Wu, hurry up and send someone to investigate. Oh, we must find out who killed him. Forget it, I'll go myself. The one who can kill my brother is far beyond what you can handle. The Wuzhizong ancestor left helplessly. Li Yoji and the other 3 divided the spoils in a 3-to-7 ratio, giving 3 parts to the 4 disciples of the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm and contributing 7 parts to the sect. Then they sneaked into the southern wilderness, searching for their next unfortunate target. Senior Brother Li, may I ask you a question? In a concealed corner, Fang Qian inquired of Li Yoji. Go ahead. Why are you so ruthless towards women? Li Yoji shook his head and sighed. This goes back a few years. It was the most unforgettable and heartbreaking experience of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Huai and Meng Zhe perked up their ears, switching to listening mode. The incident occurred in my hometown Shiliang City. My parents ran a cloth business there and were quite well off. When I was 14, a matchmaker introduced a girl to my parents, intending to arrange a marriage for us. My parents thought the girl was lovely and sweet, so they agreed. In the following days, I became familiar with her, and we fell in love, just waiting for an auspicious day to enter the bridal chamber. Little did I know this was merely my one-sided perception. The seemingly gentle and clever girl was actually promiscuous and sought pleasures with other men while being betrothed to me. I caught her in the act, and while I wanted to kill the adulterers, my kind-hearted mother stopped me, not wanting me to end up in prison for this. I thought this incident would simply pass, but unexpectedly, that malicious harlot had already transferred my parents' hard-earned wealth to support other men. My parents fell ill from anger and soon passed away. Devastated, I took care of my parents' funeral and then found those responsible and killed them before leaving Shiliang City, eventually arriving at Daoyi sect by chance. At that moment, I vowed that my fists would strike heavily against those of corrupt morals, especially women. Over time, apart from those close to me, I could unleash unprecedented power against any woman. After finishing his story, Li Yoji stared blankly at the sky and fell silent. Fang Huai and the other 3 were also speechless. They had no idea Li Yoji had such a past. To the betrayal of his fiancée and the loss of his parents all occurred when he was only 15. They truly wondered how he had endured it. Senior Brother Li, don't be sad. You still have us now, Fang Qian consoled. Li Yoji took a deep breath and smiled. Yes, let the past be the past. I am fortunate to have partners like you, and my life is once again filled with sunshine and hope. Indeed, Senior Brother Li, we are good brothers, Meng Zhe added. Let us form a quartet and create a formidable reputation in this prosperous world. Li Yoji shook off his sorrow and declared his ambition to make a name for himself. Just 2 days prior, the disciples of the Holy Sect from the East Continent had already lent them a helping hand. The matter began with the blood domain training. The 6 major holy sects and those who had been robbed by Li Yoji and his companions united the people of the southern wilderness and central plains using various connections to compile a list known as the New Generation of Tumors in the Kanglan realm. Everyone on the list was notorious for their grave sins. Countless young cultivators loathed them, wishing to capture them and subject them to 1,000 tortures, particularly the victims who cried out the loudest. This list enumerated about 100 individuals, all with crimes against them. At the top of the list was a villain known as the Female Cultivator Terminator. This person was ruthless and never showed mercy when dealing with female cultivators, delivering brutal blows that left all women in the Kanglan realm in constant fear. The reason this person ranked first was largely due to their violent treatment of female cultivators, being nominated unanimously by all of them. The second place was occupied by a cultivator called the Drumstick Skinning Man, who was active in the southern wilderness. His wickedness was on par with the female cultivator Terminator, often attacking cultivators who went through great hardships to obtain legacies, leaving the victims found naked hanging from trees. It was said that many righteous individuals joined forces to capture this villain, but he easily escaped, only to return secretly to incapacitate them one by one and hang them from trees. He was also nicknamed the Hanging Demon. In no time in the southern wilderness, there was hardly anyone who could remain calm when the name Drumstick Skinning Man was mentioned. Many cultivators tried every means to eliminate this villain, yet he continued to roam free. The third place and subsequent ranks included the Bomb Demon Man, Bomb Demon Woman, and Frenzied Warrior, all of whom had been active in the 3 major domains, and everyone wished for their swift demise. Notably by Yunfei of Qing Inter-sect foresaw the danger during the Blood Domain incident and led his disciples and junior brothers and sisters to withdraw early from the battlefield, making his team the only one among the 7 holy sects not to be harmed by the bomb demon woman and others. This earned them the title of wise ones from their sect brothers, resulting in a surge in their reputation. Li Yoji and the others had been lurking for half a day, but still had not seen any lucky individuals arrive. They decided to stop hiding and planned to move to a more populated area. Before long, Li Yoji overheard some passing cultivators discussing the tumor list and, out of curiosity, he is the female cultivator Terminator. As soon as Li Yoji appeared, the faces of the cultivators changed drastically, their calves trembling involuntarily, and their speech became disjointed. Not just him, look behind, there are the bomb demon man, bomb demon woman, and frenzied warrior. Oh my, it's over, these 4 villains are always together. Someone pointed tremblingly at Fang Qian and the others behind Li Yoji and after speaking fainted from fear. Li Yoji displayed a surprised expression, secretly wondering if his reputation had already spread to the southern wilderness. Seeing others also on the verge of fainting, Li Yoji shouted, "No fainting. I have questions to ask. Anyone who faints will be beaten to death by me." Threatened in this manner, no one dared to faint, and they suppressed their panic, answering all his questions. After a quarter of an hour, Li Yoji obtained the answers he sought, let a few people go, and turned to Meng Zhe and the others, saying, "Junior brothers and sisters, did you hear that? We've become famous, though this fame doesn't sound particularly honorable. I quite like the name Bomb Demon Man, haha, explosion boom, what a magnificent art." Meng Zhe was very pleased with his, why should I be called Bomb Demon Woman? It sounds fierce and intimidating. Fang Huai said, "Sister, have you seen the unstoppable momentum when you throw explosive pills? It looks fierce right away. The title Bomb Demon Woman suits you well." Fang Huai didn't finish his sentence and immediately shut his mouth as Fang Qian shot him a murderous glare. Li Yoji pondered, but who is this drumstick skinning man among our peers? Their methods remind me of someone from our sect. Aside, can anyone guess who this drumstick skinning man is? Take a guess and I will reveal the answer tomorrow. Author's note: today is the first day online. I received many suggestions from everyone. I want to respond to them all here. I have kept everything you brought up in mind. The direction of the plot and some places that may seem confusing will be gradually revealed in the coming days. As for the writing style and paragraphs that may have caused discomfort, I will strive to improve. As the saying goes, cooking rice requires washing the pot and adding water. It's impossible to explain the entire plot thoroughly all at once. It will take more text to elaborate and conclude. I kindly ask everyone not to rush. I will take my time to unfold it. I also thank everyone for their love for this book and for their understanding of me. I will work hard to improve and present even more exciting plots, hoping to bring you joy. The contents inside the box do not count towards the number. Junior brother Zing, where are you now? Li Yoji sent a message to his fellow disciple Xing Mingwei from the Daoi sect. After a while, Xing Mingwei replied, "Senior brother Li, I am currently lying in ambush outside the Cold Ice sect in the southern wilderness." Why are you lying in ambush? It's because that Mani from the Cold Ice sect has been badmouthing me everywhere, inciting others to hunt me down. I have set up 7 layers of ambush along her path, just wait and see. Junior brother, you must be the chicken leg peeler on the toxic list, also known as the hanging demon. Oh, senior brother, how did you know? I understand now you are the ender of female practitioners, right? Hurry over, senior brotherly, after I capture Mani you can come and strike her hard. After saying this, Xing Mingwei sent Li Yoji a location. Li Yoji put away the communication token and said, "Probably I knew there was an 80% chance that this chicken leg peeler is junior brother Zun. The junior brother you mentioned is Xing Mingwei, the one we exchanged ideas with last time, right? The one skilled at using drugs." Meng Zhe slapped his forehead, recalling a junior of Elder Yi Jianghe from the Huangqi Peak. Let's go and meet with junior brother Zeng. On the other side, as Chu Fan just arrived in the southern wilderness, he heard about the toxic list. After a detailed inquiry, he was already certain that most of the people on the list were disciples of the Daoi sect. One day, hearing that the chicken leg peeler had recently appeared near the Fengqing sect, Chu Fan decided to follow and see the excitement. This person's style was somewhat similar to Jiang Feng, but Jiang Feng should be cultivating inside the Holy Spirit Tower and couldn't possibly appear in the southern wilderness, so he wanted to see who this person truly was. However, just as he was about to act, a message from Jiang Feng came through the communication token asking him to return to the Daoi sect. Judging by his tone, he seemed a bit anxious. Reluctantly, Chu Fan instantly vanished from the spot and returned to the Daoi sect through the Mark Hall, restoring his appearance back to normal. "Master, you have returned." Jiang Feng greeted him outside the Holy Spirit Tower. "What happened?" "I saw someone sneaking around outside the Daoi sect, so I quietly snuck up behind him and gave him a big brick, then brought him back. I suspect he was here to spy on our sect. Let's go take a look." Jiang Feng led Chu Fan back to the Shanling Peak, where the person he had captured was being confined next to a pavilion by the lake. Just as they arrived, the person was waking up. By Ziyue, 22 years old, cultivation level martial saint realm 9th layer physique, heavenly machine divine body, severely incomplete, manifested as heavenly machine spiritual body. Talent purple. Chu Fan's mind flickered at this youth named Bai Ziyue had a talent not inferior to Jiang Feng and the others. Oh, he had some impression of him as he was a disciple of the Tianji sect from the central continent. At that time when climbing the heavenly ladder at the War God Hall, Chu Fan had seen Bai Ziyue through the divine mirror and had a vague impression of him. He is Bai Ziyue, a disciple of the Tianji sect. What? A person from the central continent. Jiang Feng was surprised, circling around Bai Ziyue to examine him closely and continued to ask, "What is your purpose for coming to the Daoi sect?" Bai Ziyue shook his numbed head, and upon seeing Jiang Feng and a handsome young man, 1,000 question marks flashed through his mind. Who is this strange man in front of me? Why is he here? Was he kidnapped to the Daoi sect? He was confused and had no idea how he ended up here. Rewinding to an hour ago, Bai Ziyue set out from the central continent and took nearly a month to arrive outside the Daoi sect. Due to the sect being closed, he couldn't visit, so he planned to wander around the surroundings. Then he made a discovery on the back mountain of the Daoi sect. There were occasionally 5 or 6 youths dressed plainly coming out from a hidden cave. Since those people were not wearing Daoi sect attire and had disguised their appearances, Bai Ziyue mistook them for scattered cultivators. He was puzzled, thinking, isn't this the mountain gate of the Daoi sect? Why are there so many scattered cultivators coming and going? But just as he was about to investigate further, he suddenly received a heavy blow to the back of his head. Everything went black, and when he woke up, he found himself facing Jiang Feng and this stranger. Seeing Bai Ziyue's silence, Jiang Feng scratched his head and asked, "Master, why isn't he speaking? Is he mute?" "Master." Bai Ziyue's spirits lifted. The young man in front of him is Jiang Feng's master. How old is he? He looks only 5 or 6 years older than himself. If Jiang Feng hadn't mentioned it, he would have thought he was a fellow disciple of Jiang Feng. Chu Fan raised his hand and lifted the restrictions on Bai Ziyue, sitting down opposite him and saying, "Speak, what is your purpose for coming to the Daoi sect?" Bai Ziyue looked up at Chu Fan just in time to meet Chu Fan's gaze. His eyes, deep as stars, made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss, and no matter how he struggled, it was futile. Fortunately, Chu Fan blinked, allowing him to return to reality. His back felt cold. The strength of the person in front of him was terrifying. "I am a disciple of the Tianji sect, and I came to the Daoi sect to seek a master and learn the arts," Bai Ziyue answered truthfully. In front of such a powerful figure, he couldn't lie. He would be discovered immediately. "What is the reason?" "My ancestor calculated an omen for me, and the omen indicated that the Daoi sect could help me overcome a great calamity in life and reach the peak." Chu Fan nodded. "Your ancestor is quite a remarkable person." Chu Fan could tell that Bai Ziyue's heavenly machine divine body was severely incomplete, and within 2 years, he would face retribution from the heavenly machine, leading to his death and dissolution. Only Chu Fan's bodhi seed could resolve it. That is why he said the heavenly machine elder is a remarkable person. "So, do you wish to be my disciple?" Bai Ziyue asked cautiously. "Otherwise, don't you want to seek a master?" Hearing this, even Bai Ziyue, no matter how foolish, understood that Chu Fan was willing to take him as a disciple. He quickly knelt on both knees and heavily bowed his head to Chu Fan, performing the bowing ceremony. "Get up. My name is Chu Fan, and Jiang Feng is your second senior brother. Today let Jiang Feng take you to familiarize yourself with Shanling Peak. Come find me at the top of Shanling Peak tomorrow morning." After Chu Fan left the pavilion, Bai Ziyue instantly felt a profound sense of relief. The oppressive aura Chu Fan exuded had been overwhelming, and he had yet to acclimate to it. "Senior brother 2, have your injuries healed?" Bai Ziyue pointed toward Jiang Feng's abdomen. Jiang Feng had once been stripped of his cultivation by Elder Zhang, reduced to a powerless wreck, and Bai Ziyue had witnessed the entire ordeal. Now that he had become Jiang Feng's junior brother, it was only natural he should offer heartfelt concern. "What injuries?" "I wasn't injured at all, and not injured." "But didn't Elder Zhang?" Bai Ziyue blinked in confusion and pressed on. "Senior brother 2, you're joking with me, aren't you?" "Joking? With you? Now that you're my junior brother, I'll let you in on a secret. Elder Zhang was none other than our master in disguise, and everything you witnessed was a carefully orchestrated performance by us." "Surprised? Couldn't tell, could you?" "Haha. HSSSS," and Bai Ziyue sucked in a sharp breath. This revelation was staggering. And who could have imagined that Elder Zhang, a figure revered across countless sects as a peerless powerhouse rivaling the emperor-level cultivators, was in truth a senior elder of the Daoi sect? Had Jiang Feng not been utterly trustworthy, Bai Ziyue would never have believed it. And suddenly his eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "If Elder Zhang was master in disguise, then the Snow Maiden." "Exactly as you suspect. The Snow Maiden is our eldest senior sister, Xiaoko is your third senior sister, and Qing'er your fourth. They've all departed for tribulation trials. I'll introduce you properly when they return." Bai Ziyue stood frozen, his mind roaring with static. This torrent of revelations was simply too immense to process at once. "And senior brother 2, please give me a moment to catch my breath." He collapsed onto the stone bench and gasped deeply again and again. And half an incense stick later, he finally steadied himself, his cheeks flushed faintly. "Senior brother 2 master's stratagem is nothing short of masterful, and enough said, just keep this to yourself. Come, let me show you around Mount Shanling." Jiang Feng began their tour at the Grand Gate of Mount Shanling. Junior brother, this is where I cultivate daily. A little secret, I'm Master's sole closed-door disciple. You lot still have some way to go. So, keep striving, young one. With that, Jiang Feng clapped Bai Ziyu firmly on the shoulder, his tone that of a venerable senior guiding a novice, then executed a graceful sweeping turn and strode up the mountainside toward the mid-slope. Bai Ziyu raised a thumb in awe. Senior brother too truly was extraordinary. And by noon, under Jiang Feng's guidance, he had gained a foundational understanding of Mount Shanling. The mountain housed 9 individuals: Master Chu Fan, his 5 disciples, including Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyu, and 3 inner disciple adherents of the Shanling faction. Though few in number, each was a prodigy beyond compare. They embodied the ancient adage, it is not the multitude that matters, but the excellence within. The following day, Jiang Feng brought Bai Ziyu to the summit of Mount Shanling, where he beheld the Bodhi divine tree, the Pan Tao divine tree, the phoenix, the Fingzhen chicken, and the ancient Wutong tree, each sight leaving him thunderstruck anew. In just over a day, astonishment had long since numbed him. And Chu Fan handed Bai Ziyu a Bodhi seed and instructed, consume it immediately and refine it without delay to mend your incomplete constitution. Thank you, Master. Bai Ziyu accepted the seed reverently, no longer surprised that Master knew of his flawed physique. He swallowed it at once and began refining, completing the process within half a quarter hour. And Chu Fan observed Bai Ziyu, unchanged, and swept him with his insight eye, discerning that his celestial mechanism body had been restored by only 1/10. 1 seed insufficient, then 10 shall suffice. And Chu Fan placed 10 Bodhi seeds into Bai Ziyu's hands. Continue consuming and refining until your constitution is fully perfected. Yes, Master. And Bai Ziyu resumed refinement, 1 seed too. By the 9th seed, dozens of arcane inscriptions shimmered into existence, around him whirling rapidly before aligning and flowing seamlessly into his brow. The celestial mechanism body complete. And, Master, my constitution is now whole. And Bai Ziyu beamed with joy. With the celestial mechanism body restored, relentless cultivation would assuredly carry him to the pinnacle of existence. Chu Fan nodded. Now that you possess the celestial mechanism body, divining celestial mechanisms will no longer risk backlash or erode your lifespan through excessive calculation. Indeed, Master, nothing escapes your perception. Bai Ziyu bowed in sincere reverence. His master was unfathomably formidable, penetrating his deepest secrets at a glance. No wonder he had nurtured such peerless seniors and sisters. Fortunately, he too was now Master Chu Fan's disciple, and thus by extension a prodigy himself. The next day, Jiang Feng escorted Bai Ziyu to report to Guan Tianwei. Upon learning Bai Ziyu hailed from the Celestial Mechanism sect, Guan Tianwei registered mild surprise, but having now joined the Dao sect under Master Chu Fan, no further words were needed. All who entered its gates were family. To foster camaraderie among his senior and junior brothers, Bai Ziyu set up a table in the Dao sect's central plaza. Before it rose a banner inscribed in bold characters, fortune-telling, romance, destiny, free consultations. Instantly it drew throngs of disciples freshly emerged from the Saint Spirit Pagoda. Senior brother, your banner reads, fortune-telling, romance, destiny. Might I inquire about my future? Asked a courteous disciple at the 9th realm of Martial Sovereign. Bai Ziyu nodded. Of course, please step forward. He withdrew 2 halves of a symbiotic tortoise shell from his robes. Golden light flared in his eyes as he gazed upon the disciple, then closed them, opened them again, and shot twin beams of gold onto the shell. The shell trembled faintly upon the table, then a radiant golden character, Emperor, ascended and hovered above. Bai Ziyu's heart leapt. He retracted his celestial mechanism art and offered warm congratulations. Brother, your augury reveals Emperor tier potential. The disciple paused, then frowned skeptically. Senior brother, surely you jest. With my aptitude, reaching the Saint Emperor realm would fulfill my dreams. How could I possibly possess Emperor tier potential? Utterly genuine, my celestial mechanism art has never erred. Doubt me. Observe others' readings and very well. The disciple yielded his place and Bai Ziyu repeated his esoteric ritual, whereupon another golden Emperor slowly rose above the shell. Brother, you too possess Emperor tier potential. Bai Ziyu's voice faltered, growing quieter, less certain. The onlookers hesitated, wanting to challenge Bai Ziyu's divination, yet fearing to wound his pride with harsh words, so they glanced sidelong, speechless. All knew only one emperor rises per age. This truth held immutable since antiquity. Yet Bai Ziyu's auguries declared 2 disciples of the Dao sect destined for emperorhood. If not him, whom else could they question? To dispel the awkward silence, Jiang Feng stepped forward. This emperor glyph signifies latent emperor tier potential, not guaranteed attainment. To ascend, one must still traverse the emperor path's trials. What it confirms is exceptional innate talent in all of you. Senior brother Jiang speaks wisely. We misinterpreted brother Bai's meaning, and precisely. That's exactly what I thought too. A chorus of well-meaning disciples launched into earnest self-reflection, leaving Bai Ziyu deeply embarrassed. Just then a delicate, charming junior sister approached, her voice soft and slightly bashful. Brother Bai, might you divine my romantic fortune? Junior sister, your destined partner has appeared. That person is right beside you. Both of you harbor mutual affection, yet fear that revealing your feelings might lead to an undesired outcome. Do you understand what I mean, huh? Bai Ziyue looked at the golden character move floating on the turtle shell and explained to his junior sister, is that true? That's wonderful. The female disciple's expression brightened with joy. Just as Bai Ziyue had said, she secretly had a crush on a senior brother from the same peak. After each training session, she would stealthily observe him from afar, deriving immense happiness from his every move. But she was also afraid that if she confessed to the senior brother and he rejected her, what would she do? Thus she was conflicted. She wished to be together with him, but feared that her impulsiveness might shatter this beautiful possibility. As a result, Bai Ziyue divined her fate and revealed that the senior brother actually shared her feelings. How could this not excite her? Thank you, senior brother Bai. I will go confess to him right away. The female disciple bowed in gratitude to Bai Ziyue before swiftly running towards Tongyuan Peak. She and her senior brother were both disciples of Tongyuan Peak. Seeing that Bai Ziyue's divination was indeed accurate, other disciples began to line up. Bai Ziyue informed them that only 7 slots remained for today's predictions, and he would perform divinations for his fellow disciples intermittently in the future. He could not perform divinations at all times, as he needed to cultivate as well. I'll go first. A tall and robust disciple sat in front of Bai Ziyue, saying, Senior brother Bai, please tell me about my destined partner, and when I will find my Tao companion. Sure, junior brother, please wait a moment. Bai Ziyue continued his calculations. When the character Gu appeared on the turtle shell, he felt awkward. Junior brother, you have no romantic fate in the first half of your life. You will be all alone. Does that mean I will have someone in the second half of my life? That's great, I can wait. Bai Ziyue shook his head. No, junior brother, you will simply get used to it in the second half of your life. After finishing the divinations for the disciples of Daoi sect, Bai Ziyue hurried into the Holy Spirit Tower under Jiang Feng's urging. 5 days later, Bai Ziyue emerged from the tower, having successfully broken through to the first level of the Holy King Realm. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he appeared worried as he rushed back to Shanling Peak. Junior brother Bai, you're back. The door disciple Jiang Feng opened the door. Yes, senior brother. Bai Ziyue replied to Jiang Feng and then hurried back to his residence. Jiang Feng scratched his head, unsure why junior brother Bai was in such a rush. Back in his residence, Bai Ziyue took out the communication token and connected with Bai Yang. Father. How are you doing now? Bai Yang's voice came through, urgent and filled with concern for Bai Ziyue. Father, please rest assured. I have successfully arrived at Daoi sect and become a disciple there. My master treats me well and has helped me complete my divine body. That's good. Indeed, the ancestor's divination was correct. A Daoi sect can indeed help you overcome your tribulation, Bai Yang said with relief. Father, there's something I need to tell you. I just broke through to the Holy King Realm, and then I used the Heavenly Mechanism art to predict the future of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. I saw the demise of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. It turned out that when Bai Ziyue broke through to the first level of the Holy King Realm in the Holy Spirit Tower, he felt something and used the still unfaded Heavenly Mechanism inscriptions during his breakthrough to predict the future of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. In the visions he saw the entire sect was engulfed in flames, and in the fire familiar faces appeared. Those were the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. Above the flames, dozens of quasi-emperors gazed down expressionlessly. Alas, since the other holy sect's quasi-emperors have emerged, I had long anticipated this day. Our Heavenly Mechanism sect started late and lacked strong cultivators. It was only a matter of time before we were swallowed by the other holy sects. I have already prepared myself mentally. You don't need to persuade me. Since you have joined Daoi sect, wait until you become stronger, and then establish the Heavenly Mechanism sect. If you do not plan to build it, I won't blame you. As long as you live happily, I will be content. It is also time for you to find your mother. Alright, you must not interfere with the Heavenly Mechanism sect's matters. You are not capable of dealing with those people right now. The ancestor has already predicted this. It is a calamity for the Heavenly Mechanism sect. To extricate you from it, the ancestor paid the ultimate price with his life. You cannot disappoint us. Bai Yang solemnly instructed Bai Ziyue, as if he were giving a final testament, intending to keep him from getting involved in this matter, and waiting for the right moment to take revenge for the Heavenly Mechanism sect. At this moment, Bai Ziyue was already in tears. It was only now that he realized his ancestor and father had paved the way for him long ago. The ancestor had foreseen the great tribulation facing the Heavenly Mechanism sect. The tribulation referred to by Bai Ziyue actually encompassed 2 aspects. One was the Heavenly Mechanism sect, and the other was the Heavenly Mechanism divine body. The Heavenly Mechanism elder exhausted his efforts to extricate Bai Ziyue from the entanglement with the Heavenly Mechanism sect, which can be considered as resolving one tribulation. Getting him to join Daoi sect was to resolve the tribulation of his physique. Father, I will follow your instructions. Bai Yang cut off the communication with Bai Ziyue, finally able to set his with Bai Ziyue's tribulation resolved. He no longer had any attachments. As the leader of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, he could not abandon so many people and flee. Even if he tried to escape, where could he go? Soon. Bai Yang looked up at the sky and murmured, While the talents of the three great domains were fighting for opportunities, the three great holy sects and 9 smaller holy sects in the central continent each sent a quasi-emperor ancestor to team up and head towards the extreme northern region. The 12 quasi-emperors encountered the sleeping red-haired beast at the center of the extreme north and immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques, bombarding the beast without pause. The red-haired beast awoke, its fur standing on end and its blood-red eyes opened. In an instant, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared behind it, and the surrounding spiritual energy thickened, mixed with a nauseating smell of blood. Roar! The red-haired beast struck the ground with its massive paw and roared as it charged toward one of the quasi-emperors. Its 30-jong body loomed like a blood-colored mountain, growing larger in the eyes of that quasi-emperor. Before the red-haired beast, they appeared as small as ants. The 12 quasi-emperors quickly retreated, each expression grave. Their combined attack had actually inflicted no harm on the red-haired beast, it had merely startled it awake. This red-haired beast is very strange, be careful. The quasi-emperor from the Yaoguang Holy Sect warned. Among the 12 sacred lands, he along with the quasi-emperors from the Tianyao Holy Sect and Bihai Holy Sect possessed the strongest strength. Ah, damn it. The quasi-emperor targeted by the red-haired beast failed to escape its attack range. Most of his body was smashed, blood and flesh flying, causing him to scream in agony. Another quasi-emperor who was relatively close hurriedly intervened to pull him back. However, the injured quasi-emperor began to tremble, all over, his eyes bulging, and then before the horrified gazes of the 11 quasi-emperors, green fur sprouted all over his body. In less than 10 breaths, he transformed into a miniature green-furred monster. The quasi-emperor beside him hurriedly burned his essence, blood fleeing as fast as he could. From 12 against 1 it turned into 11 against 2, putting the situation in a dire strait for the 11 human quasi-emperors. In the extreme northern land, 11 quasi-emperors faced off against a 30-foot-tall red-haired monster and a quasi-emperor transformed into a green-haired beast. The red-haired monster struck fiercely, using no tactics, simply aiming its massive fists at any target in sight. The 11 quasi-emperors unleashed their most powerful techniques, yet they failed to inflict any damage on the red-haired monster. As their attacks made contact with its surface, a red glow flashed over the monster, rendering it immune to all harm. The green-haired beast was considerably weaker. The 2 human quasi-emperors were able to send it flying with their combined efforts, but they were cautious, attacking from afar, afraid of getting too close and being possessed by the green-haired monster. The process of the green-haired monster's formation was vividly remembered. In the extreme northern land, the biting cold wind carried a faint scent of blood as the battle between the human quasi-emperors and the red-haired monster obliterated the surroundings. The red-haired monster grew more ferocious with each passing moment, and as time wore on, the spiritual energy of the human quasi-emperors depleted. 2 of them were struck down by the red-haired monster and turned into green-haired beasts within 10 breaths. This creature is extremely strange, retreat quickly. The quasi-emperor of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect realized that if they continued fighting, they would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat and all be turned into green-haired monsters. Upon hearing his words, the remaining 8 quasi-emperors quickly withdrew, escaping the extreme northern land in the blink of an eye. The red-haired monster did not pursue them, as if some force was binding it, preventing it from stepping beyond the confines of the extreme northern land. It let out a roar, annihilating everything in a radius of several thousand miles, then grasped a green-haired beast and stuffed it into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The sound of the green-haired beast's body being chewed echoed from its mouth. When it finished eating its third green-haired beast, its fur turned a deeper shade of red. After roaring for a quarter of an hour, it finally chose another spot to continue its slumber. Meanwhile, the fleeing quasi-emperors returned to the territory of Zhengzhou, panting and sweating profusely. In the battle in the extreme northern land, they lost 3 quasi-emperors, the ancestors of Tianyu Sect, Dao Emperor Sect, and Fu Shuang Sect, while the red-haired monster remained unscathed. I feel a strange aura on my body, and it makes me quite uncomfortable. This aura is irksome, said the quasi-emperor of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect. I feel it too. The quasi-emperor of the Bihai Sacred Sect's expression changed as he said, "This is bad. We have been contaminated by the red-haired monster's aura. We must find a way to eliminate it, or we too will become green-haired beasts." Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly took out any pills or spiritual herbs that might help cleanse the strange aura, swallowing or applying them, sitting cross-legged on the ground with solemn expressions as they entered a state of cultivation. 3 days later, the quasi-emperor of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect was the first to open his eyes, standing up and brushing off the dust from his body. He was now invigorated, having fully restored himself to his peak. After expelling the strange aura, he felt completely refreshed, free from any negative emotions. The other quasi-emperors gradually awakened, and once they confirmed that everyone had successfully eliminated the strange aura, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The quasi-emperor of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect paused for a moment before speaking. According to the calculations of the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, there is less than 2 years left before the red-haired monster descends upon Zhengzhou, bringing calamity. We will find it difficult to protect ourselves. Since we have ample time now, we must devise a way to ensure both sides benefit. The quasi-emperor of the Tianyao Sacred Sect said, "Have you noticed? The divination only speaks of calamity in Zhengzhou, without mentioning the southern wilderness and eastern continent. Perhaps we can prepare to relocate our sect to the other two regions. The other quasi-emperors nodded in agreement. The red-haired monster was stronger than they were, and the fact that all their attacks were ineffective against it was what truly frightened them. Only the plan proposed by the quasi-emperor of the Tianao sacred sect seemed reasonable and feasible. With nearly 50 quasi-emperors in Zhengzhou, could they not conquer the eastern region and southern wilderness? Alright, let's quickly consolidate our forces after returning and together take down those few sacred sects in the southern wilderness and eastern continent. It is also time for the Kanglan realm to undergo a reshuffle. By the way, we need to notify the Fushuang sect and the others as well. Agreed, it's settled then. The 9 quasi-emperors reached a consensus, each returning to their sects to begin preparations for the assault on the other two major regions. On the peak of Shanling, Chu Fan lay in a chair with his eyes closed, rejuvenating himself. Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue had gone to the plaza of the Daoyi sect to read fortunes for the disciples. Beneath the peach tree, the couple Feng Jinji and his wife snuggled together in their nest, peacefully asleep, while little Huang played happily with 10 little Feng Jin chicks. At that moment, Chu Fan's ears twitched slightly, and he smiled, murmuring, quite skilled to have entered the Daoyi sect unnoticed. Just then, Chu Fan noticed someone passing through the array of Shanling Peak, flying toward the summit. To avoid alarming the intruder, Chu Fan continued to lie in his chair, feigning sleep. After a while, a middle-aged man in gray clothing with a horse-like face stealthily appeared at the top of Shanling Peak. In his left hand, he held a green orb, the light emitted by the orb enveloping him, allowing him to remain well hidden in the void. He carefully scrutinized his surroundings with his keen eyes. A sleeping person, the Bodhi divine tree, the peach divine tree, and a transformed wudong tree. Heaven, they're all spiritual roots and treasures. He continued to look and spotted the Mohawk Fengjin chicken and the phoenix beneath the peach divine tree. Indeed, it is the Fengjin chicken, and my long journey here was not in vain. The horse-faced man muttered to himself. His name is Zhang Ikuan, a loose quasi-emperor who tens of thousands of years ago accidentally entered a pure land and was trapped by a powerful being within it until now. Zhang Ikuan is a glutton. During his travels, he tasted countless delicacies, and even the Fengjin chicken was one he had the fortune to consume, leaving him with an unforgettable craving. He possessed a treasure called the Linging Pearl, which allowed him to conceal his form while enabling him to pass through most formations at will. Relying on his memories from back then, he returned to the place where he had captured the Fengjin chicken, which was near the Daoyi sect. Upon discovering that the Daoyi sect was currently closed, he quietly slipped inside. Perhaps his luck was exceptionally good, at his first stop was Shanling Peak. After easily passing through the formation, he caught a whiff of the Fengjin chicken's scent from afar. This delighted him greatly. Thus the earlier scene unfolded. He did not rush to act, but instead observed the sleeping Chu Fan in the chair. After a slight sense, he noted Chu Fan was at the 6th level of the Saint King realm, quite lacking in strength. After confirming there were no experts nearby who could pose a threat, he cautiously approached the Fengjin chicken. It was no wonder he was so cautious. He was frightened by the powerful beings in the Pure Land who had imprisoned him for thousands of years. Looking at the Fengjin chicken before him, Zhang Ikuan was already salivating, the long-lost taste from tens of thousands of years ago, stirring his appetite. Calming his excited emotions, he aimed his empty right hand at a Fengjin chick and prepared to grab it tightly. "Want to steal a chicken? That wouldn't be right, would it?" Just as Zhang Iken's hand was about to grasp the neck of the Fengjin chick, a voice from behind startled him, causing his hair to stand on end as he swiftly fled a great distance, staring blankly at Chu Fan, who wore a mischievous grin. How did he discover me? Zhang Ikuan was both surprised and puzzled, and then checked the Linging Pearl in his hand, finding the problem should lie with this young man before me. Yet he was clearly only at the 6th level of the Saint King realm. No, this is too strange. I must escape first and return when I have the chance. With this thought, Zhang Ikuan turned to leave. The last time he suffered, he was imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. Having finally escaped, he could not afford to repeat the same mistake. However, while Zhang Ikuan wanted to leave, Chu Fan would not allow it. Bang! His face collided with the formation, causing Zhang Ikuan to feel dizzy, and his first thought flashed through his mind: it's over. This experience was exactly the same as the last time, trapped by a formation that appeared out of nowhere, and the Linging Pearl was ineffective. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could he be this unlucky? Chu Fan looked at Zhang Ikuan, having fully grasped his information. Zhang Ikuan, 41,000 years old, cultivation quasi-emperor, fake, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, yet lacking the strength of one. Physique none, talent blue. His aptitude is not very good, yet his cultivation is quite high. Importantly, his name is rather interesting. A dignified quasi-emperor expert, yet you infiltrate another sect to commit such theft. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhang Ikuan put away the Linging Pearl, revealing his form, and said, "You are not at the Saint King realm, otherwise you could not have discovered me." Chu Fan smiled lightly and said, "Isn't it a bit too late to say that now? Since you've discovered me, I formally apologize. I should not have coveted your phoenix precious chicken. Speak, what compensation do you want?" Zhang Ikuan only wanted to leave safely. Although he was at the quasi-emperor level, he was the weakest among them. His talent was not high. He reached the quasi-emperor level entirely by consuming various rare beasts, eventually piling his way up to the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Later, he was imprisoned in the Pure Land and after tens of thousands of years luckily comprehended a sliver of the law to become a quasi-emperor. If it came to a fight, he could at most spar with a 9th level Saint Emperor, and even then he might not be able to defeat a stronger 9th level Saint Emperor. Thus the only peaceful resolution he could think of was to apologize and offer compensation. However, his tone was not humble enough. My Shanling peak just happens to need a cleaner. Why not stay? That's too much. Even if it costs me my life, I will never do such a humiliating thing. Zhang Ikuan's expression changed. As a quasi-emperor, he too had his dignity. Since this person had said such things, it indicated that this matter could not end well. He prepared the formation and secretly brewed a powerful move. 10 breaths later. My lord, I am willing to help you clean here. Zhang Ikuan knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading with Chu Fan not to kill him. Thinking of the earlier scene, he trembled. The young man before him merely extended a finger and his cultivation was immediately bound, unable to circulate his spiritual power, turning him into a mortal. Such methods were countless times stronger than that presence in the Pure Land. That presence once said that if not for the unremarkable era, he would have already achieved the status of emperor. Being stronger than that presence clearly meant emperor realm. This was beyond his comprehension. How could there be emperors in this world when the path to becoming an emperor had not yet opened? But no matter what he had just experienced, the feeling of falling into an abyss where death could come at any moment, and it was terrifying. He did not want to die. He had not yet eaten enough of the world's delicacies. Fortunately, Chu Fan did not intend to kill him either. After obediently handing over the soul mark, he respectfully stood behind the emperor-level expert and learned the name and identity of this person, Chu Fan, the peak master of the Taoist-sect at Shanling Peak. From now on I shall call you Shaokuan. You will be responsible for the daily maintenance of Shanling Peak. The phoenix precious chicken is not to be eaten, but if it lays eggs you may have a few. Yes, master. Having retrieved his life, Zhang Ikuan was very satisfied. Hearing that there was a chance to eat phoenix precious chicken eggs made him even happier. It seemed that being a janitor here wasn't so bad, especially serving an emperor-level expert. By noon, Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue returned and Chu Fan introduced Zhang Ikuan to them, marking their acquaintance. Chu Fan noticed that Bai Ziyue's condition was off. He looked slightly listless and asked, Ziyue, why do you look so dispirited? Master, Bai Ziyue pondered for a long time and finally revealed the matter of the Heaven Machine sect to Chu Fan and the others. He did not request Chu Fan to take action, believing that although Chu Fan was strong, he could not contend against so many quasi-emperors in the central continent. Additionally, he was merely a disciple. What right did he have to let Chu Fan take that risk? After all, behind Chu Fan stood the Taoist-sect, and if the Taoist-sect were implicated, he would feel even guiltier. After listening to Bai Ziyue, Chu Fan spoke. It seems that the central continent will have significant movements. Regarding the matter of the Heaven Machine sect, I cannot intervene. This is a necessary tribulation. I can save them once, but not for a lifetime. If you want to save your father, I can take action, but your father, as the sect master of the Heaven Machine sect, would certainly not abandon the sect to live alone. You should understand this. Bai Ziyue nodded. He understood this principle, but thinking of the loved ones and friends he had lived with for many years facing death, he could not help but feel sorrowful. Afterward, Chu Fan found Guan Tianwei and informed him that significant upheaval might occur in the central continent, mentioning that the red-haired monster from the extreme north would descend upon the central continent, urging Guan Tianwei to take it seriously. Upon learning this, Guan Tianwei immediately arranged for his outside spies to monitor the situation in the central continent, reporting on the conditions of the various holy sects at all times, while also advising the disciples out training to be cautious. If any unforeseen events occurred, they were to return immediately. On this day, the quasi-emperor ancestors, including Jiang Yu, who had entered the Holy Spirit Tower for the first time, finished their training and emerged from the 7th level of the Holy Spirit Tower, each wearing a satisfied smile. Training within the Holy Spirit Tower had led to significant improvements in their long-stagnant cultivation, especially Jiang Yu, who had already touched upon the threshold of the Emperor realm and was close to stepping in. In his era, he was the most talented prodigy across the continent, but due to the traditions of the Taoist-sect, few knew of his existence. At that time he could have become an emperor, but gave it up for various reasons, relinquishing the throne to a good brother. Now relying on the Holy Spirit Tower, he could quietly step into the emperor realm, rekindling his long-lost. This time, coming back to the world, he aimed not just to become an emperor, but to challenge the immortal-level emperor, or even the celestial-level emperor. The reason was the Holy Spirit Tower. Having witnessed the wonders of the 7th level of the Holy Spirit Tower, he could somewhat infer that the 8th level must be a training environment for mortal-level emperors to celestial-level emperors from 1st to 9th level. Guan Tianwei also reported to Jiang Yu about the potential events in the central continent. Currently, whether it was quasi-emperors or saint emperors from the Taoist sect, all were in the Holy Spirit Tower for training. To avoid encounters between ancestors and disciples, Guan Tianwei specifically arranged to clear 2 days every 10 days for that purpose. During these 2 days, disciples were not allowed to enter the Holy Spirit Tower, ensuring a balance between work and rest. Thus, when Jiang Yu came out, Guan Tianwei naturally had to ask him how to arrange things. Jiang Yu nodded and said, if the central continent plans to deal with the eastern continent and southern border, the Dao sect will likely be drawn into it. In that case, keep a close watch on the situation. If any unruly elements approach the Dao sect, let 2 or 3 quasi-emperor ancestors handle it. Exposing 1 or 2 is nothing. Other holy sects have quasi-emperor ancestors as well. Can the Dao sect not have any? We should show some strength, otherwise others will think the Dao sect is easy to bully. Yes, ancestor. With Jiang Yu's arrangements, Guan Tianwei no longer needed to worry. 3 days later, at the Shanling peak of the Dao sect, with Jiang Feng's call, Bai Ziyue finally met the legendary 3 senior sisters. Bai Ziyue respectfully greeted the returning Qing Shui and the 2 others, finally seeing the true forms of his senior sisters. Indeed, each one possessed a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. This is the new disciple that master has taken in. Quite handsome. Oh, isn't this the stalker? Hua Wanqing was about to praise Bai Ziyue when she immediately recalled his previous behavior of following them. Bai Ziyue awkwardly smiled, explaining that he just wanted to get to know Ling Qixian and the others. He also realized that the character Qing on the note he received referred to Ling Qixian on the surface, but actually pointed to Chu Fan behind her. As for why the old ancestor of heavenly secrets acted this way, it must be due to Chu Fan's overwhelming strength, making the secrets of heaven unpredictable, only allowing for partial insights. Senior sister, I didn't know your identities at the time. It was a coincidence that I wanted to get acquainted. Bai Ziyue explained, subsequently detailing his encounters with Ling Qixian and the others on the heavenly ladder, as well as the divination and the events that followed, clearing up the misunderstandings. Junior brother, why haven't you learned the concealment technique yet? Why are you revealing your first level of Sacred King Realm cultivation? Qing Shui noticed Bai Ziyue's cultivation and asked in confusion. Among the 3 of them, Qing Shui was at the 2nd level of Sacred King Realm, while Ling Qixian and Hua Wanqing were at the 1st level, but they all appeared to be at the 3rd level of Martial Saint Realm on the surface. Bai Ziyue replied bashfully, I've been busy training these past few days and forgot about it. The rules of the Dao sect were explained to him in detail by Jiang Feng after he became a disciple of Chu Fan. However, after breaking through to the 1st level of Sacred King Realm in the Sacred Spirit Tower and foreseeing the matter of the Heavenly Secrets sect, he had little thought for training recently. Ling Qixian said, it's alright, since you can become our junior brother, the concealment technique can be learned in half a day. Let's go pay respects to master. The 5 flew toward the peak of Shanling, and halfway there they spotted a middle-aged man with a horse-like face seriously sweeping the ground with a broom. His aura indeed shocked Qing Shui and the others. Since they had just returned, they naturally did not recognize Zhang Aikuan, the sweeper of the quasi-imperial realm. Bai Ziyue introduced, senior sister, this is Zhang Aikuan. Senior Kuan is someone master took in. To express his gratitude for master's life-saving grace, he became the sweeper of Shanling Peak, managing its daily affairs. Qing Shui and the others suddenly understood he was a powerful figure taken in by master, which made sense. In their hearts, master was the most powerful in the world, so it was not surprising for him to do something astonishing, and they quickly adapted. At the peak, Chu Fan was feeding the Fingzhen chicken, sprinkling spiritual rice on the ground. The Fingzhen chicken couple along with their 10 chicks pecked eagerly, while Xiao Huang stood by proudly watching unmoved. With their noble divine beast bloodline, they would not consume such low-grade spiritual rice. Chu Fan had deliberately fed the Fingzhen chicken today because Zhang Aikuan had heard a few days ago that the Fingzhen chicken had not laid eggs for almost a year. He volunteered to help and came at a fixed time daily to perform rituals, scaring the Fingzhen chicken couple and causing them to lose their appetite. The good news was that after Zhang Aiken's efforts over the past few days, the Fingzhen chicken finally laid an egg, which he cherished like a treasure in his hands. Chu Fan generously allowed him to taste it. Seeing that the Fingzhen chicken had lost some weight today, he decided to feed them some spiritual rice. Master, we're back. Qing Shui and the others arrived in front of Chu Fan and saluted. After finishing the last handful of spiritual rice, Chu Fan smiled and asked, it's good that you're back. Did you gain anything from your time outside? Yes, Master, Qing Shui and the others replied, then detailed their gains and experiences. Qing Shui and the others went to the southern wilderness, mainly active near the 2 superpowers, the Xiaoao sect and the Foqing sect. They encountered several waves of disciples from Foqing and Xiaoyao, and the outcome was quite dire as Ling Qixian had disguised herself as a remarkably beautiful girl, attracting countless pursuers. Particularly in cases where those pursuing her could not attain her. Upon realizing that Ling Qixian was only at the 5th level of Martial Saint Realm, they resorted to forceful abduction, but were defeated one by Qing Shui and the others. Those they dealt with formed a team of over 500 led by Mo Qinggu, a direct disciple of Foqing sect, carrying the banner of regaining dignity for men and hunting down Qing Shui and the others. But how could they possibly match up to Qing Shui? After continuous setbacks, they sought help from a 5th level Sacred King Realm senior brother from their sect. To avoid exposing their true strength, Qing Shui and the others decided to return. Because of this incident, Qing Shui and her companions made it onto the Kanglan realm's list of notorious figures, ranking under the explosive demoness as the exceptional trio. If it weren't for the fact that they had not acted frequently, their ranking would have continued to rise. After hearing about Qing Shui's experiences, Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue suddenly felt a chill in their legs. Jiang Feng muttered, "Senior sisters, what you did is too extreme. It leaves us men with no way to survive." Senior sister, that move was too ruthless. By the way, we also heard that someone has organized some sort of talented ranking initiated by the sacred sect of Zhengzhou, calling for talented youths from the 3 major regions to compete. Qing Shui said. Bai Ziyue immediately responded, "I know about this. This ranking was created by the sacred sect to showcase their power, aiming to let everyone see the talents of their sect. There are 2 lists, the Earth list for those below the Sacred King realm, and the Heaven list for those above it, with 100 talents selected for each list. Why don't we give it a try?" Jiang Feng, who had not been out for a long time, suggested. "I won't go. I need to enter the Sacred Spirit Tower to close myself off and prepare for a breakthrough," Hua Wanqing declined. Qing Shui and Ling Qixian felt the same way. They all needed to digest the gains of recent days. Chu Fan nodded and decided, "Then Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue can go out this time. They can also visit the Heavenly Secrets sect on the way." "Thank you, Master," Bai Ziyue said, gratefully knowing that Master did this to allow him to bid farewell to the Heavenly Secrets sect properly to avoid leaving any regrets. The Heavenly Secrets sect was destined to be destroyed. Before that, he wanted to go back to see his father one last time. The next day, the 2 disguised individuals quietly left the Daoi sect. Jiang Feng followed Chu Fan's advice and temporarily put away his dezhuang. The dezhuang is Jiang Feng's signature. It is not appropriate for him to reveal his identity at this time. Branch 666. Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue headed towards Zhengzhou, while Qing Shui, Ling Qingshuan, and Hua Wanqing entered the Holy Spirit Tower for cultivation. Su Qian and 2 other inner disciples had already left with Yixian for training, and the old Wutong tree remained asleep, leaving only Chu Fan and Zhang Aikuan, who was busy cleaning and performing rituals for the Fingzhen chicken on Shanling Peak. Sign in. Ding sign in successful, gained cultivation automatically integrated into the host's body. Since breaking through to the Emperor realm, the rewards from signing in have always been cultivation enhancements, which Chu Fan had grown accustomed to. A massive panel appeared in his mind displaying his information. Chu Fan, 27 years old. Cultivation Xian level Emperor, 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Physique perfected, Wan Dao Divine Body. Talent golden. Comprehension maxed out. Spiritual artifact, super artifact, Holy Spirit Tower artifact, Xian Wang Tower. Divine powers, cycle of life and death, eye of insight. Laws complete, time law complete, space law complete, reincarnation law complete, 5 elements law complete, fate law. Martial techniques, 10 directions, absolute kill, divine level reincarnation, / divine level momentary blossoming, divine level return to void finger, divine level. Others, extreme realm of formation, extreme realm of talismans. Spirit stones. After reading, Chu Fan felt quite satisfied. Overall, the only lagging aspect was the laws. After reaching the Emperor realm, aside from comprehending a complete law at the Holy Emperor realm, he could continue to understand other laws, but Chu Fan was not satisfied with just that. He was only at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm now, with 4 more levels above him, and if one day those vanished emperors suddenly returned, Chu Fan would be at a disadvantage. After all, those who had lived for so many years definitely had existences above the 5th level. Therefore, Chu Fan inevitably had to prepare for the future. The next step was to break through from laws to principles. A miniature version of the Xian Wang Tower appeared in Chu Fan's hand. Under his control, it was placed on the other side of Shanling Peak. After instructing Zhang Aikuan to regularly feed the Fingzhen chicken with spiritual rice, he entered the Xian Wang Tower for an extended period of closed-door cultivation. When he emerged from the Xian Wang Tower, he would surely have perfected the principles and his strength would experience a... Watching Chu Fan enter the Xian Wang Tower, Zhang Aikuan couldn't help but shake his head. The master was truly too driven. Although his strength had already reached its peak, he was even more diligent than anyone else. It's not the fear of others being better than you, but rather the fear that those who are excellent are even more hardworking. In contrast, Zhang Aiken's attitude of coasting along, only bowing to food, was a perfect example of what not to do. After his lamentation, it was time to urge the Fingzhen chicken to lay eggs. He squatted down, waving his arms while making woo-woo-woo sounds, jumping around the Fingzhen chicken couple, who were so frightened they dared not move a muscle. Zhengzhou, the largest territory among the 3 major human realms in the Kanglan realm, has also been the strongest in overall strength, at least on the surface. Zhengzhou is vast and rich with numerous sects, among which the 3 major sacred sects, Yaoguang Sacred Sect, Tianyao Sacred Sect, and Bihai Sacred Sect, as well as the 10 minor sacred sects including Hualing Sect, Fushuang Sect, Wanda Valley Tianyu Sect, Xianming Sect, Tianji Sect, Taoweiyuan Daohuang Sect, Diansang Mountain, and Xinyingxuan occupy various blessed lands throughout Zhengzhou. Since the dawn of a new era, many ancestors from various sacred sects have awakened from their slumber. The Tianji sect, which has been established for less than 10,000 years, has been squeezed out by other sacred sects due to its lack of top-tier forces. On this day atop the peak of Huashan in Zhengzhou, millions of young cultivators surrounded it inside and out. This scale was only second to the previous training session at the War God Hall. With so many people gathered here, it was natural that something significant was about to happen: the fiercely contested Tianjiao ranking competition. The Tianjiao ranking was initiated by the joint effort of the quasi-emperor ancestors from various sacred sects aimed at showcasing the status of the sacred sects. Not only do they boast overwhelming combat power at the top, but they also excel in cultivating the geniuses, and moreover, through the Tianjiao ranking, one could see the potential of these prodigies. Those ranked higher naturally generated the highest expectations for breaking through to the emperor realm in the future. After more than 2 months of preliminary screening, the list for the Earth ranking has been finalized. Jiang Yubai from Yaoguang Sacred Sect, Qian Saida from Tianao Sacred Sect, and Zheng Tao from Bihai Sacred Sect dominated the top 3 with their cultivation at the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, although they had not yet truly competed against each other, so the rankings were only provisional. Next were Shen Chuman from Xianyingxuan, Luo Qianqian from Taoweiyuan, Mu Yunfei from Diansang Mountain, Xiaofenyu from Fushuang, Sekli Tianxin from Xianming Sect, and others, all at the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm, ranked within the top 12. The list for the Heaven ranking had not yet been released, as many Tianjiao at the Sacred King Realm were still in closed-door cultivation. The large gathering today was naturally due to an impending great battle where the young representatives of the 3 major sacred sects would begin to compete for the top spot. Jiang Yubai, Qian Saida, and Zheng Tao would battle against 2 others to determine the top 3 in the Earth ranking. These peak duels attracted countless spectators, and those renowned Tianjiao also came to observe the battles of Jiang Yubai and the others, eager to discover just how much of a gap lay between them and Jiang Yubai. At this moment, 2 unremarkable young men in the crowd were gazing at the distant arena, softly conversing. "Senior brother, did you bring me here to watch Jiang Yubai and the others compete for any particular reason?" "What reason could there be? Those people are no match for us. I'm just here to join the fun and see if there's anyone." The 2 were none other than Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue, who had undergone a transformation. After spending over half a month, they finally arrived at Zhengzhou. Upon hearing that Jiang Yubai and the others were going to compete, Jiang Feng immediately dragged Bai Ziyue along. "Then, senior brother, you can look around. I'm going to find a few people to read fortunes, and we'll be back shortly." Bai Ziyu's strength was the weakest among Qing Shui and the others. His Tianji divine body was quite unique. Unlike Qing Shui and the others who had significant advantages in combat, he mainly relied on deduction. He was currently only at the minor completion stage of the Tianji divine body. To enhance it aside from regular cultivation, he could improve it through deducing the heavenly mechanisms. This was why he offered free fortune-telling to others while at Daoi sect, as it allowed his Tianji divine body to evolve little by little. After parting ways with Jiang Feng, Bai Ziyue walked towards a more crowded area. As he walked, he noticed a female disciple from the first-rate sect, Baiwa sect, standing at the front, her forehead shrouded in dark energy, signaling imminent bloodshed. With a kind-hearted spirit, Bai Ziyue naturally approached the young woman, saying to her, "Miss, I see that your brow is dark. There may be a great calamity approaching. May I take a fortune for you to avert the crisis?"